The debate hall was electric, a sea of flashing cameras, reporters huddled in anticipation, and the faint hum of muffled conversations. It was a showdown. On one side, Mike Pompeo, the former Secretary of State, a man whose career had been built on navigating controversy and cutting down opponents with sharp, calculated jabs. He was in his element, cool, confident, a seasoned political warrior who'd weathered countless storms without so much as a scratch. His expression was unreadable, but behind those steely eyes, there was arrogance, the kind that comes with knowing you've been untouchable for so long. On the other side, Kamala Harris. Calm, composed, and resolute. No stranger to pressure, she had faced unimaginable challenges on her journey, from breaking barriers in a system stacked against her, to confronting the toughest critics with grace and poise. But tonight was different. Tonight was about more than just politics. It was about truth. The moderator called for the next question, and the air in the room seemed to shift. Pompeo leaned forward, a smirk playing at the corner of his lips. He had been waiting for this moment, the moment where he could throw a challenge that would rattle Harris. So, Senator Harris, Pompeo's voice boomed through the microphone. You've made your fair share of promises, haven't you? But let's be real for a second. What does your idealism have to offer the American people when it's facing real-world threats? You stand there preaching unity, but at what cost? Do you even understand the gravity of national security? The words were sharp, aimed to cut deep, to expose any ounce of vulnerability. He was used to seeing opponents flounder, their words fumbling as he relentlessly pressed. But then, without missing a beat, Harris straightened up. Her eyes locked with his. She spoke softly, but the weight of her words was impossible to ignore. Mike, she said, her voice unwavering. Real strength doesn't come from intimidating others with fear. It comes from the courage to stand up for what's right, no matter the cost. The room went dead silent. It wasn't just the words, it was the way she said them. Pompeo, the master of debate, the man who had crushed his critics with ruthless precision, was now staring back at her, speechless. The audience was frozen, unsure of what they had just witnessed. It was as if the world had held its breath. Pompeo opened his mouth, but no words came. The silence stretched on, heavy and uncomfortable. For the first time in his political career, the master had been outclassed. But what happened next left everyone in the room, and the millions watching, dumbfounded. As the room sat in stunned silence, the significance of the moment began to unfold beyond the confines of the debate stage. This wasn't just a political argument, it was the embodiment of a deeper clash, one that went far beyond the personal rivalry between Kamala Harris and Mike Pompeo. This was about the very soul of America. Over the last few years, the country had been shaken to its core. The divide between left and right had become an insurmountable chasm, and the lines between truth and falsehood had blurred until they were barely distinguishable. The political landscape had shifted, as the old norms gave way to the new, where deception often triumphed over honesty, where fear was peddled as a political tool, and where the ideals of justice, equality, and unity were constantly under attack. The American people, fractured and exhausted, were left asking, what kind of nation do we want to be? The ideals that once bound the country together seemed increasingly fragile, threatened not only by external forces but by the very institutions that were supposed to protect them. And in that moment, on that stage, Kamala Harris was offering an answer. She wasn't just speaking as a politician, she was speaking as a defender of the American dream. A dream where dignity, inclusion, and the pursuit of justice mattered more than power or privilege. A dream where the future could be shaped not by fear and division, but by hope and unity. Mike Pompeo, on the other hand, had spent years as a stalwart defender of the old guard. He had risen through the ranks of the political elite by mastering the art of fearmongering and division. To him, power was about maintaining control, manipulating the narrative, bending the truth to suit his agenda, and ensuring that the establishment remained firmly in his grip. His rhetoric was about drawing lines in the sand, pushing the idea that America could only be great if it turned inward, closed its doors to others, and saw the world through a lens of suspicion and animosity. This wasn't just a disagreement over policy or ideology, it was a fight for the future of the country. The values Harris represented, the belief in compassion, inclusivity, and the pursuit of justice, were in direct opposition to Pompeo's brand of nationalism, which thrived on fear, division, and power at all costs. The country had reached a tipping point. For those watching, this debate was more than a political contest, it was a referendum on what America stood for. And as Harris calmly made her point, the tension in the room escalated. The stakes were higher than ever. This wasn't about winning a single debate, this was about deciding what the future of America would look like. Would it be a country defined by empathy, opportunity, and shared prosperity? Or would it succumb to the dark forces of division and fear? For Pompeo, this moment was supposed to be a victory. He had prepared for it, armed with his usual arsenal of scorn and bravado. But now, facing a Kamala Harris who was unyielding in her convictions, it was clear that the tables were turning. And the audience, the millions watching at home, the voters whose futures would be shaped by this moment, began to sense the gravity of it all. Every word exchanged, every glance shared, felt like it would determine the course of history. It was no longer just about politics, it was about the values that would define the next chapter of America. But what happened next would change the way America viewed both of them, and everyone watching would feel the shockwaves. The clash wasn't over. In fact, it had only just begun. Mike Pompeo was no stranger to controversy. His political career had been built on a foundation of calculated risk, ruthless maneuvering, and a sharp disregard for anything that stood in his way. To him, power wasn't about service or duty, it was about control. And for years, he had navigated the treacherous waters of American politics with a kind of ease that seemed almost invincible. Pompeo's rise was anything but accidental. He knew how to play the game, knew how to manipulate narratives, bend the truth, and maintain a calculated distance from the fallout of his decisions. When he entered Congress in 2011, it was clear that he wasn't there to make friends. His relentless focus on achieving his own objectives, coupled with a knack for cozying up to the powerful, quickly propelled him up the ranks. He was a master of messaging, always careful to spin his actions in a way that worked to his advantage. To those who saw him only from the outside, he was a shrewd politician. To those who got closer, he was a man who could make you think he was your ally, until you realized you were nothing but a pawn in his game. But Pompeo's success didn't come without a trail of ethical compromises, controversial decisions, and public contradictions. As head of the CIA, he ran the agency with a mix of cold pragmatism and personal ambition, willing to sidestep inconvenient truths if it meant protecting his own reputation or furthering his agenda. His role in pushing the narrative of WMDs in Iraq, his support for controversial surveillance programs, and his unwavering loyalty to a political administration that was increasingly seen as morally bankrupt had already earned him a reputation among critics as someone willing to do whatever it took to secure power. In 2018, when Pompeo was appointed Secretary of State, many viewed it as the final confirmation of his status as one of the most dangerous figures in American politics. He was the embodiment of everything that had gone wrong in Washington, the willingness to sacrifice truth and integrity in the pursuit of personal and political power. Pompeo's actions in this position were no less controversial. His complicity in the Trump administration's foreign policy decisions, from the handling of the Saudi Arabia crisis to the disastrous exit from Syria, only reinforced his image as a man who put loyalty to power above the best interests of the nation. What made Pompeo so dangerous wasn't just his ability to spin a narrative, it was his ability to escape accountability. Time and time again, his mistakes were brushed aside, his misdeeds downplayed, and his failures redefined as successes by his loyal followers. He knew how to manipulate the media, sidestep scandal, and dismiss critics with condescension. To Pompeo, the rules were for everyone else. He was untouchable. He had learned early on that the key to survival in politics was not humility, but the ability to withstand criticism by showing no sign of weakness. He had mastered the art of the smear campaign, deflecting blame, and always spinning the story back in his favor. His opponents, no matter how righteous, were dismissed as naive or idealistic. He used fear to maintain control, fear of global threats, fear of an uncertain future, and sold the American people the idea that only he could protect them from the dangers outside. But despite all his success, there was a darker side to Pompeo's arrogance. His dismissiveness toward opposition, the way he belittled anyone who dared to challenge him, created a growing resentment among those who saw through his smokescreen. His long history of defending indefensible actions, brushing aside scandals, and portraying himself as an infallible leader was beginning to wear thin. The public, and even some within his own party, were starting to question whether his bravado was truly the sign of strength, or the mask of a man terrified of being exposed for what he really was. Yet, through it all, Pompeo had remained calm. He had weathered every storm, always emerging unscathed. He had no fear of losing, no fear of being found out. He was untouchable, at least, that's what he thought. The moment in the debate with Kamala Harris was the first sign that the carefully constructed empire he had built was starting to show cracks. For years, he had crafted his image, impeccable, unshakable, in control. But in that brief exchange, something shifted. His confidence faltered, his facade cracked. Harris hadn't just challenged his policies, she had challenged his entire narrative, the very foundation upon which he had built his power. And in that silence, that split second where he was left speechless, something fundamental had changed. He wasn't untouchable anymore. But as the nation watched, one thing became clear: for the first time, Pompeo's confidence was cracking. The man who had once manipulated the public with ease was now left scrambling for words, trying to hold on to the image of himself that had always been his greatest asset. And the audience, both in the room and at home, could see it, could feel it. Pompeo wasn't the invincible force he thought he was. His downfall had begun, and it was unfolding right before everyone's eyes. Kamala Harris wasn't born into a world that guaranteed success. She didn't inherit power, nor did she benefit from a privileged position in society. Her story was one of grit, determination, and an unyielding belief in the promise of justice, a belief that would define her entire career. Born to immigrants, Harris's upbringing was steeped in the values of resilience and the pursuit of equality. Her mother, a scientist from India, and her father, a Jamaican economist, instilled in her a sense of purpose that was grounded in the ideal that the fight for fairness is a fight worth winning. From a young age, Harris understood what it meant to stand up against adversity, to push back against a world that would often try to silence you, and to speak out for those whose voices were overlooked. Her parents taught her to never shrink in the face of injustice. The lessons came in the form of words, but also through action: her mother's fierce commitment to breaking barriers in a field dominated by men, her father's passionate discussions about systemic inequality. They weren't just teaching Kamala what it meant to be a person of integrity, they were showing her how to navigate the world as someone who could fight for others, even when the odds seemed insurmountable. As Harris entered the political arena, she carried these lessons with her. But she quickly realized that breaking into the system wasn't going to be as simple as it seemed. The political landscape was a battleground of its own, a place where ambition and power played by different rules. For a woman, for a person of color, the challenges were even greater. She was often told she didn't belong, or worse, that her voice didn't matter. Her very presence in spaces where decisions were made was, to some, an affront. But Harris didn't shy away. She leaned into the fight, using every setback as fuel for the fire that drove her forward. She was relentless, not just in her ambitions, but in her commitment to truth. Her career as a prosecutor gave her the chance to advocate for justice, to stand up for victims, and to dismantle systems that perpetuated inequality. As district attorney of San Francisco, she fought for the rights of those who were most vulnerable, taking on powerful forces and delivering on promises that many had thought impossible. She didn't just prosecute criminals, she prosecuted the systems that enabled criminal behavior in the first place. Her work was far from easy. She faced immense criticism, especially from those who saw her as an outsider, as someone who didn't fit the mold. There were times when she was asked to soften her stance, to compromise, to accept the status quo. But Harris wasn't someone who bent to pressure, especially not when it came to the principles she held dear. She pushed back against the system, calling out injustices even when it meant standing alone. And each time she did, she gained more strength and clarity about what mattered most, standing firm in her convictions, no matter how loud the opposition became. By the time she ran for U.S. Senate in 2016, Harris had already proven herself as a force to be reckoned with. Her rise to the Senate was nothing short of historic, but it was also a reflection of the deep foundation she had built. She didn't arrive in Washington, D.C., to play games. She arrived to be a voice for the voiceless, to challenge the powers that be, and to make the government work for the people it was meant to serve. Every decision she made, every step she took, was grounded in the values of fairness, justice, and the truth that she believed could heal the divisions in the country. Yet, despite all her accomplishments, Harris's presence in politics was never embraced by everyone. Her political opponents, often from the most powerful factions, fought against her every step of the way. They mocked her stance on reform, they downplayed her abilities, and they tried to undermine her at every turn. But for Harris, this was just another part of the battle. She had faced obstacles far greater than these before. She had faced sexism, racism, and the doubts of those who thought she should know her place. Each moment of resistance had only reaffirmed her commitment to the cause. She was not here to play small. She was here to challenge the very systems that perpetuated inequality. Her success in rising above these challenges was rooted in something that Pompeo, no matter how hard he tried, could never understand: humility. Harris's ability to stay grounded, to never forget where she came from or who she was fighting for, gave her the clarity and resolve to navigate the darkest moments of her career. While Pompeo believed that power was a weapon to be wielded and manipulated, Harris saw power as a responsibility, a means to serve those who had been left behind. And that responsibility guided her when she entered the national stage, when she began to face the likes of Pompeo, men who had come to see themselves as untouchable, as the natural leaders of this country. But Harris knew something they didn't. She knew that real leadership wasn't about maintaining control at any cost, it was about leading with integrity, staying true to one's values, and always remembering the people you were meant to serve. Kamala Harris wasn't just prepared for this moment. She had been preparing for it her entire life. The obstacles she had faced, the battles she had fought, had all led her to this exact point. And while Pompeo might have thought he could steamroll her with his arrogance and dismissiveness, he was about to learn a hard lesson: Kamala Harris wasn't just a politician. She was a woman on a mission to restore justice, fairness, and truth to the heart of American politics. Little did Pompeo know, Kamala Harris had been preparing for this moment her entire career, and what she would say next would leave him scrambling for answers. The air in the room grew heavier with each passing second. The tension was palpable, thick enough to cut through. Kamala Harris sat tall, her calm demeanor almost a direct challenge to the rising storm in Mike Pompeo. He had been rattled earlier, but now, he was determined to regain control. He leaned forward, his fingers tapping the desk in a sharp rhythm, a signal of growing agitation. "You really think the country wants to hear your idealistic platitudes about unity, don't you, Senator Harris?" Pompeo's voice rang out, more forceful this time. "This isn't a fantasy land where we can just hold hands and sing Kumbaya. The real world is about tough decisions, about protecting our borders, about securing our national interests. What you're offering is a fairy tale, and it won't survive in the harsh reality of global politics." The words hit with a force that was meant to rattle her, to make her question her approach. Pompeo's tone was venomous now, sardonic, dismissive. He was attempting to drag her into his narrative, to paint her as naive, as someone unprepared for the rough edges of the world. But Kamala Harris remained unmoved. She took a slow breath, her hands clasped neatly in front of her. She was steady, unwavering. She wasn't there to shout back, she was there to dismantle his arguments, piece by piece, with calm, surgical precision. "Mike," she said, her voice cutting through the tension like a blade. "What you're describing isn't strength. It's fear. Fear of change, fear of progress, and fear of what an America united looks like. Her eyes locked on his, unwavering. You're afraid of the very ideals that make this country great. You've spent your entire career playing into division, whether it's on the global stage or right here at home. Pompeo recoiled slightly. There it was again, the truth, cutting deeper than any insult. She wasn't just attacking his policies, she was exposing his entire worldview. But Pompeo was quick to recover. His smirk returned, albeit tighter, more forced. You want to talk about fear, Senator Harris, he retorted, his voice rising. You want to talk about division? Let's talk about the real threats we face, terrorism, rogue states, hostile foreign actors. While you sit here talking about unity and compromise, our enemies aren't waiting around for us to catch up with your division. They're exploiting every weakness, and you're too busy dreaming to see it. The audience could feel the heat between them now. Pompeo was fighting harder, pulling every card from his well-worn deck, scaring, posturing, manipulating. It was clear he had nothing left to offer except fear. He was losing control, and the harder he pushed, the more it became evident. But Kamala Harris didn't flinch. Her response was deliberate, fact-based, and clear. Mike, she said again, with an air of quiet authority. The only real weakness this country has is its unwillingness to stand firm on what's right. You're right, there are real threats out there. But let me remind you of something. She paused, letting the weight of her words settle in. Real strength is about recognizing that we don't need to destroy to protect. We don't need to incite fear to stay safe. In fact, it's our ability to build partnerships, to lead with diplomacy and justice, that has kept us strong for over 200 years. Her words hung in the air, a stark contrast to the fiery rhetoric Pompeo was throwing around. The audience shifted uncomfortably, the sound of a few deep breaths, some shifting in their seats, as if they were just now realizing the very real difference in how these two approached the world. Pompeo, visibly rattled now, tried to regroup, but his voice cracked. His carefully crafted narrative, the one he'd been repeating for years, was slipping away in front of him. His attempts to project dominance were only exposing his desperation. Don't preach to me about strength, Kamala, Pompeo shot back, his tone harsh. You've been living in your bubble, isolated from the real challenges we face as a nation. You don't understand the weight of the decisions we have to make, the lives that are on the line. Your vision. It's a luxury, a fantasy. But Harris wasn't rattled. In fact, she grew even more resolute, her next words cutting deeper than any attack could. Mike, let me remind you of something even more important. You don't get to define what strength is for this country. Our strength comes from who we are, from the core of our values. Not from putting walls up and closing off the rest of the world, but from reaching across those walls to build something better. It's not about playing games with people's lives, it's about ensuring that every person in this country has a shot at the American dream. The tension in the room was now unbearable. Harris's words were sharp and deliberate, and for the first time in the debate, Pompeo's facade was starting to crumble. His hands, once poised on the table with confidence, now trembled slightly. His eyes darted nervously, as though trying to find a way to turn the tide. But it was too late. The crowd could sense it. Pompeo had been reduced to frantic, empty gestures. His rhetoric was running out of steam, his attacks falling flat against Harris's unwavering composure and crystal-clear convictions. Every word he spoke now seemed like a last-ditch effort to salvage a battle he was losing. As Pompeo grew increasingly agitated, Kamala Harris poised herself for a counterattack that would leave him speechless. She wasn't just about to win this debate, she was about to expose the core of his failure, something he could never recover from. The tension in the debate hall reached its peak. Mike Pompeo was visibly unraveling, his attacks growing more frantic with every word. Kamala Harris, on the other hand, remained the picture of composure. Her unwavering confidence, her calm demeanor, and her precise command of the facts were now her weapons, an arsenal against Pompeo's bluster and fear-mongering. Pompeo had made the fatal mistake of underestimating her. He had expected to crush her with his well-worn playbook, scare the audience with threats, paint her as naive, and assert that only his brand of strength could protect the nation. But Kamala Harris wasn't playing that game. She had waited for the right moment to strike, to expose Pompeo for what he truly was, a man of contradictions, someone who spoke of strength but whose actions betrayed him at every turn. Pompeo's voice rang out again, this time more forceful, desperate even. You can sit there and lecture me all you want, Senator Harris, but the facts speak for themselves. This world is a dangerous place, and your peaceful approach, is nothing but a fantasy. We need leaders who are ready to make the tough calls, who won't shy away from the hard decisions. He leaned forward, staring her down with that same, familiar smugness. The kind of smugness that said, I'm in control here. But Kamala Harris wasn't intimidated. She had seen this before, she had faced down men like Pompeo all her life, people who believed they were untouchable, that their power and their narrative were beyond reproach. But she wasn't backing down. She took a slow, deliberate breath and looked him straight in the eye. Mike, she began, her voice soft but sharp, you talk about strength, but all I hear is fear. You hide behind the rhetoric of toughness, but let me remind you, strength isn't about threatening others. Strength is about standing firm in your values, even when it's hard. Strength is about having the courage to look at the truth, no matter how uncomfortable it makes you. The room went quiet, all attention focused on her. Harris wasn't just making an argument, she was making a statement. A statement that would reverberate far beyond this debate. Let me remind you, Mike, she continued, her voice steady, when you were Secretary of State, you promised to put America first, to defend our interests at any cost. But what you didn't tell the American people was how you turned a blind eye to human rights abuses, how you prioritized the interests of dictators over the values that this country was founded upon. You chose power over people, and you did it time and time again. Pompeo's face tightened. He was used to throwing out insults, used to being the one in control. But now, he was the one being held accountable. Harris's words landed with the precision of a surgeon's scalpel, cutting away at the layers of defense Pompeo had built over his career. She wasn't just pointing out his hypocrisy, she was laying bare his entire philosophy, exposing the fragile foundation upon which his power was built. You sat there, Harris went on, her voice growing stronger, and talked about protecting America, but you didn't protect the people who needed it the most. You abandoned the very values that make this country great, values of freedom, of justice, of fairness. You put our interests ahead of the lives of the people who depend on us. And that, she paused, is the real danger to America. The audience was on the edge of their seats. The energy in the room had shifted. Kamala Harris had turned the tide, and it wasn't just her arguments that were hitting, each word she spoke was an emotional blow, a call to the moral compass that most Americans held dear. Pompeo, who had once exuded confidence, was now visibly shaking. His face flushed with frustration, his jaw clenched. He opened his mouth to speak, but Harris didn't give him the chance. She had already won this moment. Let's talk about your so-called strength, Mike, Harris said, leaning forward. You've spent your career exploiting fear, pushing an agenda that divides this country, that makes us weaker. You've sold the American people the idea that the world is a place to be feared, and that the only way to survive is to close ourselves off from others. You've put your interests ahead of the very people you claim to protect. You have made us weaker, not stronger. With every word, she dismantled Pompeo's narrative. She wasn't just confronting him on policy, she was calling out the very foundation of his approach, his belief that power could be maintained through fear, manipulation, and deceit. And with every line, she exposed the emptiness at the heart of his vision for the country. Pompeo opened his mouth again, but no words came. He was flustered, struggling to find a response, to salvage the position of authority he had held throughout his career. The silence hung in the air, growing heavier with each passing second. The crowd waited, breathless, as Pompeo stammered for a retort that never came. Kamala Harris, unwavering in her resolve, didn't let the silence linger. She had already delivered the final blow. "The truth is, Mike," she said, her voice calm but filled with moral clarity, "you're afraid of a world where we lead with compassion, with integrity, with justice. You're afraid of a world where we don't build walls but build bridges. You're afraid because, deep down, you know that what you've been selling, the lies, the fear-mongering, the corruption, isn't the strength this country needs. It's a weakness." Pompeo stood there, staring blankly. For the first time in his career, he had nothing to say. No words. No rebuttals. Nothing. The room was utterly still, and the deafening silence was the loudest statement of all. Kamala Harris had delivered her masterstroke, and in that moment, she had shattered the very narrative Pompeo had spent years constructing. She hadn't just defeated him in this debate, she had exposed him for who he truly was, and in doing so, had delivered a resounding victory for truth, justice, and the America that so many people still believed in. Pompeo stood there, defeated, unable to recover from the truth that had just been laid bare. Harris's victory wasn't just political, it was moral, and it was undeniable. And as the debate continued, one thing was certain: Harris had taken control, and Pompeo had lost his grasp. The moment Kamala Harris delivered her devastating counterattack, it was as if the world itself stopped and took notice. The room fell into a stunned silence, and even after the debate concluded, the echoes of her words reverberated far beyond the walls of that hall. Within minutes, social media exploded into a frenzy. Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, every platform was alight with reactions, as millions of viewers shared their thoughts, their outrage, and their admiration. The hashtag Harris wins began trending almost immediately, flooding timelines with praise, memes, and sound bites of her now infamous mic drop moment. Political pundits, once skeptical of Harris's ability to stand up to the seasoned Pompeo, now saw her in a new light. "She's not just a politician, she's a force," tweeted one prominent political analyst. Pompeo thought he could play the same game, but he couldn't keep up. Harris showed him what real leadership looks like. The victory was resonating with a vast swath of the population, especially those who had long felt sidelined by a political system that seemed to favor the powerful over the people. Immigrants, women, and people of color, who had long watched their voices be dismissed, found inspiration in Harris's poise and her unwavering commitment to justice. They saw in her a reflection of their own struggles, the quiet resilience it took to survive in a world that often didn't want to hear their truth. The responses came in a wave, news outlets scrambled to cover the fallout. CNN's coverage was dominated by the debate's aftermath, with pundits and political experts weighing in on what was being called a game-changing moment. "This is more than just a win for Harris," said one commentator. "This is a moment in history. We are witnessing the reshaping of the political landscape." Across the political spectrum, the reactions were split. Supporters of Harris flooded the internet with messages of solidarity and admiration. "Finally, someone who isn't afraid to call out the hypocrisy of the establishment," one tweet read. "Kamala is exactly the kind of leader we need." Others pointed out how her calm and measured response contrasted sharply with the aggression and fear-mongering often used in politics, particularly from figures like Pompeo. "This is how we need to lead, with clarity, with truth, with dignity," another supporter wrote. But it wasn't just Harris's supporters who were vocal. The fallout from Pompeo's defeat was swift and harsh. Political commentators on the right attempted to downplay the moment, but even they struggled to ignore the growing backlash. Pompeo's attempt to dismiss Harris as naive, as out of touch with the real world, had backfired spectacularly. His critics pointed out the contradictions in his own words, the contradictions that Harris had so expertly exposed. Pompeo's entire career has been based on talking tough, but it's clear he doesn't have the backbone to back it up, one conservative writer tweeted. What's more dangerous, Kamala Harris's diplomacy or Mike Pompeo's empty rhetoric? Celebrities, too, joined the conversation, amplifying the cultural shift that was unfolding. Actress and activist Kerry Washington tweeted, "Kamala Harris just reminded us what it means to fight with integrity." This is leadership. Hashtag Harris wins. Musicians, writers, and influencers alike echoed the sentiment, celebrating the way Harris had not only defended her principles but had done so with poise and grace, dismantling Pompeo's arguments with the force of truth. Meanwhile, Pompeo's silence after Harris's mic drop moment did not go unnoticed. His loyal base tried to rally in his defense, but the momentum was fading fast. A video of Harris's final words, her condemnation of Pompeo's hypocrisy, was shared across news sites and social media, gaining millions of views. The stark contrast between Harris's controlled, factual response and Pompeo's increasingly erratic, defenseless retorts painted a clear picture for anyone paying attention. The debate wasn't just a clash of ideologies, it was a clash of moral character. Across television screens, the conversation continued to grow. MSNBC, Fox News, and even international outlets were covering the fallout. What had started as a domestic political event had become a global spectacle. Kamala Harris just delivered a knockout punch, and Mike Pompeo has no answer, said one news anchor. This could redefine the political conversation for months to come. As hours passed, the narrative surrounding the debate began to solidify. Harris had shown that strength in leadership wasn't about posturing or building walls, it was about speaking the truth, standing by your values, and confronting the system, even when the odds were stacked against you. She had not only exposed Pompeo's hypocrisy, she had demonstrated the type of leadership that transcended party lines. For the first time, the nation saw what it could look like to have a leader who prioritized justice, equality, and diplomacy over division and fear. But just as the dust seemed to settle, a new twist emerged, one that would leave everyone questioning Pompeo's future. Word began to spread that Pompeo's campaign was in trouble, not just because of the debate but due to mounting internal pressures within his own party. Rumors of dissatisfaction among key supporters and donors began to swirl. His position as a political powerhouse seemed shakier than ever before. In the coming days, reports surfaced that Pompeo's team was scrambling to downplay the fallout, attempting damage control by issuing statements, but nothing seemed to silence the questions now looming over him. Was this the end of Pompeo's political career? Could he recover from this devastating blow, or had Kamala Harris's masterstroke irrevocably changed the dynamics of the race? The questions lingered, unanswered, as Harris's victory continued to resonate across the country. This wasn't just about one debate, it was about a moment in history that had shaken the political landscape, a moment that had revealed the true measure of leadership and exposed the deep fractures in the old political guard. As the nation watched, the world was forced to confront a new reality, the tides were shifting, and Kamala Harris had just become a central force in shaping that future. The dust from the debate had settled, but the weight of what had happened continued to linger in the air. Kamala Harris had done more than just win a political debate, she had delivered a masterclass in integrity, in leadership, and in moral courage. As the public absorbed the aftershocks of the confrontation, it was clear that this wasn't just a fleeting victory for Harris. This was a moment that would echo in the hearts and minds of Americans for years to come. In the days following the debate, Harris's name was everywhere. Headlines praised her for her poise and composure, but it wasn't just her ability to speak that had made an impact, it was her unwavering commitment to the truth. In a world where fear and division were so often used as tools of power, Harris had proven that there was another way, the way of dignity, of respect, of fighting for what was right even when it's not the easy path. For Kamala Harris, the moment was never about defeating Mike Pompeo, it was about demonstrating what real leadership looked like. She had reframed the debate from a political battle to a battle for the soul of the nation. In a time when so many politicians relied on fear, manipulation, and divisiveness to win support, Harris had shown the world that strength came not from tearing others down, but from building others up. Strength came from truth, from standing firm in your values, and from serving the people with honor. Her calm, steady response to Pompeo's attacks was more than just a strategic counter, it was a reminder of the power of integrity. Harris had faced down every form of political attack, from smears to misrepresentations, and had risen above it all. But rather than relying on the same tactics of fear and division that Pompeo used, she had stood as a beacon of what America could be if it returned to its founding ideals, a country that welcomed diversity, that valued justice over personal gain, and that believed in the power of truth above all else. And in that moment, Harris's words rang true not just in the debate hall, but across the entire nation. From the halls of Washington to the living rooms of everyday Americans, her message was heard loud and clear. Truth matters. Integrity matters. And when the world feels divided and broken, it's those values that hold the power to unite us and push us forward. The response from the American people was overwhelming. People who had once questioned Harris's ability to rise to the challenge now saw her in a new light. Her victory wasn't just a political win, it was a moral triumph. It was a sign that the country still had the capacity for leaders who could put truth above power, who could stand up for justice and fairness in a world that often seemed to reward corruption and dishonesty. Supporters flooded social media with messages of solidarity and inspiration. Kamala Harris showed us what it means to fight with honor, one tweet read. She didn't just win, she reminded us that leadership is about doing what's right, even when it's hard. Another post reflected the sentiment of many, this is what real leadership looks like. This is what we need more of. But it wasn't just her supporters who were moved. Even those who had long been skeptical of Harris's approach found themselves reconsidering their views. The respect she earned wasn't just from political allies, it was from anyone who recognized the power of integrity and strength. The debate had transcended party lines and had become something bigger, a conversation about the kind of country Americans wanted to live in. And through it all, Kamala Harris had proven something else, that you didn't have to compromise your values to succeed. She had shown the world that moral victories were not only possible, but they could be the most powerful force of all. In an era where cynicism and partisanship often clouded the political landscape, Harris had restored faith in the idea that truth and justice could lead the way forward. Her victory wasn't just a turning point in a political race, it was a victory for anyone who had ever felt unheard, for anyone who had ever been told they didn't belong. Harris had given them a voice, a reminder that standing up for what's right wasn't just a noble endeavor, it was the only way to make real change in the world. The final moments of the debate had been a microcosm of everything Harris stood for, unwavering confidence in the face of adversity, an unrelenting commitment to truth, and a refusal to be intimidated by those who would try to manipulate the system for their own gain. She hadn't just beaten Pompeo in a debate, she had exposed the heart of his argument as hollow, as deceptive, and as ultimately weak. And in the days and weeks to come, the conversations that started in that debate hall would continue. People would look back at that moment, remembering how Harris stood strong, how she pushed back against the narrative of fear and division, and how she showed the world that the power of truth, of living in alignment with your values, could bring down the most powerful walls. As she looked ahead to what was next, Kamala Harris knew one thing for sure, this battle was far from over. The struggle for truth, justice, and dignity was a lifelong fight, but with every victory like this one, she was reminding the world that the path forward would always be one paved by integrity, courage, and the unwavering belief that the right thing is always the strongest thing. Her words had resonated in that moment, but they would continue to echo for generations to come. As we look back on this defining moment, one thing is clear, Kamala Harris didn't just win a debate, she won a victory for truth, justice, and integrity. In the face of fear and manipulation, she stood tall, reminding us all that real strength comes not from tearing others down, but from building up the values that define us as a nation. She showed us that when we lead with dignity, when we stand by the truth, and when we refuse to let lies dictate our future, we have the power to change the world. This moment wasn't just about Harris. It was about all of us. It was about reclaiming the narrative that fear and division will never be the answer. It was about standing firm in what we know is right, even when the odds are stacked against us. This is the kind of leadership we deserve, leadership that prioritizes the people, that fights for justice, and that never backs down from doing what's morally right. Now, it's up to us to carry this momentum forward. The fight for truth, for fairness, and for a brighter future is far from over. If you believe in what Kamala Harris stood for in that debate, then it's time to take action. Share this video, spread the message, and be part of the movement that stands up for what's right. Subscribe to our channel for more stories of courage and conviction, and join us in this ongoing fight for justice and integrity. The future is in our hands, and together, we can make sure it's a future defined by truth, dignity, and hope. Let's keep pushing for a world where integrity triumphs, where leaders stand for justice, and where every voice is heard. This is just the beginning. Join the movement. Be the change. The courtroom is thick with tension. Lawyers shuffle papers, murmurs ripple through the gallery, but all eyes are on the two figures at the center, Rudy Giuliani, the once vaunted legal titan, standing tall with his hands gripping the podium, ready to deliver his next move. Across from him, Kamala Harris, poised and calm, watches intently, a quiet storm brewing in her eyes. Giuliani's voice fills the space, brash and self-assured. Your Honor, the facts are clear. There's no ambiguity here. This case is airtight. The evidence speaks for itself, and the people have spoken. My client's position is not just legally sound, it's indisputable. His words slice through the air, and the audience shifts in their seats, nodding along to the conviction in his voice. Kamala doesn't flinch. Her gaze locks onto Giuliani, and for a moment, it's as though time itself slows. The room waits. A slight shift in her posture, just enough to signal that she's ready. She rises from her chair with a deliberate slowness. The murmurs die down. All eyes are now on her. Her presence commands the space, like a calm wave before the storm. Kamala clears her throat, her voice a controlled, powerful calm. Mr. Giuliani, she begins, the name heavy in the air, you speak as though this is about facts. You speak as though the law is in your favor. But what you're doing here, in this courtroom, is not just bending the truth, it's breaking it. A beat. The courtroom is still. The audience holds their breath, sensing something monumental is about to unfold. Kamala pauses for a moment longer, allowing her words to settle, and then she delivers the blow. You're trying to sell the American people a lie. A lie so big, it would make even the most hardened criminals wince. Giuliani's face tightens. He tries to hold his ground, but the room is shifting. Gasps echo in the gallery. The energy has changed. Kamala's eyes never leave him as she continues, voice unwavering. The people deserve better than this. And I'm here to make sure they get it. The silence is deafening. Even the judge seems momentarily stunned. But just when everyone thought Giuliani's case was solid, Kamala dropped a bombshell that no one saw coming. The room feels smaller now, suffocating even. Kamala's words hang in the air, echoing off the high walls of the courtroom. Giuliani, flustered for the first time in the entire trial, clenches his jaw. He's been here before, grilling witnesses, controlling the narrative, making the case his. But this is different. The weight of his reputation presses on him. For years, he's been the self-proclaimed Mayor of America, the hero of 9/11, the attorney who took on the corrupt and powerful. His face, his voice, has been synonymous with legal authority, with an ironclad belief in his ability to win at all costs. But in this moment, something shifts in his demeanor. He's not invincible anymore. Not here. Not against Kamala Harris. Kamala is no stranger to the pressure of public scrutiny. She's fought on every front, first as a prosecutor, then as a senator, and now, as vice president, where every word she utters is magnified by the entire country. Yet she stands here with a quiet resolve. Her experience, honed through years of navigating the brutal world of politics and law, has prepared her for this moment. Her every movement, every glance, conveys the same message: she's not backing down. Not this time. This case, with its high-profile players and charged political undertones, is far more than just a legal matter. It's about power. It's about the truth. It's about the integrity of the American legal system itself. What happens here could reshape public opinion, alter the political landscape, and redefine who we trust to wield power in this country. The stakes have never been higher. Giuliani knows it. The cameras flashing outside the courthouse, the pundits and talking heads, the polls tracking every move of this trial, it all hangs in the balance. If he wins, he cements his legacy as a bulldog lawyer, a champion for his side. But if he loses, well, his entire career, everything he's fought for, could be called into question. His credibility, already frayed by scandal and controversy, would be in tatters. Kamala knows this too. Her victory here would be far more than a legal triumph, it would be a symbolic one. It would prove, once and for all, that integrity, not power, should reign supreme in America's halls of justice. For her, it's personal. She's not just fighting to win a case, she's fighting for the soul of the nation. She's fighting for the idea that truth, fairness, and justice still have a place in this country. That they can still prevail, even against the powerful few who think they're above the law. She takes a step forward. The air in the courtroom seems to grow heavier, more oppressive. The judge, a no-nonsense figure, watches intently, but even he can't mask the gravity of the moment. Kamala glances briefly toward him, then back to Giuliani, who's visibly sweating now. The tension is palpable. Giuliani straightens, recovering some of his usual bluster, but it's clear he's rattled. "You can't possibly believe that," he begins, but Kamala's interruption is swift, cutting through him like a knife. "No, Mr. Giuliani," she says, her voice icy and deliberate. "What you've been peddling here is not just a distortion of facts. It's a betrayal of everything this country stands for." The gallery is silent. Kamala's words land like thunder, shaking the very foundations of the case. Everyone in the room knows it's no longer about who can out-talk who. It's about who will win the war for truth, the war for integrity. Kamala continues, her tone unwavering. The American people deserve more than cheap theatrics. They deserve honesty. They deserve justice. And they deserve a government that doesn't bow to corruption. Her gaze sharpens, focusing on Giuliani. What happens in this courtroom today will resonate far beyond these walls. Giuliani's eyes narrow, and Kamala feels the shift. His desperation is evident, but so is his refusal to concede. This battle is no longer just about winning a case. It's about fighting for the nation's very ideals. But what happened next would shake the foundation of the case, and change everything we thought we knew about legal arguments in America. Rudy Giuliani's rise to power is a tale that many in America know all too well. The self-proclaimed hero of 9/11, the brash prosecutor turned mayor who made a name for himself by toughening up New York City and sweeping away the city's criminals. In his own mind, he was untouchable. A legal genius. A man who had shaped and defined the very principles of justice. But behind that towering reputation, there was another Giuliani, the one who reveled in power, in manipulation, in bending the rules to suit his needs. The same Giuliani who was willing to twist the truth, embellish the facts, and bulldoze his way through any courtroom, no matter the consequences. The man who, despite once being hailed as America's mayor, became a symbol of corruption, self-interest, and arrogance. In the early days, Giuliani was everything his supporters claimed him to be. A young, energetic prosecutor with a passion for justice. He fought to bring down the mob, to clean up the streets, and to take down those who thought they were above the law. At least, that's the story he liked to tell. But as time passed, his vision of justice became clouded, twisted by ambition and ego. As mayor, he was a whirlwind, chaotic, polarizing, but undeniably effective in reshaping the city's image. He cracked down on crime, turned Times Square into a sanitized tourist attraction, and positioned himself as the tough leader New York needed. The media adored him. The people who were grateful for a cleaner, safer city worshipped him. He was the man who, according to him, could do no wrong. But as his political star rose, so did his arrogance. The man who once claimed to be a servant of the people now saw himself as a messiah, untouchable, above the rules. By the time he left office in 2001, Giuliani was at the pinnacle of his career, riding high off the back of his 9/11 leadership. America needed a hero, and he filled that role, almost prophetically, while the world watched in awe. But it wasn't long before the cracks began to show. After leaving office, Giuliani's reputation began to unravel. The man who once savored headlines now found himself struggling to stay relevant. His reputation, once synonymous with leadership, was marred by scandal. It wasn't long before he latched onto political causes and dubious alliances, using his status as a stepping stone to remain in the public eye. The same man who had once decried the corruption of others now began to show the world how easily he could slip into that very same pattern. His tenure as Donald Trump's personal attorney would become his ultimate undoing. A man who prided himself on his legal prowess suddenly became the face of some of the most outrageous and baseless legal claims in recent history. Giuliani, the legal genius, found himself on the wrong side of history, publicly aligning with conspiracies, lies, and courtroom antics that would make any self-respecting lawyer cringe. He wasn't fighting for justice anymore, he was fighting for attention, for relevance, for power at all costs. It became clear, Rudy Giuliani's arrogance had cost him more than his dignity. It had cost him his integrity. Inside the courtroom, the audience could feel it. His once celebrated reputation was now a weight that dragged him down. It wasn't just his legal arguments that were falling apart, it was his persona, his very identity, that was crumbling. Giuliani no longer commanded respect, instead, he evoked disdain, as people saw him for what he truly was, a man willing to sell out every principle for personal gain. And yet, here he was again, standing tall in front of the jury, eyes bright with self-confidence, convinced that his usual tactics would win the day. The same arrogant posture, the same feigned certainty in his arguments, the same overinflated sense of superiority. Giuliani had always believed he could talk his way out of anything. His reputation as a legal genius was built on his ability to manipulate the truth, to spin any narrative in his favor, to dominate the courtroom with his forceful personality. The people around him, his colleagues, his supporters, they all fed into the myth of Rudy Giuliani, the man who could never lose. But Kamala Harris wasn't just any opponent. She wasn't intimidated by his theatrics. She wasn't swayed by his bravado. Kamala had seen it all before, the arrogance, the manipulation, the desperate attempts to control the narrative. And she knew exactly how to counter it. Giuliani, however, didn't see it coming. His history of outsmarting opponents through sheer force of will had led him to believe that he was unbeatable. But little did he know, the very tactics he relied on for years would soon be turned against him in the most humiliating way imaginable. Kamala Harris stands tall in the courtroom, calm and collected, a stark contrast to the bluster and arrogance of her opponent. But her demeanor doesn't come from luck or privilege, it is the product of a lifetime spent fighting for justice in a world that often seemed set against her. Born to immigrant parents, her mother from India, her father from Jamaica, Kamala's upbringing was a fusion of cultures, values, and struggles. She grew up in Oakland, California, a city known for its diversity and vibrancy but also for its challenges. Her mother, Shyamala, a breast cancer researcher, instilled in Kamala a deep sense of purpose, that every day should be dedicated to breaking down barriers, to pushing against systems of power that sought to exclude and marginalize. Her father, Donald, an economist, taught her the importance of discipline and fairness, lessons that would later guide her as a prosecutor and politician. Kamala's early life was shaped by her mother's courage in the face of adversity. Raised in a racially divided America, Kamala faced discrimination, but she never let it define her. Instead, she used it as fuel for her fire. As a young woman, she witnessed the inequalities that plagued the justice system, disparities in education, criminal sentencing, and access to opportunity. She could feel the weight of those injustices, but rather than retreat, Kamala chose to confront them head-on. Her decision to become a lawyer was not just a career choice, it was a calling. At Howard University, Kamala honed her intellect, sharpened her critical thinking, and deepened her understanding of the law. She was an ambitious student, driven by a desire to make a difference, and it was there that she began to realize her full potential. She graduated with honors and went on to study law at the University of California, Hastings College of the Law. After law school, Kamala entered the public sector, where she cut her teeth in the criminal justice system. She worked as a prosecutor in Alameda County, where she quickly gained a reputation for her tenacity and ability to go after the most difficult cases with unflinching determination. But it wasn't just her legal expertise that set her apart, it was her commitment to fairness. Kamala's legal philosophy wasn't about winning at all costs, it was about making sure justice was served, no matter the odds. Her empathy for victims and her fierce advocacy for the underserved and overlooked made her a force to be reckoned with. In 2003, Kamala was elected District Attorney of San Francisco. She became the first woman, the first black woman, and the first South Asian woman to hold the position. But her victory wasn't just about breaking barriers, it was about what she did with the power she now wielded. Kamala fought to reform the criminal justice system, making it fairer, more inclusive, and more just. She took on corrupt police officers, fought for the rights of victims, and pushed for a more humane approach to incarceration. She was no stranger to controversy. Kamala made tough decisions that earned her both admiration and criticism. As a prosecutor, she often had to walk a fine line between being tough on crime and ensuring that the system worked for everyone, regardless of their race, background, or socioeconomic status. She pushed for reforms in the criminal justice system, advocating for alternatives to incarceration for nonviolent offenders and focusing on rehabilitation rather than punishment. She wasn't just interested in winning cases, she was interested in making the system better. But as her career progressed, Kamala faced backlash from some of her political opponents, especially when she ran for Attorney General of California in 2010. Critics questioned her record on criminal justice reform and accused her of being too lenient on certain issues. But Kamala, ever the pragmatist, stood firm in her belief that progress could only be made through hard work and persistent reform. She was undeterred by the negative press or the naysayers. She knew the work was far from over, but she also knew it was worth fighting for. Her rise to national prominence came when she was elected to the U.S. Senate in 2016. Kamala's Senate career was marked by her sharp questioning during Senate hearings, where she relentlessly held powerful figures accountable. She wasn't afraid to challenge anyone, from FBI directors to Supreme Court nominees. Her calm demeanor, the kind that was so often misinterpreted as passive, was in fact her secret weapon. It was a sign of her ability to stay focused under pressure, to rise above the noise, and to make every word count. Her approach to politics wasn't about showmanship or getting attention, it was about substance. Kamala didn't chase headlines, she chased justice. She didn't seek the spotlight, she sought to make real change. And when she was selected as Joe Biden's running mate in 2020, it was not just a political calculation, it was a testament to her years of hard work, her vision for the future, and her ability to inspire millions of Americans who had long been overlooked by the political establishment. Kamala Harris, the Vice President of the United States, was now one of the most powerful figures in the country. But despite the accolades and the title, she was still the same person, the brilliant, tenacious lawyer who had spent her life fighting for justice. She knew that, despite the challenges ahead, the work wasn't finished. She was still in the fight. And now, in this courtroom, she stood poised for her greatest challenge yet. Giuliani had thought he could intimidate her, outwit her, or overpower her with his usual bluster. But Kamala wasn't here to play by his rules. She had faced tougher battles before, but this was different. The stakes had never been higher. The courtroom is electric with tension, the air thick with anticipation. The battle of words has begun, and every word counts. Rudy Giuliani paces back and forth, his voice rising as he builds on his argument, pulling every tactic he's used for decades from his bag of tricks. The room hangs on his every word, his sheer force of personality filling the space. This case, Your Honor, is a matter of clear legal principle, Giuliani declares, his voice brash, the confidence oozing from every syllable. The evidence is incontrovertible. My client's position is not just legitimate, it's sacrosanct. And if we're going to ignore the facts for the sake of political correctness, we risk undermining the very fabric of our legal system. Giuliani leans forward, his eyes locking onto Kamala, daring her to challenge him. His words are sharp, a razor's edge meant to cut through any resistance. It's the kind of courtroom aggression he's been using for decades to crush opponents, brash, loud, unapologetic. Kamala, on the other hand, remains still, her expression calm but her eyes sharp and calculating. She doesn't need to raise her voice to command attention. She's already proven that she's more than capable of standing her ground. Every word from her mouth is deliberate, measured. "Mr. Giuliani," she responds, her voice carrying the weight of years of legal expertise. "What you've presented here is not the law, it's a distortion of it. The facts you claim to be so clear are nothing but a tangled web of half-truths and selective interpretations. You're not advocating for justice. You're trying to sell a narrative." Giuliani's eyes narrow. He isn't used to being challenged in this manner, not so coolly, not so effectively. The audience can feel it, Kamala's steady presence is beginning to rattle him. Her voice, calm as a lake, contrasts violently with his storming presence. Giuliani slams his hand on the table, his face flushed with anger. "Selective interpretations," he sneers. "Are you suggesting that I'm lying? That I'm misleading the court? Because if that's your argument, you're not dealing with facts, you're dealing with accusations." The room shifts. Kamala doesn't flinch. She looks him dead in the eye, her gaze unwavering. "No, Mr. Giuliani," she says coolly, "I'm simply stating that your interpretation of the facts is, at best, misguided. At worst, it's a deliberate attempt to mislead this court." The tension in the room builds, the conflict escalating with every word. Kamala's words are like water against stone, slow, deliberate, eroding his arguments one by one. Giuliani's face twists in disbelief. He's used to having the last word, to overpowering his opponents with force and fury. But Kamala is different. She isn't intimidated by his bluster. She doesn't buckle under his pressure. And it's starting to show. Giuliani's voice becomes more shrill, the cracks in his confidence widening. "This is absurd. I've fought for justice my entire life, and now you're questioning my integrity? I've been in this game longer than you, Harris. I know how to win." Kamala's response is swift, direct, and chilling. "Winning at all costs doesn't equate to justice, Mr. Giuliani. There's a difference between being a champion of legal victories and being a champion of truth." The words hit like a punch. Giuliani stumbles back, momentarily caught off guard. The courtroom seems to inhale collectively, the weight of her statement hanging in the air. Kamala's words hang in the room like an accusation that can't be ignored. Giuliani tries to regain his footing, throwing one last insult. "You're too idealistic, Harris. You think you can play by the rules in a world where everyone else is breaking them. This is a game, and you're losing." Kamala doesn't rise to the bait. Instead, she steps forward slightly, just enough to command the space. "Mr. Giuliani, this isn't a game. This is about people's lives. This is about integrity. This is about the law." There's a subtle shift in the room. Giuliani, once so sure of his dominance, is starting to crack under the pressure. His attempts to dominate the courtroom, to bully the truth into submission, are faltering. The audience can feel it. His facade is crumbling, piece by piece, as Kamala's composed, no-nonsense approach pulls the rug out from under him. The judge looks between the two of them, eyes narrowing. Kamala's precision and calm are so different from Giuliani's aggressive, blustering style that it's almost disorienting. For a moment, it seems as though Giuliani's entire case might fall apart in real time. Kamala's eyes flicker back to Giuliani, a subtle, almost imperceptible shift in her expression. She's ready. She's been waiting for this. The tension in the room is palpable, the crowd holding their breath as they watch the two clash. But just when it seemed like Giuliani had the upper hand, Kamala unleashed a counterargument that would leave everyone speechless. The courtroom is electric. The tension is so thick, you could cut it with a knife. Every eye in the room is fixed on Kamala Harris, who stands poised at the front of the room, her calm and unwavering presence like a beacon of reason in the storm of Giuliani's bluster. Giuliani, his face flushed with frustration, has just unleashed one last desperate attempt to salvage his case. His words were laced with venom, but they landed with the weight of desperation. He's losing control, and he knows it. But in his mind, his argument still stands, and he refuses to admit defeat. Kamala, however, remains unfazed. She's seen this before, the frantic, last-ditch efforts to rally when the facts are no longer on your side. Her eyes, sharp and calculating, never leave him. Her mind is working at full speed, processing every word, every contradiction, every flaw in his argument. And she knows it's time. The room is silent now, the air crackling with anticipation. Kamala steps forward slightly, just enough to project her voice and command the attention of the entire courtroom. Mr. Giuliani, she begins, her voice calm but laden with the weight of truth. You've had the floor for long enough. And yet, you've failed to address the heart of this case, the facts. The law. The very principles of justice that you claim to champion. But what you've presented here is nothing more than smoke and mirrors, an elaborate diversion to avoid the truth. The words hang in the air, and Giuliani's jaw tightens, his face reddening even further. But Kamala doesn't flinch. She steps forward again, her demeanor cool, her logic unassailable. You stand there, pointing your finger at me, accusing me of selective interpretations, of playing fast and loose with the facts. But it's you, Mr. Giuliani, who has been spinning a web of deceit. You're not here to seek justice. You're here to preserve your own image, your reputation, your career. But let's talk about the real facts. Kamala pauses, locking eyes with the judge, who is now visibly intrigued by the turn in the proceedings. The audience leans forward in their seats, the weight of her words beginning to settle in. Let's begin with the so-called evidence you've presented, Kamala continues. You've claimed that this case is airtight, that there's no room for doubt. Yet, time and time again, you've ignored critical pieces of evidence that completely undermine your position. You've misrepresented documents, cherry-picked facts to fit your narrative, and glossed over glaring contradictions in your client's testimony. She pauses again, letting her words hang in the air. Every eye in the room is on her. Giuliani is visibly sweating now, his confidence beginning to crumble as Kamala dismantles his arguments with precision. You've been so focused on pushing your narrative, Mr. Giuliani, that you've completely neglected the key legal principle at the heart of this case, fairness. You've neglected to consider the rights of those affected by this situation, the real victims of your client's actions. You've made it about you, about your need to be right, to win at all costs. But the law isn't about winning, Mr. Giuliani. It's about truth. It's about accountability. Kamala's voice rises slightly, a controlled crescendo that still carries an air of calm authority. The courtroom is on the edge of their seats. And the truth, Your Honor, she says, turning to the judge, is that Mr. Giuliani has done everything in his power to cloud it. He's tried to obscure the facts, distract from the real issue, and manipulate the evidence to suit his own purposes. But the truth can't be hidden. Not in this courtroom. Not in America. She turns back to Giuliani, who now stands frozen, his once confident posture beginning to falter. Kamala's words are surgical, and with each sentence, she chips away at his facade. You've painted yourself as a defender of justice, Mr. Giuliani, but your actions speak otherwise. Your entire career has been built on the illusion of righteousness, on the belief that you could manipulate the system and get away with it. But you can't do that here. Not in front of these people. Not in front of this court. The courtroom is still. Kamala's words hang in the air like a thunderclap. The judge's eyes flick between Kamala and Giuliani, and even he seems to be considering the weight of her arguments. Giuliani, for the first time, looks unsure. His bravado has been replaced by uncertainty, his confidence shattered by the precision of Kamala's rebuttal. Kamala steps back, allowing the weight of her words to settle. She's delivered her punch, and now, the room waits for the fallout. "You've made one fatal mistake, Mr. Giuliani," Kamala continues, her voice steady, almost a whisper now. "You've underestimated me. You've underestimated the power of truth. And you've underestimated the people who fight for it, no matter the cost. This isn't about your reputation, or your client's case. This is about something far bigger than that." She pauses again, letting the room absorb the gravity of her statement. "This is about justice." Giuliani stands motionless, his face a mask of disbelief. He doesn't know how to respond. The air in the room is thick with the tension of the moment, the silence deafening. The gallery is on edge, waiting to see what will happen next. Kamala's eyes never leave him as she turns back to the judge, her voice quiet but resolute. "And the law will always prevail over power, Mr. Giuliani. No matter how hard you try to bend it to your will." The courtroom is stunned into silence, as if the very fabric of the case has shifted under the weight of Kamala's words. Giuliani's arrogance, once so imposing, now seems small and hollow in the face of her intellectual and moral superiority. The courtroom held its breath. But as the mic drop moment echoed, one question remained: would Giuliani be able to recover, or had Kamala Harris just won the case? The courtroom's stunned silence lingers, but only for a moment. As Kamala Harris returns to her seat, the energy in the room begins to shift. The tension, once palpable and heavy, breaks like a dam, and soon, the ripples of her devastating rebuttal begin to spread far beyond the walls of the courtroom. Outside, the world is already moving. News outlets, once cautious and measured, erupt with headlines of Kamala Harris's brilliant counterattack. "Kamala Harris destroys Giuliani in courtroom clash," one banner reads. Another, "A legal masterclass, Harris exposes Giuliani's lies in jaw-dropping rebuttal." The reactions are immediate, and they are overwhelmingly in her favor. She's not just a political figure now, she's become a symbol of the fight for truth in an age of deceit. Social media explodes within minutes. Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, every platform is abuzz with the shockwaves of the courtroom showdown. Hashtags trend almost instantly. Hashtag Kamala crushes Giuliani. Hashtag truth prevails. Hashtag legal genius. The posts flood in at an overwhelming pace, with users across the country applauding her composure, her clarity, her unwavering commitment to the law. Memes pop up everywhere, one showing a cartoon Kamala, calm and unshaken, towering over a crumbling Giuliani, who is depicted as a pile of rubble. Another shows her calmly sipping a cup of coffee with the caption, "When you've just destroyed a career but you still have time for a latte." The memes are funny, but they carry a powerful message. Kamala is not just a politician, she's a cultural force, a hero for the moment. Legal experts and commentators take to the airwaves. Across news networks, pundits debate her brilliance. "This is why she's one of the most skilled legal minds of our time," one commentator says. "What we saw today was Kamala Harris, not just as a politician or vice president, but as a master of the law. She took Rudy Giuliani apart with the precision of a surgeon." The public reaction is overwhelming. Celebrities, from actors to athletes, musicians to activists, express their admiration for Kamala's victory. "Kamala is a queen," writes one famous actress on Instagram, sharing a clip of the moment Kamala dismantled Giuliani. "What a moment for women, for justice, for all of us." On Twitter, NBA stars and social justice advocates alike tweet their praise. Kamala showed what it means to be fearless. "A reminder of why we fight for justice," says a high-profile activist. The world's most powerful people weigh in too. Former political leaders, legal luminaries, and even international figures praise Kamala's poise under pressure. What Kamala Harris did today is what every public servant should aspire to, using the power of the law to protect the truth, says a prominent former U.S. senator. The tone is one of collective celebration. Kamala's victory is not just her own, it's one for every person who's ever fought for fairness, dignity, and truth in the face of overwhelming power. Back in the courtroom, the judge watches the eruption of media coverage, his eyes narrowing with approval. He knows, as everyone else knows, that this moment will be remembered for years to come. It's bigger than just this case. It's a cultural turning point. As the news spreads, the public begins to reflect on the implications of Kamala's victory. People are sharing their own stories, stories of fighting for justice, of overcoming obstacles, of standing up against powerful forces that try to manipulate the system. Kamala's victory becomes a rallying cry for those who feel silenced, for those who believe that the system is rigged, for those who want to see the truth prevail. Even the political opponents who had once been dismissive of Kamala are forced to take notice. Social media erupts with posts from figures who, just days ago, would have dismissed her as just another politician. Kamala is a force to be reckoned with, one former Republican strategist admits on a primetime talk show. She's got the legal chops, and more importantly, she's got the heart to go with it. That's why she won today. At the same time, there's a palpable sense of unease among Giuliani's supporters. They see the narrative slipping away from them, and they know it. They're scrambling. Legal experts begin to question the foundation of his case. How could he, once seen as a legal titan, falter so spectacularly in a single moment? The public sees Kamala's intellectual and emotional superiority, and it shifts the conversation entirely. Giuliani, the former hero of New York, is now the punchline of every late-night show, every Twitter feed. Kamala's victory, while resonating across the country, is felt most deeply in the hearts of those who have fought for justice in the shadows. The marginalized, the oppressed, and the overlooked. Kamala, with her background, her empathy, and her unshakable dedication to fairness, represents a victory they've long awaited. Her words, her clarity, her control of the moment, those are the qualities that make her a true hero. As the ripple effect spreads, Kamala's name becomes synonymous with triumph. For many, she represents the triumph of truth over corruption, of clarity over noise, of integrity over self-interest. It's a moment in time when justice is seen not as a distant ideal but as a very real, very attainable goal. But even as Kamala basked in the glory of her victory, rumors began to swirl about Giuliani's next move. Word on the street is that he's not going down without a fight. And with every whisper of his next steps, one thing becomes clear: this battle is far from over. Kamala may have won today, but there's still more at stake. The question now isn't just about winning the battle, it's about securing the future. As Kamala looks ahead, knowing the spotlight will never fully dim, she understands one undeniable truth: the fight for justice is ongoing. And she's ready for whatever comes next. As the cameras flicker off, the courtroom slowly empties, but the resonance of Kamala's victory continues to pulse through the air. It's a quiet moment, but in her mind, the weight of it is immense. This case, this battle, had never been just about Giuliani, or the spectacle of the courtroom drama. It was about something deeper, a fight for what is right, for what America stands for the very heart of justice. Kamala stands alone for a moment, her eyes taking in the stillness of the courtroom. The echoes of her words: the truth can't be hidden. Not in this courtroom. Not in America, linger in the air. They had been more than just a legal argument. They were a declaration, a promise to the people that justice, though often elusive, can be found when the courageous rise to seek it. Her victory wasn't just about exposing Giuliani's lies or tearing down the corrupted foundation of his arguments, it was about something much more profound. It was about a reminder to the world that truth, when pursued with integrity and intellectual rigor, will always rise above arrogance and deceit. That no matter how powerful, how entrenched, how comfortable one might be in their belief of invincibility, the law has its own power, one that no person, no matter how brash or influential, can overcome. Kamala's gaze shifts to the crowd outside the courthouse, the flood of supporters and well-wishers that have gathered. They're not just cheering for a political figure, they're cheering for justice. They're cheering for the truth. And in that moment, Kamala understands something that, despite all her years in public service, has always been true: it's not the battles you win that matter the most. It's the message you leave behind. The victory today had not only given her the opportunity to show that she could outsmart the villain at every turn, it had reminded the country of something they sometimes forget in the heat of daily life: that truth is worth fighting for. Integrity, even in the face of the most powerful opposition, is worth defending. And that the law, when applied fairly and justly, can be a force for good. A force that transcends politics, transcends power, and ultimately transcends the individuals who think they're above it. But Kamala also knows that this is not an end. This victory, no matter how important, will not erase the challenges still ahead. In fact, it highlights the urgency of the work yet to be done. The system of justice is imperfect, and the forces of corruption, inequality, and bigotry have a long reach. Kamala's victory over Giuliani is a step forward, but it is not the last step. She stands at the center of a moment in history, but she is also acutely aware that the fight for justice is ongoing. There are still people in America who feel marginalized, overlooked, silenced. There are still communities whose voices are drowned out by the machinery of power. Kamala's work is far from done. But in this moment, her victory has proven that when you fight with conviction, when you speak with clarity, when you act with integrity, you can change the tide. You can take down the giants. It's a reminder to all of us, no matter who we are, no matter where we come from, that we have the power to make a difference. To challenge the status quo. To fight for what is right, even when it seems impossible. Kamala Harris's triumph is a reflection of this truth, that the collective strength of those who fight for justice can overcome any force that seeks to silence them. She steps forward again, taking one last glance at the courtroom, at the people outside, at the legacy she is helping to build. This victory, this moment, is more than just hers. It belongs to every person who has ever stood up for what's right. It belongs to the people who have fought to be seen, to be heard, to be treated with dignity and respect. Kamala's victory wasn't just a win for her, it was a win for all of us. For the workers, the immigrants, the dreamers. For the mothers, the fathers, the children who will inherit a world that can, and will, be better. And as the nation watched, one thing became clear: the fight for justice was far from over. In the stillness of that moment, Kamala knows that there is more to do. More people to fight for. More battles to face. But she also knows that with every step forward, with every victory for truth, we grow closer to the world we all want to live in, a world where the rule of law isn't just a concept, but a living, breathing force that can move mountains. And Kamala Harris, with her unwavering courage and unshakable belief in the power of justice, will be there every step of the way. Kamala Harris didn't just destroy Rudy Giuliani's legal argument today, she destroyed the myth that truth and justice can be silenced by arrogance and corruption. Her victory wasn't just a win in the courtroom, it was a triumph for all of us who believe in the power of integrity, the law, and the relentless fight for what's right. In the face of one of the most formidable figures in American politics, Kamala stood unwavering, calmly and confidently dismantling every falsehood, showing the world that truth can still prevail. Her brilliance, her grace under pressure, her moral clarity, this is the leadership we need. But this moment doesn't end here. Kamala's victory is not just a story for today, it's a reminder that the fight for justice is ongoing. Each of us has a role to play in this fight. Whether it's standing up for the truth, speaking out against injustice, or holding those in power accountable, we all have a responsibility to continue pushing for a better, more just world. So, if you believe in the power of justice, if you stand with Kamala and her unwavering commitment to truth, now is the time to take action. Like this video, share it with your friends, and subscribe to stay connected to the movement for justice. This fight is far from over, and together, we can make sure that every voice is heard, every truth is acknowledged, and every injustice is met with accountability. Join the movement. Be a part of the change. The future is ours to shape, and with courage and conviction, we will keep fighting for a better tomorrow. Justice is not a spectator sport, it's a movement. Are you in? The debate stage is bathed in a stark, cold light. The audience sits in tight rows, waiting, watching. Tension crackles in the air, an invisible line drawn between the two figures on stage. Kamala Harris, calm and composed, sits confidently at the podium, her fingers gently resting on the edge of the mic. Her eyes scan the room, focused, prepared. Across from her stands George Conway, dressed in his sharp suit, his expression one of calculated arrogance. The moderator asks a question about the future of the American political system, but before Harris can respond, Conway cuts in, his voice carrying across the hall with deliberate force. "Let's be clear," Conway sneers, his gaze fixed directly on Harris, "your party has no credibility left. Your policies, your endless promises, they've all failed. How do you stand there, defending a system that's broken beyond repair? You're complicit in the very corruption you claim to fight against. Do you even know what integrity means anymore?" A ripple runs through the audience. Conway's words hang heavy in the air, an insult aimed directly at Harris's character, her integrity. The tension in the room intensifies, his attack is not just a challenge to her politics, but to her very essence. Kamala doesn't flinch. She doesn't break. Her face remains a mask of dignity, but her eyes narrow slightly, a silent acknowledgement that the gloves are about to come off. The silence in the room is deafening, the crowd sensing that this moment will define everything. Her fingers tighten around the edge of the podium, her steady breath the only sound amidst the growing anticipation. She's not rattled. She's ready. The camera zooms in on her face, capturing the fierce resolve in her expression. The clock ticks down. The weight of the moment presses in, the countdown to her response almost palpable. The question isn't just about policy anymore. It's about something deeper. Something personal. The room holds its breath. What will she say? All eyes are on Kamala Harris, waiting for the words that will silence the room. The camera pulls back slightly, offering a wider view of the stage. The contrast between the two figures couldn't be more stark. Conway, standing tall, exudes an air of self-righteousness, a man who has built his public persona on calling out the hypocrisy of others. He has made a career of criticizing the lies, deceit, and dishonesty of the Trump administration. His Twitter feed alone is a battleground of indignation, each post dripping with condemnation. He prides himself on his moral superiority, on his ability to dissect the failures of the very system he's now part of. Yet here he is, making a personal attack on Kamala Harris, questioning her credibility in the very areas he once claimed to hold dear. The hypocrisy is palpable. He's supposed to be the champion of truth, but all that has crumbled into thin air. His criticisms are now aimed at the wrong target, at a woman who has spent her career fighting for the most vulnerable. She's been a prosecutor, a senator, and now the Vice President of the United States. She has walked the tightrope of politics with a sense of justice, a fierce belief in integrity, and a commitment to truth that few can match. But here's the catch, Kamala isn't just fighting for her own reputation, she's fighting for something far greater. Her response is not merely a defense of her own honor, it's a defense of the very political system that Conway claims to despise. It's a fight for the values that are under siege in this moment: unity, justice, dignity, and truth. For too long, figures like Conway have thrown stones from their glass houses, poking holes in the fabric of democracy while hiding behind a mask of righteous indignation. Conway's attack is a symptom of a larger issue, the erosion of integrity in American politics. It's a world where truth has become relative, and the line between right and wrong is increasingly blurred. In this battle, Harris stands as a beacon of what is right. She embodies the principles that have guided her throughout her life, a commitment to fairness, the belief that all people deserve justice, and the understanding that integrity isn't just a word, it's a way of life. For Kamala, this isn't just about Conway. It's about the very soul of the nation. It's about the fact that the public discourse has become toxic, that political leaders have become more concerned with winning arguments than with winning the hearts of the people. It's about the collapse of dignity in favor of the hollow pursuit of power. And this moment on the debate stage isn't just about a clash of personalities, it's the flashpoint in a larger battle for the future of America. Her voice echoes through the hall, steady and unyielding. The stakes are clear: stand up for truth, or let the darkness of hypocrisy and manipulation swallow the political landscape whole. This is a battle for the integrity of the American system, a battle Kamala Harris cannot afford to lose. And it's not just about her. It's about every American who believes in the ideals this country was founded on: equality, justice, and truth. On the other side, Conway's smugness is beginning to show cracks. The smile that once seemed so assured now falters at the edges. He may have expected an easy target, someone to brush off with clever words and insults. What he didn't anticipate was a force of nature like Kamala Harris standing firm, unwavering in her commitment to the truth. This moment, this exchange, is more than just a confrontation, it's the flashpoint of a much larger ideological war. The room feels heavier now. The stakes have been raised. The outcome of this exchange isn't just about who wins the debate, it's about whether the values that have shaped America will survive the assault of those who seek to undermine them. Kamala knows this. And as she stands there, poised to respond, it's clear, she's not just defending herself. She's defending the very soul of America. George Conway's rise in the political world was built on a foundation of vocal disdain for Donald Trump. The irony, of course, was impossible to ignore. Conway's entire public persona was predicated on his unwavering belief that Trump's moral compass was broken, that his politics were an affront to decency, and that the nation deserved better. Conway had the rhetoric down. He had the tone of righteous indignation, the words of a man who positioned himself as a defender of truth and integrity. It was his moral high ground that made him a darling of many liberals, especially as he publicly rejected the very man who had once been his ally. But here's where things get complicated. George Conway's transformation from loyal conservative to outspoken critic of Trump seemed sincere at first. His Twitter account became a battleground for truth-telling. He was not afraid to throw jabs at Trump's dishonesty, his corruption, his relentless self-interest. Conway wrote op-eds, gave speeches, and launched a steady stream of verbal volleys at the former president's administration, touting himself as a man of principle, someone who could see through the chaos and corruption that defined Trump's time in office. And for a while, he was applauded for it. Many thought of him as a voice of reason in an increasingly polarized world. But behind the curtain, things weren't so clear-cut. While Conway criticized Trump's behavior, his actions often told a different story. He wasn't above playing the same political games that Trump had mastered. His personal and professional life was filled with contradictions. Conway himself had been a key player in the political establishment he now so readily derided. He was a founding member of the Lincoln Project, a group of former Republicans who sought to undermine Trump's political ambitions. They marketed themselves as the moral alternative to Trumpism, positioning themselves as defenders of democracy and truth. But as time wore on, their tactics grew more divisive, their methods increasingly questionable. The lines between righteous opposition and political gamesmanship blurred, and Conway was in the thick of it. But it didn't stop there. Conway's own family ties exposed even deeper contradictions. His wife, Kellyanne Conway, was one of Trump's most trusted advisors, a figure deeply entrenched in the very administration Conway publicly condemned. For all his criticisms of the president's moral failings, Conway's personal life was a daily reminder of the entanglement between public service and political loyalty. It was hard to square his vocal opposition to Trump with the fact that he had married into the heart of the very machine he railed against. The contradictions mounted, leaving him open to charges of hypocrisy. And then there was his obsession with power. While Conway was critical of Trump's authoritarian tendencies, he often found himself in the same political circles, cozying up to those whose actions mirrored the very corruption he claimed to abhor. His public attacks on Trump were often seen as self-serving, a way for him to maintain his relevance in a world that had cast him aside. His moral high ground started to crumble, and with it, so did his credibility. The contradictions reached their peak when Conway began to shift his rhetoric. He no longer just condemned Trump. He started attacking anyone who didn't share his vision of what the country should be. His criticisms turned from principled opposition to personal vendettas. The same man who had once championed honesty, transparency, and integrity now seemed more interested in scoring political points, in creating chaos, than in bringing about real change. The once lauded critic of Trump had become a partisan player, more concerned with winning than with truth. And yet, in this moment, the debate with Kamala Harris, Conway believed he could reclaim his moral authority. He thought he could throw a punch and destabilize his opponent, positioning himself as the one with the upper hand. His attack on Harris was nothing more than a desperate attempt to salvage a reputation that had long since lost its shine. But what he didn't realize was that his own hypocrisy was about to be laid bare for all to see. His carefully crafted persona as the moral voice of reason, the champion of truth, was crumbling right in front of him. Conway had spent so much time building up the myth of his own righteousness that he had failed to see the cracks forming beneath the surface. His contradiction was his greatest enemy, and it was about to catch up with him in the most public way possible. Harris, on the other hand, represented something Conway could never fully grasp, the idea that integrity is not a weapon to wield for personal gain, but a principle to live by, even in the face of pressure. Conway's hypocrisy wasn't just about his actions, it was in the very way he framed his criticisms. He had spent so long pointing fingers, calling out the failures of others, that he forgot to examine his own. The room, still thick with tension from Conway's attack, now buzzed with the realization that his words were about to face a reckoning. Harris's calm composure contrasted sharply with the unraveling facade of Conway's moral superiority. The audience was on the edge of their seats, waiting for the inevitable. The moment was approaching where the contradictions Conway had spent years building up would be exposed, and with them, his downfall. This was no longer just a debate. It was a moment of reckoning, a moment that would force the audience to ask, who was the real defender of truth here? And when all was said and done, who would stand unscathed, and who would fall from grace? Kamala Harris didn't just arrive at the top of the political world by accident. Her journey was one of persistence, resilience, and a deep commitment to justice. Born to immigrant parents, her mother a cancer researcher from India, her father a Jamaican economist, Kamala was raised in a home where education, hard work, and fighting for what's right were the foundation of every conversation. Her upbringing wasn't one of privilege, it was one of sacrifice and perseverance. She knew from an early age that the world wasn't always fair, and that for people like her, immigrants, people of color, women, breaking through the barriers of systemic inequality would take more than just talent. It would take grit. Her early years were shaped by her mother's determination to give her and her sister every opportunity, despite the odds. Her mother taught her that the world might not always give her a seat at the table, but that didn't mean she couldn't build one of her own. Kamala carried this lesson throughout her life, shaping the way she navigated the legal and political landscapes that would soon become her battleground. After graduating from Howard University, Kamala entered the world of law with one clear mission: to serve people who had been forgotten, overlooked, or oppressed. She didn't want to just practice law, she wanted to change lives. As a prosecutor, she tackled cases head-on, taking on the toughest criminals while fighting for justice on behalf of the marginalized. But what set her apart wasn't just her legal prowess, it was her unwavering belief that justice wasn't a privilege for the few, but a right for everyone, regardless of their background or circumstances. Her path was far from easy. In the legal world, especially as a woman of color, Kamala faced significant hurdles. She was often underestimated, overlooked, and dismissed. But with every challenge, she grew more determined. Whether it was in the courtroom, where she delivered impassioned arguments on behalf of victims, or as the district attorney of San Francisco, where she worked to reform the criminal justice system, Kamala always fought for what was right, not what was popular. Her tenure as DA was marked by her willingness to make bold choices. She reformed the office, focusing on reducing racial disparities in the justice system and addressing issues like recidivism. She wasn't afraid to be the voice of reason, even when that voice went against the tide of the establishment. She faced fierce opposition, but it was her commitment to fairness that won her respect. Under her leadership, San Francisco saw a noticeable decline in crime, a testament to her belief that justice could be both compassionate and effective. Her ascension to the role of California's Attorney General was another step in her long journey of breaking barriers. As AG, she became a fierce advocate for the rights of the people, fighting against the big corporations and powerful interests that sought to exploit vulnerable communities. She took on Wall Street banks, holding them accountable for their role in the housing crisis. She fought for LGBTQ+ rights, pushing for marriage equality even before it was federally mandated. And when California faced an unprecedented wave of wildfires, Kamala was there, leading the charge for stronger environmental protections, ensuring that the state's most vulnerable communities weren't left behind. But her real breakthrough came when she was elected to the U.S. Senate. There, she quickly made a name for herself as a sharp, no-nonsense leader with a focus on equity and justice. Her questioning during Senate hearings became legendary, with her poised, relentless approach leaving even the most seasoned politicians on edge. She wasn't afraid to ask the tough questions, and she didn't let anyone, Republican or Democrat, off the hook. Her performance in these hearings revealed the depths of her character. Not only was she fearless, but she was deeply empathetic, a woman who understood the struggles of everyday Americans. It wasn't long before her name began circulating as a potential presidential candidate. Kamala's campaign was built on a vision of hope, unity, and progress, one that included everyone, regardless of race, gender, or background. She ran on a platform of reforming healthcare, expanding civil rights, and tackling climate change head-on. She promised to fight for justice, to make sure that no one was left behind. Her charisma, intelligence, and compassion resonated with millions, especially those who had long felt invisible in American politics. Though she didn't win the presidency, Kamala's journey wasn't over. The Democratic Party saw in her a leader who had already fought battles in the courts, in the Senate, and in the hearts of millions. In 2020, when Joe Biden selected her as his running mate, it was a historic moment. Kamala Harris became the first woman, the first black woman, and the first person of South Asian descent to be elected Vice President of the United States. It was the culmination of a lifelong commitment to public service and to fighting for justice. Yet, even as she took on this new role, she was still deeply aware of the challenges ahead. The fight for equality, for racial justice, for climate action, these were battles she had already fought, but they were far from over. The stakes had only grown higher. And now, as the vice president, Kamala found herself in the most intense political battle of her career, one that would test her resolve like never before. As Kamala stood on that debate stage, facing down George Conway's hypocritical attack, she wasn't just fighting for herself, she was fighting for every person who had been told they didn't belong. She was fighting for the millions who had placed their trust in her, who had seen in her a woman who wasn't afraid to take on the system, no matter how powerful or entrenched it seemed. Her journey had been one of overcoming obstacles, breaking down walls, and constantly striving for a more just, equal society. This wasn't just about policy. It was about the very values that had defined her life, values that had been shaped by her family, her upbringing, and her unshakable belief in the power of justice. And as she prepared to face Conway's attack, she knew that this moment, this confrontation, wasn't just another chapter in her political career. It was the culmination of everything she had fought for. Kamala Harris was not just a politician. She was a symbol of hope, a beacon of dignity and truth in a world that often seemed to be drowning in hypocrisy. And as she prepared to stand tall against Conway, she carried with her the weight of history, of her ancestors, and the dreams of those who had believed in her long before she ever set foot on that stage. The tension in the room is thick, almost suffocating, as Conway's voice cuts through the silence, each word dripping with disdain. He's on the attack, and he's not holding back. You call yourself a leader, he sneers, yet your administration can't even keep basic promises. The American people are suffering, and you've done nothing but push your own agenda, while ignoring the real problems. Your party's inability to deliver on even the simplest of promises proves that you're just another cog in the machine of failure. Conway's eyes burn with a mix of arrogance and frustration, as if he's hoping to provoke Harris into a defensive posture, to rattle her. But Kamala Harris doesn't flinch. Her expression remains unchanged, calm, composed, and unwavering. The contrast between the two could not be more stark. Conway, visibly agitated, hurls insult after insult, each one meant to destabilize his opponent. But Harris? She doesn't rush. She doesn't snap. She listens, absorbs, and responds with a cool confidence that contrasts so sharply with Conway's desperation. The American people are not looking for blame, Harris begins, her voice measured, but with an underlying strength that commands attention. They're looking for solutions. They're looking for leadership that brings people together, that focuses on building a better future. What we're doing isn't easy, and it's not about grandstanding or finger-pointing, it's about making real, tangible progress. That's what we're working toward every single day. Conway's face hardens. He leans forward, trying to close the gap between them, his eyes narrowing in on Harris like a predator. But progress? Progress? Let's talk about progress. Your administration promised healthcare for all, and yet people are still struggling. Your policies, your party, has failed them. And now, you have the audacity to stand there and claim you're making progress. Where's the accountability? Where's the action? Harris takes a deep breath, the weight of his words hanging in the air. But instead of reacting, she simply shifts her posture slightly, her gaze focused on the audience, her words sharp and precise. Progress isn't always about immediate perfection. It's about taking steps forward, even when the road is long and challenging. We passed the American Rescue Plan, which provided direct relief to millions of families struggling through this pandemic. We're fighting for universal childcare and making sure people can live with dignity in their old age. We're advancing climate change initiatives that have been ignored for decades. This administration has done more in 2 years than your political allies did in the last decade. Conway's jaw tightens, his hand gripping the podium as if holding on to the last shred of his control. He's no longer just challenging her on policy, he's trying to break her. But all of that, it's nothing but distractions. You talk about bills and policies, but what about the scandals? What about the corruption? You sit there pretending to be above it all, but you're as much a part of the Washington elite as the rest of them. Don't pretend you're some savior. The people see through it. The room is alive with murmurs. Conway has crossed a line, his words more venomous than ever, but Harris remains a picture of composure. She doesn't rise to the bait. Instead, she waits, pauses, allowing her calm to wash over the room like a wave. George, she says, her voice steady but firm, the problem with your argument is that it ignores the very people we're fighting for. You're so caught up in your need to attack and undermine, that you've lost sight of the fact that the people we serve are the ones who matter. We don't do this for power, or for accolades. We do this because the American people deserve more than empty rhetoric. They deserve a government that actually works for them. She pauses again, letting her words settle in the silence that follows. The room is still. Everyone is listening. The audience is hanging on her every word, waiting for the next move. And as for your accusation of corruption, she continues, her tone cool, almost conversational, I'll remind you that it's your party that has repeatedly obstructed meaningful reform. It's your party that has made deals with the very forces that keep our system broken. So, if you're looking for corruption, you might want to start by looking a little closer to home. The mic drop moment is near, but for now, Harris's poise and confidence radiate in the room, cutting through the chaos of Conway's desperate attacks. Conway, clearly rattled, stumbles in his response. His face flushes with frustration, but it's too late. He can feel the ground slipping beneath him. The contrast between them couldn't be clearer. Conway's desperate need to disrupt, to provoke, is met with Harris's clarity, logic, and calm. His attacks are losing steam, while her rebuttals only grow stronger. The audience can feel it, Conway is unraveling, and Kamala Harris is standing tall, poised to deliver the final blow. The tension in the room reaches its peak. The battle between the two is no longer just a matter of policy, it's become a contest of character, and the stakes have never been higher. But what happens next, how Harris will turn the tables, how she will dismantle the last vestiges of Conway's argument, is still to come. And the room knows it. Everyone is waiting. The countdown to the final moment has begun. The room is on edge as Kamala Harris stands before Conway, her calm composure a stark contrast to the chaos of his desperate attacks. For a moment, everything feels suspended in time. Conway, hunched over, his face flushed with frustration, is looking for the next crack in Harris's defense, the next way to land a blow. He leans in, ready to fire off another round of accusations. But before he can speak, Harris raises a hand, just one hand, a simple gesture, and the room goes quiet. The power in her silence is undeniable. Every eye in the room shifts to her, and in that stillness, it's as if the entire world has narrowed down to this one pivotal moment. She doesn't rush. She doesn't need to. She's been waiting for this. The words come slowly at first, deliberate, but with the sharp precision of a surgeon's scalpel. "George," she begins, her voice steady, "I've listened to you, and I've heard every accusation you've made. But what I haven't heard is any real understanding of the facts. You talk about corruption, about failure, yet, I find it curious how quick you are to ignore the very hypocrisy that you, yourself, have embodied." The room shifts. Conway's jaw tightens, but Harris doesn't flinch. Her eyes lock on his, unyielding, as she steps forward, delivering her words with the power of undeniable truth. "You've spent years criticizing this administration, calling out every perceived flaw, every mistake, but somehow you've missed the glaring contradictions in your own actions." Harris lets the words hang in the air, like a weight dropping onto the table. The crowd can feel it. Her tone shifts, turning almost conversational, but the sting is sharper than any attack. "You, George, are a man who calls for accountability, but where is yours? You criticize the government for being corrupt, for being too deeply entrenched in its ways, but you've spent your entire career doing the same thing, playing the game, cozying up to the very establishment you claim to despise. You talk about truth, but all I see is a man more interested in self-preservation than honesty." The words are piercing now, each one landing with pinpoint accuracy. "When you were part of the Lincoln Project, a group founded to fight the very forces you once supported, you conveniently overlooked your own involvement in the system you now condemn. You talk about the corruption of Washington, but let's not forget that you've enjoyed the fruits of that very same system. And for all your bravado, when it comes time to actually take a stand, you've folded, time and time again. It's easy to throw stones from a glass house, but it's harder to admit you're living in one." Conway stares at her, his chest rising and falling with anger, but the fight in his eyes is faltering. The audience, once tense and uncertain, now feels a shift. Harris's words are not just facts, they're an indictment, a slow burn that refuses to let up. "Let's talk about your credibility, George," Harris continues, the rhythm of her voice building. "You've made a career out of pointing fingers, but you've failed to take a good look in the mirror. You've criticized others for their lack of integrity, while conveniently forgetting your own role in the very system you vilify. The truth is, you've spent more time chasing headlines than you have in actually fighting for the very people you claim to care about. You're not a truth teller, George. You're a distraction." With each word, the room grows heavier. Conway's face turns a shade darker, his posture stiffening as though he's bracing himself for the next blow. But Harris doesn't let up. She steps forward just slightly, letting the moment build with the weight of her words. "You talk about leadership," she says. "You talk about what the country needs, but what you really want is to be the one in the spotlight. The same man who spent years enabling Trump's policies, whether you want to admit it or not. You gave up your voice when it was needed most. And now, here you are, pointing fingers at others, when it's clear you've been just as complicit in the breakdown of this system." A gasp ripples through the audience. Harris's accusation lands with the precision of a hammer striking steel. Conway, caught off guard, opens his mouth to speak, but no words come out. The silence stretches. The crowd is stunned. Harris, feeling the power of the moment, delivers the final blow. If you want to call out hypocrisy, George, you should start with yourself. Because the only thing more dangerous than the lies and corruption in Washington is someone who pretends to be above it all, while making excuses for their own failures. You're not a critic, George. You're a coward. And the people of this country deserve better. The room goes completely silent. For a moment, it feels like time has frozen. Conway's face is flushed, his lips parting as if to respond, but no words escape him. His earlier smugness has vanished, replaced by a stunned, frustrated silence. And then it happens, the shift in the room. The tension that had hung in the air like an electrical storm is suddenly released, not with anger, but with awe. The crowd, which had once been on edge, now exhales in unison. The weight of Harris's words lingers, a sharp clarity that cuts through the noise and distractions of the political theater. A few tentative claps begin in the back of the room, followed by more, building into a wave of applause that ripples across the entire hall. The sound of hands slapping together echoes, and soon the applause is deafening. Kamala Harris stands tall, her back straight, her expression unwavering. She has dismantled Conway's argument, not with rage, but with poise, facts, and a ruthless commitment to the truth. Conway, still speechless, stands frozen at the podium, his posture slumped as he realizes he has been thoroughly outmatched. The cameras flash, capturing the moment as history unfolds. Harris doesn't bask in the moment, she simply nods in acknowledgement, a quiet smile tugging at the corners of her mouth. She knows this battle is over, and she's won it, not with bluster, but with grace, intelligence, and the unshakable force of truth. As the applause swells, the feeling in the room is palpable, there's a mix of disbelief, admiration, and a touch of awe at how thoroughly Harris has taken down the man who thought he could break her. The mic drop has landed, and the silence that follows is as powerful as the roar that precedes it. This moment isn't just a victory in a debate, it's a triumph of integrity over hypocrisy. The room, and the nation, have witnessed something historic. And for Kamala Harris, this was just another step in her long, unyielding fight for justice. The debate had ended, but the reverberations were just beginning. As soon as the final question was asked, the world shifted its gaze to the screen, watching as Kamala Harris's victory over George Conway unfolded. The moment was undeniable, and within minutes, social media was on fire. The first tweet came from a verified account, something simple but powerful, #KamalaShutdown. It went viral instantly. Every second, the hashtag gained momentum, as millions of people rushed to share their thoughts on Harris's masterful takedown of Conway. Thousands of tweets poured in from across the globe, each one adding to the swelling wave of admiration for the vice president. The phrase, "Conway owned," was also quickly adopted, appearing in meme after meme, each one a reminder of the hypocrisy exposed, and Conway's stunned silence. The viral floodgates were wide open. People weren't just sharing thoughts, they were creating entire threads dedicated to dissecting the moment. One viral thread, written by a political commentator, compared Harris's handling of Conway to iconic moments in history, likening her precision to a surgeon performing an operation, cutting through the false narratives Conway had tried to weave. It was clear, Kamala Harris had just made a major statement in the political arena, and it wasn't just for those watching in real time. It would echo through the days, weeks, and months ahead. On Instagram, a meme surfaced of Harris calmly standing at the podium, with the caption, "When the truth is your best weapon, and silence is your greatest strength." The post was reshared by influencers and celebrities alike, flooding feeds with admiration. Even politicians from both sides of the aisle began to weigh in. Representative Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez tweeted, "This is what leadership looks like." Kamala Harris didn't just shut down the debate, she shut down the lies. Meanwhile, on Twitter, influencers began to add their own takes. Actress Kerry Washington shared a post, "Kamala Harris turned the volume down on George Conway's hypocrisy, then cranked up the truth." Hashtag Kamala shut down fire. Her post was shared more than 50,000 times within hours, sparking even more conversation among celebrities who rallied behind Harris's composure. The news outlets quickly jumped on the story. CNN, MSNBC, and even conservative-leaning platforms like Fox News couldn't ignore the magnitude of the moment. Political pundits from across the spectrum weighed in, and the consensus was clear: Harris had emerged victorious. On CNN, political commentator Van Jones praised her response, stating, "This wasn't just about the debate, this was about the moral high ground. Kamala Harris showed America what integrity looks like." The room nodded in agreement as the network played back clips from the debate, highlighting Harris's calm, methodical approach compared to Conway's desperate, flailing attacks. On Fox News, however, the tone was a little more somber. Conway's reputation was swiftly being questioned by the network's anchors. "It's hard to argue with the facts," one anchor said. Harris not only held her ground, but she also dismantled Conway's entire argument. It's a moment that could haunt him. Conway had long been positioned as a critic of Trumpism, a beacon of moral clarity within a fractured party. But now, after his public collapse, it was clear his credibility was severely damaged. The critiques were rolling in fast, former allies began distancing themselves, and online, memes of Conway's stunned silence were plastered across screens, mocking the man who had once prided himself on being an intellectual voice for the right. Meanwhile, influencers from the progressive side of the political spectrum were all in on the narrative. Podcaster and activist Sean King tweeted, "What a day for the truth. Kamala Harris showed us that facts, truth, and integrity still matter. Let's keep pushing for more moments like this." His tweet was shared by thousands, and the ripples of support for Harris grew louder. Conway's response, when it came, was far from the strong retort he had hoped for. His Twitter account remained mostly silent as the backlash grew. The only statement he made, days after the debate, was a defensive, rambling post claiming he'd been misunderstood, but it fell flat. His apology was seen as hollow, more a desperate attempt to salvage his reputation than a genuine reckoning. The damage was already done. The American people had witnessed his collapse, and his earlier criticisms of Harris now seemed hollow, made all the more absurd in light of his own failures to live up to the standards he had set for others. Political insiders began speculating about the long-term impact of the debate. Harris's performance wasn't just a win for her, it was a win for the progressive cause, for those pushing for accountability, integrity, and transparency in a political system that had long been dominated by chaos and lies. Her composure, her command of the facts, and her sharp, calm dismantling of Conway's attacks had earned her a new level of respect. Some pundits even suggested that this moment might be the turning point in Harris's political trajectory, propelling her forward in a way that a traditional policy speech never could. On the other hand, Conway's political future seemed uncertain. Once seen as a potential figurehead for the conservative anti-Trump movement, his credibility was in freefall. No longer could he claim the mantle of moral authority, his contradictions were laid bare for the public to see. The media would likely continue to play and replay the moment, exposing the cracks in his persona with every passing day. It was clear now, Conway was a man who had spent too much time building himself up by tearing others down, only to be undone by his own lack of integrity. Across the nation, the public discourse shifted. Those who had been skeptical of Harris's leadership were now reassessing their positions. The moment had exposed Conway for who he truly was, and in the process, it elevated Harris as a force to be reckoned with. For many, the debate wasn't just a victory in the political arena, it was a personal affirmation of the values they held dear: truth, justice, and standing up for what's right. Harris had turned the tables, and now, the shockwaves of her victory were rippling through the media, through social media, and through the very fabric of American politics. The moment had gone viral, and the world was watching. The power of her words, her poise, and her unshakable commitment to truth had created a seismic shift. Conway's hypocrisy had been exposed, and there was no coming back from it. The victory wasn't just hers, it was for anyone who believed in a politics of integrity over manipulation, of truth over deception. As the days passed, the hashtag Kamala shutdown continued to trend. Conway's reputation in tatters. Harris's power more evident than ever. The debate, which had started as just another political spectacle, had evolved into something much bigger. It was a moment of truth, and it would go down in history as a pivotal moment in the fight for the soul of American politics. The lights in the room have dimmed, but the weight of the moment lingers. Kamala Harris stands before the crowd, her expression calm, but with a quiet fire in her eyes. The debate is over, the applause has subsided, and the noise of social media has begun to settle, but for Harris, this moment is not just another political victory, it's a statement. A statement about the kind of politics she believes in and the country she strives to build. She pauses for a moment, her gaze sweeping over the empty podium where George Conway once stood, lost in his own defeated silence. Her voice is steady but firm as she addresses the nation, the weight of the debate, and the far-reaching implications of what has just transpired. This wasn't just about winning a debate, she begins, her words measured but filled with purpose. This was about standing up for what is right, even when the forces around you tell you to stay silent. This was about truth in a time when it's all too easy to hide behind lies. It was about integrity, in a system that often rewards those who are willing to bend, to manipulate, to deceive. She lets those words linger, allowing the weight of the moment to settle in. The audience, captivated by her clarity, listens intently. We live in a time when the lines between truth and falsehood are too often blurred. A time when people like George Conway believe they can play both sides, critique those in power while quietly aligning with the very system that perpetuates the inequality they claim to oppose. But let's be clear, you cannot claim the high ground while standing in the mud. Harris's voice grows more resolute. This fight, this victory, is not just mine. It's for everyone who has ever felt ignored, dismissed, or silenced. It's for those who have spent their lives fighting for justice, for fairness, and for a government that actually serves the people, not the powerful. It's for those who believe that integrity should be the foundation of our leaders, not their ability to deceive or deflect. She turns, facing the camera directly, speaking not just to the room, but to the millions watching at home. I know it's hard sometimes. I know it feels like the fight is endless. But I want you to remember this, the truth may not always be loud, but it is undeniable. The facts may not always be convenient, but they stand on their own. And the values we hold dear, integrity, fairness, accountability, they are worth fighting for, even when it feels like the odds are stacked against us. Harris pauses again, allowing the truth of her words to resonate with the audience. What we saw tonight, what we witnessed in that exchange, wasn't just a political argument, it was a clash of values. And in the end, the truth prevailed. Her voice softened slightly, but the message is just as powerful. This is about more than just politics. It's about who we are as a nation. It's about what we stand for. Are we a nation that allows hypocrisy to thrive, or are we a nation that holds ourselves and our leaders accountable? Are we a country where truth is a weapon to be wielded against injustice, or one where we let lies go unchallenged? The room, though empty now, seems to resonate with the collective energy of Harris's words. She has shifted the conversation from the specifics of the debate to the broader, universal truths that define the fabric of the country. The stakes are higher than just a political win, they are about the very soul of the nation. This moment, she continues, isn't about one debate. It's about every single person who believes in the promise of America. It's about standing up against those who try to divide us, to tear us apart with lies and fear. It's about unity in the face of division, truth in the face of falsehood, and justice in the face of corruption. Harris's face softens just slightly, but the resolve is still there, stronger than ever. We will face more battles. There will be more fights, more moments when it feels like the forces of cynicism and hate are winning. But let me tell you this, they will never win, as long as we continue to stand for what's right. As long as we continue to fight for justice. As long as we hold ourselves accountable to the values we say we believe in. She takes a deep breath, her eyes steady. The victory tonight was not just mine, it was a victory for every single person who has fought for the truth, for every single person who believes in the possibility of a better world. It was a victory for you, for the people who have fought, and who will continue to fight, for fairness, equality, and justice. Her voice grows stronger, filled with emotion and determination. So I ask you, don't just stand on the sidelines. Stand up for truth. Stand up for justice. Stand up for a government that works for the people, not the powerful. Stand up for integrity, for the dignity of every single person in this country. Because when we fight together, we can make a difference. Kamala Harris stands tall, her gaze unwavering. This isn't just about one debate. It's about a movement for truth, for justice, and for a country that holds itself to the highest standards. And we will continue to fight, because what's at stake is far greater than any one of us. It's about the future of this nation, and the values we choose to uphold. The room is silent, but the message lingers in the air, heavy with meaning. The battle for integrity, for truth, for justice, this was the fight of the moment, and it would continue long after the applause fades. The crowd support is palpable, and Harris's victory over Conway feels less like a political win and more like the beginning of something far larger. With one final, resolute look, Harris turns and walks off the stage, leaving behind not just a defeated adversary, but a nation now emboldened by the promise of truth and accountability. Kamala Harris's victory in the debate was more than just a political moment, it was a moment for the entire nation to pause and reflect on the values that truly matter. In the face of lies, manipulation, and hypocrisy, she stood firm, unwavering in her commitment to truth, justice, and integrity. And in doing so, she reminded us all that we must never settle for anything less than what is right. But this fight is far from over. The truth is, this victory isn't just hers, it's ours. It's a victory for every single person who believes in a better, more just future. It's a call to action for each of us to stand up for what we believe in, to demand accountability from our leaders, and to fight for the values that define us as a nation. This moment proves that when we stand together, when we hold ourselves to the highest standard, there is nothing we can't achieve. But it's up to all of us to keep pushing, to keep fighting for a government that works for the people, not the powerful. So, I urge you, don't let this be just a moment in time. Let it be a movement. A movement for truth, for justice, and for a future where integrity is the foundation of everything we do. If you believe in these values, if you're ready to take action, then join the fight. Subscribe to our channel, share this video, and spread the message far and wide. Let's build a movement that demands better from our leaders and holds them accountable. This is just the beginning. Together, we can make a difference. Let's fight for what's right, because the truth matters, and so do we. The debate hall is electric, the air thick with tension. The crowd is on edge, waiting for something, anything, to ignite the fire. And then, the cameras zoom in on Marco Rubio, standing at the podium, smug confidence dripping from his every word. Rubio. Arrogant, leaning forward. Kamala Harris has been part of this political circus long enough to know that some of us have been working for real change. Some of us know what it means to put America first, not pander to special interests. The crowd murmurs, half in agreement, half in derision. Rubio's words hang in the air like smoke. He's doing what he does best, deflecting responsibility and shoveling in talking points. But there's something more now, something different in his tone, a sharpness that betrays his confidence. Kamala Harris, seated at the opposite end of the stage, doesn't flinch. She sits tall, her eyes locked on him, the calm before a storm. The silence in the room is deafening. The cameras zoom in on her, capturing the slight shift of her lips, a knowing smile as she leans forward, ready to respond. Harris. Calm, unwavering. Marco, you've spent years telling people what they should believe, what they ought to care about. But let me remind you, you don't get to define what America stands for. You don't get to tell people what makes them American. Not when you've spent your career dividing us. The crowd goes silent. Every eye in the room is fixed on her. Rubio freezes, caught off guard. His smile falters for just a fraction of a second, but it's enough. Enough to reveal the vulnerability underneath that polished exterior. Harris, content. You talk about America first. But America has always been about more than just the people you choose to speak for. It's about everyone, no matter where they come from, no matter who they love. The silence stretches on, thickening the air. Rubio's eyes narrow, his confident demeanor slipping into something more defensive. The crowd can feel it now, the weight of her words, the power in her calm delivery. It's as if the room collectively gasps, as if they can't believe she just said it. Rubio. Voice shaking, trying to recover. Well, that's not. Harris, cutting him off. It's not what? Truth. Look around, Marco. It's 2025. People are done with the games. Rubio's face tightens. He's been stunned into a moment of silence. Kamala Harris, calm and poised, has just planted a seed. And it's clear, the game has shifted. What happens next could change everything. The room holds its breath. The debate hall may have been quiet, but outside, the political storm had already begun. In the days leading up to this moment, the tension had been building. The 2024 elections were drawing near, and the country was on the edge, unsure of which direction it would take. America was teetering, polarized, exhausted, yet hungry for change. Every word, every gesture, every glance in this debate had the potential to tip the scales. Marco Rubio had spent years crafting his image as a polished politician, the kind of man who could sell any idea, no matter how dangerous, if it fit neatly into a headline. From his rise in the Senate to his smooth-talking appearances on Fox News, Rubio had built a brand that was equal parts charisma and calculation. He positioned himself as the champion of conservative America, the voice of reason against what he liked to call liberal overreach. And with the 2024 election looming, he knew exactly how to play the game. His strategy was simple: throw cheap shots, manipulate the conversation, and present himself as the defender of traditional values. The media loved him, feeding off his every word, amplifying his rhetoric with the speed of a tweet. For years, he had skated by on one-liners and sound bites, never having to truly defend his position, never having to face the consequences of his words. But Kamala Harris? She was a different breed altogether. Harris had never played the game the way Rubio did. Her rise was marked by a fierce determination to do what was right, not what was popular. From her days as a prosecutor to her role as vice president, Harris had always been the one to stand up to the powerful, to fight for the voiceless, to call out injustice where she saw it. Her reputation wasn't built on media stunts or political maneuvering. It was built on the quiet power of truth, and the ability to deliver it with unmatched precision. For the past few years, Harris had become the voice of the progressive movement, the embodiment of a vision for America that stretched beyond borders, beyond race, beyond the political establishment. She wasn't just a politician, she was a symbol of what America could be if it embraced its ideals: equality, justice, opportunity. And now, as the 2024 race was beginning to take shape, she had become the beacon of hope for millions who felt left behind by a broken system. This debate wasn't just a political event, it was a battle for the future of America. Rubio's rhetoric, divisive and combative, was designed to stoke fear and build walls between people. Harris, on the other hand, represented the possibility of a united future, one built on shared values and a belief in the common good. The stakes couldn't have been higher. For the audience watching at home, for the voters across the country, this moment was the first glimpse of what was to come. Who would win this fight? Would Rubio's cheap shots and cynical political gamesmanship hold up against Harris's calm, clear vision for the future? And in the hearts of those watching, a question began to form: what kind of country do we want to be? As the debate approached its first major clash, Rubio's arrogance grew. He was convinced that this would be just another opportunity to score points, to paint Harris as out of touch with the real America. But what he didn't know, what he couldn't have known, was that Kamala Harris had already anticipated his every move. Marco Rubio's story is one often framed as the quintessential American dream. Born to Cuban immigrants, he grew up in modest surroundings in Miami, the son of two hardworking parents who believed that their children could have the future they never did. His rise from humble beginnings to the hallowed halls of the U.S. Senate was meant to be the narrative of hope, resilience, and the promise of upward mobility, the kind of story that earns headlines and a seat at the political table. But beneath the polished image, there was another story, a darker one, full of contradictions and opportunism. From the beginning, Rubio was a star in the making. He rose through the ranks of Florida politics like a meteor, his speeches laced with charisma and promise. He was a poster child for the new Republican vision, young, energetic, with the veneer of a fresh face who could break through the old guard. He spoke about faith, family, and the American dream with such passion that even his fiercest critics found it difficult to deny the sincerity in his voice. He had the look, the charm, and the speechwriters to make his image seem flawless. But what Rubio sold to the American public wasn't the whole truth. Time and time again, Rubio showed himself to be someone who understood the game, not just the art of political persuasion, but the delicate balance between saying what people wanted to hear and what he needed to win. Beneath the glitzy rhetoric and TV appearances, Rubio played the system as expertly as any seasoned politician, putting himself in the right places at the right time, maneuvering through the Senate like a chess player always thinking 5 moves ahead. But it was more than just strategy, it was a game of manipulation. Rubio built his political career on emotional appeals and well-timed statements. He would rise to prominence by making promises to his base, fighting for lower taxes, defending traditional values, and pushing back against the liberal agenda. He claimed to be a champion of the people, always positioning himself as the outsider, even as he cozied up to lobbyists and corporate donors. The more he spoke of fighting for the American people, the more he lined his pockets with the contributions of the very people he supposedly despised. His campaign in 2016 was an exercise in the manipulation of public sentiment. Rubio positioned himself as a moderate alternative to Donald Trump, yet his policies were just as divisive. He knew how to play the media, feeding them just enough to keep them coming back for more while never fully committing to any controversial stance. He was a master of evasion, always deflecting, always framing himself as a victim of the system rather than a participant in its problems. But the cracks in the facade began to show. In 2016, Rubio had a chance to lead, but he failed to stand firm on critical issues. He had the opportunity to speak out on immigration reform, but instead, he wavered, offering vague promises that never materialized into action. When the issue of gun control arose after a devastating mass shooting in Florida, Rubio responded with the same empty platitudes he'd become famous for, proposing minor reforms but never challenging the corporate donors who funded his campaigns. His answers weren't solutions, they were diversions. The American people weren't stupid. They saw through it. Rubio's popularity began to wane, but he adapted. He didn't back down. He leaned into his base more aggressively, amplifying his rhetoric, throwing out scapegoats, and pitting Americans against each other. He played on fear, making the other into an enemy, be it immigrants, progressives, or anyone who didn't fit his narrow vision of what America should be. It worked. His approval ratings soared among the right-wing establishment, but his credibility with moderates and progressives? It plummeted. Rubio was no longer seen as a man of principle, he was a man of convenience, ready to twist any issue to suit his needs. His most recent acts in the Senate, blocking voting rights legislation, downplaying the climate crisis, and parroting false narratives about election integrity, had only cemented his reputation as a man willing to say or do anything to maintain power. He was a master of political theater, staging grand speeches that appealed to his base while quietly voting in favor of policies that harmed the very people he claimed to represent. For Rubio, it was always about winning. Always about preserving his image as a fighter. But in reality, it was about manipulation. He was never as principled as he portrayed. He was simply another cog in the machine, more concerned with maintaining his position than with actually making change. And then came Harris. Kamala Harris didn't fit into Rubio's narrative. She wasn't just a politician, she was a challenge. She embodied everything that he feared, someone who could dismantle his carefully constructed facade with nothing more than the truth. Kamala Harris wasn't supposed to make it this far. She wasn't supposed to rise to the heights she did, breaking barriers, challenging the status quo, and defying every obstacle in her path. Yet, here she was, standing on the stage of the Senate, a force to be reckoned with, about to face off against one of the most opportunistic political figures in the country. Born to immigrant parents, Kamala was raised in a household that instilled the values of service, justice, and resilience. Her mother, Shyamala Gopalan, a cancer researcher from India, was a fierce advocate for civil rights, teaching Kamala the importance of fighting for those who couldn't fight for themselves. Her father, Donald Harris, an economics professor from Jamaica, instilled in her the importance of education, the value of intellect, and the unwavering belief that people should never be defined by their circumstances. But Kamala's story wasn't one of privilege. It was one of struggle, of having to fight for every inch, to prove herself at every turn. Growing up in the heart of Oakland, California, Kamala faced the kind of adversity that would make most people give up. The world around her was not kind to young Black and South Asian girls. She was reminded constantly that she didn't quite fit in with either group. But instead of seeing her identity as a barrier, Kamala learned to use it as a source of strength. She carried the weight of multiple histories, the pain of the African American struggle and the pride of her immigrant heritage. But rather than see this as a burden, it became the foundation of her resolve. Kamala grew up understanding that true change never came from sitting on the sidelines. She learned early on that to make an impact, to stand for what was right, she had to be willing to confront injustice head-on. Her college years were pivotal. At Howard University, she was surrounded by brilliant minds, leaders of tomorrow who understood the importance of not just education, but activism. It was here that Kamala's voice began to take shape, not just as a student, but as a leader. She became deeply involved in issues of racial equality, fighting for the rights of marginalized communities, and challenging the systems that kept them oppressed. It was here, in the heart of Washington, D.C., that Kamala first realized that change didn't come from being passive. It came from the hard, often thankless work of fighting to be heard. Her early career in law mirrored her determination. After graduating from Hastings College of the Law, Kamala began her journey in the criminal justice system, first as a prosecutor, then as the district attorney of San Francisco. It was here that she confronted the hard realities of the system, standing at the intersection of race, class, and justice. But it wasn't easy. As a woman of color in a system dominated by white men, she often found herself under attack. But Kamala wasn't one to back down. In 2004, Kamala made a name for herself when she successfully prosecuted a high-profile case involving a police officer accused of excessive force. She didn't just go after the officer, she went after the system that allowed such behavior to thrive. It was a powerful moment in her career, one that solidified her reputation as someone willing to take on the toughest battles, no matter the cost. By 2010, she became California's first female and first African American Attorney General, a position that gave her the platform to challenge policies that perpetuated inequality. It was here, in the trenches of political combat, that Kamala truly began to understand the stakes of the fight she had chosen. From tackling the foreclosure crisis to standing up for marriage equality, Kamala didn't shy away from tough issues. She wasn't just playing the political game, she was trying to change the rules entirely. And then came her role as vice president. Kamala's rise wasn't just about her political prowess. It was about her ability to remain true to her values, values she had fought for since she was a young girl in Oakland, values that kept her grounded when the world around her seemed to crumble. It was about the courage to step into spaces where women like her weren't supposed to exist, and to make a space for others to follow. Her time on the campaign trail, especially during the Democratic primaries, showcased the full scope of her strength. Harris had been in the fire before, facing off against powerful forces, standing up to bullies, taking on the big institutions that had long dictated the terms of American politics. But nothing had prepared her for the level of vitriol that came from those who didn't just oppose her ideas, but her very presence. She was attacked for being too tough, for being too ambitious, for being a token who had only risen because of her gender and race. Yet, instead of crumbling under the weight of these criticisms, Kamala rose even higher, her confidence and strength only growing with every insult. She met each challenge with grace and intelligence, never backing down from a fight, always pushing forward with dignity and focus. Her story wasn't one of smooth sailing or unchallenged success. It was a story of grit, of finding strength in the face of adversity, of using every setback as fuel for the next battle. Kamala Harris wasn't just another politician, she was a champion of the people who had been left behind, a fighter for the forgotten and voiceless. She embodied the ideal of what America could be, a nation that rises above its divisions, a nation that believes in the promise of opportunity and justice for all. As the debate began, it became clear that Rubio had no idea the storm he was about to face. The room buzzed with electricity, the air thick with anticipation. What started as a measured exchange now felt like a powder keg ready to explode. Rubio's voice rose in a controlled fury as he launched into his next attack, his eyes narrowing with the kind of calculated aggression that had served him so well in the past. Rubio. Emotional, pointing at Harris. You see, Kamala, you talk about unity, you talk about equality, but where were you when it mattered? You stood by while our country was flooded with illegal immigrants, people who have no respect for our laws. And now you want to lecture the rest of us about fairness? About justice? The crowd tensed, their collective breath held. The question was out there, and Rubio had landed his first real punch. But Harris? She didn't flinch. Her posture remained perfect, her gaze unwavering. It was as if the noise and chaos around her barely touched her. Her composure was becoming a force unto itself. Rubio, taunted. Incensed, leaning forward. We're a nation of laws, Kamala. And your party wants to tear that down in the name of so-called progress. You can't build a better America on a foundation of lawlessness. That's the reality. The room rippled with murmurs of approval from the right-wing factions present. Rubio could feel their energy fueling him, lifting him higher, pushing him to swing harder. His voice rose with the fervor of a preacher at the pulpit, hands gesturing wildly, words sharp as blades. But Kamala Harris was unfazed. She sat there, watching him, her fingers lightly resting on the podium in front of her, her face a calm sea in the middle of his storm. Harris. Cutting him off, her tone quiet but firm. Marco, you can shout all you want. But when you don't address the root causes of the issues you're talking about, when you refuse to look beyond the headlines and actually do the work, it's no wonder we're stuck in this cycle of division. The crowd was silent now, hanging on her every word. It wasn't just the power of her words, they were hanging on the sheer control she exhibited. It wasn't a simple rebuttal, it was the kind of response that demanded attention, that made Rubio's arguments look weak and outdated. Rubio. Frustrated, voice rising. You really want to talk about root causes? You want to pretend that your policies are about helping the people of this country? Because the only thing you've done is open the floodgates and let criminals pour in while Americans suffer. Rubio's voice cracked slightly as he spoke, the pressure mounting on him. His face reddened. He was losing control, but he didn't realize it yet. The more he yelled, the more Harris remained stoic, her eyes piercing his, as if she could see through the bluster. Every word from him now felt like it was being absorbed by a stone wall. Harris, calmly. Let's talk about the truth, Marco. The people you're so eager to demonize are fleeing violence, struggling for survival. And instead of looking for solutions, you're too busy pointing fingers, blaming people who have nothing to do with the problems you've created. It was like watching a matador effortlessly sidestep a charging bull. Rubio's anger was palpable, his voice now tinged with desperation. Every word that left his mouth sounded less like a calculated attack and more like an outburst, a man realizing his carefully constructed narrative was unraveling. Rubio. Angry, voice trembling. You think you can just brush aside the facts. You think your empty platitudes are going to change the reality of what's happening in this country. You've failed, Kamala. Your administration has failed. The crowd was split now. Some cheered, others stayed silent, the tension thick in the air. Rubio had ramped up the rhetoric, pushing harder, faster, thinking he could rattle her. But the more he pushed, the more Harris's calm seemed to shine through, illuminating the flaws in his every word. Harris, leaning forward slightly, voice steady. Failed? No, Marco. I've seen firsthand what failure looks like. Failure isn't about acknowledging that people are suffering and doing something about it. Failure is about continuing to pretend that your way is the only way while millions of Americans are left behind in the process. Rubio froze. The audience shifted, sensing the turning point. Harris's words landed with surgical precision, each one cutting deeper into the armor Rubio had spent years building. The man who had once been a rising star in the Republican Party was now reeling, his bravado crumbling with every syllable she spoke. The contrast was stark. Rubio, the angry, defensive politician who thrived on conflict, was beginning to show the cracks. Harris, on the other hand, was composed, measured, and calm, a steady force that didn't need to scream to make her point. It was as if the fight had already shifted, and Rubio hadn't even realized it. The crowd was now caught in a whirlwind of emotions, from disbelief to awe. It wasn't just the words, it was the way Harris had turned his attacks against him, disarming him with every response, leaving him exposed. Harris. Your fear-mongering doesn't fix anything, Marco. It never has. It only creates more division. The real work. The real change. It happens when we come together. When we act out of empathy, not fear. Rubio's mouth opened to respond, but he hesitated. His next words didn't come out as forceful as he'd intended. The crowd, which had once seemed ready to erupt in his favor, was now quiet, waiting. The tension was palpable, a silent reckoning in the room. Kamala Harris didn't hesitate. The words hung in the air, lingering as Rubio's voice sputtered to an awkward stop. She sat still for a beat, her eyes unwavering as the tension in the room reached a boiling point. The cameras were focused on her now, the silence suffocating. She didn't need to raise her voice to command attention, her presence was all the crowd needed. The battle had shifted, and it was clear that this wasn't just a debate, it was a reckoning. Harris, calmly. You want to talk about failure, Marco? Let's talk about failure. She leaned forward slightly, her voice still measured, but every word came with the precision of a scalpel. Rubio's posture stiffened. He was on the defensive, unsure of what was coming next, the crowd already sensing that something was about to snap. Harris, taunted. Let's talk about the fact that under your leadership, we've seen a country divided, fractured, pitted against itself. You claim to be a defender of the law, but you've turned a blind eye to the corruption, the dishonesty, and the injustice within your own party. You say you're fighting for the people, but what you really want is to preserve a system that only benefits the powerful, the privileged, and the elite. A ripple of gasps and murmurs spread through the crowd. Harris didn't stop. She was just warming up, her voice becoming more assertive, each point building with a quiet fury that contrasted with Rubio's earlier shouting. Harris, taunted. You criticize immigration, Marco, but when did you ever propose a real solution? When did you ever have the courage to stand up to your own party's refusal to pass comprehensive reform? You talk about illegal immigration like it's the root of every problem, but you fail to acknowledge the bigger picture, the system that fails these families, that forces them to risk everything just to survive. She looked directly at him now, the gaze of someone who knew exactly how to break down a man who thought he could lie his way through. Harris, taunted. You see, Marco, this isn't about immigration, it's about power. You're using the fear of the other to distract from the real issues at hand. You've been doing it for years, pitting one group of people against another, manipulating their anger and their fear to keep them from asking the hard questions. You've turned this country into a political game, but people are starting to see through it. The audience, once caught in the grip of tension, began to shift. Some were nodding. Others were leaning forward, their eyes glued to Harris as if they could feel the weight of the moment. This wasn't just a rebuttal, it was a dismantling. Rubio's face tightened. The calm demeanor he had worn earlier had long since vanished, replaced with the frantic gestures of a man whose narrative was crumbling. But he couldn't stop it. Harris was in full control now, her every word exposing the hypocrisy that had defined his career. Harris, taunted. You want to talk about lawlessness? Let's talk about the lawlessness in your own backyard, Marco. The way you've turned a blind eye to corruption within your own party, your own donors. You're bought and paid for by special interests, and yet you stand there, pretending you're fighting for the working class. You can't even say, climate change, without worrying about alienating your corporate sponsors. You've sold your soul to the highest bidder, and you have the nerve to lecture me about failing this country. The crowd gasped. There was no more politeness now. Kamala Harris wasn't just responding, she was exposing the very foundation of Rubio's political career. She was taking apart the myth that he had carefully cultivated over years of grandstanding, of clever speeches that danced around the truth, all the while keeping the focus on fear and division. Harris, taunted. Every time you speak about unity, Marco, every time you call for law and order, what you're really asking for is control. You want to keep the same systems of power in place. You want to preserve a country where some people matter more than others, where people of color are scapegoated, where inequality is justified. And that's what you've been doing. You've been using your platform to keep people divided, because that's the only way you can win. Harris let the words linger, the weight of them settling in the room like a thick fog. Rubio's mouth opened and closed, but no words came out. He was visibly rattled now, blinking rapidly, trying to regain his composure. But it was too late. The damage had been done. Kamala Harris had just delivered the kind of counterattack that political careers were built or destroyed on. She didn't need to shout to be heard, every word was a laser, each one cutting deeper into Rubio's carefully constructed narrative. The crowd began to stir. The gasps of shock were quickly replaced by applause, slow at first, then building into a resounding roar. Harris had taken him apart with calm precision, every syllable landing with devastating clarity. It wasn't just that she had beaten him with facts, she had done it with grace. The tension that had filled the room moments before had completely evaporated. Rubio, standing there at the podium, looked like a man who had been stripped bare. His arrogance, once so assured, had turned to panic, his eyes darting nervously as the applause for Harris grew louder. Rubio, stammering. Well, I. But he couldn't finish the sentence. The crowd wasn't listening to him anymore. Harris, cutting in, with unshakable calm. People are tired of your games, Marco. They're tired of being used as pawns in your political theater. The applause was deafening now. It wasn't just approval, it was validation. Harris had not just defended herself, she had taken down her opponent. Rubio, the seasoned politician, was exposed. He had been outclassed by a force of nature, and there was no escaping it. Kamala Harris stood there, poised and unbroken, while Rubio struggled to maintain any semblance of control. It was the kind of moment that would be remembered for years, an epic takedown that didn't just win the debate, but changed the narrative completely. But just when it seemed like Harris had won, the aftermath would prove even more explosive. The dust had barely settled on the debate stage before the world erupted. Social media lit up like a wildfire, the hashtags trending almost immediately. The story had gone viral, and the narrative was crystal clear: Kamala Harris had just delivered the political takedown of a lifetime. The kind of moment that would define the 2024 election cycle and echo through the halls of political history. Hashtag Kamala owns Rubio began trending on Twitter, flooding the platform within minutes of the debate's conclusion. A relentless stream of memes, GIFs, and reaction videos swarmed across Instagram, TikTok, and Facebook. The internet had become a battleground, but this time, it wasn't Rubio's rhetoric that was winning, it was Harris's calm precision. A video clip of her mic drop moment quickly made its way across every corner of the web, Harris, poised and dignified, delivering her scathing response. The contrast between Rubio's flustered, defensive flailing and her quiet strength had become a viral sensation. By the hour, thousands of memes depicted Harris as the metaphorical matador, standing effortlessly while Rubio crashed into the bull's horns of his own mistakes. The internet's reaction was a tidal wave, one that Rubio wasn't prepared for. But it wasn't just memes that flooded the digital space, commentators from both sides of the political aisle weighed in. On the left, progressive voices hailed Harris as the clear victor, lauding her for dismantling Rubio's arguments with not only intellect but with grace. "This is the moment we've been waiting for," tweeted one prominent progressive influencer. "Kamala just showed America how to handle a bully, and it wasn't with rage, it was with truth." On the other side, Rubio's supporters tried to salvage what they could, but the cracks were already beginning to show. News outlets sympathetic to Rubio quickly began reporting the fallout. His supporters were confused, torn between defending a man who had failed to deliver under pressure and recognizing the undeniable fact that Harris had bested him with ease. Within hours, numerous GOP pundits took to Twitter to express frustration, with one particularly high-profile conservative pundit commenting, "Marco Rubio had a golden opportunity tonight to show leadership. Instead, he showed weakness." As the hours passed, it became clear that Harris's performance had reverberated far beyond the debate stage. Politicians, celebrities, and pundits from all walks of life had chimed in, echoing the sentiment that had begun to dominate the national conversation. Harris had not just won a debate, she had changed the entire narrative. Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez tweeted, "Kamala Harris just proved that it's not enough to fight hate with anger. It's time we fight it with intelligence, dignity, and resilience." The tweet received thousands of likes and retweets, cementing Harris as the progressive champion of the moment. Meanwhile, Bernie Sanders added his voice in support, a reminder, "It's not the loudest voice that wins, it's the most truthful." Hollywood, too, got in on the action. A-list celebrities, who had been publicly vocal in support of progressive values, began tweeting their admiration for Harris. Oprah Winfrey posted a short clip from the debate with the caption, "The calm before the storm." Kamala Harris just changed the conversation in American politics. Ava DuVernay, the acclaimed filmmaker, followed suit, adding, "Kamala Harris dismantled him with precision. This moment is history." Even Barack Obama, never one to jump too quickly into political phrase, took to Twitter to offer his praise. What happened tonight wasn't just about one person winning a debate. It was about showing the country that we can rise above fear, above hate. We can lead with dignity. But as much as Harris was gaining admiration from progressives and moderates, Rubio's supporters were beginning to splinter. Some were in denial, doubling down on their defense of him, while others quietly began to question their faith in his political strategy. His most ardent followers, those who had stood by him through thick and thin, were now forced to grapple with a truth they could no longer ignore: Rubio's control over the narrative had crumbled, and Harris had exposed it for all to see. And the impact was not limited to social media. In focus groups across the country, the reactions were just as explosive. Harris's name dominated the discussions. Republican-leaning voters who had once viewed Rubio as a rising star were now questioning whether he could truly stand up to the challenges ahead. Moderate independents who had felt uneasy about the political climate were now more inclined to see Harris as a viable alternative, someone who represented a calm, calculated response to the chaos they'd come to resent. The ripple effect of Harris's performance was undeniable. Every major news outlet across the country ran headlines about the stunning takedown and debate disaster for Rubio. Political pundits couldn't stop talking about it. What Rubio failed to understand, one expert on CNN said, is that Kamala Harris doesn't just know the facts, she knows how to cut through the noise and speak to the heart of what's wrong in this country. She's playing the long game, and she's winning. But perhaps the most telling sign of the shift came from within Rubio's own camp. Sources close to the senator began leaking reports of internal meetings where the party was scrambling to assess the damage. The momentum's gone, one unnamed aide told the Washington Post. The narrative is shifting, and it's hard to get it back. We don't know how to fight this kind of battle. As the day wore on, more and more voices began to resonate with the same sentiment. Kamala Harris had emerged as the true force to reckon with. Whether it was in the face of constant attacks from the right or the overwhelming criticisms from the left, Harris had managed to navigate the storm with unmatched grace, and it was paying off. As the days passed, the debate's aftermath continued to echo across the nation. But Kamala Harris wasn't finished, not yet. What had seemed like a simple political confrontation was, in her mind, far more significant. The battle for America's future wasn't won in a single exchange of words, it was won in the values that she stood for, the values that would guide the country towards something better. Kamala knew the fight wasn't about winning debates or scoring political points. It was about something deeper. She had faced off against Marco Rubio, but in that moment, she wasn't just defending her own position, she was defending the very ideals that had shaped her life: unity, integrity, and service. She had shown the world that leadership wasn't about who could shout the loudest or tear others down. Leadership was about bringing people together, even in the face of overwhelming division. It was about truth, about fighting for the common good. In the weeks following the debate, Harris found herself reflecting more on that critical moment, not the applause, not the headlines, but the bigger picture. What she had said on that stage wasn't just a rebuttal, it was a call to action. A reminder to the American people that no matter how fractured the country had become, no matter how much the rhetoric of fear and division had taken root, there was still hope for something better. And that hope wasn't in the hands of politicians who played to the lowest common denominator, who pandered to fear and anger, it was in the hands of those who dared to believe in a better way forward. She reflected on her journey, how, growing up in Oakland, she had been taught the importance of fighting for others. She thought of her mother, who had dedicated her life to cancer research, working tirelessly to help others, to make the world a better place. She thought of her own path through the legal system, the countless times she had fought to ensure that justice was served, and that those with no voice had someone to stand up for them. Kamala Harris had never been interested in the easy path. She had chosen a life of service because she believed that leadership meant making hard choices for the greater good, not for personal gain. And now, here she was, standing at the center of a political battle that was testing her resolve. The fight was no longer about just winning a debate, it was about showing the American people that the true measure of leadership wasn't the ability to tear others down, but the ability to build something greater, something unified. Kamala's voice echoed in the hearts of millions: this country is more than the sum of its divisions. It is a place where everyone, no matter their background, their race, or their station in life, should have the chance to thrive. Our strength is not in our differences, it is in our unity. Her message wasn't just a political talking point, it was a moral mandate. She wasn't asking for blind allegiance to a political party, she was asking for a commitment to the values that had always made America great. Integrity. Service. Justice. Compassion. Values that transcended partisan bickering, that looked past labels, and that sought to uplift every American, no matter where they came from or where they were headed. As she stood before the cameras, speaking directly to the nation in the days following the debate, she focused not on the cheap shots or the petty attacks from her opponents, but on the bigger vision she was fighting for. This was her moment not just to rebut Marco Rubio's lies, but to reaffirm the principles that had guided her through every challenge in her life. The message was clear: the true strength of America was found not in division, but in the shared dignity of its people. Harris, calm, resolute. We are a country built on ideals, the ideals of freedom, justice, and opportunity. But those ideals only become reality when we stand together, when we choose dignity over hatred, service over self-interest, and truth over division. The battle is not between left and right, it's between the forces of unity and the forces of fear. And I believe, with every fiber of my being, that unity will always win. She spoke directly to those who had been left behind, those who felt abandoned by a system that didn't listen to them. She knew they were watching, waiting to see who would stand up for them. Her message wasn't just about politics, it was about the heart of America. It was a reminder that the values that had always made this country great could still guide it to a brighter future. Harris, inspirational, with conviction. The truth is this: no matter how many attacks come my way, no matter how much the forces of division try to tear us apart, we will stand together. We will choose a future of unity, of opportunity, and of justice. Because when we act with dignity, when we act with integrity, and when we fight for each other, we will always win. And in that moment, it wasn't just Kamala Harris speaking, it was the collective hope of a country yearning for leadership that wasn't just about winning elections, but about winning hearts and minds. The audience, both online and in person, felt a shift. The power wasn't in the hands of those who stoked fear and division, it was in the hands of those who believed that service to others was the highest calling, that dignity was worth fighting for, and that unity was the only way forward. What we witnessed today wasn't just a debate, it was a powerful reminder of what true leadership looks like. Kamala Harris didn't just win that moment, she showed us the kind of leader we need in times of division and despair. A leader who stands firm in truth, who fights with dignity, and who never backs down in the face of adversity. This isn't just about one politician or one debate. It's about all of us, about the values we stand for and the future we're choosing to build. Unity, integrity, justice. These are the pillars that hold our country together, and they are the values we must all fight for, every single day. If you believe in what Kamala Harris stood for, if you believe in a vision of America that is stronger together, where dignity and service rise above fear and division, then it's time to act. Share this video, subscribe, and become a part of this movement. The fight for a better future is far from over, but together, we can make a difference. Let your voice be heard. Stand up for the truth, for unity, and for the values that will guide us toward a brighter tomorrow. So, don't just sit back, join the conversation. Share your thoughts, your hopes, and your vision for the future. The world is watching, and now is the time to make your mark. Because when we stand together, we will win. Subscribe, share, and be a part of this movement. Let's build a future that reflects the truth, dignity, and service we all deserve. The video begins with a clip of Tucker Carlson on his primetime show, his voice dripping with condescension. The camera focuses on his smug grin as he delivers an inflammatory remark aimed at Kamala Harris. The words hang in the air, bold and reckless. Kamala Harris, he sneers, a woman who's never faced real hardship, pretending to speak for the voiceless. Instantly, the clip cuts to a montage of headlines flashing across the screen. Tucker Carlson calls Kamala out, divisive remarks spark outrage, Harris responds. Nation awaits. The internet explodes. Tweets, memes, and hot takes flood the digital space, all echoing the same question: what will Kamala do? Then, the screen goes black. A beat. Silence. Cut to Kamala Harris, seated in a well-lit room. Her face is calm, her expression composed. She's preparing for the interview. Her fingers brush against the papers in front of her, steady and deliberate. The world is watching, every eye locked on her, holding its breath. The camera tightens on her face, the intensity of the moment sinking in. For a split second, we see her pause, just long enough for the gravity of the situation to hit. A woman of color, a daughter of immigrants, the first woman of South Asian descent to hold national office, about to take on one of the most controversial figures in American media. The stakes couldn't be higher. The tension is almost unbearable. Tucker's words still hang in the air like smoke, while Kamala prepares herself for the fight ahead. No flinch, no hesitation. But what happens next? Kamala's response would leave everyone, even Tucker, questioning their assumptions. America is at a crossroads. Political tensions have reached a boiling point, with the country divided in ways it hasn't been in generations. Trust in institutions is crumbling, and rhetoric has become a weapon, a tool to divide, to conquer, to control. At the heart of this is Tucker Carlson, a media mogul who thrives on controversy, his words constantly stirring the pot, pushing the boundaries of what is acceptable in public discourse. His influence is undeniable, he speaks to millions, shaping the thoughts of countless viewers, stirring anger, fear, and resentment. His audience is loyal, some say fanatical, and his words hold weight in an era where truth has become relative. But Tucker's divisive rhetoric is more than just about ratings. It's about power, the power to shape narratives, to define who belongs and who doesn't, to claim moral authority while undermining the very fabric of the nation. His recent remarks about Kamala Harris are just the latest example of his ability to exploit divisions, to pick at the wounds of a fractured nation for his own gain. His words aren't just aimed at her, they're aimed at everything she represents: progress, diversity, inclusion, and the American ideals of equality and justice. To Tucker, these ideals are just another target in the culture war. And then there's Kamala Harris. A woman who has spent her life fighting for those who've been overlooked, silenced, and oppressed. A daughter of immigrants, a woman of color, the first female vice president of the United States, Kamala is a living embodiment of the American dream. She is no stranger to adversity. From her days as a district attorney, standing up against the powerful to protect the vulnerable, to her years as a senator, championing reform and justice in a deeply divided Congress, Kamala Harris has always fought for what is right, no matter the cost. But this fight with Tucker Carlson isn't just another political battle. It's personal. It's about the soul of the nation. It's about who gets to define what America stands for. Kamala knows the stakes, and she understands the weight of what is at risk. This isn't just a debate about policy or ideology, it's a battle for the hearts and minds of the American people. In a moment when everything feels uncertain, when political discourse has devolved into chaos and insults, Kamala stands as a pillar of resilience, truth, and dignity. Her response to Tucker's latest attack could either cement her as the defender of a united America or leave her silenced, dismissed as just another politician unable to weather the storm. But Kamala knows what's at stake. She's faced down bigger enemies before, and this time will be no different. The nation is watching. The pressure is mounting. The world is waiting to see how this showdown will unfold. The stakes couldn't be higher. As the tension builds, Harris is about to reveal a side of her that many never saw coming. The showdown takes a turn none could predict. Tucker Carlson didn't just rise to fame, he was crafted for it. A blend of sharp wit, provocative rhetoric, and an uncanny ability to exploit the cracks in American society, Tucker became the voice of the disillusioned, the angry, and the fearful. His rise wasn't the result of a single moment, but a series of calculated decisions, each one designed to elevate him as a figure who could not only provoke thought but provoke rage. And in the world of cable news, rage sells. Born into privilege, Tucker's upbringing was far removed from the struggles of the very people he often claims to speak for. His father, a wealthy banker, ensured that Tucker's early years were filled with opportunities that few in this country could dream of. From an elite prep school to an Ivy League education, Tucker had every advantage, every privilege, every door opened for him. But somewhere along the way, Tucker decided that his privilege wasn't enough, he wanted something more. Something deeper. And that's when he found his voice in the art of controversy. In his early career, Tucker was a chameleon, attempting to fit into various ideological molds. He was a conservative, but never fully embraced the party line. He was an independent thinker, or so he claimed, but his willingness to flirt with every extreme allowed him to bounce between the far-right, libertarian circles, and even the mainstream media. His political views were malleable, whatever would make him stand out, whatever would make him the center of attention. He'd poke, prod, and push buttons, and when it worked, when the media world reacted, he'd double down, refining his persona. By the time Tucker became a household name, his strategy was clear. He was no longer a journalist or commentator, he was a provocateur. A man whose ideas weren't meant to stimulate discussion, but to create chaos. He became a master at exploiting the deep divisions in America, not just addressing them, but exaggerating them, amplifying them. His monologues were packed with inflammatory rhetoric, often cloaked in half-truths, skewed statistics, and hyperbole, designed to stoke fear. Fear of the other, fear of change, fear of a future that didn't look like the past. But it wasn't just about creating conflict for Tucker. It was about maintaining relevance, about turning every ideological battle into a war of words, each one meant to feed into the outrage culture that was beginning to dominate American politics. Tucker's audience didn't want to hear solutions or nuance. They wanted validation for their anger. And Tucker, ever the opportunist, gave it to them. His success wasn't just due to his talent for speaking to an already disenfranchised base. It was because of his willingness to attack anyone and everyone who didn't share his worldview. From liberal politicians to cultural icons, no one was safe from Tucker's sharp tongue. But it was his attacks on figures like Kamala Harris, women of color in politics, and those pushing for progressive change that solidified his reputation. To Tucker, the system was rigged, not for the rich and powerful, but for those who demanded change. People like Kamala, people like the ones who didn't just want to sit at the table but wanted to flip it over and reshape it entirely. Tucker's statements were not just about ideology, they were personal. His attacks on Kamala were calculated, designed to undermine her, to reduce her to nothing more than a puppet of the establishment. He painted her as a figure unworthy of the office she held, implying that her rise was somehow a product of political correctness or diversity quotas rather than merit. In his world, people like Kamala Harris didn't deserve their seats at the table. They weren't real Americans. They were part of the very forces he railed against, and so he set his sights on them. Yet, despite all his bluster, despite the bravado, Tucker knew that his attacks were built on shaky ground. His rhetoric might inspire his followers, but deep down, there was a gnawing sense of insecurity. It's one thing to attack the political establishment, but it's another to take on someone like Kamala Harris, whose very existence is a rebuke to the narrow worldview that Tucker promotes. She represents everything he fears, a woman of color who rose to the highest echelons of power, a person who embodies the future he's so desperately trying to hold back. Tucker Carlson thrives on the illusion of certainty, on the idea that his worldview is unshakable. But Kamala's rise challenges that certainty. The day Tucker's words about Kamala hit the airwaves, it was more than just another attack. It was the culmination of everything he'd worked for, the chance to take down someone who, in his mind, was everything wrong with America. Someone who dared to embody a future that was more inclusive, more diverse, more compassionate than he could ever imagine. But as the interview unfolds, Kamala's response will reveal the true depth of her preparation, and Tucker's greatest regret is yet to come. Kamala Harris didn't just enter politics by chance, she was forged in the fire of struggle, sacrifice, and an unyielding desire to serve. Raised in the heart of Oakland, California, Kamala's journey was never going to be easy. As the daughter of immigrants, her childhood was a delicate balance of two worlds, the rich cultural heritage of her Indian and Jamaican roots and the harsh realities of living in a city that had been shaped by economic disparity and racial tension. From a young age, Kamala understood that the world wasn't fair, but she also knew that fairness was worth fighting for. Her mother, Shyamala, an accomplished breast cancer researcher from India, instilled in Kamala a fierce intellect and a sense of purpose. Shyamala, who had moved to the U.S. to continue her research, taught Kamala the power of persistence and self-reliance. She wasn't just raised to be proud of her heritage, but to use her privilege, even in its smallest forms, to elevate those who lacked the same opportunities. Kamala watched her mother break barriers in the predominantly white male world of science, and it left a lasting impression. Kamala's father, Donald Harris, was a Jamaican economist, and while his presence in her life was formative, it was her mother's resolve that shaped her worldview. Kamala often recounts the stories of how her mother would fight for the voiceless in quiet, determined ways, standing up to racist teachers, advocating for her neighbors, pushing back against a system that never made space for people like her. These lessons didn't just mold Kamala's character, they set the course for the rest of her life. It was this foundation that led Kamala to the law. She didn't enter law school simply because she had the grades or the opportunity. She entered because she saw the law as a tool for change. As a young woman, she witnessed firsthand the inequalities in the criminal justice system, particularly for black and brown communities. She knew that if she were going to make a difference, she had to understand the system from the inside out. So, she made a decision that many people doubted: she would become a prosecutor. Kamala's early days as a prosecutor were defined by her unflinching commitment to justice. It wasn't enough for her to just win cases, she was determined to change the system from within. She took on cases that no one else wanted to touch, from fighting for the rights of abused children to seeking justice for the forgotten communities left behind by a system that treated them like statistics. In a male-dominated field, where those in power often dismissed the struggles of the marginalized, Kamala rose through the ranks. She didn't just meet expectations, she shattered them. Her rise was not without challenges. She faced resistance, not just because of her gender, but because of her background. As a woman of color, Kamala was often seen as an outsider in the political circles she moved in. She was frequently asked to prove her worth, questioned for her decisions, her actions, and her very place in the room. But Kamala never backed down. She knew that the only way forward was to continue pushing, continue fighting for the values that shaped her life: integrity, equality, and justice. By the time she became District Attorney of San Francisco, Kamala had already become a trailblazer. She was the first woman, the first black woman, and the first South Asian woman to hold the office. But her role wasn't just about making history, it was about making change. She was determined to reform a broken system, one that had often treated black and brown communities with indifference and cruelty. She fought for criminal justice reform, for alternatives to incarceration, and for programs that offered second chances to those who had been forgotten. Her tenure as DA wasn't without controversy, and she made plenty of tough decisions. She caught flack for her stance on issues like the death penalty and the prison system. Yet, even when facing pressure from all sides, Kamala stood firm. She believed in the power of rehabilitation over punishment, second chances over retribution. She knew that real change required more than just reforming laws, it required changing hearts and minds. When Kamala transitioned into her role as California's Attorney General, she faced the immense challenge of navigating a legal landscape entrenched in inequality. But rather than retreating in the face of those challenges, she leaned in, working tirelessly to expand access to healthcare, fighting to end human trafficking, and challenging the systemic inequities that held people back. In every role she held, Kamala was a force for progress, a voice for the voiceless, and a beacon of hope in an often bleak political landscape. Her decision to run for Senate was yet another step in her long march toward the ultimate goal: to create a system where everyone had an equal shot, regardless of their background. The Senate race wasn't easy, it was grueling, contentious, and, as always, filled with those who doubted her abilities, who told her to back down. But Kamala pushed forward, building an extraordinary coalition of supporters who saw in her not just a politician, but a fighter for justice. Her victory in 2016 made her California's first female senator, the first black senator, and the first South Asian senator in American history. Through it all, Kamala Harris never lost sight of her core belief, that the power of service lies in its ability to elevate others. The more success she found, the more committed she became to ensuring that success wasn't hers alone. Every decision, every policy, every moment was rooted in a deep understanding that her fight wasn't just for her, it was for all the people whose voices had been ignored for far too long. And now, as she faces off against Tucker Carlson, Kamala Harris knows that this isn't just about one debate. This is about a lifetime of fighting for what is right. It's about standing up against the forces that seek to divide, to demonize, and to marginalize. This is her moment, and she is ready. With everything at stake, Kamala was about to say the one thing that would send shockwaves through the nation. Tucker had no idea what was coming. The tension in the room is palpable. Every eye is fixed on the two of them, Kamala Harris and Tucker Carlson. The stage is set, the cameras rolling, and the world is watching. What started as a typical political debate has quickly escalated into a high-stakes battle, a clash of ideologies that will leave a mark on the American psyche. Tucker, unrelenting, leans forward, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "You know, Kamala," Tucker begins, his tone a mixture of condescension and mockery, you've spent your entire career playing the victim. Now, you're playing the hero. But we all know you don't really care about the people you claim to represent. You just want power. You just want to keep the status quo that benefits you and your elites. Kamala's expression remains unchanged. Calm, controlled. She knows exactly where this is heading, but she doesn't flinch. The audience can see the contrast between the two, Tucker, agitated, his hands gesturing wildly as he tries to provoke a reaction, and Kamala, composed, her voice steady, like a rock in the middle of a storm. I find it interesting, Kamala responds, her voice unwavering, that you say I don't care about the people I represent. I've spent my entire life fighting for those who've been left behind, for those who've been overlooked. And you, Tucker, well, you've spent your career telling people to fear those same people. You've used your platform to divide, to spread misinformation, to tear down everything this country stands for. The words land like a punch, but Tucker doesn't back down. Instead, his expression hardens, his voice rising. He's losing control, and it's beginning to show. You don't get it, Kamala, he snaps. You've been living in your bubble, surrounded by people who think just like you. You've been part of the system that's failed ordinary Americans for decades. Now you want to act like you're some sort of savior. Well, I'm not buying it. The audience shifts uneasily. The room grows thicker with tension. The air is charged, crackling with the animosity that's building between the two of them. Kamala remains unshaken, but the cracks are beginning to appear in Tucker's bravado. He's losing his cool, and he knows it. Kamala can see it in his eyes, the way his words are becoming more desperate, more personal. I've never claimed to be anyone's savior, Tucker, Kamala replies, her gaze steady, unflinching. But what I do know is that when people are struggling, when they're hurting, they need more than just a talking head on TV. They need real solutions. And I've spent my career fighting for those solutions, even when it wasn't popular, even when it was hard. Tucker scoffs, his frustration bubbling over. Oh, please. You've never lived a day in the real world, Kamala. You don't know what it's like to struggle. To worry about where your next paycheck is coming from, or if you're going to make it through the month. You think you have all the answers, but you're just another politician, just another cog in the machine. Kamala's eyes narrow, but she doesn't raise her voice. She doesn't need to. I know exactly what it's like to struggle, Tucker. I've been there. I've seen it. I've lived it. My mother came to this country with nothing, and she fought every day to give me the opportunities that I now have. I didn't have a silver spoon in my mouth. I didn't have the privilege of ignoring the struggles of others because it didn't fit my narrative. Tucker's face turns red with anger, his hands clenched into fists. The room can feel the shift in the energy. What was once a political debate is now something much more visceral. It's no longer about ideology. It's personal. And Kamala can see that, she can feel it. Tucker's attack is no longer about policy, it's about undermining her entire identity, her very worth. But Kamala, poised as ever, leans forward just a bit, her voice lowering, cutting through the noise. You want to talk about real struggle, Tucker? Let's talk about the millions of people who've been left behind by the very system you defend. The workers, the immigrants, the families who can't make ends meet because of people like you. People who use their platforms to stoke fear and spread hate. You don't get to lecture me about struggle. Not when you've never had to face the kind of fight that so many Americans face every single day. The words hang in the air like a dagger, piercing the thin armor of Tucker's arrogance. He's no longer in control. His face is flushed, his breath shallow, and the audience can sense it. The mighty Tucker Carlson, the man who's built his career on dominating others, is losing ground. His arrogance, once a source of power, is slipping away with each word Kamala speaks. The debate has gone beyond politics. It's become a battle of character, a fight for the moral high ground. And Kamala, with her calm and measured responses, is slowly but surely dismantling Tucker's entire narrative. As the debate reaches its peak, Kamala prepares to drop the ultimate mic drop moment, a response that will not only silence Tucker, but also change the narrative forever. Kamala Harris has said it before, but today, in this moment, her words are about to crystallize into something that will echo far beyond this debate. As the tension in the room thickens and Tucker's barbs have all but exhausted themselves, Kamala remains composed, poised, and powerful, the calm center in the storm of conflict. Tucker leans in, trying one last time to provoke her, his voice rising, full of the usual arrogance, but there's something different now. He's rattled. His earlier smugness has cracked, leaving behind only frustration. "You can sit there all you want, Kamala," he sneers, his face flushed with indignation, "and pretend like you're some sort of beacon of hope, but you're nothing more than a tool of the establishment. Your so-called solutions only benefit the elites, just like every other politician out there. You've been in power for how long? And what's changed?" The words tumble out, desperate. But Kamala doesn't flinch. She simply shifts slightly in her seat, her gaze unwavering as she prepares to deliver the one response that will cut through the noise and strip away the thin veil of credibility Tucker has left. The crowd is watching, waiting for her move. And then she speaks. "Tucker, you've spent your entire career pushing a narrative that says people like me don't belong in these spaces," she begins, her voice low but steady, a stark contrast to his escalating aggression. "You tell people that I'm part of a system that's failed them, that I'm somehow a puppet of the powerful. But here's the truth you're too scared to acknowledge." She pauses, letting the words sink in. Tucker doesn't respond immediately, his eyes narrowing. He's trying to regain his footing, but Kamala has already set the stage. She's already shifted the power dynamic. "The truth is, I've never been afraid to stand up to the system. I've spent my entire life fighting to break it open, fighting to give people a voice, to give them the tools they need to thrive. Every step I've taken, every position I've held, has been with one goal in mind, to make this country more just, more equitable. The question isn't whether I've been in power long enough, it's whether the people I've fought for have had a fair shot in the first place." Her words slice through the room, clean and precise. There's no anger, no defensiveness. Just the weight of truth, delivered with the kind of composure Tucker can never replicate. The audience is silent, hanging on every word. Kamala continues, leaning forward slightly, her voice still calm but now carrying the weight of her experience. "You've asked me what's changed. Let me answer that. I've seen firsthand the impact of policies that leave families behind, whether it's the families of color who've been devastated by a broken criminal justice system or the immigrants who risk everything to seek a better life. And I've fought, every single day, to change that. To make sure that everyone, no matter where they come from or what they look like, has a shot at the American dream." Tucker opens his mouth to retort, but she cuts him off. There's no room for him to interrupt, no space for his interruptions to gain ground. "The truth is, Tucker," Kamala says, her tone growing sharper, her eyes locking with his, "the system is broken. Not because of people like me, but because of people like you. People who thrive on division, who profit from fear and hate, who see this country's diversity as something to be feared rather than celebrated." Tucker's expression falters. The cracks in his composure widen as Kamala delivers her next blow, each word landing with the precision of a scalpel. "You've made your career off of telling people that they have nothing to fight for, that the only way to win is to fight against the other. But what you're forgetting, Tucker, is that the American people don't want to be divided. They want to come together, to work towards a future where everyone, not just the ones you choose, has a seat at the table." The room is dead silent. Every eye is on Kamala, the weight of her words settling over them like a blanket. She doesn't raise her voice, doesn't shout over Tucker's rhetoric. She simply speaks the truth that so many have been waiting for someone to say. "I'm here because I believe in this country," she says, her voice carrying that unwavering sense of certainty. "I believe in its potential. I believe in the idea that no matter where you come from, or how you look, or what you believe, you deserve a fair shot. That's what I've fought for my entire career. And that's what I'll continue fighting for, no matter how many people like you try to tear it down. The words hang in the air, as powerful and undeniable as any policy. There is a silence in the room that stretches, thick with the force of her message. Kamala has not only answered Tucker, she has dismantled the very foundation of his arguments, the entire narrative he's built his career on. Tucker is no longer the confident, brash figure he once was. His hands tremble ever so slightly as he shifts in his chair. His mouth opens, but the words don't come. He knows, in this moment, that he's lost. His audience can feel it too. There's a palpable shift in the room, an overwhelming sense that the tide has turned. Kamala Harris, with nothing but calm and clarity, has taken control of the narrative, and with it, the debate. Tucker stumbles, his mind grasping for something, anything, to recover, but the power he once held is slipping away. Kamala's words have not only silenced him, they have exposed the weakness in his argument, the hollowness of his divisive rhetoric. She has shown the audience something they have longed to see, leadership rooted in truth, not fear. The moment lingers. The room holds its breath. And then, as Kamala sits back in her chair, calm as ever, her message clear, the finality of her response leaves no room for rebuttal. It's done. The debate is over, and the verdict has been delivered. The internet erupted, and the world could not stop talking about it. But what happened next, shook everyone to the core. The shock waves from Kamala's response reverberate through every corner of the nation. What began as a politically charged debate has morphed into a cultural moment, a defining instance that transcends the stage and spills out into the streets, the homes, and the hearts of Americans. The moment Kamala Harris delivered her final words, the internet exploded. Hashtags begin trending within seconds, hashtag Kamala wins, hashtag mic drop, hashtag truth over fear. Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, every platform is buzzing with a single, undeniable truth: Kamala Harris had just dismantled one of the most influential figures in conservative media. The response is swift, overwhelming, and powerful. It starts with ordinary people, the ones who have watched politics become a spectacle, a game of insults and soundbites rather than genuine discourse. They are on their phones, laptops, and screens, sharing Kamala's final moments. The phrases she used, the calm power in her words, they resonate deeply with those who have long felt unheard in the national conversation. The debate was no longer just about politics. It had become a battle for the soul of the nation, and in this battle, Kamala was the victor. As the memes flood in, some are funny, others profound, but they all carry the same message: Kamala Harris had faced down the most polarizing voice in conservative media and emerged victorious, not with force, but with truth. One meme shows her calm face as she delivers her knockout line, captioned simply, "When truth hits harder than hate." It's shared, reshared, and celebrated across platforms, a viral moment that cements her as not just a politician, but a symbol of resilience. Celebrities chime in, too, rallying behind Kamala. From actors to musicians, influencers to public figures, they all echo the same sentiment: Kamala had spoken for all those who have been silenced, marginalized, and dismissed. Oprah tweets, "Kamala showed us what it means to stand in your truth and fight for those who need it most. Proud of you, at Kamala Harris." Even athletes, long accustomed to being asked to stay out of political discourse, weigh in. LeBron James posts a simple photo of Kamala with the caption, "Real leadership." But it's not just the celebrities. Politicians, both Democrat and Republican, are forced to react. For many on the left, the response is nothing short of praise. Elizabeth Warren, Bernie Sanders, and even AOC retweet Kamala's mic drop moment, amplifying the message that truth, dignity, and justice will always prevail over divisive rhetoric. They've seen this moment before. It's the culmination of years of tireless work, of fighting for the marginalized, for the poor, for immigrants, for people who were told they didn't belong. But it's the response from across the aisle that carries the most weight. While the conservative establishment scrambles to defend Tucker, some of the more moderate voices on the right can't ignore what just happened. Senator Mitt Romney, not one to jump into partisan bickering, tweets, I may not agree with Kamala on everything, but today she showed us all the power of integrity and calm in the face of chaos. That's leadership. It's a subtle admission of respect, a crack in the wall that Tucker's rhetoric had so carefully built. Tucker Carlson himself. His credibility is crumbling in real time. His segment on the debate, once billed as the highlight of his career, now feels hollow. The conservative commentators who once praised him are now scrambling to find ways to spin the situation. Their usual tactics of undermining opponents, of drowning out voices with noise, fail in the face of Kamala's calm. The following day, Tucker's show opens with an apology of sorts, a half-hearted attempt to regain control over the narrative. But it's too late. The damage is done. The people have spoken. On social media, the backlash is swift. Tucker's name trends, but not in the way he's accustomed to. Tweets begin to surface with quotes from Kamala's response, underlined with the hashtag #TruthOverTucker. A powerful image circulates showing Kamala's unwavering face with a bold caption, "She spoke for all of us." The backlash against Tucker is significant, with his usual supporters beginning to question his approach. His usual bravado, once his shield, now feels weak and desperate. The ripple effect doesn't stop at social media. News outlets pick up on the aftermath, with analysts discussing the profound impact of Kamala's words. Even Fox News, Tucker's home turf, is forced to cover the fallout. Some reporters question whether Tucker's usual style of provocation has finally gone too far. Others, more sympathetic to his brand of politics, reluctantly admit that Kamala had set a new standard for how political debates should be conducted, with dignity, not division. The conversation shifts. What had been an isolated moment on a debate stage has now become a national conversation. People are talking about leadership, about integrity, about the kind of politics they want to see in this country. Kamala Harris's response is no longer just a moment in time, it's the start of a movement. Her words, measured and true, have reignited a conversation about the values that this nation was built on: fairness, equality, and justice for all. Even in the face of backlash, Kamala's supporters are emboldened. They rally behind her, not just because of her political victories, but because she has given them hope. She has shown them that their voices matter. She has given them the courage to speak their truth in a world that often tries to silence them. Kamala has become a beacon, not just of power, but of empathy and justice. As the dust settles and the media coverage wanes, one thing becomes clear: Kamala Harris has emerged from this debate not just as a political figure, but as a symbol of what's possible when truth is spoken with conviction and grace. But Kamala's triumph wasn't just about winning the debate. It was about something deeper, something that would continue to echo long after the cameras stopped rolling. The debate is over. The stage lights dim, the audience files out, but Kamala Harris stands tall, her victory already transcending the confines of the debate hall. Her words have done more than win an argument, they've sparked a much-needed conversation. The fight for dignity, for truth, has been set into motion, and Kamala knows this moment isn't just hers, it belongs to everyone who's ever been told their voice didn't matter. Everyone who's ever been dismissed, marginalized, or silenced. Kamala reflects on her journey, the struggle, the perseverance, the constant battle to be heard. This victory isn't about her, it's about all the people who are so often left out of the narrative. Her rise from the streets of Oakland to the highest offices in the land wasn't easy, and it didn't come without sacrifice. But it came with a steadfast belief that truth, justice, and the power of service would always overcome hate, fear, and division. In the days following the debate, Kamala is flooded with messages of support from every corner of the nation, from communities that had long been ignored, from those fighting for justice, and from people who had watched in awe as she dismantled the rhetoric of one of the most polarizing figures in media. The applause isn't just for her victory, it's for the message she conveyed, that dignity, when held with unwavering resolve, can topple even the most toxic narratives. And Kamala knows this victory, while sweet, is just the beginning. It's not enough to simply win a debate. What matters now is how the people respond. The lesson isn't just about standing up to hate, it's about standing up for what's right, even when the odds are stacked against you. Kamala's voice, calm and measured, has resonated across a fractured nation, offering a beacon of hope to those who long for something better, something more inclusive. "We are stronger when we stand together," she says in a speech soon after, her voice strong but compassionate. "This is not just a victory for me. It's a victory for every person who has been told their voice doesn't matter. For every immigrant, for every worker, for every child who dreams of a better future. When we stand united, when we fight for what's right, nothing, no amount of division, no amount of hate, can break us." Her message is clear. This moment isn't just about politics. It's about values, the values of truth, integrity, and service. Kamala's victory represents the triumph of these values over the forces that seek to tear us apart. It's the recognition that when people choose to stand up for justice and equity, no amount of negativity can diminish the power of their voice. And Kamala, ever the optimist, knows that this is only the beginning. It's not enough to win a battle, the real work begins in the everyday struggle for equality, for dignity, and for the future she believes in. She continues, her words filled with urgency and hope, "We cannot be divided by those who seek to pit us against each other. We cannot let the voices of hate drown out the voices of compassion. If you believe in justice, if you believe in the power of unity, then I ask you to join me. This is a movement, not a moment. We have work to do. We must fight not just for ourselves, but for everyone who believes in the promise of a better tomorrow." Kamala's victory wasn't just about silencing Tucker Carlson or winning a debate. It was a cultural reset. It was a moment that reminded America of its values, of the power of truth, and the importance of standing up to injustice in any form. The message was clear: division and hate will never define this country, dignity, justice, and service will. As the weeks go by, the echoes of that debate continue to reverberate. The conversation shifts. People no longer just talk about the spectacle of the moment, they talk about the ideals Kamala championed. The values of unity, integrity, and truth take center stage, as if Kamala's words have reignited a spark in the hearts of millions. The social media posts, the rallies, the grassroots movements, they're all fueled by the same desire, to create a nation where everyone has a voice, where everyone has a seat at the table, and where truth and dignity guide the way forward. Kamala's words, delivered with grace and conviction, have sparked a movement. A movement for justice. A movement for equality. A movement for the future of America. And the best part? This movement isn't about one person, it's about all of us. It's about the collective power we hold when we choose to stand together, when we choose to rise above the hate, the fear, and the division. Kamala's victory wasn't just a political moment, it was a cultural reset. And you, too, can be part of this movement. Every person who believes in dignity, in truth, in justice, now is the time to act. Now is the time to rise up, to demand a better future, and to stand together in the fight for what's right. The journey isn't over. The real work is just beginning. The message is clear, and Kamala's leadership has shown us that when we stand united, there's nothing that can stop us. Together, we can build the future that we all deserve. Kamala Harris didn't just win a debate. She delivered a message that we, as a nation, cannot afford to ignore. In the face of arrogance, division, and hate, Kamala showed us that dignity, truth, and integrity will always rise above. This wasn't just a moment in politics, it was a defining shift in the conversation we're having about the future of this country. Kamala's words resonated with millions because they represent what America is truly about, standing up for what's right, even when the odds are stacked against you. The world saw Kamala's grace, her strength, and her unwavering commitment to the people. In that moment, she reminded us all of the power we have when we choose to fight for justice and equality, no matter the opposition. Now, it's time for us to take that message forward. The battle isn't over, this is just the beginning. Kamala's victory is a call to action for each of us. It's a reminder that we all have a role to play in creating a world where truth, unity, and dignity guide the way. We cannot let hate, division, and fear define our future. So, what's next? Join the movement. Share this video. Talk about it. Let Kamala's words continue to echo in your community. Stand up for what's right and refuse to back down. It's time to embrace the power of unity and truth. If you believe in justice, if you believe in a world where everyone has a voice, then now is the time to act. Subscribe to the channel, share the message, and be part of the change. Together, we can build a future that honors dignity, respect, and integrity, a future that we can all be proud of. The fight is just beginning. Are you ready to join? The tension in the room was palpable. The air thick with anticipation. Eyes fixed on the stage as Jim Jordan, with a gleam of confidence, stepped up to the microphone. He smirked, as if already certain of his victory. Kamala Harris, he began, his voice dripping with disdain, you've built a career on lies. The American people deserve better than the corrupt, divisive rhetoric you continue to peddle. The words landed like a slap in the face, a direct challenge to her integrity, her legacy. The crowd held their breath, waiting for her response. The clock ticked, each second stretching the silence between them. And then, without a hint of hesitation, Kamala Harris rose from her seat. Her posture straight, poised, but behind her eyes burned a fire that made the entire room go still. She glanced at him for a split second, as though weighing his words, before speaking, her voice unwavering, sharp like a blade. Jim, she began, her tone calm, yet every syllable laced with authority, you've made a career out of division, out of turning the truth into a weapon. But today, your lies end. The room froze. His smirk faltered. For a brief moment, the smug confidence he'd arrived with was replaced by uncertainty. He opened his mouth to retort, but no words came. And then, like a spark that ignites a blaze, the audience erupted. Applause, cheers, a roar of approval that rattled the walls. People were on their feet, unable to contain their excitement. Kamala Harris had just delivered the kind of response that only a few could muster, the kind that shattered an argument with nothing more than the power of truth. Jordan stood there, momentarily stunned, as the applause continued. His defeat had already begun, and the crowd knew it. They'd just witnessed history unfold, one sentence at a time. But what came next would prove just how much was at stake. The room fell silent, the weight of Kamala Harris's response hanging in the air. But this wasn't just about a fleeting exchange of words between two politicians. This was bigger. Much bigger. As the crowd simmered down, the magnitude of what had just transpired began to sink in. This was not merely a debate between Kamala Harris and Jim Jordan. It was a confrontation between two conflicting visions for the future of America, two opposing forces that represented the very heart of the nation's identity. On one side, there was Jim Jordan, the embodiment of division, fear, and false narratives. His political career had been built on the backs of manufactured crises, pitting Americans against one another in a never-ending battle of us versus them. With every word, he painted a picture of a fractured country, where the truth was malleable, bending to whatever suited his agenda. His rhetoric, often fueled by conspiracy and misinformation, echoed through the halls of power, pushing people to question the very systems that kept the nation united. And then there was Kamala Harris, a figure of resilience, integrity, and unity. Raised in the heart of California, her life's work had been to break down barriers, to lift people up rather than tear them apart. She wasn't just a senator, she was a symbol, the face of a different America. An America that believed in justice, in truth, in lifting up the marginalized, and ensuring that every citizen had a voice. Harris had never backed down from a fight, but this wasn't just about winning a political argument. It was about defending the soul of the nation itself. As the debate continued, it became clear, this wasn't simply a personal conflict between two powerful figures. This was a battle over America's core values. This was truth versus deceit. Integrity versus manipulation. Fairness versus exploitation. What Jordan sought to undermine, the very foundations of trust and transparency in government, Harris fought to protect. The stakes were monumental. More than just policies or legislation were at risk here. This debate represented a defining moment for the country's future. It was about the kind of nation America would be in the years to come. A nation where the voices of the people were honored, where justice was an ideal, not a tool for the powerful to use as they pleased. Or one where truth was sacrificed for power, where the very principles of democracy were twisted to serve the few. The stakes couldn't have been higher. As the camera zoomed in on Harris, her gaze unwavering, it was clear she wasn't just fighting for herself, she was fighting for every American who believed that integrity should still mean something. Jim Jordan had underestimated her. He had underestimated the power of the truth she represented. And with each passing second, his grip on the debate was slipping. The crowd could feel it, too. This was more than a political disagreement. This was the struggle for the soul of a nation. But as the debate raged on, it was clear, Kamala Harris was determined to make sure the American people would know what the fight was truly about. The question now wasn't if she could win. It was whether the rest of the country would finally see the battle for what it was, a fight for the future of democracy itself. Jim Jordan wasn't always the political figure the public knew today, the polarizing, often divisive congressman from Ohio. His rise to power was one built on confrontation, not consensus. A wrestler turned politician, Jordan understood the mechanics of power like a chess player, always a step ahead, but rarely playing by the rules. His climb through the ranks of American politics had been swift, but it was never about making things better. It was always about winning. Jordan's early years in politics revealed much about the man he would become. He entered Congress in 2007, driven not by a desire to serve, but by a thirst for control. From day one, he played the game with calculated precision. In his world, it wasn't about building bridges or finding common ground. It was about outmaneuvering the opposition. And the opposition, to him, was everyone who didn't see the world through his narrow lens of partisan ideology. In the halls of power, Jordan quickly became known for his aggressive, almost combative style. His tactics were sharp and unforgiving, using any means necessary to push his agenda forward, even if it meant bending the truth to its breaking point. He'd regularly sling accusations, framing every political opponent as an enemy of the people, a corrupt bureaucrat, a deep state figure conspiring against the American public. His rhetoric was a masterclass in manipulation, appealing to fear, uncertainty, and division. He was the man who called the shots in a world of chaos, and his followers loved him for it. But behind the bravado, there was always a darker side to his persona. Jordan's career was marked by controversy, much of it stemming from his willingness to play fast and loose with facts. His accusations were often unfounded, his narratives tailored to create division rather than solve problems. When the Republican Party took control, he positioned himself as a freedom fighter, railing against the government, demanding smaller and less effective institutions, all the while feeding into the narrative that America was somehow broken. To Jordan, the country was a battlefield, and every fight was a war to be won, never mind the consequences. But it wasn't just his policies that made Jordan a figure of contempt for many. It was his arrogance. Jordan didn't just disagree with those he opposed, he belittled them, dismissed them as irrelevant, as weak. In his eyes, compromise was a weakness, a betrayal of the political purity he claimed to uphold. There was no room for dialogue, no space for collaboration. If you didn't agree with him, you were simply an obstacle to be crushed. One of the most glaring contradictions in Jordan's rise was his stance on government oversight. For years, he had painted himself as a defender of accountability, calling for the investigation of anyone he deemed unfit for power. Yet, when the spotlight turned to him, his defense mechanisms were swift and unyielding. His role in the Ohio State University scandal, where he was accused of turning a blind eye to abuse by a team doctor, became a flashpoint in his career. Instead of taking accountability or showing remorse, Jordan's reaction was to attack the messenger, discredit the victims, and double down on his defense of the institution. He was a man who spoke loudly about justice, but when it came to his own transgressions, he was silent. This was the man who now stood across from Kamala Harris, ready to confront her with his usual arsenal of half-truths, distortions, and accusations. But Harris wasn't just another opponent to be bullied into submission. She was different. She was a woman who had built her life on fighting for the powerless, on exposing the truth and standing firm in the face of adversity. Jordan, with his inflated ego and penchant for deception, wasn't prepared for her. And that's where his arrogance betrayed him. For all his political cunning, Jordan had never truly understood what it meant to fight for something greater than himself. He had built his career on division, on pitting Americans against each other. But Kamala Harris? She represented something far more powerful, the power of unity, truth, and justice. In the face of his attack, Harris wasn't just defending herself, she was defending the very ideals Jordan had spent his career trying to undermine. The audience, sensing the stark contrast between the two, could already feel the tide turning. They weren't just watching a political debate. They were witnessing the battle of a lifetime, a fight between a man whose career was built on tearing the country apart, and a woman whose entire life had been dedicated to bringing it back together. As the debate raged on, it became clear, Jim Jordan's biggest flaw wasn't his policies. It was his belief that he could manipulate the truth without consequence. And now, Kamala Harris was about to prove just how wrong he was. Kamala Harris didn't rise to prominence by luck or chance. She earned it, step by step, every inch of her journey carved out through relentless dedication to public service and a deep-rooted belief in justice. Her story was not one of privilege or inherited power, it was a story of overcoming obstacles, breaking barriers, and fighting for those who often had no voice. This was a woman who had always stood firm in her values, never wavering in the face of adversity. Born to immigrant parents in Oakland, California, Harris's early life was shaped by the ideals of her mother and father. Her mother, Shyamala Gopalan, a cancer researcher from India, and her father, Donald Harris, a Jamaican economist, instilled in her a sense of purpose and the belief that change didn't come to those who waited, it came to those who fought for it. From a young age, Harris was taught to stand up for what was right, to challenge the systems that sought to hold people down, and to speak out against injustice whenever she saw it. She was raised in a household where her parents worked tirelessly to make a better life, not just for themselves, but for the future. But they also taught her something that would become the cornerstone of her career, the idea that one's purpose was never self-serving. It was always about serving others, about lifting those who were most in need. From the very beginning, Kamala Harris understood that power, when used correctly, could move mountains, but only if it was wielded with compassion, conviction, and a deep understanding of people's struggles. Harris's path into politics wasn't a traditional one. She didn't follow the same routes as those who were born into political dynasties or those who made their names with grandiose speeches. Instead, she worked her way up, earning every title, every position, and every piece of influence she gained. She started her career as a prosecutor in San Francisco, working with a commitment to justice that was evident in every case she took on. She wasn't interested in winning cases for the sake of winning. She was interested in doing what was right. Whether it was taking on corrupt police officers or advocating for victims of domestic violence, she didn't back down. By the time she became district attorney of San Francisco, Harris had already built a reputation as a fierce advocate for the vulnerable. Her no-nonsense approach to justice wasn't about securing convictions for the sake of political capital. It was about securing justice. It was about giving people who had been overlooked or forgotten a fighting chance. She wasn't just interested in punishing wrongdoers, she was interested in reforming systems that perpetuated inequality, and she did this with a determination and resolve that earned her the respect of even her fiercest critics. But Kamala Harris wasn't just a prosecutor. Her time as California's Attorney General marked a turning point in her career, both for her and for the state. As Attorney General, she became known for her progressive approach to law enforcement. She led the charge in protecting immigrant rights, fighting for marriage equality, and holding big banks accountable for their role in the 2008 financial crisis. Through her leadership, California became a beacon of hope for progressive ideals, a state that sought not just to punish, but to create a more just society. Her work didn't just change laws, it changed lives. From expanding access to healthcare for the underserved to establishing groundbreaking criminal justice reforms, Harris showed that true leadership wasn't about what you could take from the system, it was about what you could give back to those who had been left behind. But it wasn't just her record as a prosecutor or her tenure as Attorney General that set her apart. It was her resilience. Kamala Harris was no stranger to adversity. As a woman of color in politics, she faced constant challenges that many of her male counterparts could not even begin to comprehend. Yet, with every obstacle placed in her path, Harris rose higher. She wasn't just fighting for political gain, she was fighting for the future of her country. She knew what it was like to be underestimated, to be overlooked. But it only made her stronger. It fueled her determination to succeed, to prove that she was not just capable, but that she was the best person to lead. Her rise to the U.S. Senate in 2017 was a moment that solidified her place as one of the most formidable political figures of her generation. When she walked into the Senate chambers for the first time, it wasn't just as a senator, it was as a symbol of possibility for every child growing up in a community like hers, for every person who had been told they weren't enough. Her presence in that room wasn't just a victory for her, it was a victory for anyone who had ever dared to dream of a better world. Kamala Harris's strength wasn't just in her political acumen. It wasn't just in the policies she championed or the fights she won. Her true power lay in her unwavering commitment to justice. To her, politics wasn't a game, it was a means to an end. It was a way to protect the vulnerable, to fight for the voiceless, and to create a future where truth wasn't something that could be manipulated. It was a future where justice wasn't a privilege, it was a right. In this debate, it wasn't just her experience that made her uniquely qualified to take on Jim Jordan. It was her integrity. Kamala Harris was a woman who had spent her entire life fighting for the truth, for justice, for equality. And when the time came to stand against the forces of division and deceit, she wasn't just prepared, she was driven. Driven by the same values that had brought her this far, and by the unwavering belief that the truth would always prevail. And as the debate continued, it was clear, Kamala Harris wasn't just here to win an argument. She was here to defend the very soul of the country she had dedicated her life to serving. The tension in the room shifted from uneasy to electric as Jim Jordan's voice grew louder. His attacks had taken a sharper turn, laced with more venom, more accusations. It wasn't just the system he was accusing, it was Kamala Harris herself. You claim to be a champion of justice, he spat, but your record is nothing more than a series of failures. You've turned your back on the very people you promised to protect. Your reforms have only made things worse. So, let's talk about the truth, Kamala. The truth about your hypocrisy. The room seemed to shrink as his words echoed. The crowd was hanging on every syllable, the air thick with anticipation. This wasn't just a debate anymore, it was a confrontation, raw and personal. Jordan's eyes were wide with frustration, but Harris. She remained unshaken. Kamala Harris didn't flinch. Her gaze didn't waver. She was a picture of calm resolve, her back straight, her posture a silent testament to the strength she carried. The crowd could feel the contrast, his aggression, her unyielding composure. They were witnessing the battle not just of words, but of values. You can yell all you want, Jim, Harris said coolly, her voice cutting through the room like a sharp breeze, but the truth doesn't change. You can't bully your way into rewriting history. It's easy to point fingers, but it's harder to take responsibility. Jordan's face turned red. His voice, once confident, now trembled with barely controlled rage. He leaned forward, his fists gripping the podium as though he could will his words to hit harder. You call yourself a reformer, but you've only strengthened the system you claim to fight against. Jordan sneered. You've played the political game just as much as the rest of them, Kamala. Your entire career is a lie. But Harris was unfazed. Every word he threw at her, she deflected with precision. With each jab, she responded with an undeniable truth. "I never claimed to be perfect," she countered, her voice smooth, her demeanor unwavering. "But I've fought for the people who need help the most. I've never sold out my values for a political gain. And I will never stop fighting for justice, even if it means standing here against people like you." Jordan's nostrils flared, his patience slipping further. He raised his voice again, his words now frantic. "You want to talk about justice?" he shot back. "Then explain why crime rates are higher than ever in your cities, why your so-called justice reforms have done nothing but harm. Where's your accountability, huh? Or is it only accountability when it's convenient for you?" The crowd shifted, a murmur running through the room. Harris's reputation as a fighter for justice was on the line, and Jordan knew it. He was pushing hard, hoping to rattle her, to expose a crack in her armor. But Harris? She didn't show a single sign of weakness. She simply responded, her tone still calm, but now with an added edge that was unmistakable. "You think I don't know what it's like to face adversity? You think I don't understand what it means to fight for change? The difference between you and me, Jim, is that I'm not here to make excuses. I'm here to fix the problems you keep pointing to while ignoring the fact that it's people like you who've stood in the way of real progress for years." Jordan recoiled. His words, once sharp, were now stumbling over themselves. He had lost his footing. Harris, in one brief exchange, had exposed the chasm between their approaches, her steady dedication to real change, and his hollow rhetoric meant to divide. But Jordan wasn't done. He wasn't going to back down without a fight. He swung again, this time with a more personal blow. "You talk about justice, but let's not forget who you've defended in the past. You've made deals with the very people you now claim to stand against. You can't pretend to be a savior now." The audience held its breath, the moment teetering on the edge. But Harris didn't even flinch. She leaned forward slightly, her voice as sharp as ever, her eyes locked on Jordan's. "I'm not here to defend my past, Jim. I'm here to defend the truth. And the truth is that I've spent my life fighting for what's right. The truth is that I've never shied away from accountability. And the truth is, you can't win by spreading lies." The words landed with the force of a hammer. The room was silent, the weight of her statement reverberating through the space. Kamala Harris's calm, unwavering confidence had turned the tide once again. Jordan tried to recover, but the cracks were visible now. His attempts to bully her had failed. The audience knew it. He knew it. And Kamala Harris? She stood there, composed and powerful, her voice steady, her arguments unshaken. The crowd was starting to sense the inevitable. Jim Jordan's arrogance was about to crumble under the weight of Harris's truth. But what would happen next? The stage was set for the final clash. The room had grown tense. It was as if the air itself had become thick with the weight of the moment. Jim Jordan's face, flushed with frustration, contorted in an attempt to salvage whatever shred of control he still had over the debate. He had tried everything, the insults, the accusations, the pointed questions meant to corner Kamala Harris. But with each passing exchange, it became more and more apparent, he wasn't getting through to her. He wasn't even scratching the surface. His voice was growing louder, his anger more evident, but Harris? She was the embodiment of calm. Every word, every retort was carefully measured. And in that silence, in that calm before the storm, Jordan's facade began to crack. He was rattled. He could feel the ground shifting beneath him, the confidence he had started with slipping away like sand through his fingers. And yet, he pressed on, hoping to land one final blow. You stand there, pretending to care about the people, pretending to be their voice, but your entire career has been about self-interest. You're no different from the rest of them, Kamala. You've become part of the establishment you claim to oppose. Jordan spat, his voice dripping with contempt. The audience was on edge, holding their breath, waiting for Harris's response. This was the moment. The turning point. The build-up had been relentless, and now, the stage was set for her to deliver the decisive counterattack. Harris stood still, unflinching. She didn't rush. She let Jordan's words hang in the air, the final desperate attempt of a man who knew his time was running out. She didn't respond right away. She didn't need to. Instead, she allowed the weight of the silence to grow, the tension to build, until it became almost unbearable. The crowd could feel it, the moment of reckoning was coming. Finally, Harris spoke, her voice quiet at first, but every syllable carrying the weight of everything she had been fighting for, everything that had led her to this exact moment. "Jim," she began, her tone measured, but with a razor-sharp clarity, "you talk about the establishment, about self-interest, but you've missed the point. It's not about the politics of today, the partisanship that you're so quick to exploit. It's about the people. It's about truth. And you," she paused, the room hanging on her every word, "you have spent your entire career bending the truth, twisting the facts, using people's fears to build your own power." The audience, sensing where this was going, leaned in, their attention now fully fixed on Harris. Jordan's face, once smug and confident, now showed cracks. His fists clenched on the podium, but he couldn't interrupt her. Not now. He could feel the tide turning, but it was too late. "I've fought my whole life for the truth, Jim. I didn't come to this debate to play games, to score cheap political points. I came to defend the truth that you so readily distort. I came to stand up for every single person who's been silenced, who's been ignored by people like you." Harris's voice was steady, but it had an undeniable force behind it. Each word was calculated, and each word was landing with precision. The room had grown quieter, the applause and cheers from earlier now replaced with a palpable silence. "You've spent your career attacking the system, blaming everyone but yourself for the failures you've created," she continued. "But here's the thing, Jim, the system you criticize is the very system that gave you the platform to spew your lies, to distort the truth, to manipulate people. You've built a career on division. On hate. On creating enemies out of your fellow Americans. You claim to be a champion for justice, but all you've ever been is an agent of chaos." Harris paused again, letting her words sink in, letting the truth echo through the room. Her gaze never left Jordan, who stood there now, visibly shaken, unable to formulate a response. "You talk about hypocrisy, about failure? Well, let me tell you what failure really looks like," Harris said, her voice growing more resolute with every word. "It looks like a man who can't see past his own arrogance, who will do anything to hold on to power, even if it means tearing the country apart. It looks like a man who will lie to the American people to protect his own interests. It looks like you, Jim." The crowd, which had been silent, erupted. The applause was deafening, a wave of support for Harris that filled the room. It wasn't just the force of her words, it was the clarity with which she had exposed Jordan for what he was. A man who thrived on manipulation and division, and who had just been outed in front of the entire nation. Jordan stood there, stunned. His mouth opened as if to speak, but no words came out. He shifted uncomfortably, the weight of Harris's words settling on him like a crushing force. The once dominant figure of the debate was now a shadow of his former self, a man exposed, unable to defend the very narrative he had tried to spin for so long. Harris took one final, slow breath. She didn't need to say anything more. The room knew it. The audience knew it. This was over. She had done what no one else had been able to do, she had silenced him with the truth. And in that silence, she had won. As the applause thundered around her, Kamala Harris stood tall, her eyes locked on Jordan, who could do nothing but stand there, defeated. The tide had turned, and there was no going back for him now. The crowd's approval was deafening, but in that moment, Harris knew it wasn't about the applause. It was about what this moment represented. It was about the triumph of truth over deceit, integrity over arrogance, and justice over power. Jordan had been taken down in a single, devastating strike. And the battle for the soul of the nation? That, too, had been won. The dust had barely settled in the debate hall when the world outside erupted. What had started as a mere political clash had quickly spiraled into a defining moment for the nation. Kamala Harris's decisive counterattack had shattered Jim Jordan's carefully constructed narrative, and the reverberations of her victory rippled across the country in a wave of social media reactions, news coverage, and public discourse that no one had anticipated. Within minutes of the debate's conclusion, social media platforms exploded. Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram were flooded with hashtags like #KamalaTakesDownJordan, #TruthOverLies, and #JusticePrevails. The moment she had delivered her mic-drop counterattack became the centerpiece of a viral moment, with millions of users replaying the video clip, sharing it with friends, and discussing its implications. The internet was flooded with memes, each one amplifying the heroism of Harris's victory. The still image of her standing tall, calmly dismantling Jordan's arguments, was paired with captions like, "When you've had enough of the lies," and, "Kamala Harris, one sentence, one knockout." The meme makers had a field day, crafting endless variations of the moment that had captivated the world. Even the more cynical corners of the web, which often prided themselves on dismissing political correctness, couldn't help but acknowledge the power of her words. On Twitter, the reactions were immediate. Public figures from all sides of the political spectrum weighed in. Celebrities, influencers, and activists flooded the timeline with praise for Harris's performance. "I've seen a lot of debates in my day, but this was something else. Kamala Harris just reminded us what real leadership looks like." #KamalaForTruth, tweeted Ava DuVernay, the renowned director and activist, drawing a flood of likes and retweets. From the sports world, LeBron James chimed in, "If you're not watching what Kamala Harris just did to Jim Jordan, you're missing history. Fire 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 #respect #KamalaTakesDownJordan." In the world of politics, Harris's victory was celebrated by her allies and turned into a point of shame for her detractors. Bernie Sanders, in a post that would go viral within minutes, wrote, "This is the leadership America needs." Kamala Harris showed the world that truth cannot be silenced. "We're stronger for it." Even some of Jordan's previous allies were forced to take a step back, acknowledging the decisive blow Harris had landed. But it wasn't just the politicians and celebrities who were talking about it. Regular citizens, from coast to coast, flooded social media with their thoughts. One tweet read, "I was skeptical, but after watching Kamala stand up to Jordan, I have a new kind of respect. That's what real leadership looks like." #TruthOverFear. Thousands of others echoed similar sentiments. The political divide, as it often did, attempted to surface, but this moment transcended it. This was not about party lines. This was about integrity, truth, and the fight for justice. Harris had captured the country's imagination in a way few politicians could. But the fallout wasn't confined to social media. News outlets across the country, from MSNBC to Fox News, were replaying clips from the debate, dissecting every word Harris had said, analyzing the impact of her rebuttal. CNN's coverage highlighted the political landslide Harris had engineered, while Fox News, despite its attempts to downplay the moment, couldn't help but report on the sheer force of her response. They couldn't deny it, Harris had silenced Jordan with the power of her words. Political pundits lined up to offer their analysis. On one side, progressives hailed Harris's victory as a long-awaited triumph of truth over the divisive rhetoric that had come to dominate much of political discourse. On the other side, conservative voices scrambled to defend Jordan, but their arguments fell flat against the overwhelming tide of praise for Harris's leadership. For many, the moment became a rallying cry. Activists began organizing in response to the power of her words. "If Kamala Harris can stand up to Jim Jordan, then we can all stand up for what's right," one post read, inspiring marches, protests, and fundraisers in support of justice reform, immigrant rights, and economic equality. The debate had reached far beyond the confines of the hall. It had ignited a nationwide conversation about truth, accountability, and the power of leadership. And Jim Jordan? His credibility, already tenuous, was shattered. The video of Harris's devastating response was replayed over and over again, and with each replay, his reputation crumbled further. Where Jordan had once been seen as a formidable figure in the Republican Party, now he was the man who had been publicly exposed, a man who had tried to manipulate the truth, only to be taken down by a single, unyielding voice of reason. His social media was flooded with backlash. Tweets calling for his resignation poured in, with many demanding accountability for his role in perpetuating divisive and misleading narratives. Former supporters of Jordan began to quietly distance themselves, acknowledging that Harris had not just won the debate, she had exposed the very weaknesses in his platform that they had turned a blind eye to for years. In the aftermath, Harris had emerged not just as the victor of the debate, but as a symbol of hope and resilience. The nation, exhausted by endless partisan bickering, rallied behind her, not because of a political affiliation, but because of what she stood for: truth, justice, and the unwavering commitment to making the country a better place for everyone. As the debate continued to dominate the headlines, one thing was clear: Kamala Harris had delivered more than just a verbal smackdown. She had delivered a message, one that would echo for years to come. The battle was far from over, but in that moment, she had reminded America that the fight for truth, integrity, and justice would always rise above the noise. The shockwaves from that moment were just the beginning. And the world was watching. The lights dimmed slightly as Kamala Harris stood before the crowd, the weight of the moment settling on her shoulders. The debate was over, but what she had just done was far from finished. The words she had spoken in that hall would reverberate far beyond the confines of the stage. The world was listening, and what they heard was more than just a rebuttal to Jim Jordan. It was a call to action, a plea for truth, unity, and justice in a time when the nation needed it most. As the applause continued to fade, Harris took a deep breath, her gaze sweeping across the room. The battle of words was behind her now, but what lay ahead was even more crucial. It wasn't just about winning a debate or defeating an adversary. It was about igniting a movement, about reminding everyone watching that the fight for truth was bigger than any individual. It was the very foundation upon which a just society could be built. "I've spent my entire life fighting for the truth," Harris began, her voice steady but filled with the conviction of someone who had lived every word she spoke. "I've fought for those who have been silenced, for those whose voices have been drowned out by the noise of division and deceit. And today, I stand before you not as a senator, not as a politician, but as a defender of that truth, a truth that cannot and will not be silenced." Her words, calm yet powerful, pierced through the hearts of everyone listening. The audience, which had been wrapped in attention, leaned in even closer, as if they knew this was the moment that would define everything. Harris wasn't just speaking to the people in that room, she was speaking to the millions who were watching at home, to those who had been waiting for someone to remind them of what this country was supposed to stand for. "We are at a crossroads," she continued, her eyes locking with those of the people in the room. "A crossroads between the politics of hate and division, and the possibility of a future where we stand together, united in our shared belief in justice, dignity, and equality. We've been told for too long that we are powerless, that we can't change the systems that are broken, that our voices don't matter. But let me tell you this, that is a lie." The room was still. The weight of her words hung in the air, as though the entire country was collectively holding its breath. "The truth is," Harris went on, her tone resolute, "the power has always been in our hands. The power to demand better. The power to demand accountability. The power to stand up and say, this is not who we are. This fight is not mine alone. It is all of ours. It is the fight for the soul of this country, for the future we want to build together, for the values we hold dear." There was a shift in the atmosphere. Harris had reframed the entire debate, turning it into something far greater than the political exchange it had started as. She had taken the attack and transformed it into a universal call for unity and justice. It wasn't just about one politician or one moment in time, it was about everyone who believed that truth should be the guiding light, not just in politics, but in life. "Today, we've proven that truth is stronger than lies," she said, her voice rising with the strength of conviction. "That integrity will always triumph over corruption. And that when we stand together, when we fight for each other, when we fight for what is right, we can move mountains. But it doesn't stop here. This is just the beginning. The crowd erupted into applause, their cheers a testament to the power of what she had just said. The impact of her words was clear, not just in the echo of applause, but in the energy in the room. They weren't just reacting to the debate. They were reacting to the truth Harris had given them, that they, too, had the power to change the course of history. "This is not just my fight," she said, her voice steady with pride, "it's all of ours. We fight for our families, for our communities, for every person who has been told that their dreams don't matter. We fight for the future we want to leave for our children. And together, we will win." Her words, like a spark, ignited a fire that would spread far beyond that debate hall. The battle for truth was just beginning, and Kamala Harris had shown the world that with dignity, integrity, and an unyielding belief in what is right, anything was possible. As the room echoed with applause once again, Harris smiled, not with arrogance, but with the quiet pride of someone who knew that the real work was still ahead. She had planted a seed, and now it was up to the people to help it grow. And as she left the stage, one thing was clear: Kamala Harris had not just won the debate. She had sparked a movement. The debate may be over, but the fight for truth is far from finished. Kamala Harris showed us what it means to stand tall in the face of division, to fight for justice, and to never back down from defending what is right. Her victory wasn't just a personal triumph, it was a victory for all of us who believe that dignity and integrity will always prevail over hate and deceit. Now, it's time for us to carry that momentum forward. The fight for truth, justice, and unity continues, and we all have a part to play. This moment, this battle, is a reminder that when we stand together, when we refuse to let lies define us, we can build a future that reflects our highest ideals. If you believe in the power of truth, in the strength of integrity, and in the importance of standing up for what is right, then join the movement. Share this video. Let the world know that we will not let division win. Subscribe for more content that empowers you to take action, to stay informed, and to be part of the change we all want to see. Because when we rise together, when we stand up for truth, there is nothing we can't achieve. So, share this message, subscribe, and be part of the fight for a better future. Together, we will always choose justice. Together, we will always choose truth. It's our time. Let's make it count. The tension in the room was palpable, like the air had been sucked out and replaced with electricity. Lindsey Graham, standing tall at the podium, delivered his usual polished rhetoric, one filled with falsehoods, half-truths, and the kind of political posturing that had earned him a reputation as one of the most divisive figures in American politics. His voice rang out, confident, assured, as if he believed every word he said. He was speaking of facts, asserting that the nation was being misled, that the laws and policies proposed by the opposition were nothing but a recipe for disaster. He spun his narrative, claiming that the government's actions were only fueling division, displacing hard-working Americans, and offering false promises to those who didn't deserve them. His words were designed to inflame, to stir the crowd into applause, but the cracks in his argument were evident to anyone willing to listen. The world was watching, millions of eyes glued to their screens, waiting for the next political showdown. The air was thick with anticipation, as if something big was about to happen. Then, it did. Kamala Harris, calm and composed, rose from her seat. There was no dramatic build-up, no extravagant gesture, just the quiet confidence of someone who had been in this arena long enough to know that truth was more powerful than any distortion. Her voice cut through Graham's speech like a knife. "Senator Graham, with all due respect," she began, her tone measured but firm, "you're not telling the truth. And it's time someone pointed that out." The room went dead silent. Every eye snapped toward her, and the cameras shifted focus, capturing the calm yet undeniable presence she radiated. Graham faltered for a moment, his confidence visibly shaking. Without a flinch, without a hint of hesitation, Kamala Harris dismantled every claim he made, one by one, exposing the fabrications and the distortions, the dangerous lies that had been perpetuated by a system that cared more for power than truth. The silence that followed was deafening. The crowd, the pundits, and the millions watching at home held their breath. What came next would change everything. This wasn't just another political debate. This was the moment where the truth would either stand or fall, where the fabric of democracy itself was being tested. The stakes had never been higher. It was about more than policy or partisan divisions, it was about the very essence of what America stood for. The nation was at a crossroads, caught in a battle not just for the future, but for the truth itself. Lindsey Graham had long been a master of misdirection, using his words like weapons, turning the conversation away from the real issues and steering it into the murky waters of fear, division, and falsehoods. His rhetoric was polished, sharp, designed to mislead and manipulate. And it wasn't just happening on this stage, it was happening every day in living rooms across the country. Misinformation had become a currency in American politics, and it was being spent at will. Graham had fed this machine, day after day, with lies that threatened to warp public perception and undermine the trust Americans had in their leaders, in their democracy. But it was worse than that. It wasn't just about false narratives, it was about a deliberate attempt to rewrite history, to erase the truth in favor of a more convenient version of events that served the powerful. It was about a calculated effort to discredit those who dared to challenge the status quo, to silence voices calling for justice and equality. And for Graham, this was nothing new. This was the game he had been playing for years, and he had been winning. That's why Kamala Harris's intervention was so critical. This wasn't just another chance to score political points or win a debate. This was the moment where she would either expose the lie or let it persist, unchecked. The truth had to be defended, not just for the sake of winning the argument, but for the sake of the very trust the American people had in their leaders and institutions. If this misinformation went unchallenged, it wouldn't just damage Graham, it would damage the country, eroding public confidence in the system and in each other. For Harris, this wasn't about the usual back and forth. This was about integrity, about ensuring that the nation's democracy was not defined by a dangerous cycle of deceit. Every word she spoke carried weight. She knew that what she did here would reverberate far beyond this room. If she failed to make the case, if she allowed Graham's distortion of the truth to stand, the consequences could be dire. It could mean more people would fall prey to the same lies, more communities would be divided, more trust in the government would be lost. It could set a dangerous precedent where misinformation reigned and truth became irrelevant. Kamala Harris had seen firsthand the devastating effects of lies, especially on vulnerable communities. She knew the deep scars that misinformation left in its wake, how it could fuel division, breed hate, and lead to policies that harmed the very people who needed help the most. If Harris didn't take a stand now, if she didn't expose Graham for what he was, an architect of deceit, then the damage could be irreversible. The nation was watching, holding its breath. This was no longer just about a political debate. This was about the soul of America, and whether it would continue to be a place where truth mattered, where integrity held weight, or whether it would succumb to the darkness of manipulation and lies. What happened next would leave you speechless. For years, Lindsey Graham had built a reputation as a master manipulator in the political arena. His skill in twisting the truth, shaping narratives, and distorting facts had made him a favorite in the halls of power, a politician adept at speaking in just the right tones to sway the masses. He was a polished performer, able to balance both sides of the aisle with an air of compromise, always looking like he was doing what was best for the country, at least on the surface. But behind that carefully crafted image, behind the smooth-talking and silver-tongued speeches, there was a different story, one of contradictions, of deceit, and of a man willing to sell out his principles for political gain. Graham had long been known for his hardline conservative stances, but it wasn't just his policies that defined him, it was the way he used every opportunity to twist reality to fit his political needs. He wasn't just a politician, he was a strategist, a manipulator of public perception, and one of the leading architects of a new age of misinformation. His ability to take complex issues and reduce them to sound bites that could be easily digested by the masses made him dangerous. He turned facts into weapons, carefully choosing which truths to highlight and which ones to bury. For every reasonable argument his opponents made, Graham had a counter-narrative ready, often bending reality to his will. This wasn't just political rhetoric, this was a deliberate strategy to control the narrative, to turn truth into something malleable. And for years, it had worked. He had played both sides of the aisle with remarkable ease, always careful to never reveal too much of his true allegiance. But while he feigned bipartisanship, Graham was busy building alliances with those who shared his willingness to bend the truth in the name of power. His loyalty was never to the truth, it was to the game, to the power he could wield by keeping the people in the dark. Over time, this constant stream of half-truths and outright lies began to take a toll. Graham's narrative wasn't just limited to the Senate chambers, it had spread like wildfire to every corner of the political discourse. His influence had been a cancer, slowly eating away at the integrity of public dialogue. He had convinced millions that his distorted version of the facts was the truth, and the damage was palpable. From undermining climate change science to fabricating stories about immigration, Graham had long been a champion of misinformation. His tactics were insidious. Every time he twisted the truth, he made it more difficult for the public to distinguish fact from fiction, all while furthering his own political ambitions. But Graham's arrogance was his greatest flaw. He believed his political skill made him invincible, untouchable. He reveled in his ability to outmaneuver his opponents, manipulating the media, the public, and his colleagues to get what he wanted. He had become so used to winning, so accustomed to getting away with his lies, that he believed there were no consequences. He was the seasoned politician who had learned to play the system, and for the longest time, it had worked in his favor. To him, the truth was secondary, what mattered was maintaining power. But underneath the arrogance, a darker truth was beginning to emerge. The very principles that Graham had once claimed to uphold, honor, integrity, and a commitment to the people, had been left behind in the pursuit of his own agenda. The facade of the honorable politician had crumbled over the years, replaced by a man willing to sacrifice anything and anyone for the sake of his own success. His lies weren't just political tools, they were the foundation of his career, the very thing that kept him relevant in a world where truth had become an afterthought. The cracks in his armor were beginning to show. Every time he stretched the truth a little further, every time he twisted a fact or manipulated a headline, the public began to see through it. Slowly, but surely, his credibility was eroding. His base, once loyal and unwavering, began to question the narratives he fed them. His colleagues, some of whom had once admired his political savvy, started to grow disillusioned with the man they had once respected. Graham had become too obvious in his deceit, too reliant on the same tired tactics to keep him in power. The realization was dawning, Graham's time was running out. The very strategy that had brought him so much success was now the anchor pulling him down. He had become a walking contradiction, a man who preached values he no longer adhered to, a man who had traded his integrity for influence. And now, with Kamala Harris standing before him, the moment of reckoning had arrived. The lies, the deceit, the manipulation, it was all catching up to him. What once seemed like a surefire path to power was now his undoing. The man who had once been untouchable was about to meet his downfall. And it was about to happen on the national stage, in front of an audience that was more than ready to see through his charade. His arrogance, his manipulation, everything was about to be exposed. Kamala Harris wasn't just the one who would challenge him, she would be the one to bring it all crashing down. Kamala Harris had always been a fighter. It wasn't something that had been handed to her, it was something she had earned, time and time again, through relentless determination and a deep commitment to justice. Her journey wasn't one of privilege, it was one shaped by struggle, resilience, and a firm belief that the truth could, and must, prevail. Born to immigrants, her mother from India, her father from Jamaica, Kamala's story was one of constant navigation between cultures, expectations, and identities. Growing up, she felt the weight of two worlds on her shoulders. In her youth, her family wasn't wealthy, and she knew firsthand what it meant to fight for opportunities others might take for granted. There was no golden path laid out for her, no easy route to success. But she had something far more valuable, an unwavering belief that the system could be made to work for everyone, not just the privileged few. That belief drove her forward through every challenge, every door that was closed in her face, every person who tried to tell her that she wasn't enough, whether it was because of her race, her gender, or her background. Kamala didn't take no for an answer. She fought to carve out a space for herself in the legal world, becoming a prosecutor with a mission. From the courtroom, she witnessed firsthand the deep consequences of lies and corruption. She fought for justice not just for the affluent and powerful, but for the voiceless, for those whose stories were so often erased. She took on the tough cases, the ones that exposed the truth in uncomfortable ways, the cases where exposing corruption meant challenging powerful forces that had long controlled the narrative. She wasn't just serving her community, she was laying the foundation for something much bigger, a commitment to seeing the truth come to light, no matter the cost. But it wasn't just her work as a prosecutor that shaped Kamala Harris, it was her early experiences as a child of immigrants that made her realize how powerful misinformation could be. She saw how stereotypes were weaponized to divide, to label, and to exclude. She watched as families like hers, hard-working, law-abiding people, were painted as outsiders, as the other. She understood that the narrative could be manipulated in ways that hurt people, communities, and entire nations. The fight for justice wasn't just about winning cases, it was about correcting the distorted versions of truth that hurt people every single day. Her career trajectory reflected this deep-seated commitment. After years of serving as San Francisco's district attorney, she was elected California's Attorney General, where she fought tirelessly against corporate corruption, financial fraud, and systemic inequalities that plagued the state. In this role, she wasn't just a legal figurehead, she was an advocate for the people, someone who understood that justice required more than just applying the law, it required challenging the systems of power that twisted it to their advantage. And then, she made the leap to the Senate. There, in the halls of the nation's highest legislative body, Kamala's fire and passion shone brighter than ever. But even as she rose to prominence, she was not immune to the forces of misinformation and political gamesmanship. As she fought for policies that sought to protect the most vulnerable, immigrants, people of color, the poor, she saw how those in power twisted the facts to undermine her efforts, misrepresenting her intentions and feeding lies to the public in order to derail her progress. For Kamala, this wasn't just an abstract political game, it was personal. She knew what it was like to have the truth twisted, to have people believe lies that could destroy lives. As a child, she had seen the devastating effects of misinformation in her community, and as an adult, she saw it destroying the fabric of the country she loved. Each time Graham or others like him manipulated the truth for political gain, it wasn't just a matter of words, it was a matter of people's lives. The policies they pushed could lock people out of opportunities, keep families in fear, and reinforce a system that benefited the few at the expense of the many. Kamala had always been a fighter for justice, but this moment, this debate with Lindsey Graham, was different. It wasn't just about making a political point or scoring a victory for her own party. It was about correcting a narrative that had been twisted for too long. The lies Graham spread weren't just damaging to her policies, they were damaging to the very fabric of America itself. If misinformation could thrive unchecked, if people could be led to believe anything that was convenient, then the truth had no hope of ever reigning supreme. And that, to Kamala, was a line she couldn't allow to be crossed. She knew what was at stake. She had lived through enough moments where the truth was pushed aside in favor of convenience, where people who stood up for what was right were mocked and ridiculed. But she also knew how powerful the truth could be when spoken by the right person. She had seen it change the course of a courtroom, the course of a state, and even the course of a nation. And now, as the tension in the room mounted, she knew this was her moment, not just to take down Lindsey Graham, but to take a stand for the people, for justice, and for truth itself. Her background had prepared her for this fight. Her history of challenging the system, her experience in the courtroom and the Senate, and her unwavering belief in truth and justice all equipped her to face this moment with clarity and determination. She wasn't just standing up for herself, she was standing up for all those who had been silenced by the lies and distortions of people like Graham. This wasn't just a debate, it was a battle for the soul of the nation. Kamala Harris was ready. The temperature in the room was rising, and the tension was becoming unbearable. Lindsey Graham's voice grew louder, more agitated, as he doubled down on his claims. His words were laced with venom, carefully crafted to target not just the policies at hand, but Kamala Harris herself. He knew that to win this battle, he had to discredit her, to undermine her credibility and authority. But the more he spoke, the more his rhetoric seemed to fall apart, his arguments weak and riddled with half-truths. You see, Kamala, what you and your party don't understand is that America is fed up with these radical policies. You're blind to the reality that these programs are destroying our way of life. Graham's words shot out like arrows, each one intended to strike a nerve. And your attempts to distort the truth, to rewrite history, well, that's exactly what's wrong with the Democrats today. The audience stirred at his harsh words, a ripple of murmurs spreading across the room. Graham's usual charm was slipping into something more desperate, more aggressive. His tone, once composed, was now full of fury, his face reddening with every word. He was pushing harder, faster, trying to drown out any response before it could take hold. But he wasn't as clever as he thought, his attempt to poison the well with misinformation was becoming increasingly transparent. Kamala Harris, however, remained unshaken. She sat there, calm, composed, every inch the professional. She didn't flinch as Graham's words cut through the air, didn't let his insults rattle her. Instead, she leaned forward, her eyes locked on him with laser-sharp focus. It was as if the noise around her had faded into nothing, and the only thing that mattered was the truth. Senator Graham, with all due respect, you're not telling the truth, Harris said, her voice steady and unwavering, cutting through his attack like a knife through silk. You're feeding a narrative that has no basis in fact. You're manipulating the fear of the American people for political gain, and it needs to stop. Her words were precise, deliberate. They weren't shouted or taunted. There was no need. The truth was her weapon, and it was far more powerful than any insult Graham could throw her way. As he flailed, trying to regain control, Harris remained grounded in her calm, her unwavering commitment to the facts. Graham's eyes narrowed as he looked at her, fury building behind them. His next words came faster, sharper, dripping with disdain. You're so wrapped up in your ideals, you can't see the damage you're doing to this country. People are struggling, Kamala. They're scared. And you? You're just making it worse with your lies. The room shifted uncomfortably. Some in the audience exchanged glances, sensing the growing animosity. But Harris didn't bite. She didn't respond to his cheap shots or fall into his trap. Instead, she let his words hang in the air for a moment, her cool demeanor a stark contrast to his growing rage. Senator, I'm not here to fight you. I'm here to fight for the truth, Harris replied, her voice calm but filled with unshakable authority. What you're saying is not only wrong, it's dangerous. And if we don't correct the record now, if we let this misinformation stand, we risk misleading an entire generation. The silence in the room was deafening. Every eye was on her now, waiting for the next move. Harris wasn't just speaking for herself, she was speaking for the millions of Americans who had been misled, who had been made to believe that lies were the truth, who had been manipulated by the very forces that were supposed to protect them. Graham's face twisted in anger as he leaned forward, his fists clenched at his sides. And who are you to lecture me? You've been part of the problem all along. Your policies have hurt the very people you claim to protect. His voice cracked with rising fury. You're not fighting for the truth, you're fighting for your own power. But Harris stood tall, unflinching. The contrast between them was stark. Graham's words were filled with venom and frustration, while hers were grounded in clarity and truth. She didn't need to raise her voice to be heard. In fact, her calmness only seemed to amplify the strength of her position. If you're so concerned with power, Senator, why don't you take a look at who's been using their platform to spread fear and lies, she countered, her eyes never leaving his. The truth is not about power, it's about serving the people. And if you're so afraid of the truth, then you have no business being in public office. The crowd murmured again, and for the first time, Graham seemed to falter. His face flushed, his anger mounting as he tried to regroup. But Harris was already several steps ahead. She was in control, her composure a direct challenge to his out-of-control fury. If I don't expose this now, Harris thought to herself, if I don't put an end to his misinformation, then we could be looking at a future where lies continue to dominate the conversation, where truth has no place in our political discourse. The stakes had never been clearer. If she didn't shut down Graham's narrative, if she didn't stand firm in defense of the truth, the consequences would be dire. It wasn't just a debate anymore. It was about preserving the integrity of the nation itself. The room seemed to hold its breath, waiting for the next exchange, the next truth bomb that would shatter Graham's lies for good. And in that silence, one thing was clear, the battle for truth had only just begun. The room was alive with tension, but the sharpest silence lay between Kamala Harris and Lindsey Graham. He had spent the last few minutes railing against what he saw as the collapse of America under the weight of what he called radical policies. His voice was still raised, his arguments becoming increasingly convoluted, but none of it mattered anymore. Harris's eyes were steady, her posture unshaken. It was as if time had slowed, and in that moment, nothing else existed but the undeniable facts she was about to present. Graham's face was flushed, his voice dripping with disdain. But Kamala wasn't listening to him anymore. She had heard it all before, the same recycled arguments, the same attacks on the people who needed the most help. It wasn't just a debate, it was an opportunity to set the record straight for the entire country. And she was going to take it. The crowd had been on edge, caught in the whirlwind of Graham's accusations, but Kamala knew it was time to change the game. She leaned into the microphone just slightly, her voice a quiet contrast to Graham's booming rhetoric. "Senator, you're mistaken," she began, her tone calm but firm, the weight of each word carrying more authority than Graham's insults ever could. "What you are claiming today is simply false, and it's time to correct the record." There was no drama in her voice, no raised pitch to signal the impending counterattack, just an unwavering confidence in the truth she was about to reveal. Harris wasn't the type to yell or attack for effect, she was here to dismantle Graham's narrative, piece by piece, with undeniable facts. She turned to the audience, her gaze sweeping across the room, making sure everyone knew she was speaking to them, not just Graham. "You say that these policies are destroying America," Harris continued, "but the reality is the opposite. Let me be clear, America's greatest strength has always been its ability to adapt, to evolve, and to care for those who need it the most. It's not radical to provide health care to the uninsured, it's not radical to raise the minimum wage for hard-working families, and it's certainly not radical to ensure that every American has access to a quality education." She paused, letting the words hang in the air, each one carrying weight. The room was quiet, the audience hanging on her every syllable. She could see Graham's face tighten, but he didn't interrupt. He knew this wasn't the exchange he expected. He was about to lose control of the narrative. Harris turned back to Graham, her eyes locking with his. "And as for your accusations about job losses and economic destruction, let's talk about the facts. Under the policies you claim are ruining America, unemployment rates have hit record lows. In fact, the economy added over 10 million jobs in the last year alone. This isn't a guess, Senator. These are numbers from the Bureau of Labor Statistics. Hard facts, not fear-mongering rhetoric." The audience shifted in their seats, murmurs starting to spread as they processed the information. Graham's chest tightened. His usual tactic of throwing out vague accusations was losing its potency, and he could feel it. Kamala wasn't just arguing with him, she was showing him the truth he refused to acknowledge. Harris continued, her voice even, measured. "And let's talk about your favorite topic, immigration. You say these policies are undermining American security. But do you know what the real threat is? It's the lie you've been selling that immigrants are the problem. The truth is, immigrants contribute billions of dollars to the economy every year. They work jobs that many Americans won't, and they pay taxes that fund programs for the entire country, including your own state. This isn't some opinion, Senator. These are facts from the Department of Homeland Security and the Economic Policy Institute. This is the reality. The audience was rapt. Graham opened his mouth to speak, but Harris wasn't finished. She was on a roll now, her counterattack unstoppable. You claim that the government is failing its people, she said, her eyes narrowing as she locked onto Graham's. But the real failure here is the one that you and your allies have perpetrated for decades, telling the American people that we can't afford to help one another. Telling them that it's radical to care for our communities, to fight for healthcare, to raise wages. You've spent years deflecting, dodging, lying, and now you want to act like it's about saving America. No. It's about protecting the power you've amassed by exploiting fear. The room was still, each word hanging like a heavy weight. Graham was visibly rattled now, his face flushed, his hand gripping the podium. He had no retort. No response. Kamala's words had landed, each one sharp and precise, dismantling his entire argument with ease. She wasn't just pointing out his flaws, she was exposing the entire structure of his lies, laying it bare for the world to see. There's a reason, Senator, Harris continued, her voice now rising slightly in intensity, why your narrative is so easily sold, because it feeds into people's worst fears. But that's not leadership. Leadership is about showing the American people what's possible, not what they should fear. It's about rising above the lies and making a future that's better for all of us. And I won't stand by while you undermine that future. The silence was deafening. Graham, once the aggressor, now stood speechless, his mouth slightly agape. His face was a mixture of disbelief and frustration, but there was no denying it, he had been exposed. His carefully constructed argument, built on falsehoods and manipulation, had been torn apart by the cold, hard truth. Kamala Harris didn't just respond with words, she demolished Graham's entire narrative with one fact after another. The weight of her evidence, the clarity of her message, left Graham with nothing to say. He had no rebuttal, no defense, no way to salvage his argument. The audience held its breath, their eyes fixed on the two of them. Graham's credibility had shattered in an instant. Kamala Harris had not only corrected the record, she had obliterated every single one of Graham's claims with irrefutable evidence. In that moment it was clear, the truth had triumphed, and Graham had been exposed for what he truly was, a man whose lies could no longer hold up in the face of facts. Harris had done what many thought impossible, she had taken down one of the most influential purveyors of misinformation in American politics, not with insults or aggression, but with the undeniable power of truth. And as the silence in the room lingered, the audience knew one thing for certain, the battle for truth had just been won. The moment the debate ended, the ripple effect was immediate and far-reaching. The world had witnessed Kamala Harris's flawless takedown of Lindsey Graham's misinformation campaign, and the aftermath was nothing short of electric. The silence in the room quickly gave way to a flurry of activity, tweets, hashtags, and commentary flooding social media, igniting a firestorm of reactions that would consume the nation for days. Within moments of the debate's conclusion, the hashtag #KamalaWins began to trend, its reach growing exponentially. The digital sphere buzzed with fervor, as users from all walks of life, politicians, journalists, celebrities, and ordinary citizens, took to Twitter to express their awe at Harris's performance. The tone was unanimous, this was more than just a political win, it was a statement. It was a triumph of truth over distortion, a victory for integrity in the face of manipulation. This is what leadership looks like. One tweet read, accompanied by a clip of Harris's devastating counterattack. Kamala Harris is the real deal. The message was clear, in a world dominated by political soundbites and manipulated narratives, Harris had set a new standard for what it meant to be a leader. Political commentators, who had long been divided along party lines, found themselves united in their admiration for Harris's calm, calculated response. CNN's senior political analyst tweeted, Kamala Harris didn't just challenge Graham, she dismantled his entire narrative in real time. This is a turning point in American politics. The ripple effect was felt across networks. On MSNBC, former senators and pundits praised Harris's ability to stay composed under pressure, noting that her handling of Graham's attacks was not just a victory for her, but for the integrity of American political discourse itself. For the first time in a long while, the public had witnessed a moment where the truth had been the ultimate weapon. There were no cheap shots, no misleading half-truths, just facts, well articulated, presented with an unwavering sense of justice. Meanwhile, across the aisle, conservative figures scrambled to respond. Some, who had once been allies of Graham, quietly distanced themselves from his approach, others tried to double down on his arguments, but none could replicate the powerful, fact-based refutation that Harris had delivered. The damage to Graham's credibility was becoming apparent, as more and more members of his own party expressed concern about the fallout. In private messages, Republican strategists admitted that the damage was serious, and that they were facing a new kind of pressure from the public to be more truthful, more transparent. But it wasn't just the political elite who felt the shockwaves. The reaction from the public was equally telling. Ordinary citizens across the country, especially those who had felt the sting of misinformation and divisive rhetoric for years, flooded social media with messages of support. For them, Kamala Harris had become a symbol of hope, of someone who not only had the facts on her side, but the moral courage to stand up to power and speak the truth. In Washington, D.C., local news outlets were already reporting on how Harris's decisive moment had reverberated throughout the political landscape. Kamala Harris shuts down Graham's lies in historic debate moment, one headline read. For many, it wasn't just the quality of her argument that struck a chord, but her delivery. She had done something that few thought possible in such a hyperpartisan climate, she had made the truth undeniably compelling. And in a moment when every word is scrutinized, when every piece of information is twisted to fit a political agenda, this rare instance of clear, honest discourse felt like a breath of fresh air. As the night wore on, even the traditionally conservative news outlets couldn't ignore the power of what had transpired. Fox News ran a segment on the debate, but instead of following the usual line of attack, they found themselves forced to comment on Harris's performance. Kamala Harris took Graham's narrative and turned it upside down, one anchor remarked, their tone surprisingly neutral. She didn't just win the debate, she changed the conversation. By the morning, news outlets across the country were abuzz. In a country where the 24-hour news cycle was dominated by sensationalism, spin, and sensational attacks, Kamala Harris had managed to do what few others could, she had reclaimed the narrative. The debate wasn't about partisan politics anymore, it was about truth. And truth, it seemed, had made a powerful comeback. As the day progressed, the hashtag #KamalaWins continued to dominate social media. It wasn't just one group celebrating, it was a nationwide outpouring of support from across the political spectrum. From college students to corporate CEOs, everyone was talking about what had happened in that room, and what it meant for the future. The consensus was clear, Kamala Harris had proven herself as more than just a politician, she had proven herself as a defender of democracy, of truth, and of justice. On the other side of the aisle, Graham's defense grew weaker by the hour. His office issued a statement trying to deflect the criticism, but the damage had been done. The narrative he had so carefully crafted over the years, one of fear, division, and misinformation, was unraveling in front of the world. And in the face of that, there was only one person standing tall, Kamala Harris. By the evening, another wave of responses flooded social media. Celebrities, from Oscar-winning actors to musicians, were posting in support of Harris. This is the kind of leadership we need more of. One A-list actor tweeted. Thank you, Kamala, for showing us what it means to fight for the truth. The ripples of that debate, that single moment of truth, were felt everywhere, from the highest offices in Washington to the kitchens of ordinary homes. People were talking about it, reflecting on it, and, in many ways, rethinking their relationship with the truth itself. It was a moment that had shattered the political status quo, a moment where the truth had finally prevailed. And in the days that followed, one thing became clear, Kamala Harris had set a new standard for leadership, one based on facts, courage, and the unwavering belief that integrity would always triumph over fear. Kamala Harris stood at the center of the storm, and in that moment, it wasn't just the political stakes that mattered, it was something far deeper. What she had just done was more than a victory in a debate, it was a statement of unshakable belief in the power of truth, in the resilience of integrity. She didn't just defeat Lindsey Graham, she had illuminated the path forward, not just for herself, but for the entire nation. The room, once thick with tension, now held an air of quiet reflection. The dust had settled, and people across the country began to understand the weight of what had happened. Harris didn't just expose the lies of a powerful figure, she reframed the entire conversation. She made it clear that standing up for what's right was not only possible, but necessary, even in the face of overwhelming opposition. This wasn't about winning a single debate or scoring a political point, it was about something far more profound. It was about preserving the very essence of what America stood for: truth, justice, and accountability. In the aftermath, Harris's message echoed loud and clear: leadership is not about power. It's about dignity. It's about staying true to your values, no matter the cost. The words resonated across the country, transcending political lines. Because, in the end, the truth wasn't partisan. It was universal. And in that moment, Harris became not just a politician, but a symbol of what it meant to stand tall in the face of lies, to fight for what was right when it would have been easier to look the other way. She had spent her entire life fighting for justice, not just in the courtroom or the Senate, but in every arena where truth was under attack. From her early days as a prosecutor to her time as California's Attorney General, Harris had always understood the power of the truth. She knew it wasn't always easy to tell, and it wasn't always popular, but she also knew that without truth, there could be no justice. She had seen firsthand what happened when misinformation went unchallenged, how it destroyed lives, shattered trust, and eroded the very foundations of society. This was why the stakes had always been higher for her. She wasn't just battling Graham's rhetoric, she was fighting for the future of a nation that still believed in the ideals of liberty and equality. What Graham had attempted to do, with his dangerous distortion of facts, wasn't just a betrayal of political ideology, it was a betrayal of the very fabric that held America together, the belief that the truth could withstand the test of time. In her response, Harris had shown the country what true leadership looked like. It wasn't about who could shout the loudest or manipulate the most. It was about the quiet strength of holding on to your integrity, of standing firm even when the odds were stacked against you. Leadership was about making decisions that were difficult, but necessary. It was about speaking truth to power, no matter how much that power tried to fight back. As the world reflected on that moment, one thing became undeniable: Kamala Harris had reminded the nation that truth was stronger than lies. In a world where misinformation could spread like wildfire, where facts were often bent and twisted to serve agendas, she had made it clear that there was still space for honesty, still room for people to rise above the noise and fight for what was right. Her victory wasn't just political, it was moral. It was about proving that integrity could still win, even when it felt like the world was willing to sacrifice it for convenience. Harris's words resonated not just in the halls of the Senate, but in kitchens, living rooms, and classrooms across the country. She had shown Americans that no matter the challenge, no matter how loud the lies became, the truth would always have the final say. This was the lesson that Kamala Harris imparted to the nation: never underestimate the power of truth, and never underestimate the strength of standing up for what is right. It wasn't about winning a battle, it was about winning the long-term fight for justice, for the integrity of the system, and for the future of a country that was still, at its core, built on the ideals of fairness, honesty, and equality. The truth had won, but more than that, it had reminded everyone who watched that they, too, had a role to play in protecting it. This moment wasn't just a reflection of Harris's values, it was a call to action for every single person who cared about the future of their nation. As the days passed, the message only grew stronger. Kamala Harris had set a new standard for leadership, not one based on power, but one rooted in the belief that the truth could guide the way. And that belief would continue to inspire those who dared to fight for what was right, even in the face of the hardest battles. And for the nation, the lesson was clear: truth was not just something to aspire to, it was the foundation upon which everything else was built. Kamala Harris's moment in the debate wasn't just a victory for her, it was a victory for every American who still believes in the power of truth. In a world where lies are spread faster than facts, where manipulation and division seem to dominate the political landscape, she stood firm and reminded us all that integrity, clarity, and honesty still matter. This wasn't just about exposing one man's misinformation. It was about setting a precedent for what true leadership looks like. It's about taking a stand, even when the odds are stacked against you, and fighting for what's right, even when it's hard. Kamala Harris's actions illuminated something much greater than just a political fight. They showed us that truth will always have the final word if we're brave enough to defend it. But this fight is far from over. We all have a role to play in ensuring that truth, justice, and integrity don't get buried beneath the weight of falsehoods and fear. Every time we speak up, every time we stand firm for the truth, we become part of a larger movement. A movement for justice, for accountability, and for a future where facts and integrity guide the way forward. So, if you believe in the power of truth and justice, don't just watch, be part of the change. Subscribe, share this video, and join us in bringing truth back to the forefront of politics. Because together, we can create a world where integrity and truth aren't just ideals, they're the foundation of everything we do. This is just the beginning. Let's keep the conversation going. Let's keep fighting for what's right. The Senate chamber is thick with tension. The polished wood of the chamber's floor gleams under the harsh lights, the air crackling with the weight of a moment that feels like it could tip the balance of power. Senators are seated in their usual rows, eyes trained forward, a mix of weary concentration and quiet anticipation. The clock ticks on, but for those present, it feels like time itself has paused, holding its breath. At the front, on the floor beneath the towering flags, Kamala Harris stands like a figure carved from stone. Her posture is unyielding, calm, and deliberate. She listens as the senator from Kentucky, Rand Paul, launches into another one of his trademark diatribes, his voice rising with each word, all sharp edges and relentless conviction. His eyes lock onto her, trying to provoke, trying to break her composure. His words are pointed, dismissive, as if trying to erase the very legitimacy of her position. Madam Vice President, your legal arguments are a farce, nothing more than a political ploy, Rand Paul spits, his gaze seething with arrogance. You failed to grasp the reality of the law, of our Constitution. Your interpretation is an embarrassment. The room shifts uncomfortably, the weight of the attack hanging in the air. But Harris stands still, unmoving, her expression unreadable. There is no flinch, no flurry of defensiveness. She simply waits, her steady gaze never leaving Paul's face. And then, in an instant, it happens. With the precision of someone who knows exactly when to strike, she speaks, her voice steady, measured, the calm before the storm. Senator Paul, with all due respect, your interpretation of the Constitution is not only flawed, it's dangerously misinformed. The words land like a blow, silent but devastating. For a split second, the chamber goes still. Paul stares, his mouth open, his face contorting in disbelief. He's not ready for this, he never expected it. He stumbles for words, but none come. The Senate, watching in stunned silence, can feel the shift. The air, thick with tension just moments ago, suddenly crackles with something else, something electric. What had started as an attack, a moment of invincible arrogance, now seems like a desperate, crumbling attempt to hold ground. And Kamala Harris? She hasn't moved an inch. The Senate floor is no stranger to heated debates, but what transpired that day had the weight of something far greater than partisan politics. This was not just another political clash, it was a battle for the soul of American justice. For years, Rand Paul had built a reputation as the libertarian firebrand, a senator who prided himself on challenging the status quo. But his reputation had always come with a cost. Rand Paul had a history of dismissing the very legal principles that kept the country grounded. Time and time again, He'd found himself at odds with those who believed in the rule of law, the same law that had guided the American experiment from its inception. His approach was simple: undermine the legal experts, defy convention, and appeal to the masses with rhetoric laced with disdain for any form of intellectual humility. He made a career out of challenging judicial norms and legal precedents, branding himself as a champion of common sense, while subtly undermining the very foundations of American governance. It was his stance on constitutional interpretation that had led him to this moment. Rand Paul, with his usual bravado, had never been one to sit back and listen to the legal experts who spent their lives studying the Constitution. He had dismissed them as bureaucrats, elites, and so-called experts, instead championing his own interpretation, one that was flexible and, more often than not, self-serving. For him, it wasn't about upholding the law, it was about winning the debate. But Kamala Harris was no ordinary political adversary. As the first woman of color to hold the office of vice president, she understood the weight of every word she spoke. She had risen through the ranks not by bulldozing over people, but by listening, learning, and understanding the complex laws that govern the nation. Her legal background was impeccable, a career dedicated to ensuring that the voices of the voiceless were heard, and that the law served the people, not the powerful. This moment wasn't just personal, it was an ideological showdown. On one side, you had a man who had built his career by undermining legal expertise and challenging the principles of justice in favor of populist rhetoric. On the other side, you had a woman who had spent her life fighting for the very rule of law that Rand Paul so casually dismissed. It wasn't just about one debate, it was about the future of how America's legal system would be understood, interpreted, and applied. As Rand Paul continued his tirade, the stakes grew higher. His words weren't just words, they were attacks on the integrity of the very system that had allowed the country to thrive. Every legal precedent he scoffed at, every expert he belittled, was an affront to the American people who trusted that their leaders would uphold the law, not twist it to fit their own narratives. The room buzzed with unease. Senators exchanged nervous glances, some of them aware of the deep-rooted implications of this moment. This wasn't just about one senator's attack on another, it was about the direction the country was headed. Would America continue to respect its legal experts, its judicial system, and the values that had long sustained the nation, or would it fall victim to populist rhetoric and the dismissal of truth? Kamala Harris stood there, steady as ever. She knew what was at stake. This was a battle not just for her own reputation, but for the integrity of the Senate, for the very heart of democracy itself. She understood that the American people were watching. The stakes were nothing less than the trust the nation had in its system of justice. And then, as Rand Paul's words swelled to a fever pitch, a question hung in the air: would Kamala Harris rise to the occasion, or would the Senate allow this moment of arrogance to slip by, unchecked and unchallenged? But what happened next left everyone in the room speechless. Rand Paul wasn't just another senator. He was the embodiment of an ideology that had, over time, become more dangerous than ever, an ideology that preached the sanctity of the individual at the expense of the collective good, a doctrine that often put personal freedoms above the rule of law. For Paul, the Constitution wasn't a document to be respected or protected, but a tool to be bent, twisted, and used to support his own views, regardless of the precedents or the facts. He had grown up in the shadow of his father, Ron Paul, a staunch libertarian who had made a name for himself with the same fierce individualism that his son would later adopt. Raised in a world that revered anti-establishment rhetoric, Rand Paul learned early on to view authority with skepticism, especially when it came to the law. But his skepticism was more than just a healthy dose of distrust. For Paul, it was a call to arms, an ideological war against what he saw as an overreaching government, one that needed to be restrained at all costs. His early years as an eye surgeon could have made him a respected professional in a field grounded in facts, science, and evidence. Yet, even then, he often found himself at odds with the medical establishment, questioning the very science that had earned him his place in society. His public persona, one of stubborn contrarianism, began to take root as he pushed back against any authority that threatened his own views, even when that meant dismissing the established norms of the medical field. But it was in politics that Paul truly found his footing, first as a member of Congress and later as a senator. From the beginning, his brand of politics was one of relentless opposition. He thrived on the debate floor, challenging the very foundation of American democracy. He didn't just disagree with his opponents, he sought to dismantle their ideas, belittling experts and institutions in favor of his own, often misguided interpretations of the Constitution. He had a knack for turning a legislative debate into a personal attack, accusing those who disagreed with him of being elitists, insiders, or out of touch with the common American. In 2015, he rose to national prominence during his presidential campaign, positioning himself as the anti-establishment candidate, one who would restore freedom by dismantling what he called the deep state, the very same institutions that ensured the country remained a beacon of democracy and justice. His controversial stances on healthcare, foreign policy, and civil liberties were often steeped in rhetoric that ignored the complexity of the issues at hand. He rejected climate science, dismissed the expertise of doctors during the pandemic, and once even declared that the Civil Rights Act should have never been passed, arguing that businesses should have the freedom to discriminate. It wasn't just his stances that caused concern, it was his consistent refusal to engage with facts and data in a meaningful way. He rejected expert opinions on everything from public health to economics, preferring instead to create his own narrative, no matter how unsupported by reality. His arguments were always the same: experts were wrong, and only the people knew what was best. He was a champion for the outsider, the voice of the people, even as he pandered to the very elite he claimed to despise. But with every controversial move, every controversial statement, Rand Paul only seemed to grow more confident. His arrogance wasn't a shield to hide insecurity, it was his strength. It was the driving force behind his every action, his every word. He knew that his base, those who shared his anti-government, anti-establishment worldview, would follow him to the ends of the earth. And they did. With every bold stance, every challenge to the system, his political career grew. He saw himself as the only one brave enough to stand against the status quo, the only one willing to say what others were too afraid to speak. It was this arrogance, this belief that he had all the answers and that no one could possibly know more than he did, that had led him to this fateful moment. As he stood there, glaring at Kamala Harris, he wasn't just attacking her, he was attacking everything she represented, the very establishment, the legal system, the norms of democratic governance. He was convinced that, with his rhetorical skill and sharp tongue, he could tear her down just as he had done to so many others in the past. But what Rand Paul didn't realize was that he had met his match. In his mind, this was another opportunity to grandstand, to make a mockery of someone who didn't share his worldview. He saw Harris as just another political figure, someone he could easily dismiss with a few well-placed insults and a wave of his hand. But as he continued his attack, his confidence began to swell. The more he spoke, the more assured he became that he was in control, that he was winning this battle. His words were sharper now, laced with venom. He leaned in, throwing one final barb. You can call it a legal argument, but let's face it, you're just playing politics. You're a part of the system that's broken. A system that only serves itself. The room shifted again, the air thickening. Senators exchanged nervous glances, some shifting in their seats, unsure of how this was going to end. But Paul couldn't feel it, not yet. His confidence had him blind to the storm that was about to hit. As his words hung in the air, the tension was palpable. He was so sure of himself, so certain that his dismissive rhetoric would carry the day. Little did he know, the storm was coming, and it wasn't going to be one he could weather. Kamala Harris wasn't born into privilege. She didn't inherit power or fame, but rather, she carved her own path, a path that would lead her to the very heart of American politics. Her story was one of determination, resilience, and a commitment to justice that would become the bedrock of everything she stood for. Born in Oakland, California, to two immigrant parents, Kamala learned early on what it meant to be an outsider. Her mother, Shyamala, had come to the United States from India, while her father, Donald, hailed from Jamaica. Their union was one of love and activism, rooted in a shared desire for a better world, one where fairness and equality weren't just ideals, but realities. It was from them that Kamala inherited a deep sense of justice and an understanding of the sacrifices that come with fighting for what is right. Growing up in a time of civil unrest in the 1970s, Kamala was no stranger to adversity. Her childhood was shaped by the tumult of the civil rights movement, as well as by the feminist and anti-war movements that were sweeping through America. These movements taught her to question the status quo, to look beyond her immediate surroundings, and to see the world as a place in need of change. Kamala didn't just observe history, she became a part of it. Her parents instilled in her a sense of duty, to not only strive for success but to lift others up along the way. It was this ethos that propelled her forward, no matter the challenges. But her rise to prominence was anything but easy. Kamala faced the dual challenge of being both a woman and a woman of color in a world that often placed barriers in her path. In a profession dominated by men, particularly white men, she was constantly reminded that her presence was not always welcome. Yet, she never let these challenges define her. Instead, she used them as fuel. Every setback, every moment of doubt from others, only strengthened her resolve to prove that she was just as capable, just as worthy, and just as determined as anyone else. Her legal career began in the courtroom, where she worked tirelessly to defend the vulnerable. As a prosecutor, Kamala Harris made a name for herself as a fierce advocate for justice, tackling cases involving everything from gang violence to the abuse of women and children. She wasn't just fighting for convictions, she was fighting for the truth. She believed in the power of the law to serve people, not just punish them. She believed in fairness, equality, and that everyone, regardless of their background, should be treated with dignity under the law. Her time as San Francisco's district attorney helped shape the politician she would become. It was here that she made a name for herself by taking on difficult cases and refusing to back down in the face of political pressure. One of her most defining moments came when she was instrumental in changing how the justice system viewed nonviolent offenders. She pushed for policies that would offer rehabilitation over incarceration, demonstrating a forward-thinking approach to criminal justice reform that many had dismissed as too progressive. But Kamala saw the long-term benefits of rehabilitation. She knew that real change didn't come from simply punishing people, it came from lifting them up, offering second chances, and breaking the cycle of crime. Her rise continued as she moved into higher political office, first as California's Attorney General and later as the state's U.S. Senator. Each step was marked by her ability to connect with people, whether in her home state or across the nation. Kamala's reputation was built on her ability to navigate the intricacies of the law with a calm and measured approach, even in the face of the harshest criticism. She never lost her cool. Her voice, often a calm yet firm presence, was the steady anchor in the chaotic storms of politics. She understood that moments of high tension were when true leaders were tested, and her ability to maintain composure under pressure became one of her strongest traits. But it was her calm in the face of confrontation that set her apart. Where others saw conflict, Kamala saw an opportunity for resolution, for clarity. Her ability to listen, to remain patient, and to then speak with authority and conviction became her trademark. Whether on the Senate floor or in high-stakes negotiations, Kamala was never rattled. She had seen too much, endured too much, and fought too hard to be shaken by political gamesmanship. She knew the power of words, the weight they carried, and how to wield them effectively. Her experience wasn't just academic or professional, it was deeply personal. Kamala Harris's story wasn't just about overcoming obstacles, it was about building a legacy of service, of breaking down barriers for those who came after her. She had faced sexism, racism, and countless doubters along the way, but each experience had made her more determined to fight for those who couldn't fight for themselves. She had been that outsider once, unseen, underestimated, and she was committed to ensuring that no one else had to go through that same struggle. But the confrontation with Rand Paul wasn't just another day in politics for her. This was personal. This was about defending the principles she had spent a lifetime fighting for. It was about standing up to someone who had made a career out of tearing down those principles. Rand Paul's dismissive attitude toward legal expertise was the antithesis of everything Kamala had worked for. He didn't just challenge her, he challenged the very foundation of the justice system, the very system that had allowed her, as a woman of color, to rise to the highest offices in the land. In that moment, Kamala Harris wasn't just fighting for herself, she was fighting for every person who had ever been told they weren't enough, every person who had been silenced because of their identity. She knew this battle wasn't just about winning a debate, it was about defending the ideals that made America great, justice, equality, and the belief that no one, not even Rand Paul, was above the law. As she faced him, poised and calm, her years of experience and dedication to the law had prepared her for this moment. She wasn't just ready to engage in this debate, she was ready to win it. The room seemed to tighten around them, the air thickening with every passing moment. The Senate chamber, once a place of routine politicking, now felt like a battleground, charged with the electricity of impending conflict. Rand Paul's voice echoed through the chamber, rising in pitch as he leaned into his attack. He could feel the power of the moment, his words, sharp and cutting, were aimed at bringing Kamala Harris to her knees. "You talk about the Constitution," Paul sneered, his tone dripping with condescension. "But let's be honest, Madam Vice President, your understanding of it is dangerously simplistic. You wrap yourself in legal jargon as if that somehow makes you an authority. But we both know that the law isn't a shield for political games, it's a weapon for the truth." His words struck the air like a whip crack, the sharpness sending ripples through the room. But Kamala Harris didn't flinch. She stood there, poised and composed, her gaze unwavering. To the casual observer, it may have seemed like a simple exchange of words, but beneath the surface, the tension was palpable. Every senator, every aide in the room was waiting for something to shift, waiting for the moment when Harris would finally break her silence and deliver the counterattack. Rand Paul, sensing the control he had over the conversation, pressed on. "The system you so proudly defend, the so-called justice system, is broken. It's corrupt. It's rigged by people like you who hide behind the law to push your own political agenda. You think the law protects everyone equally, but we both know the truth. It's used as a tool for power, for control." The words hung in the air, accusatory and sharp. The room was silent, every ear tuned in, watching intently. Paul's arrogance was on full display now. He wasn't just attacking her ideas, he was attacking her integrity, her very purpose as a public servant. His face was flushed with the thrill of his own rhetoric, convinced that this was his moment to land the knockout punch. He had underestimated her, just as he had underestimated every woman and every person of color who had ever been told they weren't capable of rising above the odds. But Harris didn't rise to the bait. She didn't let the insult land. Her calm, dignified composure stood in stark contrast to Paul's fervor. She wasn't moved by his accusations, his desperate need to provoke. She had faced far worse, had fought battles far more personal, and came out stronger every time. She knew how to wait, how to remain steady when the storm raged around her. And the storm was raging now. Her hands rested lightly on the podium, her fingers not clenching, not betraying even the slightest sign of tension. Her posture, perfect and unwavering, was a silent declaration, she was in control, and she wasn't going to be pushed into making a rash move. "Senator Paul," she said finally, her voice calm, measured, as if she had all the time in the world to respond. "You talk about the law as if it were a mere instrument to be manipulated to fit your ideals. But the law is not a weapon of convenience, Senator. It is a foundation. It is a living document, shaped by those who fought and died for justice, not for personal gain." Paul's eyes narrowed, his confidence never wavering, but it was clear, something had shifted. The room, which had been hanging on every word he said, now began to feel a shift in the air. They had been expecting the fiery back and forth to continue, to see Harris stumble, to see her back down under the weight of Paul's relentless attacks. But she hadn't flinched. She hadn't faltered. And that, in itself, was beginning to shake the very foundation of Paul's argument. The chamber was now fully aware of the power dynamic shifting. They could feel it, an invisible pressure building in the space between the two adversaries. Senators exchanged glances, some unsure whether to lean forward in anticipation, others instinctively straightening in their seats. The air seemed to pulse with tension, a beat, a pause, something was coming, and they knew it was going to be monumental. Rand Paul took a breath, perhaps sensing that he was losing the upper hand, but he pressed on, unwilling to show any sign of weakness. Madam Vice President, the Constitution wasn't meant to be a blanket for the powerful to hide behind. It's meant to protect the people, ordinary Americans who struggle every day because of the very system you defend. His words, though sharp, no longer carried the weight they once did. They were becoming repetitive, hollow. His rhetoric was beginning to unravel, and the more he spoke, the more it became apparent that his attacks weren't landing where he intended. His arrogance had blinded him to the truth. He wasn't speaking to the American people anymore. He was speaking to his own echo chamber, and it was crumbling around him. The audience, those who had been waiting for Harris to respond, now held their breath. They knew what was coming. The silence stretched longer than it should have, and then, Kamala Harris spoke. She didn't raise her voice. She didn't need to. The force of her words, calm and assured, would be more than enough to cut through Paul's arrogance. And with that, the room knew, the balance had tipped. The moment was coming. Harris's quiet resolve had already begun to shift the debate, but the next move, that would change everything. The room was silent. The tension hung thick in the air, a suffocating weight that pressed down on everyone in the chamber. Rand Paul, having just finished his tirade, stood there, looking as if he had just delivered a fatal blow. His chest rose and fell with each breath, his face flushed with the heat of his own words. He had believed that he had the upper hand. He had believed that his sharp, dismissive attacks would break Kamala Harris, that she would crumble under the weight of his accusations. But instead, there she was. Kamala Harris, standing tall, poised, unshaken. Her eyes, steady and unblinking, met his. The crowd, sensing that something was about to happen, leaned forward. The silence stretched, and for a moment, the world seemed to pause, as if holding its breath. Kamala Harris took a deliberate step forward, the faint sound of her heels clicking against the floor cutting through the stillness. Her hands, which had remained calm on the podium, now rested lightly on the edges, her fingers steady, her body language exuding an air of quiet power. She opened her mouth, and the words she spoke carried the weight of everything that had come before them, the years of hard work, of dedication to the law, of fighting for justice when it would have been easier to give in. Senator Paul, she began, her voice calm but firm, you speak of the law as if it were a tool of convenience, as if it could be bent and shaped to fit whatever narrative you choose to tell. But what you fail to understand is that the law isn't just a collection of words on paper, it is a living document, shaped by the struggles of people who fought, bled, and died for the rights we enjoy today. The room held its breath. Rand Paul, who had expected to dominate, now stood with his mouth slightly ajar, his confident facade beginning to crack. He didn't know how to respond. His eyes flickered briefly, searching for an opening, but none came. Kamala Harris continued, her tone unwavering, her words cutting through the air like a scalpel. The Constitution, Senator, wasn't meant to be a weapon for the powerful. It wasn't designed to be twisted by those who seek to undermine its very purpose. It was written by men who understood that power must be held accountable, that justice must be blind, and that the rule of law must be absolute. And that is why we cannot allow personal politics to cloud our judgment when it comes to interpreting it. A wave of murmurs rippled through the room. Harris's words had landed. They weren't just a defense of the Constitution, they were a rebuke to Paul's entire approach to governance. She wasn't just standing up for herself, she was standing up for every person who had ever been dismissed by those in power, for every marginalized community that had been ignored by the system. Her message was clear, the law was bigger than any one person, bigger than any political agenda. She paused, letting her words sink in, and in that moment, Rand Paul's mask slipped. His face, once flush with triumph, had begun to pale. His jaw tightened, his fingers gripping the edge of the podium as if it could anchor him to the ground. He opened his mouth to speak, but no words came out. He was trapped in the silence, caught in the web of his own arrogance. The crowd shifted uneasily, sensing the shift in momentum. Senators exchanged glances, some leaning in closer, others shaking their heads in disbelief. They had watched countless debates, seen countless confrontations, but this? This was different. Kamala Harris wasn't just defending the law, she was owning the moment, commanding the chamber with the authority of someone who understood the power of words, the weight of truth. And then, just when it seemed like the room couldn't get any quieter, Harris dropped the bombshell that would leave the Senate, and the entire nation, in shock. "Senator, you say the system is broken. But I'd argue that the system isn't broken, it's working exactly as it was intended to. The issue isn't the law. The issue is how some choose to interpret it, how some choose to bend it to fit their own agenda." There was a collective intake of breath. Rand Paul stood motionless, his expression one of utter disbelief. His confidence, which had been so unshakable just moments ago, was now crumbling in front of him. The crowd could feel the shift in the room, the subtle change in energy that signaled the end of Paul's assault and the beginning of Harris's reign in this debate. Harris's voice didn't rise. It didn't need to. She had said enough. She was calm, composed, and in control. The audience, however, wasn't so quiet. The senators' eyes widened as the realization hit them. Kamala Harris hadn't just responded, she had dismantled Rand Paul's entire argument with the kind of quiet power that only comes from a deep understanding of the law, of justice, of what America truly stands for. And then, in a final, decisive moment, Harris leaned in slightly, her eyes never leaving Paul's. "You've underestimated me, Senator. And you've underestimated the law. But more importantly, you've underestimated the American people, who demand that we uphold the principles of justice, equality, and the rule of law. You can dismiss us all you want, but the truth remains, and it will always prevail." The silence in the room was deafening. No one moved. No one dared to speak. Even Rand Paul, caught off guard, was at a loss for words. The Senate, for the first time in this debate, seemed to collectively exhale as if the weight of the moment had finally settled in. Kamala Harris had won, not just the argument, but the room. Her words had struck at the very heart of the debate, cutting through Paul's arrogance and exposing the flaw in his entire narrative. She had shown the world that calm, dignity, and a deep understanding of the law could silence the loudest, most divisive voices. And as the chamber remained frozen in stunned silence, it was clear to everyone present, this was the turning point. Harris had not just defended herself. She had struck a blow for justice, for the Constitution, and for every person who had ever been dismissed by those in power. The moment had shifted. And there was no going back. What had happened in that chamber was more than just a moment of political theater, it was a seismic shift. The words Kamala Harris had delivered, so calm yet so powerful, had reverberated beyond the Senate floor, shattering Rand Paul's carefully constructed narrative and throwing the political world into disarray. In the hours that followed, the fallout from her mic drop moment would send shockwaves throughout the nation, and the world. Social media exploded in the aftermath of the debate. Within minutes, clips of Harris's masterful takedown of Rand Paul were circulating on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook. The hashtag Kamala shuts down Paul began trending worldwide, with millions of tweets, shares, and posts flooding in. The footage of her calm, composed rebuttal was replayed over and over, the stark contrast between her dignified presence and Paul's flustered response becoming the defining moment of the day. It wasn't just a viral moment, it was an emblem of the power of reason over rhetoric, of composure over arrogance. Memes flooded the internet. Some were simple but powerful, images of Kamala Harris's poised, steady face with captions like, "When you own the debate without raising your voice." Others were more creative, juxtaposing Paul's frantic gestures with Harris's calm posture, accompanied by captions like, "The calm before the storm," or, "When the law speaks, even Rand Paul can't shout over it." On TikTok, videos with millions of views reenacted the moment with dramatic music, creating viral soundbites that had young people across the country quoting Harris's words. "The Constitution isn't a weapon for the powerful," Senator, was now a rallying cry for those who had been silenced for too long. The internet had a new political hero, and her name was Kamala Harris. Celebrities, political commentators, and pundits weighed in on the fallout. Hollywood stars like Reese Witherspoon, Mark Ruffalo, and Kerry Washington took to Twitter, posting their praise for Harris's performance. "Kamala Harris just showed the world what it means to stand up for the law and for justice," Witherspoon tweeted, followed by a flurry of supportive emojis. Mark Ruffalo, ever the activist, shared a clip of the exchange with the caption, "This is how we win, calm, clarity, and truth." But it wasn't just Hollywood that weighed in. Political commentators, long accustomed to the back-and-forth brawls that usually characterize debates in the Senate, were left speechless. MSNBC's Rachel Maddow, known for her sharp political analysis, took to her show that evening with a stunned expression. "What we witnessed today was nothing short of historic. Kamala Harris didn't just defend the law, she made a statement that will echo through the halls of power for years to come." Rand Paul may have been expecting a fight, but instead, he met a force that he couldn't overcome. Conservative pundits, on the other hand, scrambled to defend Paul. But even they couldn't help but acknowledge the gravity of Harris's performance. "Harris's response was devastating," said one right-wing commentator. "She didn't just shut him down, she exposed him. And she did it with such grace and authority, it's hard to argue with her logic." But it wasn't just the pundits and celebrities who reacted. Ordinary citizens took to social media, flooding the platforms with their own reactions. Tweets and posts from every corner of America, small towns, bustling cities, rural communities, poured in, all expressing the same sentiment, pride. People felt as though they had witnessed something bigger than politics that day. Kamala Harris's victory wasn't just about silencing Rand Paul, it was about defending the very principles that defined the American legal system. "The law isn't a weapon for the powerful," one tweet read. "It's a shield for the people." #Kamala shuts down Paul, another post said, "Kamala showed us that power doesn't come from shouting the loudest, it comes from standing firm in the truth." The ripple effect of Harris's victory spread quickly across the political landscape. For Harris, the debate became more than just a win in the Senate, it became a moment that shifted public perception, not just of her, but of what she represented. The calm and calculated way she dismantled Rand Paul's arguments painted her as a leader capable of holding her ground against the loudest, most arrogant voices in politics. Where some saw a political fight, others saw a moral stand, a defense of the values America was built on, equality, justice, and the rule of law. As the hours passed, it became clear that Harris had emerged as a political force to be reckoned with. The ripple effect spread to the highest echelons of the Democratic Party, where many had already been eyeing Harris as a rising star. But now, the conversation wasn't just about her potential, it was about her power. The moment had cemented her as a leader capable of challenging the establishment, holding her own against even the most formidable opponents, and fighting for the people in a way that few others had done before. Even within the Senate, the mood had shifted. Those who had once underestimated Harris, who had perhaps seen her as a figurehead in the vice presidency, now saw her in an entirely new light. Senators from both sides of the aisle began to approach her with newfound respect, acknowledging the force she had just unleashed. Some even quietly admitted to their colleagues that they had never seen a performance like that in their careers. But for Rand Paul, the aftermath was a stark contrast. The barrage of criticism from across the political spectrum made it clear that he had lost more than just the debate, he had lost the narrative. The momentary advantage he had felt in the beginning, the confidence he had once exuded, had evaporated. His words, once seen as decisive, now felt hollow and disconnected. The aftermath was a reminder of how quickly political fortunes could change. And in the silence of his defeat, Paul found himself struggling to regain his footing. Kamala Harris's response had done more than win a debate, it had shattered a carefully constructed narrative of arrogance, of dismissal, of power at any cost. And in doing so, she had not only defended the law, she had reminded America of what it truly meant to stand for justice, dignity, and the truth. As the days passed, Harris's moment would be remembered as a turning point in American politics, a symbol of what could happen when the powerful were held accountable, when arrogance was met with dignity, and when truth ultimately triumphed over rhetoric. The political landscape had shifted. The public perception had been irrevocably altered. And for Kamala Harris, the fight had only just begun. The Senate chamber, now alive with whispers, was a far cry from the tense silence of the confrontation just moments before. But as Kamala Harris stood at the podium, her presence still commanding the room, it became clear that the true weight of the moment had only just begun to settle. What had unfolded wasn't just a political victory, it was a lesson. A lesson that transcended the walls of the Senate, a message that would echo far beyond the chambers of Washington. Kamala Harris looked around the room, her eyes sweeping across the faces of her colleagues, of the onlookers, and of those who had tuned in from around the world. The battle had been fierce, yes, but it was never about the fight itself. It was about something far greater, something that, even in the heat of this political contest, had never wavered, the truth. Senator Paul, she began, her voice calm and resolute, the strength of her words now a steady force in the room. We've had our differences, yes. And I've heard you claim that the system is broken, that the law is just a tool for the powerful. But I stand before you today, and I tell you this, the law isn't a tool to be wielded in the service of political agendas. It is the bedrock of our democracy. It is the compass that guides our nation through the storm of division, prejudice, and injustice. The truth, Harris continued, was not something that could be manipulated to serve one's personal interests. It was an unwavering constant, rooted in the ideals of fairness, equality, and justice that the Constitution had laid out. And in a moment like this, when the stakes were high, when the voices of power seemed to drown out those of reason, it was the law, guided by legal expertise, that held the nation together. Her words carried more weight than just legal jargon. They were a call to action, an affirmation of the importance of dignity in public service. She spoke not just to the senators in the room, but to every American who had watched this debate unfold. We must remember that justice is not a concept reserved for the elite or the powerful. It is for everyone. It is for those who have been marginalized, for those whose voices have been silenced, for those who continue to fight for their rights in a world that so often turns a blind eye. The room grew quiet as Harris paused, allowing the gravity of her words to sink in. She wasn't just defending the Constitution, she was defending every individual who had ever felt voiceless, every community that had been oppressed, every person who had ever been dismissed as too small to make a difference. Her message was simple but profound. The fight for justice was not just political, it was personal. It was about every citizen, every life, every family that depended on the integrity of the law to protect them. But it's not just the law that guides us, Harris continued, her tone unwavering. It's our commitment to the truth. To the ideals of dignity, humility, and service. These values are what drive us to serve, not for personal gain, but for the good of the people. For those who are looking to us not just for leadership, but for the example of what it means to stand for what is right, no matter the odds. As her words resonated, it was clear that this moment wasn't just a win for her, it was a victory for all those who had fought for justice and integrity before her. The lesson was clear: when we stand firm in the face of adversity, when we stand by the truth even when it's uncomfortable, we win. Not just for ourselves, but for the countless others whose voices would never be heard unless we used our own. Kamala's calm confidence had taken down the towering figure of Rand Paul, but it wasn't just about defeating an opponent. It was about showing the world that integrity, when it stands resolutely against arrogance, can bring about change. And in doing so, she had reframed the conversation. This wasn't just about political maneuvering, it was about restoring faith in the very system that had, for so long, been under attack. As I said before, Harris concluded, her voice rising ever so slightly, but still steady, the law is not a weapon for the powerful, it is a shield for the people. And it is through that shield that we protect what is good, what is right, and what is just. It is not about us, not about the politicians or the pundits. It is about every citizen who places their trust in us. We owe it to them to uphold these values. The room sat still, the words hanging in the air like a call to action, an invitation to rise above the noise and serve something greater than oneself. Harris's gaze never wavered as she looked out at her colleagues, knowing that this moment had not only solidified her place as a leader, it had redefined what leadership should be. The applause that followed was not just for the victory won on that day, but for the values she had stood up for, values that were now more important than ever. Kamala Harris had not just shut down Rand Paul, she had opened the door to a new vision of what American leadership could be, one rooted in truth, in humility, and in an unwavering commitment to justice for all. In the days, weeks, and months that followed, the story of her response would be told time and time again, not as a political strategy, but as a model for how to rise above the noise and lead with integrity. The moral was clear: when the world demands that we compromise, that we back down, that we follow the loudest voices in the room, there will always be those who choose to stand up and fight for what is right. No matter the odds. And in that moment, Kamala Harris had shown the world exactly what it meant to be a leader, not just in politics, but in life. It was a lesson for everyone who had ever been told they didn't matter, for every person who had ever been silenced: stand firm, hold the line, and the truth will always prevail. What we witnessed today was more than just a debate, it was a moment where justice triumphed over arrogance, where the rule of law was defended by someone who truly understands its power. Kamala Harris didn't just shut down Rand Paul with a legal argument, she reminded the world that the law is not just a tool for the powerful, but a shield for the people. Her response wasn't just a political victory, it was a testament to the strength of integrity, truth, and the unwavering commitment to justice. In that one moment, Kamala Harris proved that, no matter how loud the voices of division and arrogance may become, the truth will always find its way to the surface. This was a victory for everyone who believes in a system where fairness prevails, where dignity is the foundation of leadership, and where the law is used to protect, not to oppress. Harris's calm brilliance in the face of Rand Paul's aggression showed us the power of standing firm in the truth, no matter the odds. If you believe in justice, if you believe in the power of truth, and if you believe that leaders should stand up for what's right, then this is your moment. Join the fight for truth. Stand with those who champion justice. Share this video, subscribe to the channel, and be part of a movement that values integrity, fairness, and dignity in our leaders. Together, we can make sure that moments like these aren't just remembered, they can inspire change, spark a movement, and remind us all that when we fight for justice, we all win. Subscribe now, and be part of the movement for a better, more just tomorrow. The camera zooms in on the debate stage. Tucker Carlson sits confidently at his desk, his fingers tapping rhythmically on the surface, his eyes locked in on the audience as if he already knows he has won. The lights are hot, the air thick with anticipation. Tucker clears his throat, ready for his punch. He leans forward, exuding the aura of someone who has the upper hand. His voice is calm, measured, deliberate. He begins his argument, legal, calculated, and seemingly indisputable. "Let me make this perfectly clear," he says, locking eyes with the moderator. "The law is not some abstract concept. It's about precedent. It's about logic. The government cannot simply override constitutional rights because of political whims. The legal system is here to protect us from overreach, and let's be honest, folks, we're seeing it right now." He pauses, letting the weight of his words settle. His smirk, subtle but palpable, suggests that he believes his point is airtight. He's ready to sit back, cross his arms, and let the applause roll in. But Kamala Harris is watching him closely. She doesn't flinch. She's calm, composed, calm enough to see the cracks in Carlson's argument before he even finishes. Without missing a beat, Harris interrupts, her voice cutting through the tension like a sharp blade. "Actually, Tucker, that's not how the law works. You're forgetting one thing," she says, her tone unyielding but measured. The crowd shifts uncomfortably in their seats. The moderator's eyes flick to Harris, then back to Carlson, sensing the impending clash. Harris leans in slightly, her gaze steady, unwavering. The Constitution is not about upholding a rigid interpretation of law that suits your agenda. It's about progress. It's about justice. And what you're failing to acknowledge is that precedent isn't just a tool for the status quo, it's a guide for us to evolve. She holds up her hand for emphasis. You're misinterpreting it. Carlson's eyes narrow, the smirk faltering just a fraction. Harris's words hang in the air, the weight of them undeniable. The audience feels the shift, the tension, the sudden uncertainty in Carlson's expression. The shock is palpable. What he thought was a simple slam dunk is suddenly slipping away. Go on, Tucker challenges, trying to regain control, but his voice betrays him, barely a hint of panic creeping through. The intellectual duel is set. The stakes are clear. And what happens next could change everything. The room is heavy with silence. The stakes have been raised. Tucker Carlson, who once seemed unshakable, now faces a challenge, a legal point so sharp, it has the power to unravel everything he's built his argument upon. Kamala Harris's words echo in the minds of everyone watching, but this isn't just about one debate. This moment, this confrontation, has the potential to ripple across the political landscape for years to come. As Harris continues, her voice steady, the gravity of the situation becomes apparent. She's not just defending a point of law, she's defending the very principles that have guided American democracy through its most turbulent moments. The Constitution, she argues, was never meant to be a static relic. It was a living document, a framework for a nation in constant evolution. This is a defining moment for the future of American jurisprudence, and the whole country can feel it. But it's more than just a battle over legal precedents. The implications reach far beyond the courtroom, beyond the policies that are debated on the Senate floor. This is about justice itself, what it means to be an American, what it means to be free, to be equal, to have a voice in a system that's supposed to serve you. Tucker Carlson, with his rigid views, represents a path backward, one that seeks to freeze America in time, to hold the nation in place. His vision is one where power stays in the hands of the few, where the rights of citizens are subjected to the whims of those who cling to outdated notions of original intent. His legal arguments are a smokescreen, a way to justify policies that benefit the privileged and silence those who need the system to work for them the most. Kamala Harris, on the other hand, stands for progress, a vision of America that moves forward. Her argument isn't just about the law. It's about fairness. It's about ensuring that every American, regardless of race, gender, or background, has an equal chance to thrive in a society that claims to be a land of opportunity. Her defense of the Constitution is a defense of the very heart of the American experiment. And she knows, the people watching know, that this is bigger than just a debate. This is about the future of the country. What's at stake isn't just who wins this argument, it's the direction the country will take. Will it move forward into a more inclusive, just future? Or will it stay trapped in a past that benefits only a select few? Harris's words suggest that this debate is the battleground for those competing visions. The stakes are real. Every decision made today will reverberate across generations. If the law is manipulated to protect entrenched interests, it will set a dangerous precedent, one where the ideals of freedom, equality, and justice are eroded bit by bit. But if Harris wins, if she successfully defends the Constitution's living nature, it will pave the way for a future that includes every voice, every identity, every individual who has been historically marginalized. This isn't just about legalese or intellectual exercises. This debate is about power, the power to shape the future of a nation. It's about whether America will continue its march toward justice or whether it will stumble backward into old habits, leaving behind those who have been fighting for their rights for decades. And what happens in this room, under the intense spotlight, could influence the policies that govern this country for years to come. Judges, lawmakers, activists, everyone is watching. Everyone has a stake in this moment. This debate could reshape future rulings, reframe political strategies, and ultimately alter the fabric of American society. As the camera zooms out, the atmosphere crackles with tension. Harris has not only challenged Carlson's point, she's ignited a firestorm. What she said is now the focal point of every discussion in the country. This debate is no longer just an intellectual exercise, it's a battle for the very soul of America. The question now isn't just who will win this argument. It's what kind of America will emerge when the dust settles. And the world is watching. Tucker Carlson sits tall at his desk, his gaze focused, the embodiment of confidence. But beneath that calm exterior, there's a calculated arrogance, a sense of superiority that comes from years of building an empire on controversy. He's not just a commentator, he's a brand. A brand built on speaking in absolutes, distorting facts, and pitting people against each other for the sake of ratings. For Carlson, the truth is malleable. It's not a matter of uncovering what's real or just. It's about bending the narrative to fit his worldview, a worldview where power remains in the hands of the privileged, where the underdogs are left to fend for themselves. In his eyes, the system works, but only for those who've already earned it. And anyone who suggests that the system might be flawed, they're either misguided or, in his words, un-American. Carlson's rise to prominence wasn't built on his deep understanding of law, history, or morality. No, it was built on a simple formula: controversy. He quickly learned that the more outlandish his takes, the more people would tune in. But it wasn't just shock value that made him so influential, it was his ability to weave a narrative that made his followers feel like they were part of an exclusive club. A club where anyone who questioned the status quo was an enemy of the people. This ability to manipulate public sentiment with half-truths and misleading arguments made him a polarizing figure. It also made him the perfect antagonist in this debate. While others might focus on facts, Carlson would twist them, pick them apart, and spin them into a narrative that served his own interests. Facts, for him, were tools, not truths. His controversial takes on social issues are legendary. From claiming that immigration is destroying the fabric of America, to suggesting that climate change is a hoax designed to control the masses, Carlson's rhetoric has often veered into dangerous territory. But perhaps his most egregious legal misstep came when he attempted to undermine the rights of marginalized communities in the name of preserving traditional values. His arguments were always steeped in legalese, drawing on distorted interpretations of the Constitution, but they never held up under scrutiny. He's had his fair share of legal run-ins as well, legal theories that he's pushed on air, only to see them fall apart in the courts. He once declared that laws protecting the rights of LGBTQ+ individuals were an overreach, claiming that they violated religious freedoms. His statement sparked protests, lawsuits, and widespread backlash. But in his mind, the controversy only added to his power. He was used to being the lightning rod, the provocateur, the man who could get people talking, no matter the cost. It's no surprise that he has framed this debate as a contest of freedom versus government overreach. His entire career has been about fighting what he perceives as a liberal agenda that seeks to dismantle the very core of American ideals. But the irony is thick: in his fight for freedom, Carlson has often pushed an agenda that restricts the freedoms of others, particularly those whose rights he deems unnecessary or undeserved. Take, for example, his recent attacks on voting rights laws. He's been vocal about his belief that widespread voter fraud exists, despite the overwhelming evidence to the contrary. His refusal to acknowledge the truth has led many to question whether he's more interested in perpetuating a false narrative to fuel his audience's anger, rather than actually engaging in good-faith legal analysis. In fact, many legal experts have torn apart his arguments, showing that his claims are not only baseless but dangerous. But that hasn't stopped him from continuing to amplify these falsehoods. For Carlson, it's not about having an honest discussion. It's about winning. It's about making his audience believe that they are fighting a war against an elite, corrupt establishment, even if the battles are based on lies. His arrogance is his armor, and it's been his greatest asset. He's built an army of followers who hang on every word, every controversial statement. They believe in his narrative, even as the legal and factual errors pile up. But now, in this debate with Kamala Harris, Carlson faces a formidable adversary. Harris isn't just a politician, she's a seasoned legal expert. Her intellect is her weapon, and she has no time for the manipulative tactics Carlson has perfected over the years. As much as he tries to paint her as just another politician, she knows the law, and she knows it better than he does. And that's exactly what Carlson fears. It's no secret that Carlson has a tendency to vilify those who challenge him. He's quick to label them radicals or unpatriotic, dismissing their arguments without a second thought. But Harris isn't just anyone. She's not easily intimidated. And her ability to dissect his argument with precision is exactly what makes her such a threat. But Carlson doesn't back down. His arrogance fuels his confidence, and he refuses to believe that anyone, especially a woman of color, could best him in this arena. In his mind, this is his moment, his chance to prove once again that he's the one who holds the power, the one who defines what is true in America. Yet, the clock is ticking. His ability to manipulate the narrative is being tested. Kamala Harris isn't backing down, and the audience knows that the only way for this showdown to end is with one of them victorious, and the other exposed for what they truly are. Kamala Harris stands at the center of the stage, unwavering in her resolve. Her career has been defined by a relentless pursuit of justice, an unflinching commitment to the truth, and an unshakable belief in the American ideals of equality and opportunity. From the very beginning, Harris understood that power wasn't something given, it was something earned, something fought for, and something that had to be protected. Her journey to this moment, this showdown with Tucker Carlson, has been years in the making. Born to immigrant parents, her mother from India and her father from Jamaica, Kamala was raised in a household where the values of hard work, fairness, and fighting for what is right were non-negotiable. Her mother, a breast cancer researcher, and her father, an economist, instilled in her the understanding that the fight for justice was as much about intellectual rigor as it was about compassion. These values would guide her throughout her life, whether she was in a courtroom, a political debate, or on the Senate floor. Kamala's path to becoming a lawyer wasn't one of privilege, it was one of perseverance. She faced the same systemic barriers that many others in her position faced, but her determination never wavered. She knew that if she wanted to make a real difference, she had to be more than just a good lawyer, she had to be a champion for the marginalized, the oppressed, the unheard. She entered law school at the University of California, Hastings College of the Law, with a singular focus, to fight for justice. It wasn't about fame or wealth, it was about using the law as a tool to dismantle the systems that allowed injustice to persist. As a young attorney, Kamala worked in the Alameda County District Attorney's Office, where she quickly gained a reputation for her unyielding commitment to fairness. Her early work was marked by a fierce desire to protect the most vulnerable members of society, women, children, people of color, often standing up against the very institutions that were supposed to protect them. Her breakthrough came when she was appointed as the District Attorney of San Francisco in 2004, the first woman and the first woman of color to hold the position. As DA, Kamala immediately set to work reforming the system from within. She focused on criminal justice reform, advocating for programs that diverted nonviolent offenders away from the prison system and into rehabilitation. Her efforts weren't just about punishing crime, they were about addressing the root causes of it: poverty, inequality, and lack of opportunity. Kamala's work as DA was defined by her ability to balance tough, pragmatic justice with a deep empathy for those affected by the criminal justice system. She wasn't afraid to take on cases that others might have shied away from. Her leadership on the issue of truancy in California schools, where she pushed for policies that targeted systemic inequalities, was one of the earliest signs of her ability to navigate difficult legal terrain while keeping her focus on justice. Her reputation only grew as she became California's Attorney General in 2011. As AG, Kamala took on some of the most powerful players in the state. Her office filed a landmark lawsuit against the for-profit prison industry for its role in mass incarceration, shining a light on the way the system exploited the poor, particularly communities of color. Her legal victories were many, but they weren't just about winning cases, they were about pushing forward a vision of a more just, equitable society. In 2016, Kamala Harris made history once again, becoming California's first female U.S. Senator. Her victory wasn't just a personal achievement, it was a testament to her ability to break barriers and challenge the status quo. As senator, Kamala became a vocal advocate for issues that aligned with her long-standing commitment to justice, from healthcare reform to criminal justice overhaul to climate change action. Her rise in politics was marked by a fierce independence, an unwavering moral compass, and an ability to bring together coalitions of progressives, moderates, and independents alike. It was on the Senate floor that Kamala truly began to make her mark as a force to be reckoned with in Washington. Her questioning during Senate hearings was a thing of legend. Whether she was grilling then-Attorney General Jeff Sessions about his ties to Russia or challenging Brett Kavanaugh during his Supreme Court confirmation hearings, Kamala's sharp legal mind and steely determination were on full display. She wasn't afraid to hold the powerful accountable, and she did so with the kind of poise and precision that left her opponents scrambling. Her legal victories weren't confined to the courtroom. Kamala had a unique ability to translate legal arguments into the language of the people, making complex legal battles accessible and understandable to everyday Americans. She wasn't just fighting in the halls of power, she was fighting for the people. Her reputation as a champion for the voiceless was solidified during her time as a senator, where she repeatedly pushed for policies that would benefit the most vulnerable in society, from healthcare reform to criminal justice reform to comprehensive immigration reform. Her political career has always been one of steady ascension, but it's been her legal acumen that has truly set her apart. Kamala understands the law better than most, and she knows how to wield it like a weapon. This is why she's so uniquely equipped to take on Tucker Carlson. In a debate rooted in legal principles, where arguments will be dissected and analyzed with ruthless precision, Kamala's legal expertise gives her the upper hand. She's seen it all before: the manipulation of facts, the twisting of legal precedent, the attempts to frame the law as a tool for maintaining the status quo. And she knows how to dismantle it. Carlson may have come prepared with his own narrative, but Kamala Harris is prepared to expose it for what it is, an attempt to distort the truth. This isn't just about winning a debate, it's about protecting the integrity of the legal system and defending the values that have always made America a beacon of hope for those seeking justice and equality. As the debate unfolds, Kamala's experience, her understanding of the law, and her unflinching commitment to truth will be her greatest weapons. She knows that the stakes of this debate aren't just about one moment in time, they're about the future of justice, fairness, and equality in America. And she's ready to fight for it, just as she has her entire career. The atmosphere in the room thickens. The intensity of the exchange is palpable. Tucker Carlson, emboldened by his earlier statement, shifts in his seat, leaning forward with a smug grin. He can sense the growing discomfort in the air, the unease of a room that has started to feel the undercurrents of a battle that is about to hit a boiling point. He's not finished. He won't back down. This is his moment to reassert control. Kamala, Carlson says, his voice dipping with condescension, you're painting this picture like the law is some fluid, ever-changing entity. But the truth is simple. The Constitution was written in a time of very clear, unambiguous principles. We cannot just rewrite it every time a politician thinks it's convenient. His tone is sharper now. He's raising the stakes, pushing his argument forward with greater intensity, his eyes never leaving Harris. He's trying to provoke her into a misstep. He's trying to make her react, to break her composure. But Harris remains unshaken. She sits tall, calm, and focused, as if she's been here before. And she has. This is a battle of intellect, and she's prepared for it. I never said the Constitution should be rewritten, Tucker, she responds, her voice steady, her words cutting through the tension like a scalpel. What I'm saying is that it's a living document. A document that evolves, that adapts to the needs of the people. What you're proposing is a static interpretation, one that ignores the voices of millions who've been left behind by that unambiguous framework. Carlson scoffs, a sneer forming at the corners of his lips. That's the problem with progressives like you, Kamala. You want to bend the law to fit your agenda. What happened to the rule of law? What happened to respect for the foundation of our country? He speaks over her, cutting her off mid-sentence, but she remains composed. The crowd feels the tension rise as Carlson attempts to dominate the conversation with sheer volume, as if his forceful rhetoric can overpower reason itself. But Kamala doesn't flinch. She waits, her calm demeanor never wavering. When Carlson finishes his tirade, she speaks again, slower this time, but with increasing precision. The rule of law, Harris says, is not about clinging to outdated ideas just because they're convenient. It's about ensuring justice for all. The Constitution was written with the understanding that the world changes. Society changes. And the law must reflect that change. If it doesn't, then it ceases to be a tool for justice. It becomes a tool for oppression. She pauses, allowing the weight of her words to settle. The room grows quieter. Carlson glares, but he can feel the shift in the audience's energy. His earlier confidence starts to erode, replaced by a creeping sense of doubt. He tries to salvage the situation by launching into another attack. "You're using vague, feel-good language, Kamala," Carlson retorts. "You want to talk about change? Let's talk about facts. The facts are that the Constitution was never meant to be subject to the whims of politicians who think they know better. You want to reinterpret it because it doesn't fit your narrative. And that's dangerous. It's a slippery slope that leads to chaos." Harris isn't rattled by his attempt to shift the conversation. Instead, she leans in slightly, her voice still calm but unwavering, and delivers her counterattack with surgical precision. "No, Tucker," she replies, her eyes locking with his, "what's dangerous is ignoring the very principles that the Constitution stands for. Equality. Justice. Protection of the vulnerable. When the law stops evolving to protect those ideals, it stops serving the people. And that's where we're headed, if we continue to let men like you define what the law is supposed to be, rather than what it actually is." Carlson stares at her, his face reddening slightly, his mouth opening and closing as if he's searching for the right words, but none come. The crowd is watching, hanging on every syllable, every word. The tension is electric, crackling in the air. Carlson tries to recover, his voice rising in volume. "You can't just change the law to fit your own political agenda. The Constitution is meant to be a guardrail, not a tool to push your progressive agenda forward." Harris doesn't let him finish. "The Constitution was never a tool for anyone's agenda," she says, her voice still level but firm, "but for the people. For justice. You're misunderstanding what's at stake here, Tucker. This isn't about political power. It's about the heart of democracy." The audience shifts in their seats, the weight of Harris's words sinking in. Carlson's attack has lost its sting. Harris's logic is airtight, her conviction unbreakable. Every time he tries to twist her words, she counters with facts and principles that he cannot easily dismiss. His smirk falters, his earlier arrogance replaced by a creeping realization, he is not in control here. Kamala Harris has already won this round, and the fight is far from over. The moderator, sensing the intensity of the exchange, steps in, but the audience is already buzzing, the tension palpable. The stage has been set for what's to come. The next move could make or break this debate. As the moment hangs in the air, one thing is clear, this is no longer just about legal precedent. It's about a battle for the soul of America. And Harris, with her calm strength, has only just begun. The room is heavy with anticipation, the air crackling with tension as Tucker Carlson paces, his face flushed with frustration. Kamala Harris sits perfectly still, her eyes steady and unyielding, every inch of her presence radiating confidence. Carlson is struggling to regain control, to reassert his narrative, but the crowd has already begun to sense the shift. Harris hasn't broken. She hasn't wavered. And now, it's her turn. Carlson opens his mouth again, trying to regain his footing, but Kamala raises a hand, a small, deliberate gesture that silences the room. The audacity in her gesture, calm and composed, yet assertive, sends a clear message, this is her moment. She is in command. "Tucker," she begins, her voice unwavering but with a note of finality. You've been talking a lot about the Constitution, about originalism, and about how the law should be interpreted. But there's one critical thing you've overlooked. She pauses for effect, locking eyes with him. The Constitution isn't just about following what's written in ink on a page, it's about protecting the people. The founders wrote it with the understanding that America would evolve, that its values would evolve. And what you're missing, Tucker, is that evolution is at the very heart of what makes this country great. There's no smug smile on her face, no show of forceful gestures, just pure, razor-sharp clarity. She isn't playing to the audience's emotions, she's playing to their intellect, to their need for truth. Carlson opens his mouth, but Harris cuts him off before he can interject. She's not done. Let me make something clear, she continues, her words deliberate, her tone calm but biting. When we talk about legal precedents, we're not talking about a set of rules that stay frozen in time. You keep invoking originalism, Tucker, but what you're failing to understand is that this interpretation of the Constitution isn't the only one, and it certainly isn't the only one that guarantees the freedoms we hold dear. You've misinterpreted the law, and it's time someone called you out on it. The audience leans in, sensing that something monumental is coming. Harris pauses, briefly gathering her thoughts, before delivering the blow that will echo across the room. The Constitution is a living document, she says, her voice rising slightly, but still composed. And in Brown v. Board of Education, the Supreme Court made it clear that the Constitution was never meant to enshrine segregation. It was never meant to lock America into the racist status quo. That landmark decision wasn't about simply reading the text, it was about reading the values, the ideals behind it. Harris's words land with a weight that makes the room feel smaller, tighter. Carlson shifts uncomfortably, but Harris is just getting started. In Brown, the court said that the law must adapt to reflect the changing needs of society. It must reflect the evolving understanding of what is just. And that understanding has always been rooted in one principle, equality. So when you stand here, Tucker, and suggest that we should freeze the Constitution in time, you're ignoring the very ruling that formed the basis of our modern civil rights movement. Carlson's eyes flicker, just for a moment, the slightest trace of doubt passing over his face. Harris senses it and presses on, knowing this is the critical moment. Let me go further, she continues, her voice cutting through the air like a blade. Let's talk about Obergefell versus Hodges, a more recent decision. The Supreme Court, in that case, ruled that same-sex marriage is a fundamental right under the Constitution. Again, the ruling was about more than the text, it was about the principles of liberty and equality. And yet, you've ignored this, just as you've ignored Brown and every other precedent that proves the Constitution is not static, it is living, breathing, evolving. Carlson, who had been prepared to fight tooth and nail, now sits back, his mouth open but with no words to form. He looks at Harris, visibly shaken, as the full force of her argument settles in. The room is quiet, expectant, as if everyone is holding their breath, waiting for the final blow. Harris leans forward, closing the distance between them with a single sentence, each word deliberate. The law, Tucker, is a tool for justice, not for maintaining the status quo. And every time you try to weaponize it to defend the old, you weaken the very foundation of freedom you claim to protect. The Constitution is about the people. It's about the progress we've made, and the progress we will continue to make. There's a stunned silence. No one moves. Carlson looks as if he's been struck by a thunderbolt. His confident, almost cocky demeanor from earlier is gone, replaced by something far less certain. He tries to recover, but Harris's words have already dismantled the core of his argument. He opens his mouth, but no sound comes out. For a moment, it feels as if time has frozen. Harris's words aren't just a legal rebuttal, they are a declaration of everything she's fought for, everything she believes in. The crowd, which had been split in its loyalties just moments before, is now silent, each person processing what they've just witnessed. Carlson stammers, but it's too late. The battle has been won, not by volume or force, but by intellect, by truth, and by an unwavering commitment to justice. Harris doesn't wait for him to recover. She takes a breath and calmly sits back, her posture exuding calm strength. She's delivered her point, there is nothing more to say. The room feels smaller now, the weight of the exchange hanging in the air. As the realization settles in, Kamala Harris has just dismantled Tucker Carlson's argument with an unassailable blend of facts, precedent, and conviction. As the audience finally exhales, the applause starts, slow at first, hesitant. But it builds, growing in intensity, as they recognize the truth of what's just happened. Tucker Carlson, the man who built his career on dominating debates, has been outclassed, his arrogance unraveling in the face of Kamala Harris's intellect. And as the applause rises, one thing is clear, this moment will be remembered. Kamala Harris has not just won the debate, she has defined the future of legal discourse in America. The debate is over. The lights dim on the stage, and the audience begins to shuffle out, but the room's energy lingers, charged with the aftermath of what they've just witnessed. Tucker Carlson, once a towering figure in media, sits in silence, the weight of Kamala Harris's unassailable legal rebuttal still hanging over him. The applause, which had erupted in support of Harris, still echoes in the minds of everyone who saw the debate. But the true shockwaves begin as the debate spills into the digital world. Within minutes, social media platforms explode, the world's virtual space consumed by the ramifications of Harris's victory. The hashtags begin to trend, hashtag Harris wins, hashtag legal truth, hashtag Tucker defeated, each one a testament to the seismic shift that has just taken place. The sheer volume of tweets, posts, and videos flooding the internet makes it clear, this debate has gone viral. In the hours following the debate, Twitter becomes an arena of intellectual sparring. Millions of people share clips of Harris's final counterpoint, dissecting her argument, applauding her calm delivery, and marveling at the precision of her legal expertise. The soundbite of her mentioning Brown versus Board of Education and Obergefell versus Hodges spreads like wildfire. The words she spoke are everywhere, across Twitter feeds, Facebook statuses, TikTok videos, even in memes. A viral video shows an animated version of Harris calmly delivering her mic drop line, "The law is a tool for justice, not for maintaining the status quo." The clip has over 1 million views within hours, with users commenting, "She just destroyed him, Kamala knows the law," and "Tucker is done." The video is shared by influencers, political commentators, and everyday users alike. The hashtags grow, hashtag Harris for the win, hashtag legal champion, hashtag truth prevails. By the time the evening news rolls around, the debate has become the hottest topic in the country. Cable news networks dedicate entire segments to the aftermath. CNN runs a banner headline, "Kamala Harris defeats Tucker Carlson in historic debate, legal precedent set in stone." Fox News, where Carlson once reigned supreme, is forced to address the fallout with a sense of unease. The usual bravado that had filled the airwaves during his tenure is now replaced by nervous analysis, as commentators try to spin the loss, but even they can't ignore the facts. Harris's legal expertise was undeniable. A viral tweet from legal scholar Anita Johnson reads, "Kamala Harris didn't just argue, she redefined constitutional interpretation." Watch this debate again if you haven't already. It's history in the making. Johnson's tweet, along with others from well-respected figures in law, quickly amassed thousands of likes and retweets. The momentum grows, turning Harris's argument into a rallying cry for legal reformers and progressives. On Instagram, a post featuring a clip of Harris from the debate has gone viral, racking up millions of views. Influencers and activists comment, "This is what we need in leadership, someone who actually understands the law." A flurry of new posts flood the platform, showing people of all ages watching the debate with awe, applauding Harris's ability to outwit one of the most powerful voices in conservative media. One popular meme circulating reads, "When you take down Tucker Carlson with just facts and precedent." The meme has millions of shares. The media reacts in real time. News outlets that once criticized Harris are now forced to recalibrate their tone. Articles emerge, calling her performance masterful, unassailable, and a lesson in how to challenge disinformation. The legal world, too, is abuzz. Legal experts praise her ability to weave together complex precedents with clarity and confidence, with one saying, she's a legal scholar in the public sphere, and it's clear she's going to be a force in shaping how we think about constitutional law in the future. Meanwhile, Carlson's credibility begins to disintegrate. On Twitter, the backlash against him grows as people point out how he misrepresented the facts. Legal analysts break down his argument in detail, showing how his interpretation of the Constitution was not only flawed but dangerously misleading. His own followers begin to question his authority, with some distancing themselves from him. A tweet from political commentator, Jorge Silva, goes viral: "If Tucker Carlson can't get basic constitutional law right, why is he giving legal advice to millions of viewers?" Within hours, the online mockery begins. Memes depicting Carlson as a cartoonish figure with exaggerated expressions, frozen in shock or scrambling for words, are posted everywhere. The hashtag #TuckerDefeated becomes a trending topic, drawing ridicule from both sides of the aisle. The debate's aftermath isn't just about Harris's victory, it's about Carlson's glaring misstep, which has left him open to mockery. Even some of Carlson's most loyal supporters begin to lose confidence in him. In an unexpected twist, right-wing pundit Ben Shapiro tweets, "I respect Tucker, but I've got to say, Kamala took him to school." The tweet is shared thousands of times, adding fuel to the fire. Shapiro's words add to the growing feeling that Carlson, once an intellectual force, has been exposed for his lack of depth and understanding of the very legal principles he spent years arguing against. In the celebrity world, the reactions are just as loud. Celebrities like Mark Ruffalo and Ava DuVernay tweet their support for Harris, calling her a champion of justice. "Kamala just showed what true leadership looks like," Ruffalo writes. DuVernay adds, "She didn't just win a debate, she made history." The sense of collective pride among progressives grows as the world watches this intellectual showdown unfold. By the end of the week, the damage to Carlson's reputation is evident. His show sees a dramatic dip in ratings as viewers begin to question the credibility of the man who had long prided himself on being a voice of truth. Meanwhile, Harris's profile soars. She becomes not just a politician but a symbol of integrity and intellectual rigor, a beacon of hope for those who believe in justice and the power of the law. But the true scope of the fallout is just beginning. As more and more people watch the debate in its entirety, Harris's victory becomes a defining moment in American political discourse. This debate, this one moment, has shifted the narrative, and Kamala Harris is now positioned as the leading voice in a legal and ideological battle that could shape the country for years to come. The fallout continues to reverberate. What was once a simple debate has become a landmark moment in the ongoing struggle for truth, justice, and the future of America. Kamala Harris has not just taken down a powerful figure, she's left a legacy, one that will resonate for generations to come. And for Tucker Carlson, the consequences of that night will be felt long after the applause has faded. The applause from the debate hall has long since faded, but the echoes of the clash between Kamala Harris and Tucker Carlson continue to reverberate across the country. What began as a heated legal confrontation has become something far more significant. The impact of the debate extends beyond just the exchange of words. It has sparked a renewed conversation about the values that hold this country together: truth, justice, and intellectual integrity. Kamala Harris knows that this moment isn't just about winning a debate. It's about reminding the American people that the pursuit of truth, grounded in the law and shaped by justice, is a cause worth fighting for. She has always believed that the law isn't just a collection of rules, it's a framework for creating a fairer, more equitable society. And as she reflects on the debate's aftermath, she understands that this victory isn't just hers, it's a victory for every American who believes in the integrity of the legal system and the power of truth to cut through the noise of misinformation. As the public conversation continues, Harris steps forward once more to deliver the message that has been at the heart of her career. She takes to the podium, calm yet unwavering, addressing a crowd of supporters and skeptics alike, knowing the weight of the moment. "Tonight, we saw a clash of ideas," she begins, her voice steady but carrying the weight of conviction. "But more importantly, we saw a clash of values. It wasn't just about the Constitution, about legal precedents or interpretations, it was about something much more profound. It was about the fundamental belief that truth, when pursued honestly, will always stand tall in the face of arrogance, distortion, and misinformation. Her words are measured, but they strike at the heart of what's at stake. She's not here to boast of victory or to rub anyone's face in defeat, this is a moment for reflection. Harris speaks not just to her supporters, but to the entire nation, reminding them of the importance of intellectual honesty and the courage it takes to stand firm for what is right, even when the tide of public opinion or powerful voices may seek to drown out the truth. We live in a time when it's easier to manipulate facts, to create false narratives, and to ignore inconvenient truths. We see it every day, from the misinformation spread across social media to the political tactics that exploit division and fear. Harris continues, her tone becoming more resolute. But the law, our legal system, isn't about the loudest voice. It's not about who can shout the longest or who can create the most outrage. It's about justice. It's about the pursuit of truth, no matter how uncomfortable it may be. The crowd is rapt, hanging on her every word. Harris has always been clear in her vision, a more just America, where the law serves all people equally, without bias or fear. She looks out at her audience, knowing that what she says now will resonate with those who are beginning to question not just Carlson's arguments, but the broader political and media environment that has allowed such rhetoric to thrive. And this is why, she continues, I believe in the power of the law. The law has always been a tool of progress, a way for us to right wrongs, to level the playing field, and to ensure that the most vulnerable among us are not left behind. The law isn't a shield for the powerful, it's a sword for the oppressed, the marginalized, and the voiceless. There is a quiet determination in her voice now, the fire of conviction that has defined her career as a lawyer, a prosecutor, and a public servant. The Constitution, as we know it, was never meant to be static. It was meant to be a reflection of our ongoing journey toward a more perfect union. And every time we fight for justice, whether it's in the courtroom, in the Senate, or in our communities, we are making that Constitution more real, more just, and more in line with the ideals of liberty and equality. Harris pauses, letting the gravity of her message settle in. She knows that this isn't just about one debate, it's about the ongoing struggle to make the law work for all people, to fight back against the forces that seek to pervert truth and justice. This debate, this moment, isn't just a personal victory. It's a victory for all of us who believe that the law should reflect the people's needs, their hopes, and their struggles. It's a victory for those who have fought for civil rights, for voting rights, for reproductive rights, and for every cause that demands equality under the law. Her eyes scan the crowd, meeting their gazes. It's a victory for the idea that the law must always move forward, that it must always seek to correct the wrongs of the past and build a future where every person, regardless of their background or their circumstances, is treated with fairness and dignity. Harris's voice rises with passion as she concludes her message. This is the kind of truth we need. This is the kind of leadership we need, one that values intellectual integrity, that respects the principles of justice, and that, above all, believes in the power of the people to shape the future of this country. I will continue to fight for that vision. And I hope, together, we can continue to move this country forward, in truth, in justice, and in equality for all. The room erupts into applause, not just for Harris, but for the vision of a future where truth and justice stand as pillars, unshakable in the face of adversity. The applause echoes, but it's not just about the moment, it's about the movement that has begun. Harris's words resonate across the nation. They become a rallying cry for those who want more than just talk, they want change. They want a legal system that serves the people, not the powerful. They want a future where the pursuit of truth isn't a battle, but a guarantee. In this moment, Kamala Harris has done more than win a debate. She's reignited a movement, a cause that transcends political lines, one that calls for the pursuit of truth, the defense of justice, and the unwavering belief that intellectual honesty will always triumph over the forces of ignorance and arrogance. And as the crowd stands in reverence, it's clear, the truth has spoken. And Kamala Harris has led the charge. The debate between Kamala Harris and Tucker Carlson wasn't just a clash of ideas, it was a moment that defined what America stands for. A victory not just for Harris, but for truth, justice, and the belief that intellectual honesty will always triumph in the face of misinformation. What we witnessed was more than just a legal argument, it was a call for a nation to re-examine its values, its ideals, and its commitment to the very principles that define the Constitution. But this moment doesn't end here. The conversation is just beginning, and it's up to all of us to carry it forward. The victory in this debate is a victory for every person who believes that justice is not a privilege, it's a right. It's for every voice that's been silenced, every fight for equality that's been ignored, and every truth that's been twisted. If you believe in the power of truth, if you believe in standing up for what's right, then this movement needs you. It's not just about one debate, it's about continuing the fight for a better future, for a fairer, more just society. So, share this video. Let the world know that this victory matters. Share it with your friends, with your family, with anyone who believes in the power of truth and justice. Subscribe to stay informed, to stay connected, and to be a part of this larger movement. Together, we can continue to fight for a future where justice prevails, where the law works for the people, and where the pursuit of truth is never silenced. The journey doesn't stop here. Will you join us? Share this video, subscribe, and let's keep the conversation alive. Truth and justice are on the move, and we need you to be a part of it. The debate room is suffocating with tension. The sharp click of shoes against the cold, marble floor echoes as reporters shuffle, their cameras poised to capture every word. The stage is set, lit with harsh, unforgiving lights, the tension in the air almost visible. The two figures at the podium seem worlds apart. On one side, Greg Abbott, a man accustomed to the spotlight, eyes narrowed, his words calculated, his smile self-assured. On the other, Kamala Harris, poised, resolute, the embodiment of defiance against the injustice she stands to expose. The audience holds its breath. Every eye in the room is fixed on them, waiting. The stakes are high, the accusations swirling, and the weight of truth hangs like a guillotine above the debate. Every word matters. Every second feels like a ticking clock. Abbott's latest statement, a blatant distortion of facts, has just left his lips. He smiles, thinking he's won the moment, thinking he's weaved a web of deceit no one can unravel. But then, without warning, Kamala Harris rises from her seat. The entire room seems to pause with her. There's no hesitation in her movement, no sign of uncertainty. The crowd instinctively holds its breath, as if sensing something monumental is about to unfold. She steps forward, her gaze unwavering, locked directly onto Greg Abbott. With a quiet confidence, she delivers her line, sharp, clean, cutting through the fog of his lies. "You're lying, Governor." The words hang in the air, as if the room itself has stopped breathing. Abbott falters for the briefest of moments, his smile fading into something far less certain. The shock in the room is palpable. A faint gasp escapes from the crowd, a ripple of disbelief. The silence that follows is deafening. This is more than a simple accusation. This is a challenge. The camera cuts to the faces in the crowd, eyes wide, mouths agape, unable to process what they've just heard. What happens next will change everything you thought you knew about the truth. The room, still in stunned silence, slowly begins to buzz with nervous energy. Abbott, the face of Texas politics for years, stands there, his facade of confidence cracking just slightly. For a man who has built his career on hardline policies and controversy, this moment feels different. This is no longer just a debate about numbers or policies, it's a fight for something far deeper. The truth. Greg Abbott's administration has long been defined by his aggressive stance on border control. For years, he has pushed the narrative that Texas must secure its borders at any cost, appealing to voters who are driven by fear of the unknown. His policies have been harsh, families separated, children detained in overcrowded camps, and a state government that has spent billions of dollars reinforcing walls that seem as much a symbol of division as they are of security. But the truth is more complicated than Abbott wants to admit. His policies have failed to stop the flow of migrants, and what he refuses to acknowledge are the lives upended by his decisions. Families torn apart by the very walls he promises will protect them. The economic costs of a never-ending crisis, the strain on healthcare systems, and the social divisions only growing wider. Abbott's version of reality, carefully crafted for political expediency, has blinded many to the suffering caused by his actions. But Kamala Harris isn't afraid to shine a light on those cracks. She's not here to play political games, she's here to confront the lies that have put so many at risk. This isn't just about one debate, this is about the future of the country, the direction in which Texas is heading, and the lives that hang in the balance. The stakes are not just about partisan victory, they are about standing up for the very values this country was built upon: fairness, justice, and truth. As Abbott tries to push back, his confidence begins to falter. He knows this moment is pivotal, not just for him, but for the entire nation. The eyes of the country are watching. Harris has become the embodiment of every Texan who has been left behind by Abbott's policies, every immigrant, every marginalized voice that has been silenced by the lies he's told. The pressure is mounting, and it's no longer just about winning the debate. It's about exposing a system that has failed so many. The room pulses with anticipation, as if everyone can feel the shift in the air. This is no longer a typical political exchange. This is a battle for the very soul of the state, and for the truth. The audience knows what's at stake: their lives, their families, their communities. There's no turning back from here. Kamala Harris steps forward, her voice steady but unwavering. Every eye in the room follows her, every person feeling the weight of what she's about to say. This is more than a challenge, it's an invitation to confront the lies and face the consequences. The tension is unbearable. The room is waiting. And what Kamala Harris reveals next would shake the very foundation of Abbott's narrative, forever changing the way America views his policies and his leadership. For the first time in the debate, the fate of Abbott's carefully constructed image is in question. The audience leans in, knowing that this moment will alter the political landscape in ways they could never have predicted. Greg Abbott's rise to power was anything but subtle. He carved his path through the murky waters of Texas politics with calculated precision, presenting himself as the unwavering protector of Texas values. Born in 1957 in Wichita Falls, Texas, Abbott's early life was marked by adversity. At the age of 26, he was tragically paralyzed from the waist down after a tree fell on him while he was jogging. It was a pivotal moment in his life, and Abbott turned that tragedy into fuel for his political ambitions. His disability didn't hold him back, in fact, it became a part of his identity, the brave man in a wheelchair who overcame the odds and defied limitations. But Abbott wasn't content with just personal success. He set his sights on higher office, eventually becoming the 48th governor of Texas in 2015. His rise was built on a blend of personal charisma and a staunchly conservative agenda. Abbott positioned himself as a defender of states' rights, a fierce opponent of federal intervention, and a champion of the Second Amendment. He rode the wave of right-wing populism to power, capitalizing on Texas' deep-seated conservative values to propel his career forward. His policies, often bordering on draconian, found favor among the state's conservative base. His infamous stance on border security made him a hero in the eyes of many Texans. Abbott was determined to push back against what he called the illegal immigration crisis, and he promised to build walls, increase patrols, and take a hardline stance against federal immigration laws. In 2021, he even launched his own initiative to construct a state-funded border wall, defying the Biden administration and federal policies. His critics dubbed it a waste of taxpayer money, but Abbott's supporters hailed him as a man of action, someone who wasn't afraid to go against Washington's establishment. But this image of a tough, no-nonsense leader, someone who would stop at nothing to defend his state, was beginning to crack. Abbott had a habit of twisting facts, bending the truth to fit his narrative. He was quick to play the victim when things went wrong and slow to take responsibility when his policies failed. Take, for example, his handling of the 2021 Texas winter storm, which left millions of residents without power and caused widespread devastation across the state. Abbott, who had long championed deregulation of the state's energy grid, blamed everything but his own policies. He pointed fingers at federal authorities, said the weather was unprecedented, and doubled down on his stance that Texas should remain independent of federal oversight. His refusal to take accountability earned him fierce criticism, not just from his political opponents, but from everyday Texans who suffered through the freezing temperatures without heat, water, or food. But Abbott's arrogance didn't stop there. His penchant for distorting the truth became increasingly apparent in the debates over his border policies. Despite mounting evidence that his border wall was ineffective, and that his treatment of immigrants was inhumane, Abbott continued to spin a narrative of success. He relied on cherry-picked statistics, citing increases in arrests and a supposed reduction in crime. Yet, there was no mention of the families who had been separated, the children who had been detained in appalling conditions, or the communities suffering from the economic costs of his immigration policies. Even when caught in a lie, Abbott's response was always the same: deflection, downplaying the issue, or doubling down on his rhetoric. The contradictions were glaring, but he never wavered. He was a man who valued power more than truth, control over compassion, and an iron fist over reason. And for a while, it worked. His image as a tough, unyielding leader resonated with many in Texas who felt the country was becoming too soft, too divided, and too politically correct. But beneath his tough facade, cracks had started to appear. The truth had a way of surfacing, even when Abbott tried to bury it. His relationship with the facts had always been tenuous at best, and it wasn't just about the border. Abbott's entire political career was built on a foundation of half-truths and manipulated statistics. His claim to fame as the defender of Texas sovereignty was marred by policies that increasingly looked like political theater rather than solutions to real issues. There was the case of the state's flawed response to COVID-19, where Abbott vehemently opposed mask mandates, only to reverse course when it became clear that his refusal to act had contributed to a deadly surge in cases. He had consistently pushed back against federal guidelines, but as the numbers rose and the hospitals filled to capacity, his tough exterior crumbled. His biggest mistake, however, was underestimating the power of the truth, and the power of those willing to expose it. Kamala Harris, a figure no stranger to political battles, wasn't afraid of taking on someone like Abbott. She knew that his arrogance was his biggest vulnerability. She knew his carefully crafted persona was built on lies and deceit, and she was ready to dismantle it. And in that moment, as she pointed at him, calling out his lies in front of the entire country, Abbott realized he was no longer in control. He had underestimated the power of truth, and it was too late to stop what was about to happen. But he wasn't ready for what Harris was about to expose. Kamala Harris was not born into privilege. She was the daughter of immigrants, her mother, Shyamala Gopalan, an Indian biologist, and her father, Donald Harris, a Jamaican economist. From an early age, Kamala learned the importance of service, justice, and fighting for what was right. Raised in the diverse communities of Berkeley, California, Kamala saw firsthand the struggles faced by marginalized communities. She witnessed her mother's tireless work as an activist, advocating for civil rights and social justice, and her father's commitment to education. These influences shaped Kamala's worldview and her deep-rooted belief in the power of truth and integrity. Her early years were filled with challenges, especially as the daughter of two non-white immigrants in a society that was often hostile to people like her. She faced prejudice and discrimination, not just because of her race, but because of her gender. But Kamala never let these obstacles define her. Instead, they fueled her ambition. She graduated from Howard University, one of the nation's premier historically black universities, where she was deeply involved in activism, marching for racial justice, and fighting for the rights of the most vulnerable in society. She would later graduate from the University of California, Hastings College of the Law, determined to use her education to fight for others. Kamala's legal career began with a commitment to public service. She became a prosecutor, not to build a political career, but to ensure that justice was served, especially for those who had been overlooked by the system. Her time as the district attorney of San Francisco revealed a sharp mind, a fierce sense of duty, and an unwavering commitment to standing up for the voiceless. She earned a reputation for taking on difficult cases, including prosecuting corrupt politicians and standing up for the rights of women, children, and immigrants. She didn't just talk about justice, she acted on it, often at great personal and professional risk. But her fight wasn't always popular, especially in a system where many were more focused on maintaining the status quo than reforming it. In 2010, Kamala was elected as California's Attorney General, a position where she could truly put her values into action. She became a powerful advocate for criminal justice reform, taking on the prison industrial complex and leading efforts to reduce recidivism. She was tough on crime but never lost sight of the humanity behind each case. She fought to protect the rights of the most vulnerable, whether it was standing up for consumers or championing the rights of LGBTQ individuals. Her rise to national prominence came not through calculated political maneuvering, but because of her fierce integrity and her willingness to speak out, even when it wasn't popular. She became known as a truth-teller in an era when the truth often seemed negotiable. She was clear in her values, justice above all else, compassion for those in need, and the unshakable belief that no one, no matter their background, should be left behind. When she was elected Vice President of the United States, Kamala didn't just break a glass ceiling, she shattered it. She became the first woman, the first black woman, and the first South Asian woman to hold the office, a moment that transcended politics. But even in the face of such a historic achievement, Kamala remained focused on the work at hand, the work of justice. She didn't take this position to build power for herself, she took it to dismantle systems of inequality and to champion the truth. Her career, and her life, had been marked by one core belief: truth and justice matter. Kamala was known for her unshakable integrity, for never backing down when faced with powerful adversaries. And in that moment, standing before Greg Abbott, all of that preparation, all of that experience, was about to come to a head. Kamala had spent years battling corruption, injustice, and lies. She knew how to navigate political battles, but she also knew how to expose the truth, no matter how uncomfortable it might make the powerful. She had been preparing for this moment her entire career. Every case she had prosecuted, every battle she had fought, had led her here, to this debate stage, where the stakes were higher than ever. Abbott's lies were not just about politics, they were about lives. They were about the families who had been torn apart by his policies. They were about the people who had been left to suffer because of his disregard for the truth. And Kamala knew that exposing those lies would do more than just win her the debate, it would expose the very core of Abbott's leadership and hold him accountable for the pain he had caused. She had her facts, clear, undeniable, and damning. She had the data, the real stories, the voices of the people who had been impacted by Abbott's deceit. She had compassion, a deep understanding of the real-world consequences of Abbott's actions. And most of all, she had the unwavering belief that truth, no matter how uncomfortable, was the only path to healing. Kamala Harris didn't just step onto that stage to score political points. She stepped onto that stage to right a wrong, to call out a leader who had built his reputation on lies, and to remind the nation that justice and truth would always prevail. Little did Abbott know, this wasn't just a debate. This was a moment of reckoning for his lies, a moment when Kamala Harris would hold him accountable in front of the entire country. And with every word, every fact, every ounce of compassion she displayed, the truth would become undeniable. The tension in the room grows thick, palpable, as Kamala Harris and Greg Abbott lock eyes. What began as a calm exchange is now a battle of wits, each word, each accusation building the stakes higher and higher. The crowd is hanging on every syllable, knowing that the outcome of this debate won't just influence Texas politics, it will resonate throughout the country. Abbott's voice shakes slightly as he begins his defense. "That's a gross misrepresentation of the facts, Senator," he says, leaning forward, his hands slamming onto the podium for emphasis. He tries to regain his control, his voice rising in volume as he fights to shift the conversation. "The reality is, my policies have made Texas safer, stronger, and more secure than ever. What you're talking about is based on falsehoods. Kamala doesn't flinch. She remains seated, her gaze unwavering. There's no rush in her movement. No sign of anxiety. She knows exactly how to dismantle his lies, methodically, calmly, and with unshakable confidence. You call it a misrepresentation, Governor, but the facts say otherwise. Kamala responds smoothly, her voice calm, almost conversational, in stark contrast to Abbott's rising anxiety. You say your policies have made Texas safer, but let's talk about the data, real data, not talking points. Let's talk about the overcrowded detention centers. The families that have been torn apart. The children that have been held in subhuman conditions. Your policies don't just fail to protect Texans, they harm them. The room holds its breath. Harris's words hang in the air like a sword poised to drop. Abbott visibly stiffens, his mouth opening, then closing, as if struggling to find the right words. His usual confidence is slipping, and the audience can see it. Abbott tries to spin again, but the cracks in his armor are now visible to all. Those conditions are unfortunate, but they are the result of federal inaction. We can't control what happens across the border. We do the best we can with the resources we have. Harris cuts him off, not with anger, but with precision. That's where you're wrong, Governor. Your actions, your decision to continue building that wall with taxpayer money, your relentless pursuit of policies that disregard the welfare of the very people you claim to protect, those are your decisions. The federal government isn't to blame for your failures. The room goes silent. Abbott's face, usually composed, now betrays him. His eyes flicker, his jaw clenches. He's being cornered, and for the first time, he can feel it. The audience watches closely, sensing the shift. His confident demeanor is beginning to crack, and Harris's calm, authoritative presence is steadily overpowering him. Abbott tries once more to fight back, his words stumbling over each other. You don't understand, Senator. This is about protecting our state. It's about standing up to Washington's failure. And you're just a part of that system. Harris stands now, her posture straight and deliberate, the weight of her words settling over the room. I understand more than you know, Governor. I understand the pain of those families. I understand the need for true solutions, solutions that don't use people as pawns in a political game. You're not protecting anyone. You're exploiting fear. You're using the suffering of others to further your agenda. Each time Abbott opens his mouth, his defenses grow weaker. The crowd feels it, their initial support for his tough stance on border control begins to waver. The divide in the room has become more than just ideological, it's a fight for what's right. And Kamala Harris, with each calm, powerful rebuttal, has made it clear that she is on the side of truth. As Abbott's rhetoric falters, Harris remains steady. She speaks not only to him, but to everyone watching, the families who have been devastated by Abbott's policies, the immigrants whose lives have been torn apart, and the citizens of Texas who have been misled for so long. Abbott's composure is visibly cracking. His jaw clenches, his fists tighten at his sides. The arrogance that once defined him is slowly melting into frustration. The man who once stood with supreme confidence is now exposed, his lies, once hidden behind layers of rhetoric, are being peeled back, layer by layer, by Harris's methodical dismantling. Governor, Harris says, her tone softening slightly, but the weight of her words still heavy. You may have fooled some people for a while, but not everyone is buying your story. And with every word I speak, more and more people are waking up to the truth. With each word Harris spoke, Abbott could feel the walls closing in. The pressure was mounting, and with every passing second, the ground beneath his feet seemed less secure. What had started as a debate about policy had now become a battle for truth. And in that battle, Kamala Harris had him cornered. Abbott tries to respond, but the words die in his throat. The room is watching. The nation is watching. And the truth, undeniable and unrelenting, was now more powerful than anything he could say. The air in the room feels charged, as if it's waiting for something big. The back and forth between Harris and Abbott has been a whirlwind of rhetoric, accusations, and deflections, but now the moment is upon them. The stakes have never been higher. Abbott's confidence is fraying, the cracks in his armor widening, but he still holds the microphone in his hand, still trying to deflect the oncoming storm. Kamala Harris stands tall, poised, as she takes a deep breath. Her next move won't just be a rebuttal, it will be a revelation. She's armed with the truth, and she's about to lay it bare for everyone in the room, for the cameras, for the world to see. It's more than just a counterpoint. This is the final blow. Governor Abbott, Harris begins, her voice steady, measured, almost eerily calm. You've been spinning a narrative for years now. A narrative that you and your allies have used to justify your harmful policies, to keep Texans in the dark, to hide the truth. But today, I'm going to expose that narrative for what it really is, a lie. The room goes still. You can feel the collective breath of the audience held in suspense. Every eye is fixed on Kamala Harris as she reaches into her briefcase and pulls out a stack of documents, one after another, each more damning than the last. She spreads them across the table in front of her, not rushing, but letting the weight of each document sink in. These, she says, holding up the first set of papers, are the reports from the Department of Homeland Security, which directly contradict your claims about the effectiveness of your border policies. You've been telling us that your wall is making Texas safer, but the truth is, illegal border crossings have continued to rise under your watch. Your wall, your so-called solution, isn't stopping anything. She slams the report down on the table, and the sound echoes through the silent room. The audience shifts uncomfortably, as the reality of her statement begins to hit home. Abbott's smile is gone now. His eyes dart nervously as he shifts in his seat. He tries to speak, but Harris isn't finished. Here's another fact, she continues, pulling out a second set of documents. These are records from local hospitals in Texas that show a marked increase in healthcare costs and overcrowding due to your border policies. You've been touting the idea that your actions are protecting Texas, but the reality is that they're overwhelming our healthcare system, putting a strain on local communities, and leaving vulnerable families in the lurch. The documents she holds are irrefutable. Video clips play on the screens behind her, footage of overcrowded detention facilities, migrants pleading for help, children separated from their parents. The camera zooms in on Abbott's face, and for the first time in the debate, it betrays something real, a flicker of fear, of uncertainty. His mouth opens, but no words come out. Harris stands tall, unflinching. You've been claiming that your policies are keeping people safe, but the truth is, Governor, you've been creating chaos. You've been lying to the people of Texas. And today, I'm exposing those lies for what they are. The silence in the room is deafening now. The video clips continue to play behind her, images of the human cost of Abbott's policies. The room is heavy with realization. The crowd, once supportive of Abbott's tough rhetoric, is now watching in stunned silence. Harris looks directly at Abbott. You want to claim victory on a border that's not secured, on policies that have harmed innocent people, on falsehoods that have been sold to the public for political gain. Well, Governor, I'm here to tell you that the truth is out, and it's been out for a long time. Your narrative is crumbling. Your lies are being exposed. The camera cuts to the faces of the audience, some in disbelief, some with expressions of shock. Abbott shifts uncomfortably, his hands gripping the podium, his face pale. The confidence that once defined him is gone, replaced by something far more vulnerable. For the first time in this debate, he has no answer. Harris turns her attention back to the audience. Texans deserve better than this. The people who are living through this crisis deserve the truth. And if you're truly concerned about the people of this state, you'll stop hiding behind your lies and start facing the facts. She looks back at Abbott, and her voice is the calmest it's been all evening. You had the chance to do the right thing, Governor. But instead, you chose to deceive the people who trusted you. Now, the truth is undeniable. And it's time to face it. The tension in the room is unbearable. The cameras zoom in on Abbott's face once more, capturing every flicker of his failing composure. His earlier bravado is gone, replaced by a man on the defensive, his narrative falling apart piece by piece. For the first time in the debate, he's silent. No rebuttal. No deflection. No calculated spin. Just the weight of the truth, heavy and suffocating. The silence lingers, hanging in the air like a heavy fog. The audience is still, waiting for something, anything, from Abbott. But he can't respond. The truth has hit him like a tidal wave, and he's drowning in it. The world is watching. And for the first time, Abbott has no answers. His lies, once so carefully constructed, have been shattered in front of millions. The camera pulls back, capturing the full scope of the room. The silence stretches on, unbroken. This isn't just a debate anymore. It's a moment of reckoning. And Kamala Harris, standing tall and unshaken, has delivered the final blow. The truth cannot be hidden any longer. The moment Kamala Harris exposed Greg Abbott's lies reverberated far beyond the confines of the debate hall. As the cameras cut away from the stunned faces in the room, the world, both on the ground and online, began to process what had just happened. The truth was out. The carefully crafted narrative that Abbott had spent years building was shattered in an instant. And the fallout was immediate. Within seconds of the debate's conclusion, social media erupted. On Twitter, the hashtags #AbbottExposed and #TruthPrevails began trending worldwide, as millions of people began reacting to Harris's mic drop counterattack. What had started as a simple political debate had now turned into a viral moment. People shared clips of Harris's powerful reveal, many in disbelief at the unrelenting truth she had presented. Memes flooded the internet, some depicting Abbott with a shattered, cartoonish mask, others showcasing Harris as a victorious champion, her hand raised in triumph, her unwavering gaze burning through the screen. The political commentators and activists who had long criticized Abbott's policies seized on the moment, flooding their timelines with calls for accountability. The lies are exposed. It's time for Texas to wake up, one tweet read. Another shared a meme of a roaring crowd with the caption, "When the truth hits harder than the wall." Pundits on both sides of the aisle weighed in on the showdown. Conservative commentators, once ardent supporters of Abbott's hardline stance, struggled to spin the events. Many tried to downplay the significance, claiming that the documents and evidence Harris presented were misleading or taken out of context. But their words couldn't drown out the wave of disapproval from the general public. #Abbott lied quickly became the rallying cry for those who had long been frustrated by his policies, and the hashtag spread far beyond Texas, becoming a symbol of resistance against dishonesty in politics. On the other hand, progressive voices hailed Harris as a hero. Kamala Harris just did what no one else in politics had the courage to do, expose Abbott's lies to the world, one social media user tweeted. Others praised her composure and integrity, calling her the truth-teller that the country needed in a time when deception had become so prevalent in the highest offices. The political reactions came quickly, and the divide was as stark as ever. Democratic lawmakers rallied behind Harris, with figures like Senator Elizabeth Warren and Representative Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez praising Harris's courage. What Kamala did tonight was not just a political victory, it was a victory for every family who has suffered under Abbott's policies, Warren tweeted. Ocasio-Cortez echoed those sentiments, adding, "The truth will always rise to the surface, no matter how much you try to bury it." Abbott couldn't hide behind his lies any longer. But Abbott's defenders were equally vocal, though their tone had shifted. Former allies, who had once applauded Abbott's tough guy persona, now found themselves scrambling to defend him. Some conservative pundits accused Harris of playing dirty politics by exposing Abbott in such a public manner, arguing that she had crossed a line in the way she attacked his character. Others claimed that Abbott's actions, though flawed, were necessary for the safety of Texas. But there was no denying that Harris had taken the moral high ground, and many could feel that Abbott's base was starting to lose some of its fervor. Local Texas newspapers, which had long been hesitant to challenge Abbott's administration, suddenly found themselves reporting on the cracks in his leadership. The headlines were unforgiving: "Abbott's Wall of Lies Crumbles Under Pressure," read one. Another publication ran a story titled, "Kamala Harris Exposes the Cost of Texas Border Policies." In living rooms across the state, families, many of whom had suffered under Abbott's policies, were glued to their screens, watching the aftermath unfold, talking about what had just transpired. Abbott's once iron grip on the state's political landscape began to falter. He found himself in an uncomfortable spotlight, forced to respond to allegations and evidence that he had so carefully tried to suppress. A press conference was quickly scheduled, but it felt more like an emergency damage control mission than the confident statement of a man in charge. His responses were defensive, lacking the same strong rhetoric he had used throughout his tenure. There were no more assurances that the Texas model was working, no more bravado about standing up to Washington. His speeches had become a desperate attempt to hold on to the power that had seemed so secure just hours earlier. But the real impact was felt outside the walls of government. This moment was more than just a debate victory, it had struck a chord with the American public. The truth, which had long been obscured by political gamesmanship, was now exposed for all to see. The implications were far-reaching. Harris's moment wasn't just a political blow to Abbott, it was a powerful reminder to voters of the importance of truth and transparency in leadership. What happened next would spark a firestorm in the political world. Journalists began digging deeper into Abbott's history, uncovering inconsistencies in his statements, and revealing even more cracks in his carefully built narrative. Political analysts predicted that this moment would be remembered as a turning point in Texas politics, a moment when the lies that had shaped the state's political discourse for years were finally laid bare. And as for Harris, she didn't just win a debate that night, she won the trust of a nation. People from across the country, regardless of their political affiliation, were starting to see her as a leader who stood for truth above all else. Her standing in the polls surged, and her words echoed across the halls of Congress and into the living rooms of Americans watching from home. The political landscape had shifted. And now, with Abbott's lies exposed and the truth echoing across the nation, the question was no longer about who was winning the debate, it was about who would be held accountable. The ripple effect of this moment would be felt for months to come, as Harris's mic-drop counterattack became the defining moment in the fight for truth in American politics. As the camera zooms in on Kamala Harris, her composed demeanor contrasts sharply with the chaotic reverberations still rippling through the room. The debate has reached its crescendo, but Harris knows the true power of this moment lies not in the political theater, but in the moral clarity she has just delivered. This isn't about a single victory, it's about something far larger, something that transcends political battles and hits at the heart of what it means to lead with integrity. With the weight of the moment fully upon her, Harris steps forward, her voice steady but laced with conviction. What happened here tonight was not just about who won the debate, she begins, her words ringing through the room. It was about the truth. It was about something that too often gets lost in the noise of politics, the truth that is buried, ignored, or manipulated to serve personal interests. But the truth, as we have seen tonight, always prevails. She pauses, letting her words settle into the minds of everyone watching, from those in the room to the millions tuning in from around the world. Harris isn't just addressing Abbott anymore, she's speaking to every person who has ever been misled, every person who has been manipulated by those in power who seek to distort reality for their gain. This wasn't just about politics, Harris continues, her tone unwavering, it was about doing what's right for the people, standing up for those whose voices have been silenced, for those whose lives have been put at risk by policies that prioritize power over people. Her words land like a thunderclap. The audience sits in stunned silence, absorbing the magnitude of what she's saying. This moment isn't just a political showdown, it's a declaration of values. Harris is reframing the debate, shifting the narrative from one of partisan warfare to one of moral responsibility. Harris speaks not only to her supporters but to the wider audience, the ones who may have been skeptical, who may have questioned her actions. She reminds them that true leadership isn't measured by who can shout the loudest or who can wield the most power, it is defined by who can stand firm in their values, who can do the hard work of seeking justice, and who can tell the truth, no matter how inconvenient it may be. The truth is not something we should fear, she says, her voice gaining strength. It's something we should hold on to, something we should embrace. Because when we allow lies to take hold, when we let dishonesty and manipulation guide our policies, we fail not only those we serve, but we fail ourselves. Our future is not determined by who can lie the best, but by who can face the truth and act on it. Her words strike a chord, reverberating through the minds of everyone watching. This wasn't just about one debate, it was about how we choose to define leadership, and how we choose to define ourselves as a nation. And in the end, Harris concludes, her gaze unwavering, integrity and truth matter more than power or influence. You can build an empire on lies, but it will never stand. It will crumble, because truth is the foundation upon which real change is built. She lets those final words linger in the air as the room remains motionless, digesting the weight of what has just been said. The silence that follows isn't uncomfortable, it's reflective. Harris has just given the nation more than just a political argument, she's given them a moral compass, a reminder that truth and integrity are the cornerstones of leadership. As the cameras zoom out and the audience begins to process the significance of the moment, Harris offers a final reflection. What happened here tonight, she says, her voice softening, is not about me. It's about the people of Texas and the people of this country who deserve better. It's about making sure that we never forget that leadership is not about ego, it's about service, it's about justice, and most of all, it's about truth. And in that silence, we all learned a powerful lesson, Harris adds. The words resonate in the stillness. The camera lingers on her for a moment longer, the screen filled with a deep, unspoken understanding between her and the millions watching. This was more than a debate. It was a call to action. It was a reminder that leadership should never come at the cost of integrity. And in that silence, Kamala Harris had left an indelible mark, a moment where truth triumphed, where integrity was reclaimed, and where, for a fleeting instant, the country remembered the power of doing what is right, not what is politically convenient. What we witnessed tonight wasn't just a political debate, it was a turning point. Kamala Harris exposed the truth in a way that cannot be ignored. The lies that have been used to justify harmful policies were laid bare for the world to see. For the first time, Greg Abbott's narrative crumbled under the weight of facts, and in that moment, truth won. This moment is significant for more than just politics. It is a stark reminder of what happens when leaders put their egos and power ahead of the people they serve. When lies become a tool for division, the truth must always rise above it. Kamala Harris stood tall for the values that should define us all, integrity, honesty, and justice. Now, it's our turn. As citizens, as voters, as human beings, we must demand the truth from our leaders. We must hold them accountable and stand up for the values that matter most, those that prioritize people over power, truth over manipulation, and justice over personal gain. The fight for truth doesn't end here, it's just beginning. If you believe in the power of truth, if you believe in justice, share this story. Stand with those who speak out against dishonesty and corruption. Let's make sure that the message of this moment, of Kamala Harris's unwavering commitment to truth, echoes far beyond this debate. Join the movement for truth. Share this video. Stand for justice. And never let lies stand in your way. Subscribe now, and let's keep fighting for what's right. Together, we can make sure that the truth always prevails. The studio lights blaze as the camera zooms in on Sean Hannity. His gaze is steady, his smirk unshakable. The crowd's murmurs fade, replaced by the sharp focus of the cameras as the debate begins. Hannity is the undisputed master of political showdowns. For years, he's dismantled opponents with rapid-fire questions and incisive commentary. Today, he's ready to do the same to Kamala Harris. His reputation as the unchallenged force in conservative political media precedes him. Hannity leans forward, his eyes locked on Harris, who stands across from him with an air of composure that suggests nothing can rattle her. Her posture is straight, her expression calm, like a lawyer who's about to take on a powerful adversary in a courtroom. The tension in the room is palpable, the anticipation hanging in the air like a storm waiting to break. "You've had your time in politics, Kamala," Hannity starts, his voice smooth but dripping with challenge. "But now it's time for the truth. You've been in charge of policies that have destroyed the very values this country was built on. Tell me, how do you justify your record?" The audience shifts, eyes flicking between the two, waiting for Harris to flinch, to stammer. But she doesn't. She doesn't even blink. Hannity's grin widens, sensing weakness. "Or maybe you can tell us how the border crisis became a disaster under your watch. How do you respond to the American people who are losing faith in your leadership?" But Harris remains unmoved. She's heard it all before. She's been on the receiving end of attacks from all angles, each one more personal than the last. She knows this moment is coming, not just for her, but for everything she represents. The camera zooms in on her face as she leans in slightly, her voice measured, but with a clarity that cuts through the air like a knife. "I'm not here to justify anything, Sean. I'm here to remind you, and the country, that truth isn't something you can bend for the camera." The studio falls silent. Hannity's jaw tightens. The audience feels it, the shift. The air crackles with electricity, the moment before everything changes. And with those words, Harris sets the stage for a showdown that will leave not just Hannity, but the entire country, speechless. The lights seem to burn brighter as the weight of the debate settles into the room. Sean Hannity's questions may be sharp, but Kamala Harris knows this is no ordinary confrontation. This is about more than just sound bites and partisan jabs. This is about the future of justice in America, a nation teetering on the edge of a legal and moral reckoning. The issue at hand is one that has dominated headlines for months: the rise of sweeping state laws that challenge established constitutional rights. Across the nation, policies are being passed that many fear undermine the very foundations of American democracy. Whether it's voter suppression laws, the rollback of reproductive rights, or the weakening of federal protections for marginalized communities, every move is a step toward an uncertain future. And at the heart of it all stands the question: who holds the power to protect the rule of law? For weeks, the political landscape has been rocked by these controversial laws, with leaders on both sides offering conflicting narratives. The GOP claims these changes are necessary to restore order, to protect the American people. The left, however, sees them as a blatant attack on freedoms, a betrayal of the ideals this country was founded on. These policies threaten to redefine what it means to be American, to be free. And with the courts caught in the crossfire, it's become a battle for the very soul of the nation. Kamala Harris, the nation's first female vice president, knows what's at stake. She's a legal expert, a former prosecutor who has dedicated her career to defending the rights of those who have been denied them. For her, this debate is not about political victory, but about safeguarding the integrity of the law. As she stands there, facing Hannity and millions of viewers, she's not just representing herself or her party, she's fighting for every person who believes in justice, for every person who believes that the law should protect all, not just the powerful few. Hannity, ever the provocateur, attempts to twist the conversation. He needles her about the judicial appointments made during the Biden administration, accusing her of ignoring the consequences of these changes. But this isn't just a fight over policies, it's a fight over whose voices will be heard, and whose will be silenced. The American people are demanding accountability, Hannity presses, his tone biting. You've seen the outcry across the country, Kamala. People are upset. How can you possibly defend the status quo when Americans are suffering? Harris remains unfazed. She knows this is not the time for rhetoric, it's time for the law to speak for itself. She's heard these accusations before, but today, her words will resonate with the clarity of conviction. But what you're asking for, Sean, Harris begins, her voice steady, isn't accountability. It's a distortion of justice. You can't rewrite the rules of law to fit an agenda. You can't manipulate the very principles this country was built on to serve a political narrative. The tension in the room thickens. It's not just Hannity who is being tested, this moment is a test for the nation. What happens next will not only change the debate, it will forever change the way we see the power of the law. Across the country, people are watching. Immigrants, communities of color, voters, activists, all those whose rights are in jeopardy. This debate isn't just about politics, it's about whether the rule of law will protect the vulnerable, or whether it will be weaponized against them. The audience at home feels it, too. This is no longer a debate, this is a reckoning. A moment that could shape the political and legal landscape for generations to come. As the camera captures Harris's unwavering gaze, it's clear that she isn't just debating Hannity, she's standing firm for the very principles that define this nation. The stakes have never been higher. And as the next words hang in the balance, everyone watching knows that this moment will reverberate far beyond the confines of this studio. This isn't just about right versus left, it's about the law and justice versus the forces that seek to twist them for their own gain. The country is waiting, breathless, to see how it will all unfold. For years, Sean Hannity has been a fixture in the political landscape, a man whose name is synonymous with aggressive debates, sharp critiques, and unflinching confrontations. His style is well known across the country, relentless, combative, and unapologetically blunt. On his show, Hannity has made a career of pushing the limits, of forcing political figures into uncomfortable corners where they're left to squirm under the weight of his questions. His questioning often comes like a barrage of bullets, each one intended to knock down his opponent's defense, to get them to stammer, to make them flinch. He's cultivated a reputation as a master of the political arena, using his sharp tongue and relentless pursuit of an angle to expose what he perceives as weaknesses in his adversaries. From his early days in talk radio to his rise as one of the most influential voices in conservative media, Hannity has built his empire on the idea that no politician, no pundit, no public figure is beyond his scrutiny. His interrogations are designed to strip away the layers of diplomacy and force his subjects to reveal their true colors, whether they want to or not. His show is a stage for Hannity's brand of political theater. His approach is simple: make the opposition uncomfortable, expose them, and never let them escape the spotlight. He's become a sort of political bully, skilled in the art of pressuring people into a corner, where their only choice is to either fold under the pressure or stand their ground, and risk a public demolition. And for the most part, it works. His critics often leave his debates flustered, stammering, and unable to mount a solid defense. Hannity's confidence is unshakable. He believes he is an intellectual gladiator in the world of political discourse, and his opponents are just prey waiting to be taken down. He is the predator, calculating, swift, and relentless. His years of dominating debates have made him believe that there is no one who can stand up to him, no one who can outmaneuver his rapid-fire style or his unrelenting questioning. Hannity's confidence in his debating style is a reflection of his success. His guests, when faced with his pointed questions, often break under pressure, tripping over their words or losing their composure. Hannity doesn't just win debates, he dismantles them. Every pause, every stutter, every hesitation from his opponent feeds his belief in his own superiority. He thrives on the discomfort of others, taking it as a sign of his own power. And yet, there is something else beneath the surface of Hannity's carefully constructed persona, a simmering arrogance that refuses to acknowledge any threat to his dominance. His ego is his armor, and his sharp, aggressive questioning is his weapon. The world of politics, he believes, is a game he has already mastered. He knows the rules, he knows how to exploit weaknesses, and he knows that anyone stepping into the ring with him will eventually crack under the pressure. But what Hannity doesn't realize is that this time is different. Kamala Harris is no ordinary opponent. She is not just another politician who can be shaken by his barrage of accusations and rapid-fire questions. She is a seasoned legal expert, a former prosecutor who has spent her life defending the vulnerable and confronting the powerful. Her composure in the face of political adversity is legendary. Her intelligence is unmatched, and her calm under pressure is precisely the weapon that Hannity has never had to face before. For all his bravado, Hannity has yet to meet someone who can turn the tables on him so effortlessly, someone who can face his fire with the quiet certainty of someone who knows exactly what they're talking about. He's faced opponents who cower, who crumble, who make excuses when the heat gets too intense. But Kamala Harris isn't that type of person. She's spent years in the courtroom, under intense scrutiny, outsmarting opponents who believed they had the upper hand. For the first time in his career, Hannity is facing someone who has not only the experience but the composure to go toe-to-toe with him, someone who understands the power of law and argument in a way he has never truly appreciated. In this moment, as he locks eyes with Harris, a shift begins to take place. Hannity's arrogance, once impenetrable, starts to waver. The tension in the room is palpable. Hannity leans forward, ready for the next round of questions, confident as ever. But deep down, something gnaws at him. Could it be that this time, the tables will turn? Could it be that Kamala Harris, with her quiet confidence and razor-sharp intellect, might just be his match? For all his years of dominance, for all his belief that no one could defeat him, one question now lingers in the back of his mind: what if Kamala Harris is the one person who could take him down in this very arena? Kamala Harris didn't rise to prominence through coincidence or favor. Her journey has been defined by a fierce commitment to justice, an unwavering resolve to fight for those whose voices have been silenced, and a deep understanding of the law, not as a theoretical construct, but as a tool for real, tangible change. Born in Oakland, California, to immigrant parents, her mother, a cancer researcher from India, and her father, a Jamaican economist, Kamala's childhood was steeped in the values of hard work, community, and unwavering belief in the power of education. From an early age, she saw the world in stark terms of justice and injustice. The stories her parents shared about the fight for civil rights, equality, and fairness became the foundation upon which Kamala built her life's work. Her mother would often remind her that, "You may be the first to do many things, but make sure you're not the last." It was a lesson that would guide her path every step of the way. Kamala's first foray into law was not driven by ambition alone but by a sense of responsibility to her community. She knew early on that she had the ability to make a difference. If she could understand the rules, if she could master the system, then she could bend it to work for those who had been excluded from its benefits. She attended Howard University in Washington, D.C., where she flourished in an environment that nurtured both intellectual growth and social activism. She wasn't just another student, she was someone who was driven by the belief that justice meant more than abstract principles, it meant outcomes, real results for real people. After graduating from law school at the University of California, Hastings, Kamala became a deputy district attorney in Alameda County. It was here, in the trenches of criminal justice, that her legal acumen and compassion for the vulnerable first became apparent. She fought for justice not just because it was her job, but because she believed deeply in the system's ability to protect the vulnerable from abuse. Kamala wasn't the type of prosecutor who saw people as numbers on a file or cases to win. She was driven by the belief that behind every case, there was a person, a story, and a need for dignity and fairness. Her time in the courtroom shaped her into a formidable force, quick on her feet, prepared with every angle, and unwavering in her pursuit of justice. But it was also here that Kamala began to see the cracks in the system, how racial bias could permeate legal processes, how marginalized communities were more likely to be punished than protected. Her early career as a prosecutor was marked by her insistence on justice reform. She didn't just accept the system as it was, she worked to make it better, often going after cases that many thought were too difficult or complex to tackle. Whether it was prosecuting drug offenders or working to get laws changed to protect women and children, Kamala was relentless. She made a name for herself as someone who could take on the toughest cases and deliver justice, but also as someone who understood the delicate balance between law enforcement and reform. Her rise continued as she took on the role of District Attorney of San Francisco, where she became the first woman, first African American woman, and first Asian American woman to hold the position. Kamala used her new power not just to convict, but to transform the system. She pushed for policies that would address systemic inequality, including reforms aimed at reducing the incarceration rate for nonviolent offenders and providing more rehabilitation options for those caught in the web of the criminal justice system. She wasn't satisfied with being a part of the system, she wanted to change it, to make it more equitable, more humane. In 2011, Kamala Harris made history again when she became the first woman, the first African American, and the first South Asian American to serve as Attorney General of California. In this role, she faced some of the toughest challenges of her career, fighting powerful corporate interests, defending the rights of the LGBTQ+ community, advocating for women's rights, and working to close the gap between law enforcement and communities of color. As Attorney General, Kamala didn't shy away from difficult battles, whether it was taking on Wall Street banks over foreclosure practices or standing firm against the Trump administration's immigration policies. She always fought with one goal in mind: justice for all. Her work didn't stop at the courthouse steps. Kamala's commitment to public service led her to the Senate, where she became one of the most powerful voices for justice in the nation. Her background as a prosecutor gave her the unique ability to understand the nuances of the law, to dissect it with precision, and to argue with clarity. In the Senate, she was a force to be reckoned with, pressing for reforms on everything from healthcare to voting rights to immigration. Kamala Harris was no longer just a figurehead, she was a national leader, shaping policy and challenging the status quo. Her reputation in the Senate was built not just on her fierce questioning but on her ability to remain calm and composed under intense pressure. When others would falter or lose their cool in the heat of a political battle, Kamala stood firm. She knew when to push hard, when to pause, and when to let the weight of her argument settle in. Her background in the courtroom, where every word counts and every move is calculated, gave her an edge in these political skirmishes. She had the rare ability to make her opponents squirm without raising her voice, to strip away their defenses without losing her composure. As she steps into this debate with Sean Hannity, Kamala Harris brings with her not just a wealth of legal knowledge but a profound sense of duty. She is not just a politician, she is a fighter for justice, for fairness, and for the very principles this country was founded on. She is uniquely prepared to take on the challenge ahead, not just because of her intellect, but because she understands the stakes. She knows that this isn't just another political debate. This is a moment that could define the future of justice in America. And she's ready to win, not just for herself, but for all those who have fought alongside her in the struggle for equality. The tension in the studio thickens. The clock ticks down, and the cameras zoom in, capturing every subtle movement, every fleeting glance. Sean Hannity's face is a study in concentration, his eyes narrowing as he prepares to dig deeper, to test the limits of Kamala Harris's composure. He knows what's at stake now. This isn't just a debate, it's the showdown he's been waiting for, a chance to expose her, to rattle her, to unearth a crack in her carefully crafted exterior. Let's talk about your record, Kamala, Hannity begins, his voice smooth, almost taunting. As district attorney, you fought for the conviction of countless individuals. But when it came to those who actually needed your help, people who were falsely accused, where were you? You were too busy playing politics to fight for justice, weren't you? The room feels colder as his words hit, and the audience holds its breath. It's a classic Hannity tactic: draw blood, then watch for a reaction. He leans forward, a predator sensing vulnerability, but Harris does not flinch. Her gaze remains steady, unshaken. She doesn't even blink. With the calm of a seasoned prosecutor, Harris responds, her voice cutting through the air with surgical precision. My job as district attorney was never to play politics, Sean. It was to ensure that the law was followed, fairly, equitably. I have never, and will never, back down from fighting for those who have been wronged. But unlike your version of justice, I didn't target people based on political convenience, I sought truth, not headlines. Hannity's smirk tightens, but he's undeterred. He knows how to press, how to twist words, how to escalate the conflict. He's not going to let her off the hook so easily. So you're telling me that when you allowed criminal cases to be dismissed for political expediency, when you delayed justice for the very people you were sworn to protect, you were just doing your job? The audience shifts uneasily. The room is electric now. The subtle undercurrent of his attack is clear: Harris is no longer a public servant in their eyes, she's a political pawn, complicit in a system that fails its people. It's a narrative that he's pushing relentlessly. But Kamala Harris remains composed, her responses flowing like a steady stream of water, calm, logical, unyielding. Let me make this clear, Sean, she begins, leaning forward slightly, the intensity in her voice cutting through the tension like a blade. There are always tough decisions in the law, decisions that require the strength to stand up against both pressure and the status quo. But every action I've taken was based on the law, not on personal gain or partisan motivations. I did what was necessary to ensure justice was served, even when it meant making the hard calls. If you want to call that playing politics, then I suppose you're free to do so. But I will always prioritize the truth. A hushed silence falls over the room as her words land. Even the most hardened observers in the crowd can feel the power in her statement. It's not just a defense, it's a masterful retort, a reminder that she's not here to be a pawn in anyone's game. She's the one setting the rules. Hannity, however, is relentless. He leans back, adjusting his microphone with calculated slowness, trying to regain his footing. But you've got to admit, Kamala, your entire political career has been riddled with contradictions. You've flip-flopped on key issues. You've made deals with the very people you claim to fight against. You've even worked with corporations that are directly responsible for exploiting the very communities you say you protect. Isn't that right? The barbs are sharper now, more pointed. The studio is alive with tension as Hannity presses on, hoping to expose a fracture in her armor, something that will make her stumble. But still, Kamala remains the picture of composure. There is no hesitation, no uncertainty. Every word she speaks is deliberate, crafted to pierce the narrative Hannity is trying to spin. You're entitled to your opinion, Sean, she responds evenly. But the truth is, when you've spent as long as I have fighting for reform, for justice, for equality, then you understand that change doesn't come from idealistic, narrow views. It comes from having the courage to work within the system to change it, even if that means collaborating with people you don't always agree with. I've never compromised on my values, I've only worked to make sure the system works for everyone, not just the powerful. The room falls silent once again. This isn't the response Hannity was expecting. He's pushing harder now, his voice tinged with frustration. He's not used to being outmaneuvered like this, especially by someone who seems so unshakable. The camera catches his eyes, narrowed, calculating, almost desperate for a crack in her armor. But just as the debate reaches its peak, when it seems like Hannity might land a decisive blow, Kamala leans back in her chair just slightly, her demeanor shifting. Her response comes quietly, but with a weight that lands like a punch. Let me ask you, Sean. How many times have you had to make a decision that could change the course of someone's life, and then watch the consequences unfold, knowing you were responsible for it? I've had to live with those choices every day. And I've always chosen the side of justice. You might think you're playing a game of politics, but for me, this is real life. And every decision I make impacts real people. The room holds its breath. Hannity, for the first time, seems taken aback. The audience is leaning forward now, sensing that the tide is about to turn. As the debate reaches its peak, one question will test Kamala Harris's resolve, and what happens next will leave Sean Hannity reeling. The debate reaches its fever pitch. Hannity has unleashed his most cutting question yet, his voice dripping with calculated venom. He knows he's in the driver's seat now, or so he thinks. His next strike is aimed directly at Harris's legal record, a question designed to leave her stumbling. He knows how to play the game. He knows how to tear down an opponent with their own words. You claim to be a champion of justice, Kamala, Hannity says, his voice full of mock incredulity. But your record is filled with inconsistencies. You've made deals with powerful interests. You've flip-flopped on key issues. Tell us, how do you sleep at night knowing you've compromised your values for political convenience? Doesn't that make you part of the very system you say you want to change? Hannity leans forward, his eyes glinting with triumph. The audience is on edge, waiting for Harris to falter, to show even a hint of weakness. It's an attack designed to catch her off guard, to force her into a defensive position. He's waiting for the usual fluster, the hesitation, the stammer. But Kamala Harris is no ordinary opponent. The camera cuts to her face, calm, composed, almost serene. Her eyes narrow just slightly, and she takes a breath, as if preparing to answer a simple question rather than one designed to break her down. She's been here before, faced down tougher adversaries, and she knows exactly how to respond. With a shift in her posture, she leans forward just slightly, her voice measured, yet full of authority. Sean, the law is not about convenience, it's about justice. And you should know that better than anyone. It's easy to throw around accusations, to paint everyone with the same brush, but that's not how the system works. You keep talking about political convenience, but you don't seem to understand the weight of a legal decision. Every decision I've made, whether as district attorney, attorney general, or senator, was grounded in one principle: the law is there to protect the people. Every time I stood in that courtroom, I fought for the truth. And no matter how much you try to twist it, no matter how many times you accuse me of compromising my values, the law never lies. The silence in the studio is deafening. Hannity's confident smirk wavers for the first time. There is no rebuttal, no sharp retort, no attempt to dismiss her answer. Instead, he watches her with a mixture of disbelief and frustration, as if trying to process the precision of her response. Harris continues, her voice steady, but each word now has the weight of legal clarity behind it. You speak of political convenience, Sean. But in the world of law, there is no room for convenience. When you make decisions that affect the lives of others, you can't do so based on what's popular or easy. You have to understand the law in its entirety, the consequences of every action, and most importantly, the responsibility that comes with it. You keep accusing me of making deals, of compromising my integrity, but what you fail to understand is that sometimes you have to work within a broken system to fix it. And no amount of your rhetoric, no amount of your attacks, will ever change the fact that I've spent my career doing exactly that, working to make the system better for everyone, not just for those who can buy influence or power. The audience, which had been hanging on every word, is now transfixed. Harris's voice has never wavered, but the force behind it has grown, building as she dismantles Hannity's attack piece by piece. Each word cuts through the air like a scalpel, surgically precise. And as she speaks, the audience can feel it, they can feel the shift. They can feel the momentum change. Hannity, for the first time, looks rattled. His usual smugness has been replaced by uncertainty. He's tried to push her into a corner, to break her down, but instead, she's turned the tables. The very questions he thought would expose her flaws have only served to highlight his own ignorance about the law. His mouth opens, but no words come out. Kamala Harris continues, sensing the opening, and she drives her point home with surgical precision. You want to talk about my deals, Sean? Let's talk about the deal you're making with your audience. The deal you've made with every political narrative you've pushed, with every person you've misled. You don't care about justice. You care about ratings. You care about stirring the pot and making people angry enough to keep watching. But I'm not here for that. I'm here for justice. And that means doing the hard work, the work that doesn't get the easy applause, the work that doesn't make for a good headline. The work that makes a difference for those who need it most. Hannity's face flushes. For the first time in this debate, he's at a loss for words. His carefully constructed narrative has crumbled before him. He's been outmatched, outwitted, and exposed in a way he never expected. The audience can feel it. The tension in the room is palpable. And then, Harris delivers the final blow, a quiet but devastating legal argument that leaves no room for rebuttal. Sean, you may think you're the master of political debates, but the law isn't a game. And it's certainly not something you can win by throwing accusations. You want to talk about justice? Let's talk about the people whose lives were changed because I did my job. The families I protected, the victims I fought for. I've never compromised my principles, not for politics, not for power, and certainly not for you. The room goes silent. It's as if time has stopped. Hannity's face pales. His usual bravado has evaporated, replaced by a stunned, disbelieving look. The camera lingers on his expression as he tries to formulate a response, but the words never come. Kamala Harris's mic drop moment has arrived. With a single legal argument, she has shattered Hannity's attacks. His arrogance crumbles, and the crowd reacts with stunned silence, unsure of how to process the seismic shift that just occurred. The tension lingers in the air like an electric charge, but one thing is certain: Harris has won this round, and the villain's mask has fallen. The moment Kamala Harris's mic drop counterattack reverberated through the debate stage, the world took notice. What was supposed to be another televised political confrontation had turned into something entirely different, a seismic event that left everyone, from pundits to everyday viewers, talking. Hannity had been exposed, not as a political adversary to be defeated, but as a man who had underestimated his opponent, and the repercussions were swift, sharp, and widespread. Within minutes of the exchange, social media erupted into an inferno of activity. Tweets, Facebook posts, and Instagram stories flooded timelines as people shared the now iconic moment where Harris had effortlessly dismantled Hannity's attack. Hashtags like hashtag Kamala outshines Hannity and hashtag Harris for Justice started trending worldwide. On Twitter, commentators couldn't stop talking about the stunning exchange. "I've seen debates, but this? This was pure legal brilliance," tweeted one user, followed by another who posted, "Hannity thought he could break her, but Kamala Harris just broke the internet." Hashtag Harris for Justice. The hashtag spread like wildfire, and the video of Harris's mic drop moment was retweeted hundreds of thousands of times within hours. The clip became a viral sensation, circulating across all corners of the internet, viewed, liked, and shared by millions. In response, Hannity's audience, long loyal to his brand of combative rhetoric, began to question his credibility. Media outlets, both left and right, were running the clip on a loop, breaking down every word, every pause, every shift in Harris's demeanor. Pundits on conservative networks, usually quick to defend their own, found themselves uncomfortably quiet, trying to rationalize what had just happened. "Look, we all know Sean Hannity is a formidable figure in conservative media. But last night, he met his match in a way we haven't seen before," said one conservative commentator, his voice laced with disbelief. Kamala Harris didn't just answer his questions, she turned them around and delivered a crushing blow. "For the first time, I'm seeing some cracks in the armor." The left-wing media was quick to seize on the moment. MSNBC, CNN, and other outlets played the clip repeatedly, with pundits hailing Harris's performance as a defining moment in the ongoing political battle over justice and fairness. "Kamala Harris just set the bar for what it means to stand your ground in a debate," one analyst said, echoing the thoughts of many. "She didn't just defend her record, she tore down Hannity's narrative piece by piece, and she did it with the kind of dignity and composure that we've come to expect from her." But it wasn't just political analysts who took notice. Celebrities and public figures began weighing in, their endorsements flooding social media. Comedian and activist Mark Ruffalo tweeted, "Kamala Harris showed us what it means to fight for justice today. She's the real deal." Actor Kerry Washington added, "The way she dismantled Hannity's attacks. Iconic. She's a force to be reckoned with." Even former President Barack Obama's Twitter account posted, "Great leaders stand tall in the face of adversity. Kamala Harris did that today." Across social media platforms, memes began to appear, using Harris's brilliant counterattack as the punchline. One viral meme showed Harris's calm face juxtaposed with a flustered Hannity, with the caption, "When you try to outdebate the Queen, but she's already 5 steps ahead." Another showed her words, "The law never lies," superimposed over a victorious image of Harris, accompanied by the hashtag Law and Order for All. The video of the debate exchange was replayed on late-night shows, and it was shared by influencers, political commentators, and everyday people alike. The overwhelming sentiment was the same: Harris had not only bested Hannity in a political brawl, but she had done so with poise and precision, reminding everyone watching that the law was not a playground for political games, but a tool for justice. In the wake of the debate, a ripple effect began to spread through the political landscape. Harris's victory didn't just resonate with her supporters, it emboldened a new generation of voters who had long felt disillusioned with the divisiveness of American politics. The hashtag Kamala outshines Hannity quickly became more than just a trending topic, it became a rallying cry for those who believed in the power of truth over spectacle, justice over rhetoric, and dignity over division. As the days passed, the implications of Harris's triumph began to settle in. Media outlets began analyzing what this moment would mean for her political future. Could this exchange propel her even further into the national spotlight? Was this the moment that would shift the conversation about her potential as a future presidential candidate? Political strategists were already speculating. This debate was a defining moment for Kamala Harris. She didn't just take on Hannity, she exposed a weakness in the very political narrative that drives the right-wing media, said one strategist. Her calm, measured, and brilliant defense is going to resonate with voters, especially those looking for a leader who doesn't get swept up in partisan games but focuses on real solutions. And then, as the debate buzz faded, another surge of excitement followed. Harris's next political move was now at the forefront of everyone's mind. The spotlight had never been brighter. Her victory over Hannity had put her on the map as not just a politician, but a force to be reckoned with. As the hashtag continued to trend worldwide, people were already asking, what's next for Kamala Harris? Would she seize this momentum to push further for legal reforms, to challenge the status quo, or even to enter the race for higher office? For now, all anyone could say was this: Harris had just outshone the man who once seemed untouchable, and the political world would never be the same. The hashtag Kamala outshines Hannity wasn't just a fleeting moment of social media frenzy, it was a signal that a new chapter in American politics had begun. And the world was watching, waiting to see what Kamala Harris would do next. As the media frenzy dies down and the praise for Kamala Harris's performance continues to resonate, the impact of the debate lingers. The viral moments, the hashtags, the celebrity endorsements, they're all signs of something much deeper than a mere political victory. For Kamala Harris, this moment wasn't just about winning a debate against Sean Hannity. It was about standing firm in the face of adversity, about defending the very principles of justice, truth, and the law that have defined her life's work. As she reflects on the exchange, she knows the significance of what transpired. This was never about outshining Hannity for the sake of it. It was never about claiming superiority or turning the debate into a spectacle. No, this moment was about something far more important. It was about reminding the world that the law is not a weapon to be wielded for political advantage, it is a shield that protects the most vulnerable, a guiding light that should never be bent or manipulated. In the face of Hannity's relentless questioning, Kamala could have easily fallen into the trap of responding in kind. She could have fired back with sharp jabs, with insults or personal attacks, tools that Hannity was accustomed to using. But instead, she chose a different path. She chose to let the law speak for itself. Her response wasn't just a counter-argument, it was a reaffirmation of the principles that have shaped her career, from her days as a prosecutor to her time as a U.S. Senator. It's never been about winning the argument for me, Kamala says quietly in an interview after the debate. It's been about standing up for what's right, no matter the pressure, no matter the consequences. The law isn't a game, it's the foundation of our democracy. And when you compromise that foundation, you compromise everything. Her words resonate, not just with those who have supported her from the beginning, but with countless others who have never seen a politician take on the system with such poise and integrity. The message is clear: in a world that often feels divided, that feels driven by partisanship and personal agendas, there is still a place for truth. There is still a place for justice. Kamala's victory over Hannity wasn't just a personal one, it was a victory for everyone who believes that the law should never be corrupted, that integrity is more important than popularity, and that truth will always stand the test of time. Her response to Hannity was more than just a rebuttal, it was a call to action. A reminder that leaders are not defined by their ability to manipulate the truth, but by their commitment to defend it, no matter the cost. As the nation continues to digest the implications of the debate, it becomes clear that this wasn't just a political moment, it was a pivotal moment for the future of justice in America. Kamala Harris, with her calm demeanor and unshakable integrity, has shown the world what it means to truly serve the public. She has reminded everyone that leadership is about more than just winning debates or scoring political points. It's about standing firm in your principles, even when the forces around you are trying to tear them down. Hannity's attacks, though fierce, were ultimately hollow because they were built on falsehoods and half-truths. Kamala's strength lay not in her ability to defeat him with sheer force, but in her unwavering commitment to the law. She proved that the truth doesn't need to be shouted to be heard, it simply needs to be spoken with conviction, clarity, and purpose. In the end, Kamala reflects, it wasn't just about winning the argument. It was about proving that justice, truth, and the law can, and should, never be compromised. The law must protect all people, regardless of who they are or where they come from. It must be a force for good in the world, a force for fairness, for equity. And that's why I'll always fight for it, no matter the challenge. The room grows quiet as her words settle in, and it's clear to anyone listening that this isn't just the end of a debate, it's the beginning of a larger conversation. A conversation about integrity in politics, about the role of law in protecting citizens, and about the need for leaders who will stand up for what's right, even when it's hard. Kamala Harris has proven that, no matter the stage, no matter the adversary, truth will always rise to the top. And in this moment, she stands as a beacon of that truth. As the media buzz begins to settle and the world moves forward, one thing is certain, Kamala Harris has solidified her place not just in the political arena, but in the hearts of those who believe in a better, fairer, and more just America. This debate wasn't just a contest of words, it was a testament to the power of integrity, and Kamala Harris has emerged victorious, not just for herself, but for the future of the nation. Kamala Harris's victory in this debate wasn't just a political win, it was a victory for integrity, for truth, and for the very principles that keep our legal system strong. In the face of relentless attacks, she stood firm, proving that the law is not a tool to be bent for convenience, but a powerful force for justice that must be protected at all costs. This moment has shown us all the importance of standing up for what's right, even when the odds seem stacked against us. It's a reminder that true leaders don't compromise their values for popularity or political gain, they hold firm to their principles, no matter the pressure. If you believe in the power of truth and justice, if you believe in the importance of legal integrity and standing up for what's right, then now is the time to act. This debate wasn't just about Kamala Harris, it's a call to action for all of us. It's a reminder that each of us has the power to fight for fairness, to stand against injustice, and to protect the truth, no matter where we are or who we're up against. Subscribe to this channel and share this message with everyone you know. Let's keep this conversation going, and remind the world that we are all part of the fight for justice. Stand with Kamala Harris in the pursuit of integrity, because when we stand together, we win. Now, more than ever, it's time to take a stand. Let's make our voices heard, and let's ensure that the law remains a force for good, for all people, everywhere. The lights are bright, the room charged with tension. A sea of faces, some eager, others skeptical, all watching. The camera zooms in on the two figures at the podiums, Kamala Harris, poised and composed, and Ben Shapiro, leaning forward with a look of sharp arrogance. The debate has already escalated, but this moment feels different. It's a confrontation of ideas, but also of identities, values, and the future of a nation. Ben Shapiro, with his usual smugness, eyes the audience like a predator before locking onto Harris. Let's get down to the facts, shall we, Senator Harris? You've made quite a name for yourself championing progressive ideals, policies that, let's face it, don't exactly resonate with the majority of Americans. What makes you think this country is ready for the extreme leftist agenda you're pushing? The crowd holds its breath. The question is sharp, designed to cut deep, to push Harris into a corner. But instead of flinching, she remains unshaken. Her posture doesn't shift. Her gaze doesn't waver. Her voice, calm yet filled with intent, cuts through the room. You really think this is the best question to ask? Kamala responds, her tone dripping with controlled disappointment, but it's not just a challenge. It's an invitation. A challenge to the entire premise of Shapiro's attack, daring him, and everyone watching, to reconsider everything they've assumed about her. The room shifts. A murmur ripples through the audience. Shapiro's cocky smile falters, just for a moment, as the weight of her words settles in. The tension builds. The audience can feel the shift in the air, the promise of something deeper beneath the surface. Shapiro stares at her, caught in the realization that he's up against something he didn't anticipate. This isn't just another moment in the debate, it's the spark of something much bigger. Kamala takes a slow, deliberate breath. The room holds its collective breath with her. The silence stretches, thick with expectation. Every eye is locked on her. The stakes couldn't be higher. In this one moment, the debate has shifted. The question now isn't just about policy, it's about the very heart of what America stands for. What will she say next? The debate is no longer just a contest of policies, this has become a battle for the soul of America. Kamala Harris stands at the podium, the weight of her identity as a black woman and immigrant daughter amplifying every word, every gesture. Ben Shapiro, with his relentless drive for ideological dominance, sees this moment as his chance to unravel the progressivism that he so openly despises. But what neither of them fully realizes is that this is not just another round of questions. This is the defining moment of their careers, the moment that could reverberate far beyond the stage. For Shapiro, it's personal. He's been carving out his place in conservative media for years, using his sharp rhetoric to dismantle his opponents, to expose their weaknesses, their flaws. But Harris? Harris is no ordinary opponent. She's a politician who has weathered the storm of public scrutiny, who has risen from the streets of Oakland to the halls of power. She's faced questions that have been more pointed, more personal than anything Shapiro could throw her way. And now, on this stage, it's clear, this is about far more than just political differences. It's about power. For the audience, both in the room and across the country, the stakes couldn't be clearer. This isn't just a debate, it's a referendum on what kind of country America wants to be. The future of healthcare, immigration, racial justice, and even democracy itself hangs in the balance. Every word Harris speaks carries the weight of those who have been overlooked and marginalized, those who believe that the system can, and must, be fixed. But if she falters, if she fails to hold her ground, it could validate everything Shapiro has spent years telling his followers, that progressivism is a threat to the American way of life. The eyes of the nation are on them now. The media, the commentators, the pundits, everyone is waiting for that one misstep, that one sign of weakness. Everyone wants to see how Harris responds. They want to know, can she handle this pressure? Can she rise above Shapiro's calculated attacks? The weight of that question bears down on her, but Kamala doesn't flinch. She's been tested before. She's had to prove herself at every turn, from the moment she entered the Senate to the day she made history as the first woman of color to be elected vice president. This is just another step in her journey, a journey that has been filled with challenges, but also with triumphs. But this moment feels different. It's not just about winning the debate, it's about defining the narrative for the election. Shapiro's strategy is clear, he wants to brand her as an out-of-touch elitist, as a symbol of everything that's wrong with American politics. If he succeeds, the damage could be catastrophic for her campaign, and for the progressive movement at large. And yet, if Harris gets this right, if she manages to turn the tide, to make her case with conviction and grace, she could shift the trajectory of the race. This could be the moment that defines her legacy. This could be the moment when history remembers that Kamala Harris didn't just rise to power, she rose for the people. The crowd feels it. The tension in the air is palpable, like a storm waiting to break. Everyone knows it's coming. This is bigger than them. Bigger than Shapiro's smirk and Harris's calm resolve. This moment will echo through the halls of history. If Harris doesn't handle this right, it could define the narrative for the entire election. And the audience senses it, the ripple effect of this debate, the way it will shape their worldviews, their beliefs, their very futures. As the silence hangs in the air, the audience leans in. The next move will decide everything. And the world will be watching. Ben Shapiro had built a career off of one thing: power. His weapon of choice. Words. Sharp, fast, calculated words that could tear down anyone who dared to stand in his way. He wasn't just a pundit, he was a self-appointed defender of what he deemed truth, in a world he saw as becoming weak and malleable. His success was built on his aggressive, quick-witted debating style, a style that left his opponents fumbling, often with no chance to respond, as he bulldozed through their arguments with the force of a freight train. From the beginning, Shapiro had known that the world he inhabited was one of ideological battles. For him, there was no middle ground. It was either his way or the highway, and he wasn't afraid to draw a line in the sand. His entire approach to debating had been rooted in this binary: right versus wrong, conservative versus liberal, truth versus lies. The lines he drew were not just ideological, they were personal. And if you didn't fit into his box, you were dismissed with a few cutting remarks and a laugh. Shapiro had always prided himself on being the smartest guy in the room. His speeches and interviews were fast-paced, his arguments full of statistics and facts, as if to prove that his intellect could not be questioned. But underneath the polished veneer of his rhetoric lay a dangerous arrogance. An arrogance that dismissed anyone who didn't share his views, especially women and minorities, as inferior or naive. For him, their opinions were not worth listening to, not worth respecting. They were just distractions, emotional responses that he could easily dismiss with a snide comment or a clever jab. It wasn't just that Shapiro disagreed with the progressive left, he actively undermined it. His brand of condescension was aimed at delegitimizing anyone who dared to challenge the status quo. Women, particularly women of color, were his favorite targets. He routinely mocked feminist movements, dismissed the struggles of marginalized communities, and made it clear that, in his eyes, their grievances were nothing more than hysteria or victimhood. Shapiro didn't see these issues as real, he saw them as a threat to his worldview. To him, a world where power dynamics were questioned, where inequality was acknowledged, was a world that needed to be shut down before it gained too much traction. But there was a flaw in his approach. Shapiro had spent so much time perfecting his style of argument, so focused on quick hits, sharp barbs, and intellectual one-upmanship, that he had lost sight of something crucial: he underestimated his opponents. He never took the time to see them for what they really were, to understand their deeper motivations, their capacity for strength. He didn't realize that while he was busy playing the role of the intellectual bully, others were quietly preparing to show the world just how out of touch he really was. Kamala Harris was no exception. She was more than just a politician to Shapiro, she was an ideological symbol, a woman who embodied everything he loathed. But what he failed to see was that she was also one of the most formidable opponents he had ever faced. While he prided himself on dismantling the arguments of women like her with a few choice words, he had never truly understood her resilience. Harris had faced challenges far beyond anything Shapiro could comprehend: racism, sexism, and the grind of proving herself in a world that had never fully accepted her. Shapiro's arrogance, his refusal to see beyond his own narrow worldview, had blinded him to her depth. He didn't realize what was coming. Kamala Harris wasn't like the others. She wasn't going to fold under the weight of his words. She had spent her entire career navigating systems designed to keep people like her down, fighting against a political machine that often ignored the needs of communities of color, the poor, and the working class. But what Shapiro didn't understand was that these systems had forged her into someone who could handle even the most vicious attacks. He had assumed she would cower under his barrage, unable to respond with the intellectual might he prided himself on. What Shapiro didn't know, and what he was about to learn, was that Harris had something far stronger than rhetoric: she had truth. And when it came time to speak it, her words would carry the weight of her entire life's work. Shapiro, in his arrogance, had already decided the outcome. He had written off Harris as just another liberal politician who couldn't withstand the might of his intellect. But as the debate continued, the cracks in his armor would begin to show. He had underestimated the power of someone who had spent their life fighting for justice. Someone who had already faced the world's harshest judgments and come out stronger for it. As the audience watched, the stakes began to change. The real battle wasn't about who could argue faster, it was about who could withstand the other's attacks without losing their integrity. And in that arena, Kamala Harris was about to show Shapiro something he hadn't bargained for. Kamala Harris was born into a world that wasn't always welcoming. Her mother, an immigrant from India, and her father, an immigrant from Jamaica, raised her in a household where the values of justice, equality, and opportunity weren't just words, they were a way of life. Growing up in Oakland, California, Kamala learned early that the world wouldn't always give her a seat at the table. It wasn't a world that easily accepted her, an ambitious woman of color who dreamed of breaking barriers and making change. But that didn't stop her. Her journey into politics wasn't just a career choice, it was a calling. After law school, Harris became a district attorney, a role that would define her future in politics. As a young DA, she was thrown into the deep end. She was tasked with prosecuting the toughest cases, standing face to face with criminals and defending the rights of the victims who often felt voiceless in a system that was stacked against them. It wasn't an easy road, but it forged her into someone with a razor-sharp focus. She knew that in the courtroom, there was no room for mistakes, every decision she made could change the course of someone's life. Her work as a prosecutor quickly gained her respect, but it also made her a target. She took on tough cases, and she wasn't afraid to stand up against injustice, even if it meant challenging the status quo. She wasn't just fighting for convictions, she was fighting for fairness. And that's what made her stand out. In a system where corruption and bias often ran deep, Kamala Harris wasn't afraid to be the voice of reason. Her rise was never smooth, and the criticisms came fast and furious. As a woman of color in a field dominated by men, she faced her share of personal and political attacks. She was often belittled, her work minimized, and her every move scrutinized. But she never flinched. She learned early on that the attacks weren't about her, they were about the ideas she represented. And those ideas? They scared the establishment. As Harris's career progressed, she moved into the political arena. First as the Attorney General of California, where she was the state's top law enforcement officer, then later as U.S. Senator. With each new role, the stakes grew higher, and the challenges more intense. But Harris remained calm and collected. She learned to navigate the political minefield with grace and strength. She had faced public humiliation before, she had dealt with being the subject of sexist and racist commentary. But every time she was knocked down, she got back up. She stood her ground when the Senate Republicans tried to tear down the Affordable Care Act. She fought tooth and nail to hold corporations accountable for their role in perpetuating inequality. And when it came to issues of racial justice, Kamala Harris was unflinching. She wasn't just a politician, she was a symbol of the people who had been ignored, marginalized, and left behind by the very systems that were supposed to protect them. She didn't just speak for the people, she fought for them. But with every victory came new attacks. There were those who called her too ambitious, too forceful, too determined to change things. They said she was too aggressive, too eager to rise. They tried to box her in, to put her in a category that suited their narrow view of who she should be. But Kamala Harris had always refused to be defined by others. She knew who she was. She knew what she stood for. And nothing, no personal attack, no political insult, could make her back down. In the Senate, Kamala Harris became known for her meticulous questioning and her unshakable poise. Whether she was grilling Jeff Sessions on his ties to Russia or confronting Brett Kavanaugh during his confirmation hearing, Harris always maintained control of the room. She didn't raise her voice, she didn't lash out. She didn't need to. Her questions were sharp, her points clear, and her demeanor unwavering. She had a calmness in the face of chaos, a clarity that allowed her to cut through the noise and get to the heart of the issue. Harris's ability to stay composed under pressure was something that had become a trademark of her political persona. In a world where emotions often run high, especially in high-stakes debates, Kamala Harris's calmness was both a weapon and a shield. She knew that when you remained composed, you maintained control. She understood that the best way to disarm an opponent wasn't by shouting them down, it was by outthinking them, outmaneuvering them with precision and focus. And now, standing on this stage, facing Ben Shapiro's aggressive attack, she was ready. This wasn't the first time someone had tried to box her in with their narrow view of politics, their dismissive attitudes about her background and her vision for the future. Shapiro's provocations were nothing new. She had faced far worse in her career. And each time, she had come out on top. This moment, this debate, was no different. As Shapiro continued his barrage of questions, Kamala Harris remained calm. The jabs, the dismissive remarks, the ideological insults, they didn't faze her. She had been tested before. And each time, she had emerged stronger. She had learned the hard way that this fight wasn't about winning a single debate, it was about showing the world that she wasn't going anywhere. That her voice, her vision, and her strength were not just temporary flukes, they were here to stay. The showdown with Shapiro wasn't just another political fight. It was the culmination of everything she had worked for, every battle she had fought, every challenge she had faced. And in that moment, Kamala Harris knew what she had to do: remain calm, stay true to her beliefs, and rise above the noise. Because if she could handle this, if she could turn the tide in this debate, it would send a message to the world: nothing, no matter how hard they tried, could ever knock her down. The atmosphere in the room grows tenser with every passing second. The camera switches between Shapiro, who wears a smug grin, and Kamala Harris, whose expression remains serene, almost too calm for the high-stakes nature of the debate. The air is thick with expectation. Shapiro is playing a dangerous game, and he knows it. His opening shots didn't land as well as he'd hoped, but he's determined to press harder, to poke at her weaknesses, to find the crack in her armor. "You talk a lot about social justice, Senator," Shapiro says, his voice dripping with disdain. "But let's take a look at your record. As the district attorney of San Francisco, you pushed for harsher criminal penalties for nonviolent offenders. You even defended policies that disproportionately impacted minority communities. How does that align with your supposed commitment to racial equality?" The room holds its breath as Shapiro leans forward, hoping to see Harris flinch. This is his moment to press her, to show that she's just another politician, full of contradictions. His tone is sharp, calculated. He's not just questioning her policies, he's attacking her character, her legacy. He's trying to provoke her, to make her lose her composure. He's betting that under the pressure, Harris will slip up. But Kamala Harris doesn't flinch. Her eyes lock onto his with unwavering intensity. There's a slight pause, just long enough to let the weight of his words hang in the air, before she responds, her voice steady, almost soothing. "I understand your question, Mr. Shapiro," Harris says, her tone measured, confident. "But let's get the facts straight. When I was district attorney, I inherited a system that was already broken. A system that was designed to criminalize communities of color. And what I did was fight for reform. I'm proud of the work I did to create diversion programs, to keep people out of jail for nonviolent offenses, to ensure that everyone, regardless of their race or background, had a fair chance at redemption. But it's not enough to simply point fingers. We need to change the entire system." Shapiro's face tightens, but he doesn't back down. He digs in, his voice rising just a touch, trying to keep the momentum going. "But you're not really the reformer you claim to be, are you? Your record on criminal justice reform is inconsistent at best, and downright harmful at worst. You've received heavy criticism from progressives who feel you didn't do enough to end mass incarceration, and now you're trying to ride the wave of progressive sentiment to the top. Are you just another politician willing to say whatever it takes to get elected?" The audience can feel the heat rising, the intensity of the confrontation palpable. Shapiro's attack is more personal now, more pointed, more dangerous. He's trying to bait her into a defensive position, to force her to justify her every move, to force her to acknowledge that she's no different from the other politicians she's spent her career criticizing. But once again, Harris remains unshaken. Her response is calm, but every word cuts through Shapiro's arguments like a scalpel. "Let's be clear," she says, leaning slightly forward, her voice steady but unwavering. "I've never claimed to be perfect. But I've spent my career fighting for what's right. I've fought for justice, for equality, and for the people who have been left behind. I've taken on the tough cases, the hard fights, and I've never backed down. So yes, I've made mistakes, I've learned from them, and I've always tried to do better. That's what real progress looks like." The crowd is on edge, watching the exchange unfold like a chess match. Shapiro's face contorts with frustration, but he can't break her. Harris has just turned his attack into an opportunity to reinforce her integrity, her authenticity. Every word she speaks lands with precision, like a surgeon's scalpel cutting away at the layers of superficial argument Shapiro has built. She's not just answering his questions, she's showing the audience something deeper about herself, the strength of her character, the depth of her convictions. Shapiro, rattled but not yet ready to surrender, shifts tactics. "So you're saying that when it comes to your record, it's about doing better, huh? But can you honestly tell me that your past decisions haven't hurt the very people you now claim to represent? You want to talk about equality, yet your record speaks differently." Kamala doesn't blink. "The system was never designed to serve the people who need it most," she counters. "That's the reality I inherited. But I didn't sit back and accept it, I worked to change it. Reform is never easy. It's never perfect. But it's the only way forward." Shapiro's attempt to provoke her into a mistake is faltering. He tries again, but this time there's a crack in his confidence. The questions that once seemed to hold power now seem hollow, stripped of their bite. Harris isn't merely deflecting his attacks, she's exposing the weaknesses in his arguments, turning them back on him. The audience watches, captivated. They can feel the shift in the room. This isn't just about facts anymore. This is about something deeper, something more personal. Harris isn't just answering questions, she's showing the world who she is, what she stands for. And in doing so, she's proving that Shapiro's attempts to break her are nothing more than a distraction. As the tension in the room builds, the stakes grow higher. Will Harris crack under the pressure, or will she continue to rise above the fray? Every question Shapiro asks, every jab he delivers, only seems to strengthen her resolve. The debate has shifted. Kamala Harris is no longer just defending herself, she's owning the stage. And with every word, she inches closer to making Shapiro's attack seem irrelevant, a mere distraction in the face of the real conversation. The room knows it, they're watching a battle of ideologies, of character, and they can't look away. The debate has reached its boiling point. Shapiro, his face tight with frustration, leans forward again, ready to land another blow. He can sense the crack in Harris's armor, the small opening he believes he can exploit. He's been digging for a weakness all evening, but now it's personal. He wants to rattle her. To make her admit that beneath the calm exterior lies the same hypocrisy he accuses every progressive politician of harboring. His voice cuts through the tension in the room, sharp and cutting. "You keep talking about systemic change, Senator Harris," Shapiro sneers. "But let's be honest, your record shows that when it comes down to it, you were part of the very system you now claim to oppose. As a prosecutor, you built a career on locking people up, on tough on-crime policies that disproportionately harmed the communities you now claim to champion. Can you honestly say you've changed? Or is it just political convenience?" He leans back, arms crossed, as if expecting Harris to fumble. The question, a final attack, is calculated, aimed at shaking her self-assurance, at forcing her to defend herself in ways he believes will expose her as a fraud. He's ready for her to stammer, to scramble for a response. But Harris is far from rattled. In fact, she does something unexpected, she pauses. The room seems to hold its breath. Shapiro's gaze remains locked on her, expecting her to buckle under the pressure. But Kamala Harris, ever the picture of composure, calmly makes eye contact with the audience. She looks into the camera, her gaze steady, deliberate. She takes a slow breath, measuring the moment, before she responds. The silence is deafening, the audience waiting with bated breath. Harris's words come not in a rush, but with a quiet power, a precision that is both deliberate and cutting. "Mr. Shapiro," she begins, her voice clear but filled with a depth of authority. "You're right about one thing. I spent my early career in law enforcement, in a system that was designed to fail people, especially people of color. But you missed the part where I fought against that system. Where I stood up for those who had been silenced for far too long. You see, the problem with your argument is that you only see the surface. You see a record, but you don't see the person behind it. You don't see the work that was done to reform that system from the inside out, to make it more just, more equitable." The crowd is silent, listening intently. Shapiro's smirk falters for just a moment, but he's still holding on to his belief that he's winning. But Harris isn't finished. "Let me make it clear," Harris continues, her voice growing stronger. "When I was district attorney, I inherited a broken system. And I worked tirelessly to change it. I didn't sit idly by. I fought for programs that kept people out of jail for nonviolent crimes, for restorative justice programs that offered a path forward rather than a life sentence. I did that, not for political convenience, but because I understood what it meant to be marginalized, to be dismissed. Because I've lived it." Her words hit hard, each one sharper than the last. The room, once tense, now feels like a pressure cooker about to explode. Shapiro, who had hoped this line of questioning would be his victory, now looks unsure. Harris hasn't just defended herself, she's reframed the argument entirely. She's not playing his game. She's turning the tables, showing him, and everyone watching, that his line of attack is not only flawed but uninformed. The crowd begins to stir. A murmur runs through the audience, a shift in the air as people realize what's happening. Harris is not just answering questions, she's flipping the entire narrative. And she's doing it with calm, measured precision. Then, with a smile that seems almost too knowing, Harris delivers the line that will be remembered long after the debate is over. "You call me a product of the system, Mr. Shapiro, but what you fail to understand is that I am the system's reckoning." The room goes still. The impact of her words is immediate, and it's like the air has been sucked out of the room. The weight of the statement lingers, and for the first time all night, Shapiro's expression falters. His confident smirk has disappeared. In its place is a look of disbelief, his words catching in his throat as he tries to formulate a response, but it's too late. The damage has been done. The camera cuts to the audience. Shocked faces, wide eyes, people exchanging looks of awe. A few people can't help themselves, they begin to clap, then more join in. The applause grows, building momentum, as Harris's words sink in. She's not just surviving the debate, she's owning it. Shapiro tries to regain control, stammering out a rebuttal, but the damage is visible. His confidence has crumbled. The once cocky conservative pundit who prided himself on being able to dismantle anyone is now visibly rattled. He pauses for too long, his mind scrambling to keep up with the rapid turn of events. The audience watches as the cracks begin to show. For the first time in the debate, Shapiro seems uncertain, his polished arguments no longer able to hold the ground he thought he had claimed. He tries to speak, but his voice is shaky, no longer carrying the authority it once had. His words are disjointed, less forceful, a far cry from the sharp-tongued attacks that had defined his approach up until now. Harris doesn't gloat. She doesn't need to. Her calm, poised demeanor says it all. She has made her point, and she's left Shapiro fumbling for a response that he won't be able to find. The spotlight has shifted. Harris has not just answered his challenge, she's dismantled it, piece by piece, exposing the weakness in his argument and the fragility of his confidence. The crowd's applause continues, rising in intensity. The balance of the debate has tipped. What was once a showdown of ideological sparring has now become a public reckoning, with Harris firmly in control. She has flipped the script, and there's no turning back. The audience knows it. Shapiro knows it. And soon, the entire country will know it too. The moment Kamala Harris delivered her mic-drop counterattack, the world knew something had changed. The debate was no longer just about political stances or policy differences, it had transcended into something bigger. The ripples from that moment spread quickly, and the shockwaves were felt far beyond the stage. Social media frenzy. It didn't take long for the internet to explode in response. Within seconds of the debate ending, social media platforms were flooded with reactions. Hashtag Kamala Dominates quickly began trending across Twitter, as the online world erupted into a frenzy of support. Memes flooded the feed, each one more creative and funny than the last, capturing the exact moment Harris dismantled Shapiro's attack. GIFs of her calm yet powerful delivery were shared thousands of times, the hashtag picking up steam as it spread across Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook. Kamala just shut down Shapiro. Mic drop. Hashtag Kamala Dominates, one tweet read, accompanied by a clip of her perfect counterattack. Another shared a screenshot of Shapiro's stunned face, captioned, "When you try to provoke but end up getting schooled instead." Hashtag Kamala Dominates. The memes weren't just playful, they were a symbol of something more profound. People were celebrating not just a victory in a political debate but the triumph of composure, intellect, and grace over arrogance. Harris had turned what was supposed to be an attack on her record into a masterclass in political strategy. And the online world noticed. As the day wore on, the hashtag picked up thousands of tweets. Trending influencers and activists, many of whom had followed the debate closely, tweeted their admiration for Harris's poise. The phrase, "Kamala's composure," was retweeted with enthusiastic endorsements from women's rights groups, racial justice advocates, and progressive movements. The debate had shifted in her favor, and now, on social media, it was her victory that everyone was talking about. Media reactions. As the shockwaves of the debate continued to reverberate, news outlets were quick to weigh in. CNN, MSNBC, The New York Times, and other major news outlets all declared Harris the clear winner of the debate. Political commentators, both left and right, acknowledged that the debate had marked a turning point in her campaign. Kamala Harris just proved that she's ready for this fight, not just for the presidency, but for the future of the country, said one political analyst on CNN, pointing to the way Harris handled the attack from Shapiro with grace and intellect. She didn't just answer his questions, she exposed the flaws in his entire approach. She's a force to be reckoned with. On MSNBC, another analyst described Harris as the embodiment of strength under pressure. She not only showed up in this debate, she dominated. She showed America what leadership looks like, calm, collected, and unwavering in the face of aggression. Even conservative pundits were forced to acknowledge Harris's performance. "It's hard to deny that Harris won this round," one conservative commentator remarked. She took Shapiro's best shot and turned it back at him with precision and clarity. It was a textbook example of handling pressure. The debate, which had started as just another political exchange, was now being viewed as a defining moment for Harris's campaign. The focus shifted. No longer was she seen simply as a candidate with a progressive agenda, she was now a proven leader who could face off with anyone, hold her ground, and come out victorious. Across the board, the consensus was clear: Kamala Harris had solidified her place at the forefront of the race. The media coverage didn't just praise her performance, it amplified it. The narrative of the debate was no longer about the questions Shapiro had asked, but about how Harris had risen above them. The focus was on her ability to transcend the partisan attacks, her unshakable composure under pressure, and her ability to stand tall in the face of one of the toughest conservative voices in politics. Public sentiment. Support for Harris skyrocketed in the wake of the debate. Her victory wasn't just celebrated by her base, it became a unifying moment for a wide spectrum of people who saw her as a champion for the future of the country. Political rallies began to pick up momentum, with people showing up wearing Kamala 2024 t-shirts, holding signs that read, "Strong. Smart. Kamala." Public figures from all corners of the political spectrum rallied behind her, recognizing the significance of her performance. Kamala Harris displayed the kind of leadership this country desperately needs, said former President Barack Obama, his endorsement carrying weight as it echoed through the media. She was calm, composed, and focused. This is what strength looks like. Politicians from across the aisle were also vocal in their support. House Majority Leader Nancy Pelosi praised Harris's ability to handle the pressure, calling her a visionary leader who inspires millions of Americans. She's more than just a candidate, she's a beacon of hope for those who believe in equality and justice, Pelosi added. Supporters took to the streets in spontaneous celebrations, waving American flags alongside banners emblazoned with Harris's face. On social media, countless selfies from new Harris supporters flooded Instagram, with captions like, "I'm in it for Kamala," and "She's got my vote." #Kamala dominates. For Harris, the debate had become more than just a moment of political success, it had become a statement. In that one exchange, she had not only defended her record, she had reshaped the conversation, proving that she was more than capable of handling the pressures of the presidency. She wasn't just a candidate, she was a movement. The aftershocks of the debate were felt for days to come. Her supporters were energized, rallying behind her with a newfound sense of urgency and purpose. She didn't just win the debate, one supporter tweeted. She won us all. As the media coverage continued and the social media frenzy only intensified, one thing became crystal clear: Kamala Harris had positioned herself as the undeniable frontrunner, and the world was watching. The shockwaves from that debate would reverberate throughout the election season, shaping the narrative and fueling the momentum of a campaign that was now poised to change history. The aftermath of the debate has left Kamala Harris with a deep sense of clarity. As she sits quietly in the green room, away from the spotlight, the adrenaline begins to ebb. She allows herself a brief moment of reflection. What had seemed like a high-stakes confrontation just hours ago had now unfolded into something greater than she could have anticipated. It wasn't just about defending her record or responding to Ben Shapiro's attacks, it was about something more universal, more fundamental. It was about truth. It was about standing firm in the face of provocation and not backing down from one's core values. She leans back in her chair, her thoughts still on the debate. Her response to Shapiro's pointed questions wasn't about scoring points, it was about making a point. She had not just defended herself, she had reaffirmed her belief that politics isn't merely about arguing for the sake of winning. It's about representing what's right, about showing the world that leadership isn't about winning over the loudest voices, but standing tall for what you believe in, no matter how strong the opposition. Kamala had faced countless challenges in her career, both personal and political, but the lesson from tonight's exchange was clear: remaining calm under pressure is not a weakness, it's a strength. The world had watched as she kept her composure while Shapiro launched attack after attack. She had faced his insults, his mischaracterizations, and his efforts to bait her into a mistake, yet she never wavered. Her calmness wasn't passive, it was active. It was a deliberate choice to stay true to herself, to not be derailed by the noise. She takes a deep breath, thinking about the larger picture. In that debate, she hadn't just represented herself. She had represented every person who had been told they couldn't do something, every person who had been knocked down, belittled, or dismissed. She had stood up not just for her own record, but for the millions of people who had been marginalized in the political discourse. Every woman who had ever been told to be quiet. Every immigrant who had been told they didn't belong. Every person of color who had been told to stay in their place. Tonight, her calm defiance was a beacon for them all. Kamala had learned a long time ago that in politics, as in life, there would always be those who try to tear you down, to question your worth, your value, your ability. The question is never whether or not you'll be attacked, it's how you respond. For Kamala Harris, the answer had always been the same: with integrity, with truth, and with a resolute belief in what she stands for. This was her moral clarity. It wasn't about being right all the time or winning every argument. It was about being steadfast in the face of adversity, about holding on to your beliefs even when others tried to shake them. Politics was often messy and complicated, but it was also a stage for something deeper, for standing firm in the face of adversity, for resisting the urge to lash out, for rising above the petty squabbles and staying focused on what truly matters. Tonight, Kamala had done exactly that. She had shown the world that leadership isn't about winning debates, it's about showing up authentically, being unwavering in your commitment to what's right, and refusing to let anyone define you by their standards. Her response wasn't just a victory for her, it was a victory for dignity, for truth, for those who believe that the heart of politics lies in serving the people, not manipulating them. She knows this fight isn't over. There will be more attacks, more questions, more challenges ahead. But she's ready for them. Because what happened tonight wasn't just about this debate, it was about something much larger. It was about proving that the highest form of leadership isn't in the ability to crush your opponent, but in the ability to rise above the fray, to stay true to your values even when the world tries to shake you. In the silence of the green room, Kamala Harris reflects on the journey ahead. This moment, this victory, was just the beginning. She had proven that no matter how loud the voices of division get, no matter how fierce the attacks, integrity and truth would always have the last word. As she stands to leave the room, ready to face the next challenge, she knows this: the true test of leadership is not whether you can defeat your opponent, it's whether you can stand firm in the face of all the noise, all the attacks, and hold your ground for what's right. Tonight, Kamala Harris had passed that test with grace, and the world was watching. What Kamala Harris showed us tonight was more than just a victory in a political debate. She proved that integrity and composure will always rise above arrogance and deceit. In the face of aggression, she didn't react with anger or defensiveness, she stood tall, unwavering, and confident in her truth. And in doing so, she turned the debate in her favor, not through rhetoric alone, but through a deep, unshakable commitment to what's right. This wasn't just a battle for the future of politics, it was a moment that reminded us all that leadership is about more than winning arguments. It's about staying true to your principles, even when the world tries to push you off course. Kamala Harris stood firm for justice, for truth, and for the values that matter. Now, the question is, will you stand with her? If you believe in integrity over arrogance, if you believe in dignity over deceit, then share this message. Let's keep this conversation going. Let's show the world that leadership is about rising above the noise, staying grounded in what's right, and lifting each other up in the process. If you want to see more moments like this, if you want to continue the conversation on dignity, truth, and leadership, make sure to subscribe for more political content. Join the movement that is reshaping the way we think about power and progress. Together, we can make sure that the values Kamala Harris embodies, integrity, courage, and a steadfast belief in doing what's right, remain at the heart of our political discourse. It's time to stand up, speak out, and be the change we want to see. Subscribe now, share this video, and let's continue the fight for a future defined by truth, justice, and leadership. The crowd is buzzing with energy as Elon Musk takes the stage. With his usual confidence, he adjusts the microphone and flashes his signature grin. The audience leans in, eager for the next brilliant thought from one of the world's most powerful men. Musk begins, his voice casual, his words laced with humor. Honestly, he laughs, pausing for dramatic effect, I think if we all just went to Mars, the traffic problem would solve itself. Who's with me? A few scattered chuckles ripple through the crowd. A couple of awkward claps. The tension in the room shifts. It's not quite the uproar Musk anticipated. His grin falters, just for a second. He glances at the audience, searching for someone, anyone, to match his enthusiasm. But the silence is deafening. His eyes dart to the side, his confidence starting to crack. He tries again. Come on, people, we all want to escape Earth, right? It's a joke, he laughs louder this time, more forced. The planet's not exactly winning any awards for being, well, livable. A few uncomfortable giggles, but nothing more. The air is thick with awkwardness, the room unsure of how to react. Musk's attempt at humor falls flat, the once charming billionaire now seems like a man scrambling for validation, his joke a hollow echo in a crowd that can't quite find the punchline. The camera pans over the audience, capturing their hesitance, the slight shifting in seats, the quiet that speaks louder than any applause. Musk clears his throat, visibly unsettled. He looks around once more, trying to gather the room back into his palm. Then, just as the silence hangs in the air, a voice breaks through. It's calm. Confident. Powerful. Jasmine Crockett, seated at the front, doesn't smile. Doesn't fidget. She doesn't even flinch. What's funny, Elon? The fact that you think leaving people behind on a dying planet is something to joke about. A stunned silence falls over the room. No one knows how to react, and that's when it hits. What happened next left everyone in the room stunned, and it wasn't just the joke, it was the savage reply that followed. The stage was set. Elon Musk is no stranger to controversy. From his outlandish tweets to his unpredictable decisions, Musk has carved a path that often blurs the line between genius and recklessness. His ambition knows no bounds. The CEO of Tesla and SpaceX, the man who claims he's not just trying to save Earth but also colonize Mars, has captivated millions with his vision of the future. But the path to greatness isn't always smooth, and Musk's charisma can easily tip into arrogance. It's easy to be seduced by Musk's brilliance, his meteoric rise, his role in shaping the future of technology, space exploration, and clean energy. He's a disruptor, a genius, a self-made billionaire who's never shied away from speaking his mind, even if it means ruffling a few feathers. Musk's latest quip, a joke about escaping to Mars, is a reflection of his infamous penchant for playing with fire, often at the expense of sensitivity or tact. His words are as grandiose as his ideas, but sometimes, the delivery falls flat. In this moment, he miscalculated. His joke didn't land with the punch he expected. It was a rare misstep, a crack in the image of the confident visionary. Jasmine Crockett, on the other hand, has built her reputation as a no-nonsense, fearless champion for justice and equity. As a U.S. Congresswoman, she's known for taking on the powerful, the privileged, and the elite, demanding accountability in a system that too often turns a blind eye to the suffering of marginalized communities. Her voice, sharp and unapologetic, is a force that's resonated across the political spectrum. But it's her fearlessness in challenging the status quo that has made her an undeniable figure in the fight for racial and economic justice. Crockett's story is one of defiance against a broken system. She grew up in a working-class neighborhood, with dreams forged in the fire of adversity. A first-generation college graduate, she went on to study law, dedicating her career to fighting for the disenfranchised. Her rise to Congress wasn't just about politics, it was a symbol of triumph for the millions who felt their voices had been ignored for far too long. She represents the values that Musk's joke belied, the belief in making Earth a better place, not fleeing from its problems. The stakes of this exchange are far higher than a simple slip-up in humor. It's a reflection of two worlds colliding, the world of the powerful, the elite, and the wealthy, represented by Musk, and the world of the marginalized, the working class, and the socially conscious, represented by Crockett. Musk's flippant joke about leaving Earth behind is more than just a comment about space exploration, it's a dismissal of the struggles of those who can't simply escape their problems. It's a laugh at the expense of real issues that Crockett and many others fight to address daily. This wasn't just a joke, it was a moment that could shift the balance of power. It was a clash of ideologies, one that sees innovation and wealth as the ultimate solutions, and one that believes the fight for equity, dignity, and justice must come first. Musk's words, meant to entertain, expose the divide between those who believe in progress without accountability and those who demand progress with purpose. The implications of this encounter went beyond the stage, it spoke to a larger truth about the future of this nation, the future of the world. The tension between Musk and Crockett isn't just about a failed joke. It's about a future where the privileged few control the narrative, and the rest of us are left fighting for our voices to be heard. This was a moment that demanded a response, a moment where Crockett would step in, not just as a congresswoman, but as a representative of something much greater than herself. And what she said next would leave a lasting mark. Elon Musk's name is synonymous with ambition, innovation, and an unyielding drive to reshape the future. From revolutionizing electric cars with Tesla to embarking on space travel with SpaceX, Musk is undoubtedly a visionary, a pioneer in fields that many thought were decades away. But alongside his genius, there's a side to Musk that is anything but humble, one that thrives in controversy, thrives in the spotlight, and seems to court conflict at every turn. Musk's story is one of meteoric rise and, at times, meteoric missteps. He's built an empire on the belief that the world should be radically different, that we should all be looking toward the stars, even if we're ignoring the problems right in front of us. His grandiose ideas have earned him a cult following, one that admires his fearlessness, his willingness to challenge established norms. But with this cult-like status has come an air of superiority, an arrogance that has alienated many, even within his own industry. Take, for instance, Musk's infamous comments about the potential of artificial intelligence. In 2014, he declared AI the biggest existential threat to humanity. It's a bold, alarming statement, one that sounds like it's straight out of a dystopian science fiction novel. But what did Musk do with that information? He didn't use it to launch a discussion about responsible AI development. No, instead, he continued his ventures in the very field he warned against, launching an AI project for Tesla's autonomous driving systems. Musk was a man who saw the threat, but rather than stepping back, he chose to dive headfirst into it, selling the promise of AI-powered cars while simultaneously warning of its dangers. It's this kind of contradiction that marks Musk's career, speaking in grand terms about the future, yet often failing to acknowledge the implications of his own actions. Then there was the time he called a British cave diver involved in the Thai cave rescue a pedo guy on Twitter. Musk had been publicly criticized for his ill-fated attempt to offer a mini-submarine to rescue the trapped boys, which, unsurprisingly, was a failure. In response to the diver's criticism of the submarine, Musk lashed out on social media, using the derogatory term without evidence. It was a vicious, unwarranted attack that sparked public outrage. Musk later apologized, but the damage was done. His tendency to lash out in the heat of the moment, fueled by his belief that his intellect and wealth made him untouchable, had once again exposed the darker side of his character. And who could forget Musk's Twitter tirades? Whether it's a cryptic tweet about taking Tesla private at $420 a share, which led to an SEC investigation, or his impulsive decision to call the coronavirus panic stupid early in the pandemic, Musk's Twitter account has become an unpredictable and, at times, dangerous tool. It's here that Musk's bravado thrives. He speaks his mind, no filter, no consideration for the consequences. His words, often riddled with arrogance, have turned into weapons. But it's also here, on this very platform, that Musk has earned the ire of investors, employees, and even the public, all of whom have watched him stir the pot with little regard for the fallout. Perhaps the most glaring contradiction in Musk's character is his rhetoric around wealth and capitalism. Musk has positioned himself as a man who wants to save the planet, to revolutionize industries, and even push humanity to become a multiplanetary species. Yet, he is one of the richest men in the world, amassing a fortune while simultaneously criticizing the systems that allowed him to get there. He rails against the government's involvement in business, yet benefits from government subsidies for his companies. He claims to champion the common person, the working class, and yet, his business practices have often been called into question for their exploitation of labor. Tesla's factories, notorious for their grueling working conditions, have faced criticism from labor rights groups. Musk's narrative of the everyman saving the world rings hollow when you consider how his own empire operates. Musk's disregard for the emotional intelligence of others is another key component of his character. It's clear that Musk's intelligence, his technical genius, is without question. But there's an emotional disconnect in his interactions with people, be it employees, the public, or even his followers. He seems to believe that his intellectual superiority grants him permission to bulldoze over others, to make decisions without consulting those affected by them. His business moves are often abrupt, unilaterally decided, and forcefully executed, leaving little room for collaboration or understanding. Take the way Musk approached the Twitter acquisition. It was an impulsive, headline-grabbing move that made headlines for all the wrong reasons. After months of on-and-off negotiations, he finally decided to buy the social media giant, only to find himself bogged down by the consequences. Musk's constant public bickering with Twitter executives, his demand for firing employees on a whim, and his bizarrely erratic management style further exposed his tendency to act first and think later. He didn't take into account the far-reaching effects of his actions, nor the widespread backlash from users, investors, and advertisers. It was another example of Musk's approach: no apologies, no accountability, just the belief that his vision was enough to justify the mess he'd made. Musk's character is a contradiction wrapped in a riddle. He's the genius, the pioneer, the man who will fix the world, but at what cost? His arrogance, his disregard for consequences, and his unrelenting pursuit of a future that seems to ignore the very real problems of today are what set him apart. And yet, there's something magnetic about him, something that draws people in, even as he alienates those who question him. It's this side of Musk that Crockett was up against. The billionaire whose every word was a weapon, who believed that his genius could transcend the common man's concerns. And for once, someone had finally called him out on it. Jasmine Crockett's story didn't begin in boardrooms or Silicon Valley. Her journey began in the heart of Texas, where the struggles of the working class and the dreams of those seeking justice shaped her path. Born to parents who understood the weight of hard work and the cost of sacrifice, Jasmine grew up with a deep sense of responsibility toward those who had been overlooked, underestimated, and dismissed by society. From a young age, she knew that her life would be dedicated to fighting for those without a voice, and that commitment would drive her through the most challenging battles in her career. Her upbringing wasn't marked by privilege, but by perseverance. Her parents worked multiple jobs, often long hours, to make ends meet. Her mother was a schoolteacher, her father a small business owner who struggled to stay afloat amidst an economy that favored the rich and left behind the people who powered its industries. They instilled in her a belief that success wasn't about material wealth but about making a real difference in people's lives. They taught her that education was the key to unlocking change, and it was in this environment that Jasmine's passion for advocacy was born. At first, Crockett's path seemed to veer toward a more traditional career. She was an excellent student, known for her sharp mind and unwavering commitment to excellence. But the moment that defined her was when she decided to attend law school. She realized that her ambition was rooted not in personal gain but in a desire to shape a world where fairness prevailed over the system of privilege and power that too often kept the disadvantaged from finding justice. Law school at Texas Southern University was the crucible that refined her voice. Crockett became known for her razor-sharp intellect, her unrelenting pursuit of the truth, and her ability to navigate the complex web of legal systems with a precision few could match. Her professors quickly recognized her not just for her academic prowess but for her deep commitment to civil rights, issues that were close to her heart, shaped by her own experiences and those of the people she had grown up with. She wasn't just learning law, she was preparing herself to fight for justice. Her rise in politics was swift, fueled by a potent combination of intellect, empathy, and a clear vision for the future. Jasmine didn't enter politics as a career move, she entered to make a difference. She could see the fractures in the system, the inequities that kept black and brown communities disenfranchised, the systems of power that were perpetuated by the elite, the very people who treated the struggles of everyday Americans as afterthoughts. What set her apart from the many other ambitious politicians was her understanding that change wasn't about talking big or sounding impressive, it was about doing the hard work of disrupting systems that were built on oppression and inequality. Her first campaign wasn't one she launched with fanfare or media hype. It was grassroots, focused on people, on conversations that mattered, on the real problems that people faced every day. She listened, truly listened, to the concerns of her community. From access to affordable healthcare, to criminal justice reform, to education equity, Crockett knew that the work was just beginning. She had no illusions that change would come easily, but her passion for service made her relentless in her pursuit of solutions. When she won her seat in the Texas House of Representatives, Jasmine didn't just enter a new arena of power, she entered a battlefield. She knew that the forces she was up against weren't just political, they were entrenched, they were wealthy, and they wielded power in ways that most couldn't fathom. But Crockett had something they didn't, a steadfast belief that true power came not from wealth or influence, but from the people. Her political philosophy was rooted in this very understanding. She didn't serve the rich or the corporations, she served the people, the working class, the voiceless. Her advocacy was never about towing the party line, it was about standing up for what was right, no matter the political cost. Whether it was leading the charge for voting rights in the face of state-level voter suppression laws, fighting for criminal justice reform to address the disparities in the system, or challenging the big money interests that often drowned out the voices of marginalized communities, Jasmine stood firm in her convictions. She wasn't afraid to speak truth to power, and she didn't shy away from the hardest conversations, no matter how uncomfortable. As a public figure, Crockett's reputation became synonymous with integrity. Her calm demeanor was in stark contrast to the bombastic, attention-grabbing rhetoric that defined many of her colleagues. While others shouted and bickered for headlines, Crockett simply spoke the truth, the kind of truth that resonated deep in people's hearts. Her words weren't loud, but they carried weight. She didn't need to play to the crowd, her consistency, her principles, and her authenticity made her stand out. She became known for her ability to engage in intellectual debate without losing her temper, for her ability to dismantle hollow arguments with the precision of a surgeon's scalpel. When it came to standing up for civil rights, human dignity, and economic fairness, Crockett was as fierce as they come. But unlike Musk, she didn't use her intellect to belittle others. She used it to elevate the conversation, to make the issues personal and relatable, and to remind everyone that the fight for justice wasn't about one person's ego, it was about everyone's future. Her legal background gave her the tools to challenge the establishment, but it was her humanity that gave her the heart to lead. She was a voice for the voiceless, a champion of the oppressed. To those who looked to her for leadership, Jasmine Crockett represented something real, a person of conviction, a woman who refused to be bought or sold, a defender of justice who was unafraid to take on the titans of the world. In that moment, when Musk cracked his joke and the crowd fell silent, Crockett stood as the polar opposite of everything he represented. Musk may have been the symbol of unchallenged power, but Crockett was the symbol of resilience, of the people who would not stand by and let their struggles be trivialized. As she looked out over the room, she knew this wasn't just about one exchange, it was about something bigger. It was about fighting for a world where people like her, and the communities she represented, would no longer be overlooked or silenced. It was about using her voice, calm and unwavering, to challenge the arrogant and the powerful. She wasn't just another politician. She was the hero of this story. And Musk's joke was about to meet its match. The room is tense. Musk's nervous laughter lingers in the air, but it's not the boisterous, self-assured chuckle that usually fills a room when he speaks. This time, it's hollow, almost forced, like a man trying to convince himself of something he knows isn't working. The audience, once eager to hear from the tech mogul, now shifts uncomfortably in their seats. The energy has changed. Musk glances around the room, searching for any sign of agreement, any hint that someone, anyone, is willing to join in on his joke. But the silence is deafening. The scattered chuckles have died down. People begin to exchange uneasy looks, some even glancing at their phones, unable to mask their discomfort. The camera catches a few fidgeting in their chairs, not sure whether they should laugh or remain quiet. Musk's gaze flickers for a moment, his eyes landing on the one person he might have underestimated, Jasmine Crockett. She sits there, her face calm and unreadable, her posture straight, her eyes fixed forward. For a brief second, the entire room seems to hold its breath, the collective weight of the situation hanging between Musk's failed joke and Crockett's impending response. Musk, undeterred, tries to recover. All right, he says, chuckling nervously, his voice a little higher than usual. Guess my sense of humor's not what it used to be. Maybe Mars needs a new comedian, huh? He laughs again, this time louder, as if to drown out the silence that swallowed his earlier words. But Crockett doesn't laugh. She doesn't even shift in her seat. Her eyes are fixed on Musk, and she remains still, the silence between them growing heavier with every passing second. The contrast is stark. Musk, the billionaire used to getting what he wants, trying desperately to salvage his dignity with forced jokes. And Crockett, calm and composed, her silence speaking volumes, her gaze like a laser cutting through the tension in the room. As the seconds drag on, the discomfort in the room mounts. The crowd can sense that this isn't just a simple moment of awkwardness. It's something more, something that's about to unfold in a way no one expected. People begin to lean in, waiting for what's next, knowing that Crockett's silence has the power to either defuse or escalate the situation. The eyes of the entire room are on her. The tension is palpable, as if they're all holding their breath, waiting for her to break the stillness. Musk, now visibly flustered, clears his throat. He shifts on his feet, momentarily unsure of what to do next. His usual bravado, the confidence that usually allows him to control every room he enters, seems to evaporate in the face of Crockett's unwavering poise. For a moment, it's as if the billionaire is no longer the one in command. His joke has failed, his audience isn't responding, and the one person he didn't expect to challenge him is sitting right in front of him, her silence hanging like a cloud over the room. The atmosphere shifts once again, this time from discomfort to anticipation. Everyone knows something is coming. The crowd knows that this moment is about to define the exchange, that Crockett's response will be the turning point of the evening. What she says next will either break the tension or ignite a firestorm. Musk, realizing that he's lost control, tries to steer the conversation in a different direction. "Well, I guess it's not every day you get to hear a joke from the richest man on earth," he says, attempting to play off his previous failure. But his words fall flat, like a man grasping at straws, desperate to salvage his pride. Crockett's eyes never leave him, and her voice, when it finally comes, is calm, measured, and dripping with clarity. "What's funny, Elon?" she asks, her tone steady, but laced with an unmistakable edge. "The fact that you think leaving people behind on a dying planet is something to joke about?" The words hit like a slap in the face, a direct counter to Musk's flippant attempt at humor. The audience's collective breath catches in their throats. The room, which had been quiet just moments before, is now dead silent, every ear straining to hear what happens next. Crockett's words hang in the air, cutting through Musk's bravado with surgical precision. Her question isn't just a critique of the joke. It's a challenge. A challenge to Musk's whole worldview, the belief that the wealthy elite, like him, can escape the world's problems with the flip of a switch, that they can simply laugh their way out of the harsh realities faced by millions. Crockett's words aren't just a response, they are an indictment of everything Musk represents. And in that moment, she stands as the voice of reason, the voice of accountability. The room, which had been so uncomfortable just moments ago, is now on edge, as if the air itself is charged with electricity. Every eye in the room is locked on Crockett, waiting for what she'll say next, but more importantly, wondering how Musk will react. The stakes have just been raised in a way no one could have predicted. As Musk's confident demeanor falters, Crockett's calm and steady presence takes center stage. She isn't flustered by his wealth or his status. She isn't intimidated by his genius or his public persona. She's there for a purpose, to remind him, and everyone else in the room, that power without accountability is a dangerous thing. And now, the battle lines are drawn. The audience can feel it. Musk's arrogance has met its match, and the world is about to see if his arrogance can withstand the scrutiny of someone who isn't afraid to call it out. The room is still, too still. For a brief, agonizing moment, it feels as though time itself has frozen. Musk, caught off guard, stands there, his hands slightly raised in a half-defensive, half-awkward gesture, as if trying to recover the ground he's lost. His smile is gone, replaced by a faint twitch at the corner of his mouth. For all his talk of revolutionizing the future, in this moment, Musk looks, small, unprepared, human. He's not the billionaire innovator who commands the attention of global leaders, he's just a man standing before a room of people who, for the first time, see him for what he is, a man who thinks the world revolves around him, unaware of the real struggles happening on the ground. Crockett's voice cuts through the silence, sharp and controlled. Do you really think the future of this planet is a joke, Elon? That the only thing you need to do is buy a ticket off of Earth to escape your problems? Her tone isn't loud, but it's deliberate, each word carefully chosen, yet delivered with the precision of a surgeon's scalpel. Her gaze locks with his, unwavering, unyielding. The air between them crackles. She isn't intimidated. Not in the slightest. She continues, each sentence building momentum. You sit there, in your ivory tower, making jokes about a reality that millions of people are living every day. You laugh about leaving Earth behind, but for most people, that escape is a dream, a fantasy. They don't have billions of dollars to get themselves to Mars. For them, the planet isn't a joke, it's their home, their livelihood, and their future. You, Elon Musk, have the luxury of pretending it's all a game. Crockett's words, calm yet laced with contempt, hit Musk like a barrage. His posture shifts as though he's physically recoiling from the force of her response, but he quickly tries to regain his composure. He takes a half step back, as though calculating his next move. His eyes flicker toward the crowd, but the confidence he usually exudes is now gone, replaced by the recognition that the tide is turning, and he's losing. The audience is watching, breath held, as Crockett presses forward. Her tone remains unflinching, her words landing with deadly accuracy. You're a man who can buy whatever he wants. You're a man who lives in a world of untouchable privilege. But you can't buy your way out of the reality millions of Americans face. You can't tweet your way out of climate change, and you can't space explore your way out of systemic inequality. Your wealth and your ego aren't going to fix what's broken on Earth, no matter how many rockets you send into the sky. There's a shift in the room. The tension, which had been so palpable just moments ago, begins to dissolve. The crowd, once silent and uncomfortable, is now rapt, hanging on her every word. A few people in the back exchange glances, nodding in agreement. Slowly, the energy begins to change. What started as an uncomfortable moment is quickly turning into one of admiration. The crowd recognizes something they hadn't seen before. This woman, this congresswoman, isn't just fighting for herself, she's fighting for all of them. She's speaking truths that Musk's wealth and influence had shielded him from. Musk looks down for a moment, perhaps realizing the gravity of what he's just stepped into. His fingers tap lightly against the podium, the only outward sign of his increasing nervousness. He's used to being the one who dominates the conversation, who commands attention and effortlessly parries any criticism. But here, with Crockett's sharp, unyielding response, he's met with something he's never had to face: accountability. Real accountability. Crockett doesn't let up. She leans forward, her voice growing more resolute, more resolute. You mock the very idea of staying and fixing the problems of this planet because it's easier to pretend that the answer is somewhere out there in the stars. You've chosen to build a fantasy future where you're safe, and everyone else is left to fend for themselves. You believe you can escape. But for most people, the answer isn't to leave, it's to stay and fight. It's to fix what's broken, to make the world a place where the air is clean, the water is pure, and the opportunities aren't determined by the size of your bank account. There's a long pause. The entire room seems to hold its breath. Even Musk, who has always been able to control a room with his charisma, now stands in the wake of Crockett's words, unable to respond. The sharpness of her critique leaves him no room to justify himself. His eyes flicker for a moment, then fall to the ground, a subtle but telling sign that he no longer has the upper hand. Crockett isn't finished. I'm not here to trade jokes with you, Elon. I'm here to fight for the people who don't have the luxury of escaping to Mars. I'm here for the single mother who can't afford healthcare, for the workers who don't see a livable wage, for the communities whose lives are being destroyed by pollution while billionaires like you look for new ways to leave them behind. This isn't a game. This is real life. And it's time for people like you to face the consequences of your actions. There it is. The mic drop moment. The crowd, which had been holding its collective breath, exhales in a collective wave. The applause begins slowly, tentatively at first, but it builds quickly, as people rise to their feet. The admiration in the room is unmistakable. What was once a room filled with uncomfortable tension is now one filled with recognition that the truth had been spoken, and that the arrogant billionaire had been taken down a peg. Musk stands there, his jaw slightly clenched, his eyes momentarily lost in thought. He's trying to recover, trying to regain control of the moment, but he knows the truth now: he has been exposed. For all his wealth, all his innovation, all his power, he has been outmatched by the calm, unwavering force of someone who represents the very people he often dismisses. Crockett, on the other hand, stands tall, her eyes scanning the room. She knows what just happened. She's won. Not with bluster, not with gimmicks, but with the simple, undeniable power of truth. Her words have cut through the nonsense, and the room knows it. This is no longer just a battle of wits. It's a battle of principles. And Crockett has emerged victorious. As the crowd's applause swells, Musk's face betrays the frustration and confusion swirling inside him. He tries to smile, but it's too late. Crockett has won this round, and maybe, just maybe, she's reshaped the very conversation itself. The fallout from that moment ripples across the room like a stone thrown into a calm pond, sending waves through the crowd. But what started as a tense confrontation on stage quickly transformed into something far larger, a spectacle that would resonate across social media, political discourse, and public opinion. Within minutes of the exchange, Twitter erupted. The hashtag #CrockettClapsBack began trending worldwide, dominating the digital conversation. What had begun as an awkward silence in a conference hall now unfolded into a full-blown viral event. Across the platform, people shared clips of Crockett's mic drop moment. Memes featuring Musk's stunned expression flooded timelines, juxtaposed with Crockett's unflinching confidence. The caption of one meme, showing Musk with wide eyes and a slightly open mouth, read, "When you think you're the smartest in the room, and then someone challenges you." The image was shared by millions within hours. Twitter threads were filled with heated debates, many of them defending Crockett's position. Finally, someone called Musk out on his arrogance, one user tweeted. "He talks about going to Mars while people can't afford healthcare. What a joke." Supporters of Crockett quickly began flooding social media with their own posts, reinforcing her message. At Jasmine Crockett showed how it's done, read one tweet that garnered thousands of retweets. "We need more leaders like her who speak for the people, not billionaires who think they can escape reality." But the digital world wasn't all cheering for Crockett. Musk's die-hard followers, those who worship his genius and see his ambition as unparalleled, quickly rallied to defend him. "Don't hate on Musk for wanting to make the world better," one tweeted, "he's literally changing the game. Crockett should be thanking him." Another account, one of many defending Musk, tweeted, "Musk is a visionary. Who is she to criticize someone who's actually doing something about the future?" The clash between the two figures had sparked a full-blown digital divide. What was once a quiet, tense moment in a room filled with a few hundred people was now a global debate, with supporters and detractors battling it out in the digital coliseum. Meanwhile, news outlets, eager to capitalize on the spectacle, picked up the story within hours. CNN, MSNBC, and Fox News all reported on the exchange, framing it as a pivotal moment in the ongoing clash between Silicon Valley's elite and the voices advocating for systemic change. The headlines read, "Jasmine Crockett takes down Elon Musk in epic showdown," and "Crockett versus Musk, a battle of ideologies." The coverage was intense, with political pundits jumping into the fray, offering their perspectives on what the exchange meant for both figures. It was more than just a debate, one political analyst on MSNBC commented. This was a clash of ideologies. Musk represents the future of technology, the promise of space exploration, and the belief that innovation can solve everything. Crockett, on the other hand, represents the call for accountability, holding the powerful accountable and ensuring that no one escapes the consequences of their actions. And that's what makes her response so significant. It's not just a critique of Musk's joke, it's a critique of his entire worldview. On the opposite end of the spectrum, conservative pundits defended Musk, portraying the debate as a personal attack against a man who had contributed more to humanity than most. Musk isn't perfect, but he's a visionary who's pushing humanity to the next frontier. What Crockett did today was an embarrassment, undermining the very people who are helping to solve real-world problems, one Fox News commentator argued. The response was typical of the divide in public opinion. Musk supporters rallied behind the billionaire, while those who had been inspired by Crockett's fierce defense of the people embraced her as a voice of reason. As the hours passed, social media and news outlets began drawing parallels between this confrontation and larger political movements that were no longer just about partisan lines, but about the deep-seated conflicts between the ultra-wealthy and the everyday person. Crockett, once a relatively niche political figure, began to rise in prominence. Her name appeared in discussions about the future of politics, about the future of democracy, and the role of billionaires in shaping the world. She was no longer just a congresswoman, she was an emblem of resistance. On the ground, her supporters mobilized. Fundraising for her next campaign surged, with small donations pouring in from ordinary people who saw in her not just a politician, but a symbol of their frustrations. "I just donated $20 to Crockett's campaign. She stood up for us today, and I'm standing with her," one donor tweeted. A surge of grassroots movements began organizing around her, with people creating their own memes and graphics, amplifying her message across the internet. But it wasn't just the digital space that felt the shockwaves of the clash. Crockett's political colleagues took notice as well. Progressive lawmakers sent messages of support, publicly commending her for standing up to one of the most influential figures in the world. Jasmine Crockett just showed the world how to stand up to billionaires who think they can get away with anything. "This is how we fight back," one progressive senator tweeted. Meanwhile, some of Musk's allies in the political world began to distance themselves. The exchange had been too public, too damaging to Musk's image. "Musk's tone-deafness on this issue is a problem," one Silicon Valley executive privately told a reporter. "He's a genius, but he doesn't always understand the human side of things." And that's what Crockett pointed out. But Musk, ever the showman, remained silent for the time being. His usual social media posts slowed, his Twitter account, once filled with tweets and retweets, now mostly stagnant. The silence only fueled the fire. People began to question why he hadn't responded. Was he truly speechless, or was he simply weighing his options? Crockett, on the other hand, embraced the moment. Her message wasn't just for Musk, it was for every person who had ever been ignored or silenced by the powerful. It was a call to arms, a reminder that the fight for justice could be won not with money, but with truth. Her message had reverberated across social media, across news outlets, and deep into the political conversation. By the time the night was over, it was clear, the shockwaves from that moment wouldn't dissipate. They would echo for days, months, and perhaps even years to come. What had started as a simple joke had transformed into something far larger, a clash of ideologies, a battle for the future, and a victory for the people who dared to challenge the system. The storm of digital chatter, the memes, and the debates had died down, but the echoes of that moment, the exchange between Jasmine Crockett and Elon Musk, remained. Crockett's words had not only silenced Musk, but they had also ignited something much more powerful, a call for dignity, integrity, and a deeper understanding of what it truly means to lead. In the days that followed, Crockett's victory wasn't measured in the number of viral tweets or the surge in donations to her campaign, it was in the conversations that began to take place across the country. People from all walks of life, from boardrooms to living rooms, began asking themselves the same questions: what kind of leaders do we want? What kind of future are we fighting for? And perhaps most importantly, who truly has the moral authority to shape that future? Crockett, with her calm demeanor and unwavering principles, had reframed the entire encounter into a lesson that transcended the personal clash. She had shown the world that true leadership isn't about shouting the loudest or putting on a performance. It's about speaking truth to power with humility, integrity, and a sense of responsibility to those who are too often overlooked. In her own words, the real power is not in what you own, but in how you use your voice to lift others up. She had taken a moment that could have easily been lost in the noise of celebrity culture, and she had turned it into a powerful statement about accountability, about staying grounded, and about staying true to what really matters. And for that, she became not just a politician, but a symbol of resilience, a reminder that integrity is worth more than influence and that speaking truth to power is a higher calling than simply seeking applause. Musk, on the other hand, remained a figure mired in contradictions. His brilliance was undeniable, but his lack of self-awareness was exposed in a way that no technology or wealth could shield him from. His retreat into silence in the wake of Crockett's response painted a stark picture of what happens when arrogance is confronted with the truth. And while he would undoubtedly continue to make headlines for his ventures and innovations, the world saw him through a new lens, one that saw his wealth and power as tools for progress, not shields from criticism. The ripple effect of Crockett's response didn't just stop with Musk. It sparked a larger conversation about the kind of leadership America needed. Politicians, business leaders, and everyday citizens alike began to reflect on the way power is wielded, and the way it should be challenged. Crockett had embodied the idea that power must always be held accountable, that leaders must answer to the people, and that those who hold positions of influence have a responsibility to serve, not to elevate their own egos. But the lesson Crockett imparted was not just about politics, it was about humanity. It was about the idea that no one is too powerful to be called out, no matter how rich, influential, or untouchable they may seem. Her response was a victory for the people, for those who have long been silenced by the loudest voices in the room. In a time when the world feels fractured by division and inequality, Crockett's actions reminded us all that true power lies in the ability to speak up for what's right, to stand firm in the face of arrogance, and to never back down from the fight for dignity and justice. It was a victory for integrity over arrogance. A victory for dignity over mockery. A victory for thoughtful discourse over empty showmanship. And in that victory, Crockett didn't just silence Musk, she inspired a generation to speak their truth, to challenge the systems that perpetuate inequality, and to fight for a future built on the values of justice, empathy, and respect for one another. Crockett's words had not only diminished Musk in that moment, they had elevated her as a leader of substance. Her commitment to truth, her unwavering resolve, and her refusal to allow the powerful to escape accountability were the marks of someone who was shaping not just policy, but the very moral compass of the nation. And as the world watched her rise in the aftermath of that confrontation, it became clear, this wasn't just about one battle won, it was about the beginning of a new kind of leadership, one that puts people first, and one that never forgets that the real test of power is how well it serves others. The final lesson was simple, but profound: leadership is not about the ego, it's about the service. It's about standing for what's right when it's easier to remain silent. It's about having the courage to speak truth to power, no matter who it is, and when you do, the world will listen. As for Musk, he may have the money, the fame, and the influence, but it was Crockett who walked away from that moment with something far more valuable, the trust and admiration of a nation ready for real change. And that, ultimately, was the true victory. In the end, what we witnessed wasn't just a political exchange, it was a moment of truth. A moment where one woman, undeterred by the towering figure of Elon Musk, stood her ground and reminded us all of the importance of integrity, accountability, and leadership that speaks for the people, not the powerful. Jasmine Crockett's response to Musk wasn't just a rebuttal to his joke, it was a statement that resonated far beyond that moment. It was a call to action for everyone who believes that true leadership isn't about wealth or status, but about serving others and standing up for what's right. Crockett's calm, sharp, and powerful words cut through the noise of arrogance and self-interest, reminding us that dignity will always triumph over arrogance. In that one exchange, she embodied the very best of political discourse, a discourse built on truth, justice, and the courage to challenge the powerful when they stray from their responsibility. So, as you reflect on this moment and the broader lessons it carries, ask yourself, how can we, in our own lives, stand up for the truth? How can we hold those in power accountable, not just for their words, but for their actions? What kind of leaders do we want, and how do we contribute to shaping that future? If you believe in standing up for what's right, don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. Be part of the conversation. The fight for justice, integrity, and dignity doesn't end here, it starts with all of us. Your voice matters, your action matters. Let's keep pushing for a better tomorrow. Together. The live TV broadcast crackles with tension. The camera zooms in on the studio, where a fiery political debate is unfolding. On one side, Jasmine Crockett sits, her expression calm, poised, and unwavering. She's no stranger to political battles, but this moment, this confrontation, feels different. On the other side, Tommy Tuberville, the embattled senator, shifts in his seat, a self-assured smirk on his face, clearly ready to make his mark. The moderator sets the stage. The air is thick with anticipation. This isn't just any debate, this is the battle for truth, and the stakes could not be higher. Then, it happens. Tommy Tuberville leans into the microphone, his voice cutting through the tension. Let's be clear, he begins, his words dripping with arrogance. The problems facing this country are not a result of bad policy or leadership, they're a direct consequence of people who don't belong here, who never should have been allowed in the first place. The camera cuts to Jasmine. Her jaw tightens, eyes narrowing slightly. The audacity of Tuberville's words is staggering. He's not just attacking policies or ideas. He's attacking people, immigrants, communities that have been woven into the fabric of this country. His words aim to erase their very existence, to invalidate their contributions. The audience is silent. Shock ripples through the room, and the tension is palpable. The moderators exchange nervous glances, unsure how to proceed. Jasmine, ever the professional, takes a slow breath. Her hand rests on the table, fingers steady. She doesn't need to speak yet, not until she has the floor. Her gaze doesn't waver from Tuberville as if already preparing to dismantle his lie piece by piece. The lie hangs in the air, heavy and toxic. It's not just a political point, it's an attack on the very essence of the nation's identity, on the people who've built it. And Jasmine knows this is the moment. The moment to expose the truth. The camera cuts to the audience, where faces shift from disbelief to outrage. But Jasmine remains unshaken, ready to challenge the very foundation of Tuberville's claim. What happens next, the voiceover teases, will leave the entire nation in disbelief. Tommy Tuberville has built his career on polarizing rhetoric and controversial stances. A former football coach turned senator, his rise to power has been marked by sweeping statements and a disregard for nuance. His unapologetic approach to politics has earned him a fierce following, particularly among those who believe in his brand of populism, a brand that thrives on division, fear, and the demonization of outsiders. But Tuberville's political tenure hasn't been defined solely by his policies, it's been defined by his words. He's made headlines repeatedly for fabricating truths, for telling the people what they want to hear, no matter how false it may be. From attacking immigrants to falsely accusing entire communities of undermining the nation, Tuberville's lies have been as consistent as they are damaging. He is, in many ways, the embodiment of the politics of distraction, a master at keeping the public fixated on the wrong targets. For years, he has managed to escape accountability. His supporters see him as a hero, a champion of their frustrations, while his critics view him as a dangerous manipulator, one who has built his platform on a foundation of misinformation. But that was before Jasmine Crockett entered the political arena. Jasmine is not a typical politician. She's a force, calm, calculated, and determined. A rising star in Congress, she has quickly become known for her sharp mind and unwavering commitment to the truth. Her background as an advocate for justice, combined with her reputation for holding the powerful accountable, has made her a force to be reckoned with. And with every new confrontation, she's earned the respect of her peers and the public alike. Jasmine's position isn't just about political experience. It's about the power of truth in a world where facts are too often sacrificed for political gain. She represents a new wave of leadership, one that doesn't shy away from the tough conversations, even when the odds seem stacked against her. When it comes to standing up for what's right, Jasmine doesn't hesitate. She's not just another politician looking to climb the ladder. She's a fighter for the people, and her fight against Tuberville is personal. This moment, this very debate, has the potential to reshape everything. Tuberville's lies are no longer just inflammatory words, they have become a tool of division. His influence extends beyond the halls of the Senate, echoing through every corner of the country. For too long, his lies have gone unchecked, festering in the minds of millions. Jasmine knows that if she lets this moment pass without speaking out, the damage will continue to spread. The stakes could not be higher. This is more than just a debate, it's a battle for the soul of American politics. Will truth prevail, or will the lies continue to dominate? As she sits across from Tuberville, the weight of her responsibility is undeniable. The truth is her weapon, but the cost of wielding it in a world where lies reign supreme could be great. She has the power to change the narrative, to stop the cycle of misinformation that has plagued politics for so long. But the risks are just as high. This isn't just about one debate. This is about the future of political integrity, the kind of nation America will be, and whether the voices of truth can break through the noise. The camera pans slowly, the room growing quieter with every passing second. The world is watching, and what happens next could change everything. The stage is set for a clash that will define the future of political integrity. Tommy Tuberville's political career didn't begin in the traditional halls of Congress or with years of legislative experience. It began on a football field. A former college football coach, Tuberville's transition into politics was less about policy and more about populism. His rise to power was rooted in the same tactics that fueled his career as a coach, commanding attention, playing to the emotions of the crowd, and, most importantly, never showing weakness. But as he quickly discovered, the game of politics would require more than just charisma and sound bites. It would require substance. At first, his political career was a curiosity, a novelty. A coach-turned-senator was something that appealed to his supporters, people who wanted a figure they could relate to, someone who would fight for them. But soon, it became clear that Tuberville wasn't just playing a game for the people. He was playing a game for himself. Tuberville's strategy was simple: keep the public distracted with flashy statements, create conflict, and when challenged, double down on his position, no matter how indefensible. His first taste of political fame came when he championed divisive rhetoric around immigration, portraying it as the cause of America's decline. He repeatedly made false claims about immigrants flooding into the country and causing economic harm. These lies played perfectly into the fears of his base, but as his power grew, so did the consequences of his dishonesty. In one notable instance, Tuberville claimed that illegal immigrants were responsible for more crimes than any other group in the country, a statement that was not only unfounded but dangerously misleading. When fact-checkers and experts quickly debunked his claim, Tuberville didn't back down. Instead, he lashed out, accusing his critics of being out of touch and too afraid to face the truth. This was Tuberville's modus operandi: when facts didn't align with his narrative, he simply dismissed them as lies, further inflaming his base with accusations of media bias and elite manipulation. Tuberville's lies weren't confined to issues of immigration alone. On more than one occasion, he misrepresented key policy issues, skewing data to serve his own agenda. He once claimed that a proposed healthcare reform bill would cost taxpayers billions, sending the country into bankruptcy, a statement that was debunked by experts as an exaggeration of epic proportions. But like clockwork, the lie spread like wildfire, particularly among those who were already inclined to distrust the system. His statements became more brazen, less grounded in reality, but always designed to keep the public in a constant state of fear and outrage. This behavior was rooted in his arrogance. Tuberville never believed he would be held accountable for his words. In his mind, he was untouchable. His supporters were loyal, his critics easy to dismiss, and his ability to manipulate the narrative was unrivaled. He had learned from the best, the powerful elites who had built their careers on playing the game of politics with a complete disregard for truth. Tuberville's rise was not one of merit, but of clever manipulation. But what truly marked Tuberville's arrogance was his refusal to engage with those who challenged him. He avoided direct debates, preferring to speak at rallies where the crowd cheered his every word. His public appearances were tightly controlled, scripted to create the most impact with the least scrutiny. He knew that controversy was his ticket to fame and power. And as his influence grew, so did his belief that he could say anything without consequence. He became a master at shifting blame, deflecting responsibility, and steering the conversation away from his own contradictions. On one occasion, when confronted about his past statements that contradicted his current policy, Tuberville turned the tables, accusing his opponent of being out of touch with the real people, the people who didn't care about facts or fancy words, just results. This rhetorical sleight of hand was his bread and butter: never admit fault, never apologize, and always shift the narrative. Yet, despite his bravado, cracks began to show. His lies, once accepted by many, were starting to get more scrutiny. The media was no longer as easily swayed by his charm, and experts and fact-checkers were beginning to push back with the kind of evidence that Tuberville could not easily dismiss. But it wasn't just his lies that were coming under attack, it was his character. The more he lied, the more his supporters began to realize that they were being used. The message they were hearing no longer aligned with the reality they lived in. And this was the moment when Tuberville's confidence began to falter. He had built an empire on manipulation, but manipulation was never a solid foundation. For Jasmine Crockett, this was the moment she had been waiting for. She had watched Tuberville carefully, seen the way his lies had spread, and witnessed the damage his influence was causing. She knew that if he were left unchecked, his lies would continue to poison the political discourse. And now, with the stakes higher than ever, Jasmine was ready to confront him directly. The world was watching, and this would be the moment that determined whether political integrity could be salvaged. Tuberville's arrogance had led him to believe that he could say anything, twist any truth, and escape unscathed. But as Jasmine Crockett stepped into the spotlight, he realized that his lies would soon come crashing down. And it would be Jasmine Crockett who would bring him to justice. Jasmine Crockett didn't come from a political dynasty or a family steeped in wealth and influence. She came from a small community, one where every day felt like a battle against the odds. Raised by a single mother who worked multiple jobs to provide for Jasmine and her siblings, she learned early on that success wasn't a given, it was earned. Her mother, a woman of quiet strength, taught her the most important lesson of all: always fight for what's right, even when the world tries to silence you. Growing up in a neighborhood where opportunity was often a distant dream, Jasmine saw the impact of systemic inequality firsthand. It wasn't just the schools that lacked resources or the jobs that were out of reach, it was the silence that followed every injustice. The silence that said, "This is the way things are, and there's nothing you can do about it." Jasmine hated that silence, and from a young age, she vowed she would never be complicit in allowing it to continue. She went on to study law, focusing on civil rights, human rights, and public policy. It was here, amid countless hours in libraries and late-night study sessions, that her commitment to honesty and integrity was solidified. The law wasn't just a career choice for Jasmine, it was a calling. She didn't want to merely represent the people, she wanted to give them a voice, to be the one who would stand up in the face of the powerful and say, "This is wrong." It was the pursuit of truth that drove her every day, and it was that same pursuit that led her to run for office. From the moment she entered the political arena, Jasmine was no stranger to resistance. In her early years as a public servant, she faced relentless opposition. She wasn't the establishment's pick. She didn't come from a family with deep pockets or powerful connections. But what she lacked in money and influence, she made up for with passion, determination, and a refusal to back down. Jasmine's rise in politics was slow and steady, she wasn't looking for shortcuts or cheap wins. She was building a reputation, brick by brick, one decision at a time. She became known for her truth-telling, her transparency, and her unwavering commitment to justice. But this fight, this particular moment, was unlike any other she had faced. Jasmine knew that she was up against a political juggernaut in Tommy Tuberville, a man whose influence was wide-reaching and whose lies had infected every corner of the political landscape. For years, Tuberville had manipulated his supporters, turning truth into a malleable tool for his own agenda. His lies weren't just about policy, they were about identity, about erasing the very people who had contributed so much to the country's success. Immigrants, communities of color, the working class, he painted them as enemies of the state, perpetuating a narrative that fed on fear and division. Jasmine could not let this continue. The stakes were personal for Jasmine. She had lived the reality that Tuberville's lies sought to diminish. She knew the value of hard work, the importance of community, and the promise that America was a place where everyone, no matter their background, had the potential to thrive. Tuberville's words, his manipulation of facts, were an assault on everything she had fought for. And she wasn't about to stand by and let him continue unchecked. She knew that this moment, this televised debate, was not just a battle for political points. It was a battle for the very soul of the country. If Tuberville's lies were allowed to take root, they would continue to harm the people who needed protection the most. Jasmine had seen the damage done by leaders who thought they were above accountability, who believed their words carried no weight. She had watched families suffer because of the policies those words inspired. This was different. This wasn't just about politics. This was about protecting the truth. As the debate loomed, Jasmine found herself reflecting on the countless times she had stood up for what was right, times when her integrity had been questioned, when she had been told to play the game like everyone else. She had refused. Every step of her career had been guided by one principle, that politics should serve the people, not the powerful. Her rise wasn't just about her, it was about giving others the courage to stand up for themselves, too. But now, standing across from Tuberville, she knew that this fight was hers alone. This moment would define her, in ways both grand and personal. Her opponents would call her naive, too idealistic, too unwilling to compromise. They would try to undermine her at every turn. But Jasmine wasn't worried about their criticism. She wasn't worried about the consequences of speaking the truth. What she feared was letting Tuberville's lies continue to poison the public discourse without a fight. She took one last deep breath before walking into the debate hall. This was it. The moment that would decide whether the lies Tuberville spread would continue unchecked. Jasmine had been preparing for this confrontation her entire career, but it was more than just a career moment, it was a moral one. As the lights dimmed and the cameras focused, Jasmine Crockett knew one thing for sure, this fight was personal. This wasn't just about stopping a political opponent. This was about defending the very principles that had defined her, and countless others, throughout their lives. She was ready. Ready to expose the lies for the world to see. The debate had quickly spiraled from a mere exchange of ideas to an all-out war of words. The audience, once hopeful for a civil discussion, now sat on the edge of their seats, eyes fixed on the television screen. On one side, Tommy Tuberville continued to lean into his falsehoods, his voice rising in volume and intensity as he delivered one misleading statement after another. His arrogance was palpable. The more Jasmine Crockett countered his lies, the more he seemed to double down, as though his confidence could shield him from the truth. Tuberville's words were carefully calculated, meant to inflame and distract. "Look, the facts are clear," he said, his hand gesturing to the camera as if to underline his argument. "Our country is being overrun by people who don't belong here. They come in, take our jobs, take our resources, and we're left with nothing but chaos. And if we don't stop it now, there won't be an America to save." The crowd tensed, some nodding along in agreement, others shaking their heads in disbelief. Tuberville was playing to the base that had propelled him into power, but his lies were starting to bleed through the cracks. What he failed to realize was that not everyone in that room, or watching from their homes, was buying it. Jasmine Crockett remained composed, her eyes never leaving Tuberville. There was no flinch, no sign of irritation as he spouted his venom. She knew the stakes were higher than a simple back and forth, this was the defining moment. But while Tuberville's voice was loud and passionate, Jasmine's response was quiet, deliberate, and full of purpose. The calm before the storm. "Senator Tuberville," Jasmine said, her voice cutting through the tension, "I've listened to your rhetoric, and I've heard your claims. But facts are not shaped by your opinion. They are rooted in truth, and it's time we start having a real conversation about the impact of your lies." Her words didn't just hit back, they challenged everything Tuberville was trying to achieve. She wasn't shouting. She wasn't raising her voice or trying to drown him out. She simply spoke the truth, and in doing so, she dismantled his narrative piece by piece. Tuberville's expression flickered for a moment, just a brief sign of vulnerability. He cleared his throat, trying to regain control of the room. His next attack was sharper, more personal. "You can hide behind your fancy words all you want, but the reality is that your policies are failing. We're losing our country to people like you who want to turn it into something it was never meant to be." The room shifted uncomfortably, the words hanging in the air. Tuberville had gone too far. The attack wasn't just on policy, it was an insult to everyone who had come to this country, who had worked tirelessly to build a life. It was an attack on the very idea of America. Jasmine knew it was time to take him down. With a controlled breath, she leaned forward slightly, not out of aggression, but out of the knowledge that this was her moment to act. "Senator Tuberville," she began again, her voice steady but firm, "you talk about losing our country, but what you're really talking about is losing the privilege to ignore the reality of this nation. Immigrants, people of color, the working class, these aren't threats. They are the backbone of this country. They've built this country." A murmur rippled through the audience. The words landed with force, and the faces in the crowd began to change. Those who had been uncertain were now listening intently. Tuberville's words were no longer the centerpiece of this debate, Jasmine's truth had taken center stage. But Tuberville, undeterred, launched into another attack. "You don't get it. You're so caught up in trying to make everyone feel included that you're ignoring the harm being done. You want to pretend that there are no consequences, but there are consequences to the way this country is headed." Jasmine didn't flinch. She simply sat back, her posture relaxed but commanding, like a warrior waiting for the right moment to strike. The tension in the room mounted. Everyone could sense it, the inevitability of what was coming next. Tuberville's arrogance was reaching its peak. He was losing control, and he knew it. "I'm not pretending anything, Senator," Jasmine said, her voice unwavering. "But you are. You're pretending that we can ignore the truths that are right in front of us. You're pretending that the people who fight for their families, who fight for their communities, are somehow the enemy. That is the lie." The room fell silent for a heartbeat. The audience was on edge, unsure of what would happen next. Jasmine's words had silenced the noise. She had not only confronted Tuberville's lies, she had taken his weapon away, leaving him exposed. And in that moment, the tension was palpable. Everyone knew what was coming, even if they weren't yet ready to admit it. "Senator Tuberville," Jasmine continued, her gaze unwavering, "you can call it what you want. But I'm not backing down from the truth. And today, your lies end." It was like a spark had gone off. The air in the room thickened with anticipation. Jasmine had the floor now. The power had shifted. Tuberville, realizing he had nowhere left to hide, opened his mouth to respond, but Jasmine was already moving. She knew what was coming next. And so did the nation. But what Jasmine did next stunned the entire nation. The silence in the room was deafening. Jasmine Crockett, poised and unwavering, took a moment before speaking, letting the weight of her words sink in. Tuberville, still reeling from her previous remarks, opened his mouth to fire back, but Jasmine was already in control. This was her moment, and she knew it. The stakes were higher than ever, and it was time to end the debate, not with a flourish, but with undeniable truth. She reached into her folder, pulling out a stack of papers that had been prepared long before the debate had even begun. The audience could feel the tension in the air, thickening with every passing second. Tuberville's smirk faltered, and Jasmine's voice cut through the silence. "Senator Tuberville," she began, her tone calm but deliberate. You've spent this entire debate weaving a narrative that does not reflect reality. You've built your campaign on fear and misinformation, and now, it's time to set the record straight. She held up a document for the camera to see, and the crowd leaned in, their attention fixed entirely on her. This is a report from the Department of Justice, Jasmine continued, her voice unwavering. It shows that the crime rate among immigrants, both legal and undocumented, is consistently lower than that of native-born citizens in almost every major city in the United States. You've claimed, time and again, that immigrants are responsible for crime and disorder. But the facts tell a different story. A murmur ran through the room. The audience, already skeptical of Tuberville's rhetoric, began to shift in their seats. This wasn't a politician's talking point. This was hard evidence, real data that no one could deny. Jasmine let the information linger for a moment before continuing. Here's another piece of evidence, Senator, she said, flipping through the papers. A study conducted by the National Bureau of Economic Research found that immigrants contribute more to the economy in taxes than they take in public services. You've claimed that immigrants drain our resources, yet here is the truth, they are contributors, not takers. She looked up from the papers, meeting Tuberville's eyes. For a moment, it seemed as if time stood still. The smirk on Tuberville's face had faded, replaced by something far more uncertain. His gaze flickered, almost imperceptibly, toward the audience, but Jasmine's focus remained unbroken. You've called for mass deportations, Senator, she continued, her voice steady but full of conviction. You've made sweeping claims about the dangers posed by immigrants, but you've never backed them up with facts. And today, I'm here to show that those claims are nothing more than fear-mongering. With a swift motion, she held up another piece of paper, a report detailing the impact of immigrant labor on American businesses. Here's something else, Senator, she said, her eyes scanning the room, locking in on Tuberville's growing discomfort. This is a report from the U.S. Chamber of Commerce, showing that immigrant labor has been integral to the success of countless industries across the country, from agriculture to technology. Without immigrant workers, our economy would falter. You've demonized these hardworking individuals, but the truth is, our economy is built on their backs. The crowd's reaction was immediate. Gasps of disbelief echoed throughout the room, followed by the sound of applause. Some in the audience were in shock, others in admiration. Jasmine had not just spoken the truth, she had demolished the very foundation of Tuberville's argument. The fact that he had attempted to rely on such lies, without ever offering any concrete evidence to back them up, was now glaringly obvious to everyone watching. Tuberville, now visibly rattled, opened his mouth to respond, but his words faltered. He shifted in his seat, his confidence rapidly evaporating. He had built an empire of misinformation, and Jasmine had just burned it to the ground with cold, hard facts. For the first time in the debate, Tuberville seemed unsure of himself. He stammered for a moment, trying to regain his composure. Those reports don't tell the whole story, Tuberville finally muttered, his voice faltering. You can't just cherry-pick data to fit your narrative. But Jasmine wasn't done. She raised a hand, signaling him to stop, and the room fell into a deeper silence. Senator Tuberville, she said, her voice as clear as the truth she spoke. It's not cherry-picking data when the facts are overwhelmingly consistent. You can deny the reality all you want, but the truth is undeniable. The audience, sensing the shift in the debate, began to stir with murmurs of agreement. Jasmine was speaking for them now, her calm demeanor and unshakable conviction resonating deeply with the people who had come to the debate looking for someone to stand up for them. She was showing them that the lies they had been fed for so long could no longer go unchecked. Tuberville's next response came more hesitantly. This isn't what America stands for, he said, his voice growing more defensive, more desperate. You're turning this country upside down with your ideas. You don't understand what's at stake here. We need to protect our own first. But Jasmine Crockett was no longer listening. She had done what she came here to do. The lies had been exposed. The narrative had been dismantled. And now, there was no turning back. "Senator," Jasmine said, her voice calm but resolute, "you may think that fear is the way forward. You may think that demonizing immigrants, minorities, and the vulnerable is the path to power. But what you're forgetting is that America is not built on fear. America is built on truth. And today, the truth has spoken." As she spoke those final words, the room erupted into applause. The tension that had once gripped the air now gave way to a sense of victory. Jasmine had not only exposed Tuberville's lies, she had given the people watching a moment of clarity, a moment where the truth had triumphed over deception. Tuberville, visibly shaken, tried to maintain his composure, but the damage had already been done. He opened his mouth to respond, but nothing came out. His empire of lies had crumbled under the weight of the truth. The debate was over. The public had witnessed the moment when a politician's falsehoods were laid bare, and the hero, Jasmine Crockett, had emerged victorious. But even in defeat, Tuberville's actions would have lasting consequences. The moment the debate ended, the world erupted. It didn't take long for the clips to hit the airwaves. Within minutes, snippets of Jasmine Crockett's takedown of Tommy Tuberville began circulating on social media, setting the internet on fire. Twitter was ablaze with hashtags like #TruthOverLies, #CrockettTakesDownTuberville, and #TruthMatters. The reactions were swift and visceral. People from all walks of life shared the footage, many in disbelief that someone had finally stood up to the lies that had long been poisoning the political discourse. On Twitter, the meme makers were already at work. Tuberville's face when he realizes Jasmine Crockett just destroyed him with facts, quickly became a viral sensation, with photoshopped images of Tuberville's stunned expression plastered across thousands of posts. The memes were relentless, a humorous but pointed reminder of how quickly public opinion can shift in the age of social media. What had once been a powerful narrative driven by Tuberville's populist rhetoric was now a laughing stock, reduced to a moment of embarrassment for the senator. Political commentators were quick to weigh in. News outlets scrambled to cover the fallout, with pundits offering their own take on the debate's significance. "This is the kind of political moment we've been waiting for," one anchor said. "Jasmine Crockett has taken down one of the most dangerous political figures with nothing but the truth. And the world is watching." Others, of course, weren't so quick to embrace the truth. Tuberville's supporters flooded social media with counternarratives, attempting to discredit Jasmine's factual rebuttals. "This is just a liberal media smear campaign," one tweet read. "Crockett doesn't understand the real problems of this country." The rhetoric was predictable, the same tired defenses they had used time and time again. But it was clear that the tide was shifting. Tuberville's base, once steadfast in their loyalty, was now being forced to reckon with the undeniable truth that had been exposed on live television. It wasn't just everyday people who were reacting. Celebrities and influencers, many of whom had stayed out of the political fray, were now speaking out in droves. Actress Viola Davis tweeted, "Jasmine Crockett just reminded us that the truth doesn't need to be shouted to be heard, it just needs to be spoken." The tweet went viral, gaining tens of thousands of likes and retweets, a clear sign that the public was rallying behind the truth. Then came the politicians. The reactions from Congress were swift and divided. On one side, progressives rallied behind Jasmine, praising her for standing firm in the face of Tuberville's lies. Senator Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez shared the clip, adding, "This is what leadership looks like. This is what it takes to stand up for the people." Fellow Democrat Senator Cory Booker chimed in, calling the debate a turning point for integrity in politics. On the other side, Republicans and conservative commentators began rallying around Tuberville. Former President Donald Trump Jr. tweeted, "Jasmine Crockett's attack on Tuberville was a low blow, full of left-wing talking points. She's got no clue about real America." The tweet sparked a frenzy of online debate, with people fiercely defending their sides. But despite the pushback from the right, there was no denying the growing cracks in Tuberville's armor. The conversation had changed. The public discourse had been shaken to its core. A poll conducted shortly after the debate found that Tuberville's approval ratings had taken a sharp nosedive. Among independents, his support had plummeted by 15%. Even within his own party, the damage was clear. Republican lawmakers who had once rallied behind him began to distance themselves, unsure of how to defend him without looking complicit in his dishonesty. The social media explosion wasn't limited to Twitter. Instagram, Facebook, TikTok, every platform was buzzing. Influencers with millions of followers posted reaction videos, breaking down Jasmine's victory in their own words. "This is why we need more women like Jasmine in Congress," one viral TikTok video said, showing the exact moment Jasmine called out Tuberville for his lies, set to an emotional soundtrack. It was an anthem for truth, and people across the country shared it with pride. For some, the debate was more than just a moment of political drama, it was a call to action. Civic organizations and grassroots movements seized the opportunity to organize. Fundraising campaigns for Jasmine Crockett's re-election campaign surged, with supporters seeing her not just as a politician, but as a symbol of truth and accountability. Her name was now synonymous with a new era of politics, one where lies could no longer be accepted, and where the truth could not be ignored. But even as the applause grew louder, there were still voices in the shadows, waiting for their chance to strike. Tuberville, though visibly rattled, was not finished. His campaign issued a statement the next day, calling the debate an unfair attack and accusing Crockett of manipulating the facts to suit her agenda. It was a predictable rebuttal, but it lacked the force it once had. His words no longer carried the same weight they once did. The truth had exposed his narrative for what it was, empty and deceitful. The backlash continued to spread, and political analysts were quick to note that this moment could have lasting consequences. Tuberville's lies were no longer just a matter of opinion, they had been exposed as falsehoods, and the public was beginning to demand accountability. The ripple effect wasn't just limited to Tuberville. His actions had ignited something far bigger than a single political debate. The truth, once hidden behind layers of manipulation and deception, was now a powerful force. Jasmine Crockett's victory had inspired a movement, a groundswell of support for politicians who put integrity above politics. It had rekindled the belief that truth could still matter in a world where lies had too often been accepted as the norm. As the fallout continued to spread, one thing became clear: this was just the beginning of a much bigger reckoning. As the dust settled and the headlines shifted from sensationalized noise to cold, hard truth, Jasmine Crockett took a moment to reflect. The aftermath of the debate was still unfolding, the ripple effects of her words continuing to reverberate through the political landscape. But as she sat quietly in her office, staring out the window at the bustling city below, she knew one thing: this battle was about more than just winning a debate or scoring a political point. It was about something far more significant, something that transcended party lines, social media posts, and public opinion. This was about integrity. This was about truth. Jasmine had always believed that the power of truth was greater than any lie. It wasn't just a mantra, it was her guiding principle. She had seen how lies could spread, how they could manipulate, divide, and destroy. She had witnessed the damage they caused to communities, to families, to the very fabric of democracy. And she had made a choice early in her career, to stand for what was right, to hold those in power accountable, and to speak the truth, no matter the consequences. But this moment, this showdown with Tommy Tuberville, had brought something into sharper focus. It wasn't just about exposing one man's lies, it was about showing the world that no matter how powerful or entrenched a lie may seem, the truth will always find a way to emerge. It may be buried, distorted, and silenced for a time, but it cannot be permanently hidden. In the end, truth has a way of shining through the darkness, no matter how long it takes. As Jasmine watched the responses to the debate flood in, she was struck by the overwhelming support. People from all walks of life, from different political persuasions and backgrounds, had come together in recognition of one fundamental truth: honesty, integrity, and accountability were values worth fighting for. The truth had triumphed, not just in the debate, but in the hearts of millions who had witnessed it. But Jasmine knew the road ahead would not be easy. The fight for truth, for justice, was never over. It was an ongoing battle, one that would require constant vigilance. The forces that sought to distort reality, to twist the facts for their own gain, would never stop. And those who championed the truth would always face opposition. Her victory was a testament to what could be achieved when someone was willing to stand up, to speak out, and to challenge the status quo. It was a reminder that when we choose integrity over convenience, when we choose truth over lies, we can change the course of history. Jasmine's courage, her unwavering commitment to the truth, was a lesson in the power of standing firm, even in the face of overwhelming opposition. You see, Jasmine thought to herself, her eyes still fixed on the horizon, the real battle is not about winning arguments. It's about winning hearts. It's about making people see that what we build, what we fight for, must be rooted in truth. And that's a fight I'll never back down from. In the aftermath of the debate, Jasmine had proven something to herself and to the world. She had proven that truth, when wielded with integrity and courage, could cut through even the loudest, most insistent lies. Her words had shaken the political establishment, yes, but more importantly, they had inspired the public to demand more from their leaders. People had begun to question what they had been told, to push back against the narratives that had been forced upon them. It was a small but significant shift in the way the nation viewed its political landscape. And yet, Jasmine understood that this was just one battle in a much larger war. The forces of division, fear, and misinformation were still at work, and they would not give up easily. But she also knew that she wasn't alone in this fight. The truth had found its voice, and that voice was growing louder with each passing day. Jasmine's victory in the debate was not just her own, it was a victory for everyone who had ever felt silenced, ignored, or forgotten. It was a victory for those who believed that truth still mattered in a world too often dominated by manipulation. It was a victory for the people who wanted a government that served them, not the powerful elite. And most importantly, it was a victory for the idea that honesty and integrity still had a place in the political arena. She looked down at her phone, a flood of messages and support waiting for her. She smiled, knowing that this was just the beginning. Her work was far from done. There would be more battles to fight, more lies to expose, and more truth to defend. But Jasmine Crockett was ready. She was ready to keep fighting for the truth, no matter the cost. Because the fight for truth and justice is far from over. The world has seen the power of truth in action. Jasmine Crockett stood firm, spoke out, and exposed the lies that have held this country back. She didn't just win a debate, she sparked a movement, one that demands accountability, honesty, and integrity from those who claim to lead us. But this fight is far from over. In fact, it's just beginning. Now, it's your turn. We all have a role to play in holding our leaders accountable, in ensuring that the truth doesn't get lost in the noise of political manipulation. We can't afford to be silent. We can't afford to sit back and let the lies go unchecked. The stakes are too high, and the future of our country depends on it. So, join the movement for honesty and accountability. Subscribe, share, and be part of the conversation. Let's make sure that truth, not lies, is what guides us forward. Together, we can change the narrative. Together, we can demand more from our leaders. The power of truth is unstoppable, and with each voice that joins this cause, we grow stronger. It's time to stand up for what's right. It's time to push back against the lies. The time for complacency is over. The time for action is now. No matter what happens next, no matter the obstacles or the pushback, we must continue to demand accountability from our leaders. It's not just about one debate, it's about every decision that affects our lives, our communities, and our future. Let's stand together for the truth. Let's make sure it's never drowned out again. Because this fight is far from over. And with your help, we will win. In a moment that no one saw coming, Bill Maher, known for his biting sarcasm, took aim at legal experts, until Jasmine Crockett, the sharpest legal mind on the floor, fired back with a rebuttal that left him speechless. The camera zoomed in on Bill Maher, his grin widening as he faced the audience, his fingers steepled in mock contemplation. Legal experts, he scoffed, his voice dripping with derision. Do we really need them? Political debates are about passion, not paperwork. Who cares about legal loopholes when we're talking about real change? The crowd murmured, half in agreement, half in skepticism. Bill Maher had been known for his confrontational style, but this was a new level of audacity. Jasmine Crockett sat across from him, her posture poised, eyes steady. She'd heard it all before, attacks on the legal profession, dismissals of expertise as pedantic. But today, Maher had crossed a line. She could feel the weight of the room's expectation. This wasn't just about winning an argument. This was about the integrity of the entire legal system. About truth. About justice. About respect for the institutions that protected the very rights that many took for granted. The audience leaned in, sensing the shift in the air. Maher, in his usual self-assured manner, raised an eyebrow, as if daring her to respond. What do you think, Miss Crockett? Should we all just throw out the rulebook and go with our gut? A slow breath. A single glance at the camera. Then, Jasmine spoke, her voice calm, but every word calculated, every pause weighted with purpose. With all due respect, Bill, she began, her tone cutting through the room like a scalpel, the rulebook is what's keeping us from descending into chaos. Without it, your gut is all we're left with, and that's a dangerous game to play. The tension was palpable. The studio grew silent, the audience holding its breath. Bill Maher, caught off guard, stared at her for a beat. His expression faltered, the first crack in his confidence showing. He had not expected this. Not from her. What happened next would leave Maher questioning his own argument and the very foundation of his stance. Bill Maher had long been a figure who prided himself on being a provocateur. His quick wit and biting sarcasm had earned him both adulation and disdain, but one thing was certain, he thrived on challenging established norms. For years, his show had been a platform where controversial opinions could be dissected, debated, and, more often than not, reduced to punchlines. He was the master of the talk show battlefield, where humor often masked the weight of deeper, sometimes dangerous, implications. On this night, however, Maher had crossed into more treacherous territory. By dismissing legal experts as unnecessary, he wasn't just making a snarky remark, he was attacking the very bedrock of a system that held the fragile fabric of democracy together. His words were not just aimed at the legal community but at anyone who believed in the sanctity of the law. The implications of this were far-reaching, and it was clear that Maher, for all his confidence, was either unaware, or indifferent, to the potential consequences of such a statement. Enter Jasmine Crockett, who had made waves as one of the brightest rising stars in the legal and political landscape. In the early days of her career, she had been known as a passionate advocate for justice, especially on issues relating to voting rights and civil liberties. But it wasn't just her credentials that set her apart, it was her unshakable conviction. While others may have feared the weight of being called too idealistic, Crockett embraced it. She was a woman who understood that the law wasn't some distant, abstract concept. To her, the law was personal, something that affected the lives of millions, especially those marginalized by society's injustices. Her rise had been swift. She wasn't just another lawyer in the courtroom, she was a voice for the voiceless, a champion for those who couldn't afford to fight for themselves. And, as her profile grew, she found herself in spaces where her expertise was not only respected but sought after. She didn't back down from anyone, whether it was a corporate titan or a media giant. But this was different. Bill Maher had been a constant presence in the media, a voice that many took seriously. His influence was undeniable, and this was the first time Crockett would face such a public confrontation with someone of his stature. The stakes couldn't have been higher. For Crockett, this wasn't just a fight for personal vindication, it was about defending the integrity of the legal profession itself. As Maher's words continued to echo in her mind, she knew that his challenge was not just an isolated attack. It was part of a growing trend, a movement that sought to erode the credibility of experts in every field, from science to law. Maher's comment was a symptom of a larger societal issue, the dismissal of facts, the rise of gut feelings over reason, and the dangerous consequence of allowing charisma to outweigh credibility. The public wasn't just watching two people spar for the sake of entertainment, they were witnessing a moment that could redefine how legal experts, and, by extension, truth, were viewed in the public sphere. Maher's stance threatened to embolden others who, like him, viewed the law as an inconvenient obstacle to their own agenda. If left unchecked, it could have far-reaching consequences for how legal matters were discussed, debated, and decided in the public consciousness. Crockett's thoughts raced. She had to be more than just a legal expert here, she had to be a voice of reason, a beacon of integrity in an environment increasingly dominated by spectacle and soundbites. She was standing not just for herself, but for every lawyer, every judge, every citizen who believed in the power of law to protect the rights of all people. As the camera panned to her, the audience could feel the tension rising. Crockett, cool and composed, met Maher's gaze once more. The weight of the moment was undeniable. This wasn't just a debate, it was a battle for the future of public discourse itself. But as Crockett prepared to speak, the world had no idea just how explosive this legal rebuttal would be. Bill Maher had built his career on controversy, on pushing boundaries with a mix of humor, sharp wit, and unapologetic sarcasm. To the public, he was a man who said what others were thinking but were too afraid to voice. His brand of humor was rooted in cynicism, a dark, sometimes biting commentary that made audiences laugh even when the truths he revealed weren't always so easy to digest. Yet, it was in these moments of discomfort where Maher thrived the most, making light of what others would take seriously, breaking down societal norms, and making people squirm with uncomfortable laughter. For years, Maher had been the self-appointed king of political satire. His late-night show, Real Time with Bill Maher, had a loyal following that tuned in week after week, drawn not just by his celebrity guests, but by his pointed jabs at the political establishment. He mocked everyone, from the far left to the far right, with equal measure. But it wasn't just politics he took aim at. Maher had, over the years, developed a reputation for undermining experts in almost every field, from science to law, dismissing them as overly cautious, too entrenched in their books, and out of touch with the real world. In his mind, experts were the establishment, something to be ridiculed rather than revered. Lawyers, particularly, had become one of his favorite targets. The law, to Maher, was a maze of rules and regulations that were often nothing more than convoluted roadblocks standing in the way of progress. He saw it as a system that stifled creativity, bound people to outdated practices, and ultimately protected the wealthy and powerful from facing real consequences. Legal professionals, in his eyes, were the enforcers of these oppressive systems, much like bureaucrats who lived to make life more complicated for the common man. It was a stance he made clear in nearly every interview, panel discussion, and segment he hosted. Legalese, he would sneer. It's a fancy word for making sure the people who know the system get to keep it that way. For Maher, this was just another opportunity to be the voice of the people, as he often put it. But beneath the surface of his comedic delivery lay an arrogance that was unmistakable. His constant belittling of those in positions of knowledge wasn't just a critique, it was a deeply ingrained belief that he, as a talk show host and public intellectual, could understand the world better than any professional who had spent years, if not decades, studying it. He had the platform, he had the audience, therefore, he was the one who mattered. The experts, he argued, were just tools of a broken system that had outlived its usefulness. And that was where his attitude toward legal professionals became particularly problematic. Maher had made a habit of ridiculing legal principles, treating law as something too rigid, too formal, and ultimately too boring for the masses. In his mind, the law was just a tool for politicians to use to stay in power, a shield for the corrupt and a weapon against the powerless. His often dismissive comments about court rulings, legal precedents, and even constitutional principles were framed as poking fun, but they were far more dangerous than that. It wasn't just his opinion, it was a platform with millions of viewers, many of whom took his word as gospel. Maher's disdain for legal professionals wasn't subtle. In one famous segment, he mocked the complexities of the justice system by reducing court cases to nothing more than farcical absurdities. He joked about lawyers being well-paid paper pushers and portrayed judges as detached, out-of-touch individuals, completely oblivious to the everyday struggles of regular people. To him, the entire legal system was a joke, and he was the punchline. This attitude had earned him a following of loyal fans, people who reveled in his irreverence and championed his sharp critique of authority. Yet, beneath the applause and laughter lay a dangerous undermining of what made his audience believe in the value of knowledge and expertise. He had become the ultimate insider, someone who could take down anyone who claimed to have a more informed or more educated perspective. His brand of populism was built on the idea that knowledge itself was overrated, and his fans loved him for it. But for all his bravado, Maher's arrogance was not without its consequences. His treatment of experts had earned him the scorn of many in academia, law, and science, though he largely dismissed these critiques as the whining of out-of-touch elites. And despite his widespread influence, there was always an undercurrent of tension. While Maher could make anyone laugh, could he truly back up his claims when faced with an individual who was not just another pundit but a master of the very system he loved to deride? And that was the challenge he was about to face. Jasmine Crockett wasn't just another talking head. She wasn't going to sit back and let him belittle the legal profession with his typical brand of comedic mockery. She was a lawyer, a political force in her own right, and she wasn't there to entertain. She was there to prove that knowledge, especially legal knowledge, mattered more than Maher's sarcasm ever could. As Maher's words continued to echo in the studio, his smug expression never faltering, one thing became clear: his confidence would soon be tested by someone who was not only prepared but determined to challenge his every word. Jasmine Crockett's path to prominence had been anything but conventional. Born and raised in Dallas, Texas, she came from a family of immigrants who had carved out a life in America with hard work, resilience, and an unwavering belief in the power of justice. From an early age, Jasmine witnessed firsthand the struggles of her community, people who had fought to secure their place in a system that often seemed stacked against them. It was those experiences that ignited her passion for law, and from that moment on, she knew she would dedicate her life to fighting for those who couldn't fight for themselves. Her journey began at a local public school where her teachers, many of whom had come from marginalized backgrounds themselves, recognized something extraordinary in her. While other students saw their academic achievements as a means to escape their circumstances, Jasmine saw them as the first steps toward dismantling the very structures that kept her community oppressed. Her intelligence was undeniable, and as she excelled in her studies, her teachers encouraged her to pursue a career that would allow her to challenge the systems that had long held people like her family and neighbors back. After graduating with honors from the University of Houston, Jasmine went on to earn her law degree from one of the country's top schools, Columbia Law. The rigors of law school tested her in ways she never anticipated, but it also reinforced her commitment to a career where the stakes were always high. She wasn't in it for the prestige or the paycheck. For Jasmine, law was never about the glamour. It was about making a difference in the lives of people who had been silenced for far too long. And she would stop at nothing to make sure their voices were heard. Her early years in the legal field were defined by the type of work that most young lawyers might shy away from, fighting for justice in the face of powerful adversaries. She quickly became known for her work in civil rights and social justice cases, and it wasn't long before she made a name for herself as a fierce advocate. Jasmine didn't just defend clients in the courtroom, she built relationships with them, understanding their personal stories and weaving those stories into the fabric of her arguments. She believed that the law wasn't just about statutes and case law, it was about real people and the tangible impact that legal decisions had on their lives. One of her most high-profile cases was a landmark voting rights case in Texas, where she challenged discriminatory voter ID laws that disproportionately affected minority communities. The case was met with resistance from the political elite, but Jasmine was undeterred. She worked tirelessly, collecting data, mobilizing activists, and building a coalition of legal minds who shared her vision. The case drew national attention, and after months of legal wrangling, Jasmine's team won the case, securing a victory for voters across the state. The win wasn't just a legal triumph, it was a moral victory, one that sent a message to the powerful figures who had long manipulated the system to keep certain groups disenfranchised. Jasmine's reputation as a tenacious, no-nonsense advocate quickly spread, and soon she found herself representing clients in cases involving corporate corruption, civil liberties, and police accountability. Each victory added another layer to her legal arsenal, and each challenge made her even more resolute in her mission to dismantle the systems that perpetuated inequality. She became a frequent speaker at rallies and protests, using her platform not just to speak about the law, but to advocate for real, systemic change. What set Jasmine apart wasn't just her legal acumen, it was her ability to empathize with the people she represented. While other attorneys might have been content to present the facts of a case, Jasmine went deeper. She became an advocate for social change, a voice for the voiceless. And with every case she took on, she amassed a reputation as someone who was more than just a lawyer, she was a force to be reckoned with. Her rise was not without its challenges. As a young, black woman in a predominantly male and white profession, Jasmine faced discrimination both in and out of the courtroom. But rather than letting these obstacles hinder her, she used them as fuel. She had seen how far the system could bend, how much power the elite could wield when unchecked, and she was determined to be the one who pushed back. Jasmine wasn't just fighting for her clients, she was fighting for a society where the law could serve all people, not just those who had the money and influence to manipulate it. Her rise to prominence wasn't just a personal achievement, it was a victory for every person who had been told that they didn't belong in the spaces where power was held. She had made her mark in a system that often resisted change, and with every case she took on, she brought a little more light to the darkness. But she wasn't finished. Jasmine knew that the real work was just beginning. The powers that be would never stop trying to undermine the progress she had fought so hard to achieve, and she would never stop fighting back. As she looked across the stage at Bill Maher, something deep inside her stirred. This wasn't just about a debate, it was about standing firm in the face of ignorance, about defending the very principles she had spent her career championing. Maher's dismissive words about the legal profession were an attack on everything she stood for, everything she had worked for. But Jasmine Crockett was more than prepared, she was about to turn the tables in a way Maher never expected. Bill Maher leaned forward, his trademark smirk still plastered on his face. "So, here we are, folks," he said, turning to the camera as if delivering a punchline. "The legal experts are here to tell us how we should think, act, and live our lives, like they have some magic formula for solving the world's problems." He paused, allowing the weight of his words to settle into the room. But let's be honest, when was the last time a lawyer actually solved something for regular people? They're too busy nitpicking over legalese while the world burns. His voice carried the sharpness of someone who had long been accustomed to speaking with authority, confident that his audience would lap up every word. The audience shifted, some nodding, others growing visibly uncomfortable. Maher's words were a challenge, a direct attack on the very foundation of law and the professionals who upheld it. For many, it was just another typical Maher moment, risky, edgy, and controversial. But for one person in the room, it was more than that. It was a direct confrontation. Jasmine Crockett remained still, her gaze unwavering. She had been through tougher battles than this. It was in moments like this when she found her center. Maher's bravado, his dismissiveness, his refusal to acknowledge the weight of the legal system, they were all the same tactics used by those who feared the truth. And truth, she knew, had a way of cutting through arrogance, no matter how polished the performance. As Maher continued, it became clear that his words weren't just about the law, they were about power. Maher wasn't concerned with legal principles, he was concerned with making his own ideology the truth, no matter the cost. His dismissal of legal professionals was a way to reinforce his worldview, one where experts were mere roadblocks to the common-sense solutions he so often espoused. Crockett listened intently, absorbing every word, but not out of agreement, out of necessity. She had to understand the full depth of Maher's argument to dismantle it, piece by piece. Her experience as a lawyer had taught her patience in moments like this. She knew that a rash response could play right into Mars' hands, making her appear just as defensive as he wanted her to be. Instead, she waited. The room was tense, the audience anticipating her move. Finally, Mar turned to her directly. "Well, Miss Crockett, it seems you're the expert here, so enlighten us. Tell us why the law is our savior." "Because, as far as I'm concerned, all the laws in the world haven't stopped corruption, haven't stopped injustice. What's so great about the system when it's stacked against the people who need it most?" The question was more than an accusation, it was a challenge. Mars' tone was sharp, almost mocking. He was daring her to justify the very profession that had spent years battling to protect the rights of individuals, especially those marginalized by society. He wasn't interested in the nuance. He wanted an answer that aligned with his narrative of disillusionment. Jasmine's hand moved slightly, adjusting the microphone in front of her. The shift in her posture was subtle, but the audience could feel the change. The calm, measured response was coming. She took a deep breath, steadying herself. This was the moment. "You're right, Bill," she began, her voice even, her words deliberate. "The law isn't perfect. It's not a magic bullet that can fix all the world's problems. But it's not supposed to be." She paused, locking eyes with him. "The law is a system, a structure designed to ensure fairness, to prevent abuses of power, and to give people a fighting chance against those who think they're above accountability." Mar scoffed, rolling his eyes in exaggerated disbelief. "Oh, right, and what about all those times the law has been used to crush the people? The corporations? The wealthy elite who just throw money at the system until it bends to their will?" Crockett's face remained impassive. She knew Mars' angle, and she wasn't going to let it rattle her. "You're missing the point, Bill," she said, her tone sharpening just slightly. "The law doesn't always succeed. But it's a tool, one that can be used to fight back. And while it may be imperfect, it's far better than living in a world where no rules exist at all. Where the powerful are left unchecked, and the voices of the voiceless are drowned out by the loudest speaker." Mars' expression faltered for just a moment, but he quickly recovered, flashing a confident grin. "Sounds like a nice fairy tale, Crockett. But in the real world, the law is just another weapon for the rich and powerful to keep everyone else in line." It was a familiar line of attack, one he had used countless times before. He was painting the legal system as a tool of the elite, a fortress meant to protect those with money and influence while trapping the less fortunate in its web. But Crockett wasn't about to let that narrative stick. "That's the story you've been told, Bill," she responded, her voice firm but calm. "But here's the truth, the law is the last line of defense for the people who have nothing else. It's not perfect, but it's the only thing standing between us and complete anarchy. And that's why we can't afford to give up on it." The audience shifted again, the tension thickening in the air. Mar, for the first time, seemed momentarily thrown off. His confident demeanor began to slip, replaced by a faint hint of uncertainty. His usual retorts were slow in coming, and when they did, they lacked the usual sharpness. He was losing ground, and he knew it. The words Mar had once used so freely now seemed fragile, as Crockett's calm demeanor and razor-sharp logic began to take center stage. The room had gone quiet, as if the very air had thickened with the weight of the moment. Bill Maher's smirk, which had once been a symbol of his dominance in the debate, had started to slip. His usual sharp comebacks were stuttering, barely landing. Jasmine Crockett, calm and composed, had laid the foundation for her rebuttal, and now she was ready to finish what she had started. She leaned forward slightly, the microphone picking up the subtle shift in her posture. The audience, once captivated by Maher's biting sarcasm, now turned their attention fully to Crockett. She wasn't just speaking to Maher anymore, she was speaking to everyone watching, to anyone who had ever been told that the system was broken beyond repair. Her voice was steady but carried an undeniable power. "You're right, Bill," she began. "The system isn't perfect. I don't need to tell you that. I've fought against it, fought for those who've been crushed under its weight. But here's where you and I part ways. You see the system as an enemy. I see it as a tool. A tool that can be used for justice or for oppression, but one that, when used properly, can deliver fairness. And fairness is something you can't get by just tearing everything down and starting from scratch. Marr opened his mouth to respond, but Crockett cut him off, her eyes locking onto his with a laser focus. She wasn't here for interruptions, she was here to make her case. You talk about the law being a weapon of the elite, Bill. But you missed the bigger picture. The law isn't the problem. It's the people who manipulate it. And if we allow that manipulation to stand unchallenged, then the real question becomes, who's left to fight back? She paused, allowing her words to settle in the air, the silence amplifying the weight of the question. The law isn't perfect, and it never will be. But it's a system that allows us to hold the powerful accountable. It's a system that, when used properly, can force the wealthy and the influential to answer for their wrongs. You've spent your entire career mocking that system, Bill, but it's that very system that keeps people like you from becoming tyrants. It's what allows people like me to stand here and challenge you, not just with opinions, but with facts. The tension in the room grew palpable, the audience hanging on every word. Crockett wasn't just defending the legal profession, she was defending the very notion of justice itself. She wasn't relying on hyperbole or emotion, she was wielding the full force of logic and law. You see, she continued, the law is a reflection of our society's values. It's not perfect, but it strives for fairness. It gives people the chance to fight against the system, even if the system itself is flawed. You talk about corruption, about how the rich and powerful twist the law for their benefit. But that's not the law's fault. That's human nature. That's the greed of individuals, not the structure itself. And what you're suggesting, Bill, is that we abandon the entire system because of the actions of a few. That's not justice, that's chaos. That's a world where the loudest voice, the most powerful man, gets to decide what's right and wrong. Marr's smirk had disappeared entirely now. His jaw was clenched and his eyes darted briefly to the audience, as if seeking confirmation. But the audience wasn't on his side anymore. They were with Crockett. They had been from the moment she had stood her ground. The confidence in her voice, the clarity of her arguments, were undeniable. She wasn't just making a point, she was laying out a blueprint for why the law, despite its flaws, was the only thing standing between the American people and a complete breakdown of order. Take, for instance, the case I fought last year, Crockett said, as if speaking directly to Marr's dismissiveness. We took on a corporation that was poisoning entire communities. People were getting sick, families were losing loved ones, and the company didn't care. They were making billions while people's lives were being destroyed. Now, I know you might say that's just a few bad apples, and maybe you're right. But it was the law that allowed us to hold that corporation accountable. It was the law that gave us the power to file that lawsuit, to demand justice for those people who couldn't afford to speak for themselves. And guess what? We won. We got justice, Bill. And those people got their lives back. Crockett's words were met with murmurs from the audience. They were seeing something that Marr had failed to grasp, a real-world example of the law being used for good, for accountability, for justice. Her case was a reminder that while the law could be manipulated, it was also the force that had the power to stop manipulation in its tracks. You call this a fairy tale, Bill? I call it reality, Crockett continued, her voice rising with conviction. You're so focused on pointing out the flaws of the system that you can't see what it's capable of when used properly. The law isn't some abstract idea, it's a lifeline for millions of people who don't have the luxury of throwing their hands up and saying, it doesn't work. It's a weapon for the powerless to fight back against the powerful. And that's why it matters. Marr, once so confident in his position, was now visibly rattled. He opened his mouth, but the words didn't come. He looked out at the audience, and for the first time, he didn't see a room full of people hanging on his every word. He saw people who were now considering Crockett's argument, who were now questioning his. You talk about corruption, she said, her voice steady, unwavering. But corruption isn't the fault of the law, it's the fault of the people who abuse it. And until we're willing to stand up and use the law for its true purpose, to ensure fairness and protect justice, then we're just letting those who manipulate it win. And that, Bill, is the real tragedy. The room was silent. Maher's smirk had evaporated, replaced by an uncomfortable tension. His usual bravado had faded into uncertainty. Crockett had done what few had ever managed to do, she had exposed the flaws in his logic, the holes in his narrative, and replaced them with undeniable truth. Maher, once so certain, was now left speechless, his entire narrative unraveled by the force of Crockett's expertise. The moment the debate ended, the atmosphere in the studio was charged, electric. The usual applause that followed a heated exchange was absent. Instead, a heavy silence hung in the air, as if the audience knew they had just witnessed something transformative. As the cameras cut away, the world outside the studio was already reacting. It didn't take long for Jasmine Crockett's name to start trending, first locally, then nationally, and soon, globally. Within minutes, social media exploded. On Twitter, hashtags like #Crockett vs Maher and #Crockett for the win began circulating, rapidly climbing the trending charts. Clips of her powerful rebuttal flooded feeds, each one racking up millions of views. A meme that juxtaposed Maher's disbelieving expression with a quote from Crockett, "The law is a tool, not a weapon," was shared across platforms, being retweeted by everyone from ordinary citizens to political commentators. The graphic was everywhere, instantly becoming a symbol of legal integrity in a world full of viral soundbites and half-truths. Political commentators jumped into the fray, eager to weigh in on the heated exchange. Jasmine Crockett didn't just win that debate, she reshaped it, one tweet read from a popular political commentator. Bill Maher tried to reduce the law to a joke. Crockett reminded us that the law is what protects the most vulnerable in our society. Bravo! Another commentator tweeted, "This isn't just about Crockett beating Maher. This is about legal minds pushing back against the corrosive anti-expert culture we're seeing today. We need more of this." Across cable news channels, pundits on both sides of the aisle weighed in, but the consensus was unanimous. Jasmine Crockett had displayed an unmatched level of poise, intelligence, and legal expertise that made her an undeniable force in political discourse. The post-debate analysis on MSNBC delved into the substance of her arguments. She didn't just play the role of a lawyer defending her profession. She played the role of a champion for the very notion that expertise matters, one commentator said. In an era when facts are increasingly sidelined, Crockett brought us back to the core of democratic ideals, accountability and justice through the law. The media buzz was deafening. Celebrities took to Instagram and Twitter to share their admiration. Ava DuVernay tweeted, "Jasmine Crockett turned the debate on its head." Her response was a masterclass in law, justice, and dignity. We need more leaders like her. Actor Sterling K. Brown echoed the sentiment, posting a video of the debate with the caption, "Crockett's brilliance speaks for itself." Her response to Maher was everything. #Crockett for the win. Even legal experts, who had long seen the legal profession fall under increasing scrutiny, began to publicly praise her. Jasmine Crockett's performance last night wasn't just a defense of the legal profession, it was a defense of the rule of law itself, said a former federal judge in an interview. She spoke to the heart of what it means to be a lawyer, not just representing clients, but upholding the principles of justice, fairness, and accountability. Her argument was a wake-up call for anyone who doubts the importance of experts in public discourse. Crockett's name was now synonymous with integrity, wisdom, and a sharp, unwavering commitment to truth. The very essence of the legal system had been distilled into her words, and the response was overwhelming. She had positioned herself as not just a defender of the law, but as a new kind of voice in American politics, one that bridged the gap between intellectual rigor and accessible, relatable discourse. But the significance of the moment wasn't just about the praise. It was about the ripple effect she created. In the span of one debate, Jasmine Crockett had elevated the conversation about the law, forcing it back into the public consciousness in a way it hadn't been for years. At a time when the idea of expertise was under attack, Crockett had shown the world why it mattered. In her poised, unwavering response to Marr's dismissiveness, she had proven that the law wasn't something to be mocked, it was the very framework upon which democracy stood. In doing so, she gave voice to those who believed that knowledge, when used correctly, was a force for good. As Crockett's name spread across social media, one question remained: could anyone ever undermine her again? Could any pundit or political figure challenge the authority of the legal mind she had so brilliantly showcased? The audience wasn't just asking themselves whether she had won the debate, they were asking if she had just redefined the terms of the debate altogether. The idea that someone could take on an icon like Bill Maher and turn the tide with such clarity and force was revolutionary. For the first time in a long time, the truth didn't feel like a distant, academic concept, it felt real, urgent, and necessary. In a political landscape where opinions often superseded facts, Crockett had proven that when the truth was backed by knowledge, it had the power to cut through the noise. And as the debate continued to dominate media cycles, a thought lingered in the air: Jasmine Crockett wasn't just another political figure. She was a force, one who had emerged from the shadows of public discourse to challenge the narrative that had been allowed to fester for far too long. Her triumph over Maher was more than just a personal victory. It was a victory for legal professionals, for intellectual rigor, and for the very principles that made democracy work. The question now wasn't whether she could be challenged, it was whether anyone could ever truly match her expertise, her poise, and her unwavering commitment to truth. The world was watching. And it wasn't just Maher's narrative that had been dismantled, it was an entire era of questioning the importance of legal minds, of facts, and of justice in a world increasingly driven by opinion and spectacle. The media storm had begun to settle, but the resonance of Jasmine Crockett's victory lingered in the air, like the aftershock of an earthquake. Her words continued to echo across the country, carving out a new narrative in the ongoing conversation about the role of law, expertise, and informed debate in public discourse. But for Crockett, the significance of the debate went far beyond winning a moment, it was about something far more profound. As she reflected on the events that had unfolded, Crockett knew that this wasn't just a victory for her. It wasn't even about defeating Bill Maher in a public confrontation. It was about reminding everyone, from the general public to the most powerful figures in politics, of the value of knowledge, of the undeniable importance of expertise when it came to shaping the future of a society. She thought back to Maher's opening challenge, to the way he had dismissed the very profession she had devoted her life to. In those moments, it wasn't just her ego or pride that was wounded, it was the collective dignity of every lawyer, every judge, every individual who worked tirelessly within the system to ensure that justice prevailed. Maher had aimed his fire at an institution, and she had become its defender. But the victory, Crockett realized, wasn't just about silencing her critic. It was about the lesson she had imparted to the millions who had watched. It was about showing the world that when faced with ignorance and arrogance, the best weapon wasn't outrage, it was the power of well-informed reasoning, the strength of calm resolve, and the courage to speak truth to power. Her response to Maher wasn't just a legal argument, it was a call for a return to reason. It was a plea for society to recognize that in the face of growing polarization and the rise of anti-expert rhetoric, the truth still mattered. It mattered because, without it, we would be left to wander in a world where decisions were made not by facts but by the loudest voices, the most sensationalized opinions. The debate had shown the public something crucial, that law wasn't some dry, abstract concept. It wasn't just jargon or a series of rules meant to be ignored or laughed at. Law was the framework that allowed people to hold one another accountable. It was the system that made sure the powerful didn't run roughshod over the vulnerable. And it was a system that, while flawed, could still be a force for good when wielded by those who cared enough to fight for its true purpose. In those moments on stage, Crockett had embodied everything the legal profession was meant to represent. She wasn't just defending an institution, she was defending the fundamental values of justice and fairness. And in doing so, she had demonstrated that the law could, and should, be a tool for positive change. She had reframed the entire debate from one of skepticism to one of hope, from one of division to one of unity. More than just a reminder of the importance of legal expertise, her words had become a rallying cry for all those who felt their voices were being drowned out by the noise of those in power. For too long, society had been told that experts didn't matter, that opinion and bias could replace research and fact. That message had to be rejected. The law was not perfect, but it was essential in the fight for justice, and it was the legal minds who fought within it who could bring real, lasting change. The confrontation with Marr had transcended the usual back and forth between a comedian and a public figure. It had become a larger conversation about the role of truth and the necessity of standing up for what's right. Crockett had done more than win a debate, she had set the stage for a new dialogue, one where knowledge, expertise, and intellectual honesty were honored once again. The debate was over, but the work was far from finished. As Crockett continued her career, she knew that this was just one battle in a much longer war. The forces that sought to undermine facts, to turn knowledge into a commodity to be dismissed or manipulated, were not going away. But if there was anything the public had learned from this exchange, it was that truth, when defended with conviction, had the power to prevail. And if there was anyone who understood that power, it was Jasmine Crockett. As she walked away from the debate, the applause still ringing in her ears, Crockett knew that the conversation was only just beginning. The world had seen a new side of the law, and they had seen it in her, calm, determined, and unwavering in her belief that justice wasn't just a concept, but a calling. What started as a public debate had now become a defining moment for justice, respect, and the power of informed voices in politics. It was a moment that would inspire future generations to never back down in the face of ignorance, to always stand firm in the pursuit of truth, and to remember that the most powerful weapon in any fight is knowledge. As the dust settled from the debate, one thing became clear: Jasmine Crockett had done more than just defend her profession. She had ignited a spark that reminded all of us of the importance of truth, justice, and intellectual integrity in our everyday lives. In a world where opinions often overshadow facts, and where the loudest voices sometimes drown out the truth, Crockett's powerful rebuttal was a reminder that knowledge still matters. Her words echoed through the debate, not as a victory for one person, but as a victory for the very principles that hold society together, the belief in fairness, accountability, and the rule of law. She showed us that the law isn't just a system of rules, it's a tool that protects the vulnerable and holds the powerful accountable. It's a voice for the voiceless, a beacon of justice in a world that often feels uncertain. But this moment doesn't end with her victory. This is just the beginning. It's up to each of us to continue the conversation, to fight for truth, and to support the experts who work tirelessly to ensure that justice is served. The world needs more voices like Jasmine Crockett's, voices that stand firm in the face of ignorance and speak with clarity and purpose. Now, it's your turn. Stand with truth and justice. Share this video, subscribe, and be part of the movement for a fairer, more informed world. Let's make sure that the conversation about law, integrity, and accountability continues, and let's ensure that the voices of those who fight for what's right never go unheard. Patty Murray's eyes flash with a quiet fury as she leans forward, the weight of decades of political experience pressing down on her. The room is dead silent, every pair of eyes trained on her. Her knuckles tighten around the edge of the desk, a muscle in her jaw twitching with tension. For a moment, it feels like the world is holding its breath. Then, with a swift motion, she slams her fist down onto the polished wood. The sound is like a gunshot in the stillness, and the impact reverberates through the room, momentarily shaking the walls. Her voice breaks through the quiet, cutting sharp and precise. "I've had enough of this." A hush falls over the room as all attention shifts to her, but before anyone can react, a voice rises from across the room, loud, unapologetic, unwavering. Jasmine Crockett stands, her eyes burning with defiance. There's a momentary flicker of disbelief in the room. How could someone challenge Patty Murray so boldly, in this moment of authority? With a swift, calculated step, Crockett moves forward, a smirk playing at the corners of her lips. "Enough of what, Senator? Enough of truth." Or enough of people calling out the lies you've been feeding this entire nation? The accusation lingers in the air, each word landing like a slap to the face of the establishment. The room shifts uneasily, whispers spiraling out like a shockwave. Some turn to glance at each other, uncertain of where this is headed. But everyone knows one thing: this isn't just another exchange of words. This is personal. Patty's eyes narrow, but her posture remains unshaken. The quiet fury that once simmered beneath her gaze turns into something more dangerous: control. She's been here before, but this time, it's different. This time, someone is trying to tear down the walls she's built with every ounce of integrity she has left. As the tension in the room escalates, no one dares to speak. The silence is unbearable, as if the very air has thickened with the weight of what's coming next. What's next? Someone whispers from the back. And with that question hanging in the air, the room waits for the next move, the next attack, the next response. What will happen here could change everything. The room hums with energy, but it's the kind of energy that makes your skin crawl, a mixture of fear and anticipation. The clock ticks, but no one moves. All eyes are locked on Patty Murray, who sits at the edge of her chair, poised yet furious. Across from her, Jasmine Crockett stands her ground, face flushed with the fire of someone who believes she has nothing to lose. But this isn't about personal pride, not anymore. This is about something far larger than either of them. The policy they're debating could shape the future of millions, and the consequences of failure? They would echo across the halls of power for years to come. For years, Patty Murray has been the voice of reason, a champion for progressive policies that have shifted the very landscape of American society. From healthcare to education, her legal expertise has been her armor, and the policies she's fought for have benefited generations. Today, though, it feels like it's all hanging by a thread. Her opponent, Jasmine Crockett, has risen from the ranks of political outsiders with a raw, unfiltered approach that has earned her both admiration and scorn. To many, she's the future, a voice for those who feel abandoned by the establishment. But for Patty, she's an existential threat to everything she's worked for. This isn't just another political debate. This is a showdown that will define the future of Congress. The issue at hand, a legal reform that could either strengthen progressive policies or tear them apart, has split the nation in two. On one side, Patty Murray's years of knowledge and compromise; on the other, Crockett's unyielding belief that the system needs to be dismantled and rebuilt from the ground up. Each side has its champions, each side has its reasons, but the truth is, no one knows which way this will go. And that's why the stakes are so high. The chamber feels suffocating now. The weight of the moment presses on everyone present, each one quietly realizing that this debate is far from a simple policy disagreement. If Crockett wins, the carefully crafted framework that Patty has spent years building could crumble overnight. The policies, the progress, the momentum of decades could grind to a halt. But if Patty wins, it's more than a victory for her, it's a resounding defeat for those who wish to see the power structures topple. It's a victory for the status quo, for the legal framework that has held America together, for the belief that order and balance can steer the ship even when the tides of public opinion turn violently. Outside the hearing room, the nation watches, divided. Social media is already ablaze, hashtags trending in support of one side or the other. But it's not just online chatter anymore, every major news outlet is holding its breath. This debate is becoming the face of American politics in 2024. This one moment could shift the power dynamics in Congress for years, if not decades. The silence is unbearable. The air is thick with tension. If Patty loses this, it won't just be a personal loss, it will be a political earthquake. And Crockett knows it. She thrives on it. Every word that slips from her mouth is calculated to rattle the establishment. The very ground that Patty stands on is under attack, and the weight of her legacy might not be enough to hold it together. The next move is crucial. One wrong step could change everything. But one perfect move? It could change history. The entire room is holding its breath. Will she give in to the pressure, someone whispers from the back. Patty's jaw tightens. The question lingers in the air, a reminder of what's at stake: everything. What happens next won't just determine who wins or loses today, it will decide the future of a nation. And for both women, this moment might be the defining one of their careers. Jasmine Crockett's rise to prominence wasn't by accident. It wasn't a slow build, either. It was fast, furious, and disruptive, just like the woman herself. The story of her rise is one that many political pundits will tell as a tale of defiance, of a fiery young woman who challenged the old guard, who boldly took on the system that had ignored so many for so long. To her supporters, she is a hero, the voice of the people who have been silenced. But to those who truly understand the mechanics of power, there's a darker, more complicated side to her story, a side that shows a woman so blinded by her own ambition that she's willing to burn it all down, even if it means sacrificing the very thing she claims to champion: justice. Crockett's voice first reverberated across the halls of Congress when she gave a speech that would become a defining moment of her career. With fiery passion, she denounced the establishment, its corruption, its indifference to the people. The words poured out of her like wildfire. The crowd was mesmerized. But for all her charisma, for all the emotion in her rhetoric, there was one glaring problem: the substance. While her speeches were full of anger and energy, they often lacked the legal grounding necessary to push her ideas forward. The public didn't seem to notice. To the public, Jasmine was a breath of fresh air. She didn't speak in the cold, polished language of the typical politician. She didn't hide behind decades of bureaucratic jargon. She spoke to the heart of the people, their frustrations, their pain, their hopes. But when it came to the nuts and bolts of policy, Crockett often faltered. She could rally the masses with her words, but in the halls of Congress, her understanding of the law was questioned by experts, including Patty Murray herself. Still, Crockett pushed forward with unrelenting determination. Her strategy wasn't about making legal arguments, it was about making waves. She'd call out opponents for their lack of action, accusing them of being out of touch with the real issues that the people cared about. And when they'd fire back with evidence, with facts, she'd dodge and weave, deflecting the conversation to her passion, her anger, her struggle. It was a brilliant tactic, in some ways, a distraction from her inability to back up her words with the legal expertise required to make real change. But her arrogance? That's what people really started to notice. Crockett believed, fundamentally, that she didn't need to understand the law the way others did. She believed her words alone could disrupt the system. She convinced herself, and, at times, her followers, that her fire and drive were enough to dismantle the deep-seated corruption of the establishment. Why waste time learning the intricate details of legal precedent when you can shout loud enough to be heard? And that's where her arrogance became her greatest flaw. For a while, it worked. The public loved it. Crockett became a darling of the media, an embodiment of rebellion against the old guard. Every time she stepped into a hearing or took the floor for a speech, the media ate it up. She was unpredictable, unapologetic, and most importantly, she wasn't afraid to challenge anyone, especially those she saw as part of the establishment. And when she turned her gaze to Patty Murray, it was clear, she believed she could defeat the seasoned senator with nothing more than her fiery rhetoric. But there was something Crockett didn't account for. Patty Murray wasn't just any politician. She wasn't a talking head who could be rattled by emotion and grand statements. Patty had spent decades learning the intricacies of the law, building a career based on reason, experience, and expertise. She knew the system inside and out, not as a bystander, but as someone who had helped shape it. The stark difference between Crockett's ambition and Murray's experience was glaring. It was a contest between raw passion and years of legal knowledge, and Crockett was diving headfirst into a battle she wasn't equipped for. Still, Crockett's arrogance blinded her to the danger. She thought she could outmaneuver Patty with her charm, her confidence, and her refusal to back down. She didn't care that Patty had the legal authority to back up every word she spoke. Crockett believed that by simply challenging the establishment, she could win, regardless of the facts. In the eyes of her supporters, it was all about shaking the system to its core. In her mind, the rules didn't apply to her the way they applied to others. She was going to rewrite the rules, and she was going to do it by shattering the pedestal of anyone who stood in her way, Patty Murray included. It's this arrogance, this belief that passion could carry her past the complexities of the law, that made her a dangerous adversary. It's also what made her an unreliable ally. Because when it came down to actual legal challenges, when it came down to the hard work of policy crafting, Crockett was, at best, out of her depth. And when she opened fire on Patty Murray, claiming that her experience and expertise were no longer valuable in this fight, it was a moment of devastating arrogance. But there was a twist. Despite all the bravado and the flames of her rhetoric, Crockett was beginning to see that her challenge might not be as simple as she thought. There was a part of her that knew, deep down, that Patty was not just another opponent. She was a formidable force in a world Crockett had barely begun to understand. And that realization, that's what would haunt her when the next round of this battle began. It wasn't just a clash of opinions anymore. It was a clash of two ideologies, and Crockett's arrogance was about to be put to the ultimate test. Patty Murray's rise in politics didn't come from grand gestures or fiery speeches. It wasn't about a moment of theatrical flair that made her a household name. It wasn't about being the loudest voice in the room. No, Patty's strength has always been in her quiet, unyielding determination. It's in the way she listens more than she speaks, in the way she works behind the scenes to build coalitions, to understand the law and the lives it impacts. She's the kind of politician who believes that change doesn't happen overnight, and that's why she's the one who has stayed. For decades, Patty has been the steady hand in a room full of stormy debates. She came to Washington with a deep-seated understanding of what it meant to be an outsider. Raised in a working-class family in Washington state, Patty knew from an early age the challenges of making ends meet. Her parents, hardworking and practical, taught her that success wasn't handed to you, it was earned. Patty's first experiences in public service didn't come with grand speeches or glamorous meetings. It came from being a mother, trying to balance raising children while advocating for better schools, for better healthcare, for better opportunities. As a mother and a woman, Patty often found herself in the minority, fighting not just for policies, but for recognition of the value of her voice. She wasn't the type to make a big splash. Instead, she made sure her work spoke for itself. When Patty arrived in Congress, the world of high-stakes politics was intimidating, but she quickly understood its rhythms. She knew that in order to make change, she would need to master the art of negotiation. It wasn't enough to have the facts on your side. Patty learned that you had to know how to bring people together, to craft compromises that would stand the test of time. And that's exactly what she did. With her legal expertise, Patty has been a driving force in shaping legislation that has profoundly impacted millions of Americans. From healthcare reform to education policy, she's been behind some of the most significant progressive changes in modern history. But her journey hasn't been without its obstacles. The halls of Congress are full of those who see compromise as weakness, who see her careful, deliberate approach as a sign of indecisiveness. But Patty never allowed the noise to distract her from her mission. She knew that for every person who criticized her, there were thousands more whose lives were better because of the policies she fought for. What Patty knew better than anyone else was that politics is often a battle of patience and intellect, not of rhetoric and passion. She had seen it all before, the bombastic speeches, the grand promises, the empty platitudes. They all fell flat in the face of real-world challenges. What Patty offered wasn't noise, it was substance. Her approach was grounded in facts, in law, in what actually worked. When other politicians were satisfied with making headlines, Patty was in the trenches, writing bills, fighting for amendments, and negotiating with the precision of a surgeon. But it wasn't just her expertise that set her apart. Patty's true strength lies in her character. There is a calmness about her, a steadiness, that makes it impossible to rattle her. She's seen the worst of the political game, the underhanded tactics, the power plays, the outright lies, and through it all, she's remained true to her values. When she speaks, it's not to inflame passions or make grand gestures. She speaks with purpose, with clarity, and with the quiet confidence that comes from knowing the law inside and out. She doesn't have to shout to be heard, her presence alone commands respect. But Patty's calm demeanor isn't a mask. It's a reflection of her belief in the power of rational discourse. When others try to make the conversation personal or emotional, Patty stays focused on the facts. And it's this unwavering focus that has earned her the respect of both her allies and her opponents. She's the type of leader who listens before she speaks, who gathers all the information before making a decision. That's why, when it came time to face off against Jasmine Crockett, Patty was prepared. This wasn't her first fight. It wasn't even her first verbal sparring match. She had been through heated debates before, with those who challenged her policies, her ethics, her very existence in Congress. She'd weathered the storms of criticism, the harshest attacks, and emerged stronger each time. But this time was different. This wasn't just another heated exchange, it was a clash of ideologies, a confrontation between someone who believed in the rule of law and someone who was willing to burn the system down, all in the name of change. Patty knew she couldn't rely on emotional outbursts to win this battle. She had seen too many politicians crumble under the weight of their own anger, too many fall victim to the trap of playing into the opponent's hands. But Patty wasn't going to make that mistake. She had spent decades crafting a reputation built on her legal expertise, her methodical approach to problem solving, and her deep belief in justice. And she wasn't going to let it be dismantled by someone who believed that passion alone could win the day. As Jasmine Crockett's accusations filled the room, Patty remained calm, but her mind was racing. She knew exactly what to say, when to say it, and how to structure her response. This wasn't just about winning a debate, it was about proving the value of experience, of reason, and of a system that, while imperfect, had the capacity to create lasting, meaningful change. She knew the legal intricacies of the debate inside and out, and she knew that Crockett's fiery rhetoric, no matter how compelling, wouldn't be enough to override the facts. Patty was ready. And she wasn't about to let someone with less experience and understanding tear down everything she had worked for. This battle, this confrontation, wasn't just about winning in the moment. It was about proving that experience, expertise, and integrity were the true keys to power. And as the tension in the room rose, Patty's calmness became her greatest weapon. She knew she was in control, because, for all of Crockett's fire, Patty had something that could never be shaken, the truth. The air in the room has shifted. What began as a calculated exchange of ideas has now evolved into something far more personal. The tension crackles like static electricity, and every eye is on the two women at the center of the storm. Jasmine Crockett's voice is louder now, more strident, as she delivers her attack with unrestrained fervor. Senator Murray, you've spent decades in Washington, decades. Crockett sneers, her eyes flashing with disdain. You've had every opportunity to make a difference. And what have you done? You've defended a broken system, one that's left the most vulnerable behind. You've played it safe, surrounded yourself with comfortable compromises. Where is the justice in that? Where is the progress? The room reacts immediately. Some of the younger faces lean forward, nodding in agreement. They've seen Crockett rise to fame with her unapologetic rhetoric, her call for a revolution in the way Washington works. They're drawn to her fire, her fierce independence, her promise of a future that looks radically different from the past. But then there are the veterans, the seasoned lawmakers who have weathered the years with Murray. They exchange glances, clearly uncomfortable, some whispering amongst themselves. They respect Murray. They respect her knowledge, her wisdom, her methodical approach to making change happen, however slow it may be. Crockett leans forward, her arms crossed defiantly. You stand there, all polished and poised, pretending like you're the only one who understands the intricacies of law. But let me ask you something, Senator, how many people have you actually helped? How many families have seen real change because of you? Her words hang in the air, aimed not just at Patty, but at the entire system that Murray has spent her career defending. The attack is personal now, no longer about policy or politics, but about credibility, about the very core of who Patty is. Patty doesn't flinch. She doesn't even blink. Her expression remains calm, her voice steady as she leans slightly into the microphone. "I don't expect you to understand, Representative Crockett," she begins, her tone controlled, each word measured with precision. "But the work I've done has never been about grandstanding or flashy promises. It's been about making real, lasting change, one step at a time. And while you may be quick to tear things down, the truth is, the system is far more complex than you've realized." Crockett scoffs, rolling her eyes. "Complex? What are you, some kind of apologist for a system that's failed people for decades? That system you're defending hasn't lifted anyone out of poverty, hasn't improved healthcare for millions. The system you're fighting for is the one that's left my people, and so many others, struggling in the dirt. And you stand here, telling me it's complex?" Her voice rises with each word, gaining momentum, feeding off the energy in the room. Murray remains unshaken. She speaks with the calm authority of someone who has seen the long road ahead. "You can shout all you want, Representative Crockett. But your rhetoric won't change the reality of what we're up against. It's easy to tear down a system without understanding the groundwork that keeps it together. You speak of revolution, but where is your plan? You talk about progress, but you offer no blueprint for how to build it. There's no shortcut to change. It takes time, patience, and an understanding of the people and the laws that shape their lives." A few murmurs ripple through the room, the tension palpable. Some of the younger lawmakers in Crockett's camp are visibly frustrated. They're not used to hearing the world they believe in questioned with such quiet authority. Meanwhile, the more seasoned members of Congress lean back, nodding in approval. They understand Patty's point. They understand that real change doesn't happen overnight, and they've seen the slow, steady progress that Patty's policies have brought. It's not flashy. It's not loud. But it's effective. Crockett, her face flushed with indignation, steps closer to the table, leaning in. "You think you know what's best for people like me? For people who've been ignored for far too long. Your careful approach, your compromise, has only kept us in chains. You're so busy playing the political game that you've forgotten what it means to fight for real change." For a split second, it seems like the room might explode. The divide is clear now. On one side, the impassioned voices of those who want to see the system torn down, who want to believe that Crockett's anger is the answer. On the other side, the quiet understanding of those who know that the system isn't perfect, but it's the only one they have, and it's capable of change if given the right push. Patty doesn't raise her voice. She doesn't need to. You want to destroy a system, Representative, but you don't have the faintest idea of what would replace it. The people you claim to represent deserve more than just empty promises. They deserve solutions, real, concrete solutions. That's what I've fought for. That's what I will always fight for. The room is silent, the weight of the moment settling in. It's clear now that this isn't just about policy, it's about the way each woman views the world. Crockett, the firebrand, believes in tearing it down to rebuild. Murray, the seasoned legislator, believes in strengthening the foundation, even if it means a slower, more deliberate path. The two ideologies are colliding, and there's no middle ground. The question lingers in the air: who will come out on top? Will it be the fiery rhetoric of Crockett, or the measured intellect of Murray? The room holds its breath, knowing that the next move could change everything. The room is heavy with anticipation. You can feel the tension building as the verbal duel escalates, each side fighting harder, pushing further. But in this moment, Patty Murray knows something that Jasmine Crockett doesn't. Her strength lies not in fire and fury, but in something far more potent: experience and legal precision. The clock ticks down, and the time for words without substance is over. Patty's eyes narrow, her gaze cutting through the noise. She straightens in her chair, all the calm composure of someone who has faced greater storms than this. The quiet strength that has guided her through decades of political battles now radiates in every inch of her being. Representative Crockett, Patty begins, her voice low but resolute. I understand your frustration. I understand your desire for change. But there is something you must understand about the law and the way our system works. She pauses, letting her words hang in the air for a beat. The room leans in, holding its breath. You speak about tearing down a system, about disrupting everything in the name of progress. But what you fail to realize is that the law isn't just a set of rules, it's the framework that holds our society together. It's not just about policy or politics. It's about people. Real lives, real consequences. Patty's voice doesn't rise in anger. It doesn't need to. Every word she speaks carries the weight of years of expertise, years of fighting for those very lives Crockett claims to care about. You mention the failure of the system, Patty continues. But let me remind you of something. The very system you're so quick to attack has provided countless protections and advancements. Healthcare for millions, protections for workers, safeguards for civil rights, all of these things didn't come from grand speeches or revolutionary rhetoric. They came from understanding, from careful negotiation, and from a deep knowledge of the law. She takes a slow breath and then turns the full force of her legal knowledge toward Crockett. I'll start with the basics. You claim that the law is holding us back from real progress, that the establishment is the reason we haven't made the changes you want. But let me make something very clear, what you're advocating for is not progress. It's chaos. What you're calling for is a dismantling of the very structures that allow us to make meaningful, long-lasting change. She leans forward slightly, her eyes locked on Crockett's. Take, for example, the case of Brown versus Board of Education, a landmark decision that declared racial segregation in public schools unconstitutional. That ruling didn't come from tearing down the system. It came from understanding the law, from recognizing the injustice that existed within the system, and from fighting to reform it within the bounds of the Constitution. Patty's voice grows even steadier, the confidence in her words undeniable. And let's not forget the Civil Rights Act of 1964, or the Voting Rights Act of 1965, both passed through painstaking legal processes, through negotiation, through compromise. These weren't pie-in-the-sky ideals dreamed up by people on the fringes. These were the results of years of work in the trenches, navigating the legal system, challenging the status quo, and using the law as the tool for real change. She pauses for effect, letting the weight of history settle over the room. Do you think any of those victories would have been possible if we had followed your plan, to tear everything down, to destroy the very foundation that those battles were fought on? Patty shakes her head, the slightest trace of a smile pulling at her lips. The truth is, Representative, you want to destroy without a plan for what comes next. You speak of revolution, but you offer no blueprint, no legal framework for how we rebuild. You say the law is broken, but without the law, there is nothing left to hold us together. She leans back, now fully in control of the room, her words slow, deliberate, and precise. Let me put it another way, when you attack the system, when you attack the laws that have governed this country, you're not just attacking a set of rules. You're attacking the very foundation of justice. You're questioning the idea that we can have a system that is both fair and flexible, one that allows for change while also ensuring stability and protection for all. Patty's gaze softens, but her voice remains resolute. You say you want change, but the question is, how do you want it? If you want true, lasting reform, you have to work within the system, not against it. You have to understand the laws that shape this country, not just criticize them for their shortcomings. Because the law, as imperfect as it may be, is the only tool we have to make real progress. The room is silent now, the only sound the soft hum of the air conditioning, as everyone processes what Patty has just said. The force of her argument has landed like a heavy punch, and the momentum that Crockett had built up seems to be fading. There's no fiery retort from Crockett, no comeback. Just silence. Patty takes a moment, letting the weight of her words sink in before she delivers the final blow. And as for your claim that the people you represent have been left behind, "Let me remind you of something," she says, her voice cool but laced with an undeniable authority. "I've spent my entire career fighting for those very people. I've fought for healthcare, for education, for wages, for rights. I've been in the trenches, day in and day out, not with rhetoric, but with laws that actually work. And no matter how loudly you shout, no matter how passionate you are, you will never be able to replace the work that's been done with hollow promises." She looks around the room, her gaze sweeping over the gathered lawmakers, many of whom are now nodding in agreement. There's a palpable shift in the atmosphere, a quiet recognition of who is truly in control. "So, Representative Crockett," Patty finishes, her voice firm, "I'll say this once more. You can't tear down the system without understanding what you're tearing down. And when it comes to making real change, you'd be wise to remember that the law isn't your enemy, it's your ally." For a brief moment, the room is still. And then, as if on cue, the silence is broken by applause. It's hesitant at first, a few members clapping, but then the applause grows louder, spreading through the room like wildfire. Some stand, others remain seated, but all are united in their approval. The force of Patty's legal knowledge, her calm, calculated response, has left no doubt in anyone's mind. This is why she is a force to be reckoned with. Across the room, Jasmine Crockett stands frozen, her face a mixture of disbelief and frustration. For the first time in this debate, she is speechless. Patty Murray has won this round, and with it, the room's respect, and the legal battle at hand. The news of Patty Murray's decisive victory spreads like wildfire. By the time the hearing adjourns, the media cycle has already exploded. It doesn't matter which side of the debate they were on, what happened in that room is now the story everyone is talking about. Social media is alight with activity, hashtags like hashtag Murray shuts down Crockett and hashtag Legal Genius dominate the trending lists. Every news outlet, from cable channels to blogs, is dissecting the exchange, poring over every word, and analyzing every legal point Murray made with surgical precision. Within hours, pundits and commentators are weighing in, many of them left in awe of the composure and expertise Murray displayed. On Twitter, a legal expert tweets, "It's one thing to have passion, but it's another to have the law on your side." Hashtag Murray shuts down Crockett is the legal mic drop of the year. It's not just the legal world that's buzzing. Celebrities who have long supported progressive causes are vocal in their praise. Comedian and activist Sarah Silverman posts a tweet that quickly goes viral: "Murray absolutely obliterated Crockett today. Her calm, her intelligence, it's a masterclass in how to win an argument, legally and ethically." Hashtag Murray shuts down Crockett hashtag Legal Genius. Across the political spectrum, the reactions are swift and mixed. Some conservative voices, who have long criticized Murray's political stance, begrudgingly admit that her response was flawless. "Say what you will about Patty Murray's politics, but the woman knows the law," one prominent conservative commentator tweets. "Crockett should have done her homework before stepping into this ring." Hashtag Murray shuts down Crockett. Meanwhile, the progressive base, many of whom were previously swayed by Crockett's revolutionary rhetoric, are beginning to question her credibility. The reality of the debate's outcome has left some reeling. Prominent political figures, who had once championed Crockett's fiery brand of change, are now quietly distancing themselves from her. A tweet from New York Representative Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez's official account reads, "Today's exchange showed that there's power in expertise and strategy." Patty Murray's calm, fact-driven response is a reminder that we need to build from a place of knowledge, not just passion. Hashtag Murray shuts down Crockett. The mood on social media shifts from excitement to a sense of validation for Murray's supporters. For the first time, many of them see their quiet champion, a woman who has spent years in the political trenches, getting the recognition she has long deserved. Her legal expertise, often overshadowed by the flashier personalities in politics, is now front and center, being celebrated across the board. The scrutiny of Crockett intensifies. With every passing hour, more tweets and articles point out the flaws in her arguments, the gaps in her legal understanding, and her inability to back up her rhetoric with facts. Legal analysts on major news networks tear apart her assertions, highlighting how her emotional outbursts and unsubstantiated claims failed to stand up against Murray's rock-solid defense of the law. Crockett's approach was all about shouting over the facts, and we saw what happens when you try that with someone who actually understands the law, says one legal expert on CNN. One particularly scathing op-ed in the New York Times reads, "Crockett's appeal lies in her fiery rhetoric, but it was evident today that her passion cannot replace legal understanding." Patty Murray's response wasn't just a victory in this debate, it was a reaffirmation of why experience and expertise are crucial in shaping meaningful change. The national conversation has shifted. Crockett's supporters are left scrambling, trying to defend her position, but the damage is already done. The comparison between the two women has become impossible to ignore. One represents the chaotic, disruptive force of revolution, while the other embodies the slow, methodical work of governance. And in this moment, governance has won. Political commentators begin to draw parallels to historical moments where knowledge and reason triumphed over populism and spectacle. This is a turning point, one pundit says, because it demonstrates that the future of progressive policy will not be shaped by loud voices alone. It will be shaped by those who understand the intricacies of the system and know how to navigate them. By the evening, the debate has made its way to television networks. The late-night shows, known for their sharp commentary on political events, take the opportunity to weigh in. Host Stephen Colbert, usually one to poke fun at the establishment, takes a moment of reverence. It's not often that we get to see the law flex its muscles in such an elegant way. Patty Murray didn't just win today. She educated the entire nation. As the day winds down, the hashtag Murray shuts down Crockett continues to trend worldwide. The social media posts, the articles, the commentary, they all echo the same sentiment. Patty Murray's victory today was more than just a personal triumph. It was a vindication of everything she's spent her career fighting for, a belief in the rule of law, in thoughtful, deliberate progress, and in the value of legal expertise. For Murray's supporters, this is the moment they've waited for. It's the moment they can point to and say, this is why we stand behind her. The media cycle has granted Patty the spotlight, and in this moment, she is finally getting the respect she has long deserved. But for Crockett, the fallout is unmistakable. Her fiery rhetoric, so often her strength, has now become her weakness. The question hanging in the air is no longer whether she can build a movement, it's whether she can salvage her credibility. This is the moment the tide turned. The national narrative has shifted, and for all her passion, for all her fervor, Jasmine Crockett now faces the harsh reality of a political system that isn't swayed by emotion alone. The fallout from this debate will ripple through the political landscape for weeks, if not months. And for Patty Murray, the victory isn't just in the applause. It's in the knowledge that today, her legal expertise wasn't just heard, it was acknowledged. It was validated. And it has changed the conversation, perhaps forever. The noise from the aftermath settles into a low hum, the media frenzy fading into the background as the days pass. Yet, for Patty Murray, the victory over Jasmine Crockett was never about winning a battle, it was about reaffirming the importance of the work she's dedicated her life to, the pursuit of truth, the commitment to integrity, and the unshakable belief that knowledge and experience matter. In the quiet moments after the debate, as the cameras shut off and the applause dies down, Patty reflects on what truly transpired. This wasn't just another win in a long career. It wasn't just about proving a point to an opponent. It was about something much bigger. It was about reminding the world, particularly those who had lost faith in the system, that the strength of a nation lies not in the loudest voices, but in those who are willing to do the hard work, the quiet work, the work that requires patience and understanding. Patty doesn't see herself as a hero. She never has. She sees herself as someone who has always been willing to stand up, not for the sake of standing out, but for the sake of doing what's right. She's never been the one to grab the spotlight. She's never needed to. Her work, her values, have always spoken for themselves. But the battle with Crockett wasn't just about the facts, it was about defending those values. In the weeks that follow, Patty's response becomes a point of reflection for many. It's not just the legal precision of her arguments that stands out, it's the way she handled herself. Throughout the debate, she remained composed, unwavering in the face of provocation. She didn't let the fiery rhetoric of her opponent throw her off course. She didn't match Crockett's passion with her own. Instead, Patty responded with something far more powerful: clarity. She didn't react to the chaos. She rose above it. Her calm, collected demeanor in the face of a personal attack was a testament to the strength of character that comes from years of dedication to public service. While others might have let their emotions dictate their responses, Patty took the higher road. She stayed true to her mission, defending the law, defending those who rely on it, and making sure that her words had the weight of years of experience behind them. In doing so, Patty reminded the public of a simple but profound truth: progress is not made in the heat of passion alone. Progress is made when we hold ourselves to a higher standard, when we choose reason over emotion, when we commit ourselves to the long, difficult work of making things better, not just for one group, but for everyone. It's about understanding that change doesn't happen overnight and that the road to a better future is paved with knowledge, patience, and determination. Her response wasn't just about dismantling her opponent's arguments. It was about defending a principle that goes beyond politics. It was about showing that integrity is not just about what you say, it's about what you do. It's about standing firm in your beliefs, even when the world around you is ready to tear them down. The world has always been quick to celebrate the loudest voices, the ones who stir the pot, who speak without a filter, who make the most noise. But Patty's victory proved that there is power in quiet strength, in the strength of expertise, and in the ability to stay calm when others are losing control. She showed that sometimes, the best way to win isn't by matching your opponent's fire, but by turning down the heat and letting the truth speak for itself. For those watching, it's a moment of reflection. They see that the loudest voice in the room isn't always the right one. They see that true leadership is not about chasing headlines or winning arguments, it's about staying true to what you believe, even when others are pushing you to abandon your principles. Patty Murray showed them that dignity and expertise will always triumph over bluster and ignorance. In a world that often seems to reward the loudest, most divisive voices, Patty's victory is a reminder that there is still room for calm, reasoned debate. Her message was clear: we don't need more people shouting at each other, we need more people who are willing to stand up for what is right, no matter the cost. We need leaders who are willing to fight for truth, not for themselves, but for the people they represent. In the end, this wasn't just a political victory. It was a moral one. It was a triumph of the values that Patty has spent her career fighting for. It was a moment that reaffirmed that real change comes not from tearing down everything in sight, but from building a better future on the foundation of what is already good, and improving it for everyone. Patty Murray's victory was a victory for anyone who believes that dignity, expertise, and integrity are worth fighting for. It was a reminder that, no matter how loud the opposition gets, the truth, delivered with respect, with clarity, and with purpose, will always find its way to the top. As the dust settles from the dramatic showdown, Patty Murray's victory stands as a powerful reminder of what truly matters in the battle for progress: truth, integrity, and the unwavering belief in the rule of law. In a moment where passion and rhetoric clashed, it was Murray's calm, calculated response that prevailed, not only shutting down her opponent, but defending the very values that keep our society grounded. This victory wasn't just about winning a debate, it was a triumph for anyone who believes that reason, expertise, and dedication to justice still have a place in today's world. It's a victory for those who are willing to stand firm, even when the world around them is trying to tear them down. Patty Murray proved that dignity and knowledge are not weaknesses, they are the foundation of real, lasting change. But this moment isn't just about Patty. It's about all of us. It's about the reminder that our voices matter, that we have the power to shape the world around us, just as Murray shaped the conversation in that room. When we stand for truth, when we fight for integrity, we can move mountains, no matter how loud the opposition gets. So, if you believe in the power of knowledge, in the strength of integrity, and in the importance of standing up for what's right, join this movement. Like, share, and subscribe. Be part of the conversation. Because your voice matters in upholding the values of justice and fairness. Together, we can ensure that truth always finds its place, even in the most chaotic moments. Let's continue to fight for integrity. Let's make our voices heard.